Su-Yin traversed the realm of the High Martial Blue Star, transforming into a formidable demon sword. In this world, strength reigns supreme. Powerful warriors tread upon the stars and moon. Yet, many others toil throughout their lives, achieving naught but becoming mere ants adrift in the sea of humanity. Countless weak souls are oppressed and trampled, powerless to resist. In Jianglan City, within the campus of Martial Arts No. 1, a riverside villa stood quietly. At this moment, a young man clad in a white bathrobe sat somewhat nervously on the sofa in the main hall of the villa. His gaze as clear as water, his face aglow with an unmistakable excitement. Could it be that my extraordinary martial talent has finally been discovered? Pondered the youth Su-Yin. He then approached the window, gazing at the students in uniforms diligently practicing martial arts on the playground, still feeling a touch dazed. In truth, Su-Yin was a traveler from another world, having arrived in this realm, where martial arts and supernatural abilities are revered, just half a month prior. He had initially believed he could emulate the protagonists of many novels, showcasing his prowess in the martial examination, gaining admission to a prestigious school, encountering a beautiful campus goddess, seizing championship titles, rising to prominence, and ultimately stepping beyond the blue star into the cosmos, achieving unparalleled greatness. However, reality delivered a harsh blow, stumbled at the very first hurdle of the martial examination due to issues with his identity. Upon his arrival, Su-Yin found himself without status, shelter, or wealth. In order to survive, he was compelled to labor at a construction site, awaiting the emergence of a system. Yet after a grueling day's work, the anticipated system failed to materialize, and instead, he was dismissed by the foreman on the grounds of being physically unfit, without even receiving his wages. In desperation, Su-Yin had no choice but to join the ranks of beggars. Nevertheless, hope was not entirely extinguished. This morning, a striking woman in red, claiming to be an instructor from Martial Arts No. 1, named Yu Qinghong, found him. With an expression of unrestrained joy, she informed Su-Yin that he was a rare, innate sword body, an exceptional material for sword forging. She then eagerly whisked Su-Yin away to a small villa nestled in a corner of the campus, briefly explaining a few matters before hastily departing. After a refreshing bath, Su-Yin sat on the sofa, curiously surveying his surroundings. The villa was simply adorned apart from the basic furniture. The most striking feature was a wall of weapons visible immediately upon entry, adorned with an array of swords. According to Yu Qinghong, she was a swordsmith at Martial Arts No. 1, and these swords were her previous creations, though merely mundane artifacts. Her lifelong aspiration was to forge a true mystical weapon. Su-Yin approached the weapon wall, cautiously taking down an exquisite white longsword. The scabbard gleamed like jade, and as he drew the sword, a crisp ringing sound resonated from the friction between the blade and its sheath. Gazing at the blade reflecting a cold, sharp light, Su-Yin couldn't help but exclaim, "What a splendid sword!" In this world, martial arts flourished, ancient techniques rapidly advancing, even hinting at a potential to surpass technology. Countless individuals yearn for the day they can transcend to divine martial prowess, crossing the starry void to explore the resplendent civilizations of the universe. Su-Yin harbored such dreams as well. He reminisced about his childhood dreams of wielding a sword to vanquish evil, never imagining that such aspirations might one day manifest into reality. He firmly believed that as a traveler, he would ultimately tread among the stars and achieve unparalleled greatness. Though the system had yet to arrive, his innate sword body should grant him a superior constitution for cultivating the sword path. Even without the system, through diligent practice, he could still accomplish great feats. However, as Su-Yin's thoughts wandered, a familiar sound of a key turning in a lock interrupted him, and Yu Qinghong's somewhat subdued voice reached him from behind. She informed Su-Yin that most of the swords on the wall were her past creations. While some were crafted by her former students, yet all were merely mundane artifacts, lacking in merit. Upon hearing this, Su-Yin cast a puzzled glance at the sword in his hand, turning just in time to meet her fervent gaze. Yu Qinghong regarded him as if he were a rare work of art. She leaned closer to Su-Yin, softly whispering, "No matter how sharp, it is merely an empty shell." Su-Yin's face flushed with embarrassment, momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, followed by a gentle whisper in his ear, Sleep now when you awaken. All will be well." In the next instant, he collapsed heavily to the ground. Simultaneously, a voice echoed within Su Yin's mind. Binding the Destiny Divine Sword System. Binding conditions. Must possess both sword spirit and main sword body. Detecting host race. Current race, human. Conditions not met. Binding of Destiny Divine Sword System failed. Meanwhile, in the basement of the villa, beside the sword forging furnace, Yu Qinghong, brimming with excitement, began crafting a sword. She added several fragments of meteorite dark iron and a piece of crimson fire essence among other precious materials. Hesitating for a moment before reluctantly casting a small fist-sized piece of dark golden crystal into the furnace. This crystal represented years of her hard work, originally intended for her own personal mystical sword, but now sacrificed for Su Yin, the beggar with an innate sword body. "Blame your ill fate," she murmured, glancing at the dark golden molten metal, before reverently kicking the still unconscious Su Yin into the sword furnace. At the very moment Su Yin plummeted into the sword furnace, it felt as though a gentle breeze swept through his spirit platform, jolting him abruptly from unconsciousness. However, the overwhelming sensation of weightlessness and the searing pain radiating from his skin swiftly made him acutely aware that he was hurtling towards death. Why? Su Yin was gripped by a mixture of shock and fury, while Yu Qinghong, with a gaze ablaze, showed no intention of answering his unspoken questions. Instead, she merely beamed a ghastly smile as she watched him descend into the furnace. "You should feel honored to witness the birth of a transcendent divine weapon." The last image Su Yin beheld was of Yu Qinghong, increasingly diminutive by the sword furnace, her face a mask of fervent madness. A powerful sensation of melting engulfed him, bringing clarity to the grim realization that he might indeed be nearing his end in the fleeting second before death. Su Yin had thought he could confront it with composure. Yet as it approached, an overwhelming tide of anger, resentment, and fear surged from the depths of his heart. He cast a final, penetrating glance at the woman's exquisitely beautiful face, beneath which lay a chilling indifference. As if he sought to etch her visage deep into his soul. Had he truly been ensnared by a madwoman? A self-deprecating smile graced his lips as he resignedly closed his eyes. Hatred, regret, hatred for his own weakness, which had led to his demise at the hands of a woman in such a brutal manner. Regret for having so readily placed his trust in a complete stranger he had met only once. If there were to be a next life, he vowed to survive and thrive. Then, let these hypocrites pay in blood for their debts. In the blink of an eye, his body was consumed by the rising flames, transforming into a pool of blood. This blood seamlessly merged with the dark golden molten metal within the sword furnace. It was complete. Yu Qinghong, her face alight with joy, poured the molten metal into the pre-prepared mold, waiting for it to cool and form the sword embryo. Soon, rhythmic hammering echoed through the basement. Hours later, Yu Qinghong plunged the crimson-hot sword embryo into the icy water melted from the snow of Changbai Mountain. Hiss! In an instant, steam enveloped the air. Host conditions met for sword spirit, main sword body, detecting strong resentment from the host in life. Destiny Divine Sword System altered to Destiny Demon Sword System. Current race, spirit form, searching within a 10-meter radius for a binding swordmaster. Detected soul candidate, Yu Qinghong. Binding current first swordmaster, Yu Qinghong. As the mist dissipated, Yu Qinghong eagerly longed to behold the true form of the divine weapon. Just one glance elicited an expression of astonishment upon her face. Unlike the exhibits hanging on the weapon wall, before her floated a blood-red longsword, its crimson blade as alluring as a rose and akin to a meticulously carved agate. Dark golden dragon energy swirled around the blade, bestowing an air of majesty upon the otherwise ominous weapon. The method described in that book was indeed true. A sword is a lifeless object. Yet humanity is the spirit of all things, compensating for deficiencies, thus culminating in the formation of the profound sword. I was right. I was right. Ha 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 ha. In the next moment, Yu Qinghong raised her hand, summoning the blood-red long sword from the air into her grasp. Trembling with excitement, her heart had initially harbored a twinge of guilt for employing the forbidden art of human forging, but as the profound sword was completed, only one thought remained. Worth it, immensely worth it. These dozen lives were worth it. Gently caressing the profound sword with her sleeve, Yu Qinghong's gaze softened, as if cradling her newly born child. The beauty wiping the blade. If not for the tattered clothing strewn across the floor and the scattered bones piled in the corner, this scene could have been deemed harmonious. Ugh, I can't take it anymore. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I want to chop your filthy body into pieces. Watching the blood-red longsword, forged at the cost of his own life, being cherished by his enemy filled Su-in with an insatiable rage. Moments ago, a mysterious force from the system had awakened him from his slumber, only to witness this abhorrent scene. Yet, upon realizing he could pass through the woman effortlessly, and that she could not hear his curses, Su-in resigned himself to the grim reality of his death. So, am I now a ghost? Or something else entirely? Gazing at his own form, Su-in felt a sense of bewilderment. Host is now the sword spirit of the demon sword. No, buddy, I'm dead, and only now does the system come to inform me? Can you bring me back to life? Host is not considered dead? Then help me kill this bitch. The system is a demon sword auxiliary system and cannot execute the sword master directly. However, as the sword spirit, the host can influence the sword master using demon sword techniques. The system cannot directly execute the sword master. Influence. Does that imply indirect action? Su-in's gaze took on a nuanced expression. As if he discerned the system's hidden implications, he had just tested it, and as the sword spirit of the demon sword, his consciousness seemed to rely on the existence of the demon sword. In simpler terms, he could not stray beyond a certain range centered around the demon sword, lest he be drawn back into it. This distance was approximately 1 meter. Although somewhat limited, the sword spirit's ethereal form could pass through walls, granting him a godly perspective. Ding! Would you like to view the demon sword panel? View. After an initial burst of anger, Su-in chose to accept reality. Demon sword panel, sword name, none level, low-grade spirit tool talent, slaughter. Demon sword inheritance sword master. Yu Qinghong upon seeing the level indicated as low-grade spirit tool, and glancing at Yu Qinghong still basking in her joy, Su-in couldn't help but chuckle. Although it appeared mystical, its grade had not reached the profound artifact that Yu Qinghong had longed to forge. Poor woman, despite her tremendous efforts, she had still failed. I wonder what her expression will be when she discovers the sword's true grade in a few days. System, why does the sword name section read none? No sooner had he spoken than he heard Yu Qinghong murmuring to the sword as she stroked its blade. I, Yu Qinghong, shall ensure my name endures through the ages. As my fated profound sword, you must have a name, jade-like and exquisite, blood-red like a gem. I shall call you Qiongui Sword. Reciting poetry, do you aspire for reverence? You can name it whatever you wish. Su-in then watched as the sword name section changed from none to Qiongui Sword. Can I change the name? The true name of the demon sword will be released upon advancing to a profound artifact. Forget it. Just a name. Call it whatever you like. Skills are what truly matter. Su-in continued to peruse the information. Demon sword technique. Skill 1. Blood sword ominous effects, bad luck. The sword master's luck value steadily decreases by 1 point. With a maximum of 10 points, chosen 1. Effect, great misfortune. Actively used to amplify bad luck, causing the sword master's luck value to decrease by 5 points within a day, stacking with the bad luck effect. And can drop to a minimum of -10, Wrath of Heaven and Humanity. Consumption, none consumption. 10 magic energy usage. Note. Luck is an enigmatic concept. Skill 2. Destiny Extreme Martial. Blood Sword Great Misfortune, Wrath of Heaven and Humanity. Upon reaching this point, Su-in felt invigorated. He saw a glimmer of hope for revenge. Chapter 3. Divine and Demonic Craftsmanship, Destiny Extreme Martial. Regarding Skill 1. Blood Sword Ominous. Su-in was exceedingly pleased with its 2 effects. It offered him a glimpse of the potential to ensnare Yu Qinghong in her own misfortune. After all, luck is a rather mysterious thing. For those with high luck, like chosen ones, they could be pursued by enemies with assistance, stumble upon treasures at street stalls, or even find a ring containing an injured female emperor. Conversely, those with negative luck could find themselves in dire straits, being bullied or caught in the crossfire of martial artists. Although the reduction in luck value was merely 1 point for bad luck, it might not significantly affect Yu Qinghong. However, great misfortune could lower the luck value by 5 points. Stacking these effects could result in a total decrease of 6 points. While the duration was limited to just 1 day, delivering such an unexpected blow to her at a critical moment would surely leave her severely wounded. Unfortunately, using great misfortune required magic energy, and the demon sword currently had a magic energy stock of 0. Let her live a little longer. After retracting his gaze from Skill 1, Su-Yin focused on the second skill. Skill 2, Destiny Extreme Martial Effects. Extreme Martial. The demon sword can advance to the next level upon reaching its current level cap, gaining a new form and allowing free switching between base forms. Effect: Mutual Destruction. Designate a target for use, limited to 1 time. After use, level decreases by 1. System prompt: Advancement is challenging. It is advised that the host exercise caution. In simple terms, Extreme Martial allows the demon sword to infinitely advance while its vitality is sufficient. Mutual Destruction enables the sword spirit to eliminate a formidable enemy when someone attempts to destroy the demon sword. Generally speaking, inflicting damage upon oneself while killing 1,000 enemies is not a prudent strategy. Yet, at this moment, Su-Yin found himself drawn to the second effect of Destiny Extreme Martial. Mutual Destruction? Yu Qinghong was in high spirits, and this exhilaration lasted for several hours. When she emerged from the basement and returned to the villa allocated to her at Martial Arts No. 1, it was already late into the night. She gazed out the window. The night sky was adorned with countless stars, and the training ground across the river was deserted, the students having retreated to their slumber. While the nearby grove lay in tranquil silence, the night deepened. Yu Qinghong was suddenly overcome by fatigue. She approached the door of her bedroom, pushed it open, and stepped inside. After closing the door and locking it securely, she made her way to the bedside. She placed the magic sword beneath her pillow, ensuring it was firmly pressed down, and, after shedding her crimson garments, lay down on the bed. From a young age, Yu Qinghong possessed a unique physique, exuding a peculiar fragrance that not only had the effect of enchanting others, but also allowed her body to maintain an innate cleanliness. Thus, the time saved from bathing was devoted to martial arts and weapon crafting. Before drifting off to sleep, she cast one last glance at the magic sword. After stretching lazily, a gentle and rhythmic sound of breathing filled the room. Inside the sword, Su-Yin observed the slumbering femme fatale with a cold, omniscient gaze. The wicked woman likely had no inkling that within the mystical blade forged from Su-Yin, a traveler, there resided a vengeful sword spirit eager to flay her alive. Su-Yin had initially yearned for Yu Qinghong to wield the sword in a moment of utter destruction. Yet he refrained. The technique could only be employed once, and should Yu Qinghong become aware and take precautions, the next attempt on her life would prove considerably more challenging. After all, while Yu Qinghong was a swordsmith and her martial prowess might not rival that of her peers, she was still a third-tier martial artist, a grand martial master. Su-Yin had no desire to gamble on the possibility that a grand martial master possessed no hidden trump cards. Generally, a person in slumber is in a relaxed state, making it difficult to respond to danger. Thus, it is the prime moment for an ambush. Just as Su-Yin anticipated, the wicked woman, upon falling asleep, gradually relaxed to the point where her breathing appeared to cease, rendering her as still as death. System: What will happen if the sword master dies? Rest assured, host. The essence of the magic sword is the blade itself. The death of the sword master will have no impact on you. Upon the sword master's demise, the magic sword will automatically sever its bond with the master, allowing you to seek a new sword master. With the system's reassuring response, Su-Yin exhaled in relief. Having died once already, he had no desire to accompany this wicked woman into the afterlife again. The night was dark and windy. Unbeknownst to anyone, the blood-red sword beneath the pillow began to warm, growing increasingly hot, followed by a violent surge of energy that rippled outward in no time. The entire blade became scalding, glowing as if it had been set ablaze by molten lava. The surging energy resembled an imminent volcanic eruption, threatening to consume everything in its vicinity once it crossed a critical threshold. Without any intention to channel this violent energy, within merely 10 seconds, a tempest of searing energy erupted from the magic sword, instantly engulfing the nearest Yu Qinghong, then sweeping through the entire villa along with the small woods surrounding it. The towering flames dyed the clouds above Martial Arts School No. 1 in hues of fiery crimson. This awe-inspiring spectacle quickly drew the attention of students who had not yet fallen asleep, many of whom whipped out their phones to capture the phenomenon, sharing their photos across social media. Some bolder individuals even donned their clothes and hastened towards the epicenter of the fiery clouds. Eager for first-hand spectacle, however, upon arriving at the riverbank, they discovered a crowd had already gathered, cordoned off by a lengthy police line. The woods across the river had been reduced to ashes, and the site of the villa had transformed into a desolate wasteland. You mean to say there are no signs of fissures? So it wasn't destroyed by a star beast, merely a common fire? The principal gazed at the catastrophic scene across the river, his expression one of incredulity. Indeed, according to the readings from the Fisher instrument, that was the case. Though there were significant energy fluctuations, no traces of dark elements were found. The safety officer confidently stowed away the device. Were there any student casualties? After a preliminary tally of the martial arts classes, no student casualties have been reported so far. That is good to hear. The principal sighed in relief. Material losses and civilian students were inconsequential, but if anything happened to the scions of prominent families, his tenure as principal would come to an abrupt end. As for the teachers, he was indifferent. They were merely free-spirited martial artists. Moreover, teachers had a formal status and could be replaced at will. As many martial artists would vie for the opportunity to join, on the opposite bank, a pitch-black long sword was thrust diagonally into the ruins. System, check my panel. Ding, magic sword panel, sword name. Cheongwei sword level, high-grade mundane weapon talent. Slaughter. Magic sword heritage swordmaster. Yukinghong, how could this be? Upon seeing that the swordmaster was still Yukinghong, Su Yin was taken aback. Chapter 4. The Secret of Yukinghong. Has anyone seen teacher Yukinghong? During the swordsmanship class earlier that day, Chu Bin, the president of Yukinghong's fan club, noticed her absence. As one of Jianglan City's rare beautiful swordsmiths, possessing formidable skills as a grand martial master, her unique insights into swordsmanship attracted numerous students to her elective course. No, it seems she hasn't been seen since yesterday morning, replied a nearby student. Could something have happened? Chu Bin expressed concern. Teacher Yu is truly something else. She doesn't even bother to inform anyone. As president, Chu Bin held a special affection for Yukinghong. This fan club was spontaneously formed by students who admired her, allowing them to exchange thoughts during their martial training. Such clubs were not uncommon at martial arts school. No. 1. As martial practitioners were often vigorous and passionate, preferring to pursue their idols within the school rather than veering off course outside. Surely nothing is amiss. I saw teacher Yu smiling sweetly while holding hands with a man on her way back to school yesterday morning. The man was quite handsome, though his attire was rather shabby. Perhaps they are somewhere engaging in enlightening conversation right now. A student chimed in, oblivious to the increasingly grim expression on the face of a nearby individual. Wait, where did he go? After completing a sword technique and preparing to rest, he realized that Chu Bin, who had been speaking moments before, had vanished without a trace. Did he leave just like that? Yet he paid it little mind, resuming his practice of the next sword technique. After all, the martial examination was just a few months away. For a common martial artist like him, the exam was the best opportunity for advancement. Moreover, he had told his roommate he was heading to an internet CAF to play games, and with his roommate's trusting gaze, he felt compelled to practice diligently. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing if his roommate caught him secretly practicing in their dormitory without mastering the technique. On his way back to the dorm, Chu Bin's mind was buzzing. Every time he closed his eyes, vivid images of his goddess with a stranger, sharing intimate moments, flooded his thoughts. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Chu Bin shook his head vigorously, trying to dispel the vivid imagery. No, I must check on her. I cannot allow Yukinghong to be deceived by a wicked man. With this thought, he halted his steps and swiftly turned toward another direction, the direction of Yukinghong's villa. Chu Bin possessed a mid-tier yellow-grade martial skill known as the clear wind step, which allowed him to move like a gentle breeze, muffling his breath, making it ideal for stealth. Previously, he had followed Yukinghong discreetly after class, so he knew where she typically resided. In the basement, the woman clad in red gazed at the pitch-black long sword in her hands, her expression darkening. The sword was entirely black, reminiscent of the failed products she had forged during her apprenticeship. However, upon closer inspection, the obsidian sheen of the blade was striking. Yet, there was no denying the stark contrast from the previous day's creation. How could this happen? Despite the transformation in appearance, Yukinghong immediately recognized the sword as the mystical blade she had forged just yesterday. Wasn't it supposed to be a success? She had meticulously sought perfection in every step of the forging process, utilizing rare materials such as meteorite iron, red fire essence, and Tianshan cloud water. Not to mention the extremely precious Taichi Xian crystal. And now, This energy outburst had even destroyed her only artificial body. Sitting before the sword furnace, Yukinghong clutched the long sword, perplexed about where she had gone wrong. Rising, she approached the sword-testing platform, placed the long sword upon it, and began sharpening it with a whetstone. Then she took a previously forged high-grade mundane weapon from the rack and struck the long sword with force. The high-grade weapon cracked, but the long sword also bore a small dent. High-grade weapon. Yukinghong's expression darkened even further. What a complete failure. After using so many precious materials and sacrificing a premium sword body, I ended up forging a mere mundane weapon. Am I truly not a genius? Sitting in her chair, she felt lost. Within the magic sword, Su Yin gazed at the small chip that had formed, his heart aching to the point of breathlessness. But perhaps I didn't need to breathe anyway. Yet what pained Su Yin more was his realization of Yukinghong's remarkable resilience. Her survival instincts were so profound that he, Su Yin, would dare to call it astonishing wisdom. The meteorite she discovered in her early years had been divided into two parts. The larger piece refined into Taichi Xian crystal, while the smaller portion was crafted into an artificial body identical to her own. The essence of both the original and the artificial body was interconnected. Thus, the artificial body attended classes at martial arts school number 1 during the day and forged swords at night, while the original remained in the secure underground chamber, training around the clock. Indeed, this basement had a second level. Therefore, the destruction wrought by the technique was actually upon the artificial body. Su Yin finally understood why Yukinghong not only possessed exceptional sword-forging skills, but was also a martial arts master. This is a master of time management. Just as Su Yin felt weary, a faint sound suddenly emanated from the exit of the basement, akin to the whisper of a gentle breeze brushing against charred wood. "Who's there?" Rain Xinghong, who had been deep in thought while seated, immediately focused her gaze and seized the magic sword from the table, pursuing the sound. Although the noise was subtle, reminiscent of a soft wind, something others might overlook, she, being a martial artist of the great master realm, sensed something amiss. Channeling her energy with all her might, she burst forth from the basement and, aided by her true qi, swiftly intercepted the intruder. To her surprise, it turned out to be a student. "Did you see everything?" Rain Xinghong brandished her long sword, her expression fierce. "Teacher Yu, what are you doing here?" The student feigned calmness. "You didn't come to class today, and everyone was quite worried about you." This student was none other than Chu Bin, who fancied himself betrayed. Upon arriving, he discovered the villa had been reduced to ruins. After exploring, he stumbled upon the hidden basement, his curiosity leading him to uncover Rain Xinghong's terrifying secret. He now wished to slap himself, yet he was not overly panicked, for he had cultivated the swift movements of the clear wind step, which included a second technique known as the gale step, allowing him to escape at lightning speed. "Did you see everything?" Rain Xinghong repeated coldly, her demeanor unyielding. Witnessing this, Su Yin began to mourn for the unfortunate soul. Knowing that stumbling upon this woman's secret of forging swords would spell doom for him. "Please spare me, Teacher Yu. I truly didn't see anything." Chu Bin lowered his hands, appearing to abandon resistance. However, before he could finish, he suddenly dashed towards the exit like a tempest. "Farewell, teacher." Calmly observing the rapidly retreating figure, Rain Xinghong remained silent, merely raising the long sword transformed by Su Yin to her chest. A blood-red flower. Her mouth parted slightly, and in an instant, she left behind a fleeting shadow. Moments later, the shadow solidified. Hissed, a line of blood appeared on Chu Bin's neck, warm blood gushing forth and pooling on the ground. Forming a crimson rose, the headless body collapsed with a thud, a swift strike to the throat. Ding! Talent for slaughter triggered, Vitality 1, Magic Energy 1. At the moment Rain Xinghong killed, a peculiar power surged into the sword. Chapter 5. The Magic Sword's Talent, Slaughter. This power enveloped Su Yin in warmth, like his soul basking in a comforting hot spring, so pleasant it made him want to cry out. This sensation was undeniably exquisite. Su Yin felt himself becoming entranced. Ding! Sword body detected as damaged. Consume 1 magic energy for repair. Repair. Rain Xinghong glanced at the headless corpse sprawled on the ground, frowning as she pondered how to dispose of it. Suddenly, she looked down in surprise at the failed mystic sword in her hand. The long sword was trembling violently, as if trying to break free from her grasp. Soon, she felt a scorching sensation emanating from the hilt. Growing increasingly hot, this scene felt eerily familiar. Not again. Her pupils dilated, and Rain Qinghong hastily discarded the long sword, channeling her true qi to shield herself. Yet her gaze remained fixed on the sword, which, after being tossed aside, was gradually enveloped by an ominous black flame. After a moment of tense vigilance, she seemed to discern something. No, this anomaly appeared different from yesterday. Rain Qinghong stared intently, awaiting the sword's transformation. Her heart filled with a subtle anticipation. Shortly, the entire sword was engulfed in crimson from the black flames, melting into molten iron, which then began to flow within an invisible mold, solidifying anew. Rain Qinghong was left transfixed. Self-forging? This was an ability even mystic artifacts could not achieve. Could it be that I unintentionally forged a celestial weapon? However, after the initial astonishment, Rain Qinghong quickly regained her composure. The Tai Xianjing was merely a mystic-grade material. Although she prided herself as a genius swordsmith, she was not so arrogant as to believe she could forge a celestial weapon from mystic materials. While she was uncertain about the current situation, one thing was clear. This sword was certainly not an ordinary artifact. As Rain Qinghong contemplated, the black flames began to dissipate, and the sword gradually regained its original hue. She picked up the long sword that had fallen to the ground and began to examine it closely. After a thorough inspection, she discovered that the previous notch inflicted by a superior ordinary weapon had vanished without a trace. It truly repaired itself? Rain Qinghong's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had once read in an ancient tome that beyond celestial weapons, there existed a superior quality known as divine craftsmanship, alternatively referred to as Destiny's ultimate weapon. The tome provided examples, each possessing mysterious abilities. Some could resurrect the dead, reverse time, and even sever causality. Although the abilities of Destiny's ultimate weapons varied, they shared a common trait: immortality, being truly unique. This was the most significant distinction between Destiny's ultimate weapons and celestial artifacts. While Qiongui could not possibly be a Destiny's ultimate weapon, it astonishingly bore certain characteristics of one. With no time to spare for disposing of the body, Rain Qinghong hastened to the weapon rack, seizing a slightly cracked superior ordinary weapon, and once more aimed a strike at the Qiongui sword. She wanted to ascertain whether the previous self-repair was merely a fluke. However, the next moment, her eyes widened in disbelief. The superior ordinary weapon, which could previously inflict a notch on the Qiongui sword, now smashed a significant gash into it. Yet, the Qiongui sword remained unscathed. Its quality had actually improved. The appearance had not changed, indicating it had not elevated to a lower spiritual weapon but remained a superior ordinary weapon. Nevertheless, it had undeniably enhanced. If the Qiongui sword was previously a superior ordinary weapon, it now seemed to occupy a space between a superior ordinary weapon and a lower spiritual weapon. But why did its quality suddenly elevate just now? Why not yesterday? And why not directly ascend to a lower spiritual weapon? Rain Qinghong paced back and forth in front of the weapon rack, holding the long sword, akin to an inquisitive child. Aside from slaying one person with the Qiongui, she had done nothing else. Following the death of the peeping student, the Qiongui sword had undergone a transformation. Suddenly, Rain Qinghong halted, her gaze shifting towards the headless corpse still lying on the ground. Wait, could it be murder? She muttered uncertainly to herself. Did this sword undergo transformation through killing? After all, it was merely the death of one person. If she killed a few more, would it undergo another transformation, progressing to a lower spiritual weapon? A middle-grade spiritual weapon, a high-grade spiritual weapon, a low-grade mystic weapon, perhaps even a celestial weapon, or even the legendary Destiny's ultimate weapon. While it sounded fantastical, given that such an extraordinary self-forging event had occurred, the transformation into a Destiny's ultimate weapon was not beyond possibility. From now on, I shall call you the Qiongui Divine Sword. May you one day truly evolve into a divine sword. Extending her rosy tongue to lick her crimson lips, Rain Qinghong's eyes gleamed with fervor. Truly a perverse woman. Observing the woman cradling the long sword as if it were an extraordinary divine weapon, Su Yin felt a pang of displeasure. After absorbing the unfortunate soul's vitality and essence, Su Yin sensed a significant boost in his spirit. The strength of the magic sword seemed to have increased as well. Was it the Vitality 1 effect? Furthermore, He had also gained 1 point of magic energy, which he had just used to repair the sword body. He wondered how long it would take to gather the 10 points of magic energy required for the great fortune. Nevertheless, Su Yin was entirely unperturbed. A sword that continuously grew stronger through killing undoubtedly deserved the title of Divine Sword. No one could resist such temptation. Rain Xinghong would surely go to great lengths to procure sacrifices for the sword. Early the next morning, Rain Xinghong returned to Wu Daoizhong, resuming her teaching duties. During this time, the principal discovered that a student had gone missing. However, the corpse had long been taken by Rain Xinghong for sword forging, effectively erasing all traces. After several fruitless searches, the school ultimately let the matter slide. After all, it was merely a student from an ordinary family without any martial background. The principal informed his parents that Chu Bin had unfortunately encountered a rift, being attacked by a star beast, leaving no remains. As Chu Bin's teacher, Rain Xinghong also expressed her condolences to his parents. In the end, the unfortunate parents lamented at the school's entrance, venting their frustrations at Rain Xinghong before leaving with tear-streaked faces, accepting the compensation. For the next month, Rain Xinghong taught during the day and practiced martial arts and rested at night, living like an ordinary teacher. Yet she carried the Qiong divine sword wherever she went. Throughout the entire month, Rain Xinghong refrained from killing. However, just as Su Yin began to doubt his judgment, on an ordinary evening, after bidding her students farewell with a smile and returning home, she retrieved a ghostly mask from beneath her bed. Chapter 6. The hunting operation begins. Witnessing this scene, Su Yin's spirit jolted. He knew this woman could not possibly be so docile. Curiously, he looked at the white ghost mask in Rain Xinghong's hands. The mask's eye sockets were pitch black, while the mouth formed a sinister arc, curving upwards in the center and downwards at the edges. The overall appearance resembles an eerie visage of a weeping face. Observing the woman's demeanor, it is evident that this mask must possess some extraordinary effects, as expected by Su Yin. Once Yu Qinghong donned the white ghost mask, her aura shifted dramatically, her entire demeanor becoming significantly more chilling. Standing amidst the shadows of the curtains by the bed, she seemed to merge with the darkness, evoking the image of a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows. Poised to strike, it is rumored that a formidable investigator has recently been assigned to the Martial Supervision Bureau in Jianglan City. Glancing up at the profound night sky, Yu Qinghong furrowed her delicate brows. If the number of missing persons in the vicinity continues to rise, it is only a matter of time before suspicion falls upon me. It appears I must seek refuge in a more distant location. A sudden, low voice reverberated within the room, startling Su Yin. Upon Yu Qinghong's utterance, she revealed a somewhat somber and hoarse androgynous tone. She has even disguised her voice. It seems she is preparing for something significant tonight. Su Yin felt a surge of excitement. After a month of idleness in the Demon Sword, he was nearly on the verge of stagnation. However, Yu Qinghong indeed possessed remarkable composure. In this regard, Su Yin was genuinely impressed. Despite the unresolvable blood feud between them, to be frank, if Su Yin were in possession of a sword capable of infinite evolution, he would undoubtedly struggle to maintain such restraint for an extended period. After donning the white ghost mask, Yu Qinghong pondered for a moment by the window. Subsequently, she turned to the wardrobe, retrieving an oversized black robe that concealed her graceful form. Now, at first glance, Su Yin would hardly recognize her. Descending the stairs and leaving her lodgings, Yu Qinghong moved like a specter, swiftly traversing the shadows along the path. Upon entering a dimly lit alley, she vanished without a trace. Nearby, two inebriated martial artists ambled past, their arms draped over each other's shoulders. One of them, swaying as he walked, his face flushed from drink, rubbed his eyes and murmured, "Did something just pass by?" "Nonsense, you must be imagining things," the other chuckled in response. Perhaps I misinterpreted it." The man shook his head, quickly dismissing the incident. The duo continued on, laughing and joking as they departed. Had Su Yin been able to review the surveillance footage along that street, he would have been astonished to discover that none of the cameras had captured Yu Qinghong's silhouette. Ninghai City, located over 200 kilometers from Jianglan City, stands in stark contrast to the latter's low-level green danger rating, boasting a yellow intermediate danger rating instead. This is largely due to the nearby Ninghai mountain range, home to numerous ferocious beasts. Unlike the star beasts that emerge from the random fissures scattered across Blue Star, which exhibit strong unpredictability, Ferocious beasts are native creatures that have mutated under the influence of the universe's dark elements, categorized from the lowest first rank to the highest ninth rank. However, even within the Ninghai mountain range, the most formidable beasts only reach the fourth rank, equivalent to the martial artist's martial lord realm. This is the primary reason Ninghai City is merely classified as a mid-level danger zone. Martial artists require a plethora of resources for their cultivation: elixirs to enhance vitality, rare materials, martial techniques. Each of these demands substantial financial investment. Among these resources, the flesh and essence of ferocious beasts capable of boosting a martial artist's vitality are particularly valuable. On the market, a pound of ferocious beast meat can fetch no less than 1,000 xia yuan, a staggering 50 times the price of ordinary beef. Consequently, apart from the station military and official martial artists, Ninghai City has drawn a multitude of gold hunting teams aimed at hunting ferocious beasts. Here, injuries and fatalities occur on a daily basis, and the loss of a few individuals barely raises an eyebrow. Having become all too commonplace, Su Yin initially traversed through Ninghai City upon his arrival. Upon realizing the latent dangers surrounding him, with the potential for immediate peril, he, lacking any identity, resorted to begging along the national highway until reaching Jianglan City, where he unexpectedly encountered a deranged and perverse woman. Su Yin speculated that Yu Qinghong's motive for venturing to Ninghai City was likely to pursue the hunting teams targeting the ferocious beasts within the Ninghai mountain range. As anticipated, after her disguise, Yu Qinghong chose not to enter the mountains via the main road, but instead opted for a rugged and treacherous path. Fortune favored her. Shortly after entering the mountains, Yu Qinghong encountered a small team of 4, just emerging from the Ninghai mountain range. Leading the group was a composed man wielding a heavy sword on his back and a light sword in his right hand. The remaining 3, youthful and dressed in extravagant, immaculate attire, followed closely behind, exuding no sense of urgency, resembling more of a leisurely excursion than a perilous hunt. Su Yin noted that each member bore a black character Shao on their garments. Clearly, Yu Qinghong had also recognized this peculiar team. Yet, even as they gradually distanced themselves, eventually vanishing from sight, she refrained from making a move. Is she not here to kill? Su Yin observed Yu Qinghong, who remained motionless in the shadows, akin to a lurking predator, uncertain of her intentions. Is it because those individuals possess formidable backgrounds? Steady as a rock, this woman, as time elapsed, Su Yin nearly succumbed to slumber while waiting for another passerby. Just as he thought the night would yield no results, a second team appeared in the latter half of the night. Unlike the previous carefree group, this team consisted of 8 members. Although their numbers had increased, the atmosphere was markedly grim. The man trailing at the back bore the most severe injuries, with thick bandages covering his eyes, blood seeping through, indicating he had likely lost his sight. Brothers, hold on a little longer. We are nearing the outskirts of the Ninghai mountain range. Once we exit, Ninghai City will be within reach. This time, we hunted a third-rank ferocious beast, yielding substantial rewards, the team leader called back. Everyone was fatigued, and with the perimeter presumably devoid of ferocious beasts, they decided to find a safe spot nearby to rest for the night. We will set out early tomorrow. Upon hearing the news of their safety, the tension that had gripped the group eased, and their conversation became more relaxed. That red-scaled fire python should yield quite a bit of meat, and it even produced a red blood serpent gall, which is a spirit-level alchemical material. Yet, we were fortunate to have encountered a second-rank fire python that was in the midst of evolution. Had it not just shed its skin, its strength would have been formidable enough to claim our lives. My wife just gave birth to a son and is waiting for my return. Alas, we lost 2 brothers. At this point, an uneasy silence enveloped the group. The team leader, sensing the atmosphere shift, turned around and shouted, "Once we reach Ninghai City and sell this batch of goods, I will distribute extra wages to everyone." "Thank you, team leader." With the promise of additional pay, the spirits of the group lifted slightly, and their pace quickened. The night was profound, and the dense forest loomed high. One martial artist remarked, "I suddenly have a stomach ache. I need to find a place to relieve myself. You all go ahead. I will catch up shortly." Without waiting for a response, he wandered away from the group, clearly in urgent need. Soon, a small team was discovered near a cave, where they had just built a campfire in preparation for the night. Upon locating her target, Yu Qinghong refrained from acting impulsively. Instead, she concealed herself in a patch of grass from which she could observe the cave's entrance. Inside, the flickering orange flames consumed the dry branches, crackling as they burned. The team leader retrieved sleeping bags from his backpack and distributed them among the members, remarking, "Given the weather outside, it seems we are in for a heavy downpour tonight. We shall spend the night here." "Understood, Captain." The others nodded in agreement, each finding a spot within the cave that they deemed comfortable to lie down. Before long, the wind began to stir, and the darkened sky unleashed a gentle rain. Gradually, the rain intensified, morphing into a torrential downpour. Gazing up at the sudden deluge, Yu Qinghong narrowed her eyes slightly. After about a quarter of an hour, amidst the cacophony of the storm, she stealthily advanced like a specter. First, near the cave's entrance, she sprang forth after a flash of lightning illuminated the night sky. As thunder roared, she swiftly dispatched the sentinel warriors stationed at the entrance with a single stroke of her sword. Next, her form flickered as she effortlessly eliminated 2 more warriors still lost in slumber. However, as she prepared to continue her silent assault on the next target, a blind warrior huddled in a corner of the cave suddenly cried out in alarm. "Someone's there! Who's outside?" Yu Qinghong cast a fleeting glance at the blind warrior. With a subtle motion of her sleeve, a small stone pierced his throat. 4 kills. "Damn, my magic energy!" Su Yin lamented, realizing that he received no feedback when Yu Qinghong eliminated the blind monk. It appeared that it was not merely the act of killing that would provide him with magic energy, but rather only those directly slain by the magic sword would confer such benefits. How wasteful! Although Yu Qinghong had swiftly silenced the blind warrior the moment he opened his mouth in alarm, his panicked shout still roused the last surviving member of the team. Upon awakening, the captain quickly realized the grim fate of his comrades strewn about the cave. Turning to the entrance, he beheld a figure cloaked in black, wielding a black sword in one hand, their face obscured by a white, ghostly mask. At that moment, several bolts of white lightning streaked across the sky outside the cave, casting the masked figure in a demonic light. "This person is not at my level," the captain silently lamented. For with his early-stage warrior prowess, he could not discern the strength of the figure before him. Swallowing hard, he endeavored to maintain an appearance of calm. "Old Chen and the others have yet to return." "You must have killed them, haven't you?" "Indeed," came a hoarse voice from behind the mask, its gender indiscernible. The voice was unfamiliar, and the captain racked his brain, struggling to recall if he had offended anyone recently. "We haven't wronged you, have we?" he inquired, voicing his underlying doubt. "No." Yu Qinghong replied coldly. "Then why must you kill us?" "A kill is just a kill," she replied nonchalantly, and no sooner had her words left her lips than she launched a sudden attack with lightning speed. A wave of azure true energy enveloped the magic sword, and Su Yin felt the blade grow remarkably light. Why Yu Qinghong surged forward, her sword descending. The captain, caught off guard, had his head severed in an instant. His expression frozen in shock, likely unable to fathom where they had gone wrong until the very end. The rain continued to pour, flooding the cave and washing away the evidence of bloodshed. This woman must have extraordinary luck. Even the heavens seemed to aid her, Su Yin mused while inspecting the magic sword's interface. "Wait, what is this?" Upon noticing the skill section of the magic sword, he suddenly realized that after Yu Qinghong had slain 8 warriors, a plus sign had appeared next to the skill blood sword. Ominous. "Ah, the magic sword skill can be upgraded. Ding. Would you like to enhance the magic sword skill blood sword? Ominous." After clicking the plus sign next to the skill, the system provided a prompt. "System, what happens after enhancement?" Each enhancement will randomly strengthen one existing effect and may also introduce entirely new effects. Current level, LV.1.4. Each magic energy consumed, the enhancement success rate increases by 10. Would you like to immediately consume 7 magic energy to enhance? Current success rate, 70. No. After a moment's contemplation, Su Yin opted not to enhance for the time being. On one hand, the only way to obtain magic energy was through killing, resulting in a rather limited means of acquisition. On the other hand, his luck had never been particularly good. Although the system's description sounded enticing, the corresponding failure rate of 30 was also significant. However, Su Yin's hesitation stemmed from a more pressing concern. The second effect of the magic sword skill blood sword, Ominous, Great Ominous, consumes 10 magic energy, reducing the wielder's luck value by 5 points within a day, stacking with the effects of any other luck reduction. Combined, these 2 effects could potentially strip Yu Qinghong of 6 points of luck. It was well known that luck was a rather esoteric concept. Su Yin, prior to his transmigration, had an affinity for novels featuring destined antagonists. In such tales, the protagonist's luck would be continuously usurped by the antagonist, leading to a series of misfortunes, ultimately culminating in the protagonist being trampled underfoot by their fated rival. Yu Qinghong was a daring and reckless woman, yet her tactics were exceedingly cautious. Despite her youth, she had encountered numerous fortuitous events and possessed remarkable martial prowess. Even her acts of murder took place amidst a torrential downpour that erased all traces. While Su Yin could not ascertain the extent of her luck, he was certain it was substantial. Could it be that you were some sort of protagonist? He pondered in disbelief. After dealing with the corpses, Yu Qinghong hastily returned to her temporary residence in Jianglan City. After removing her white ghost mask and black cloak, donning her regular attire, she grasped the Qiongwei divine sword and seated herself at the table, beginning to reflect on the events of the night. I recall the last time I killed a student, the Qiongwei underwent a transformation. Yu Qinghong gazed curiously at the pitch-black long sword resting quietly on the table. Why, after killing an entire team tonight, including a martial master, did the Qiongwei only warm slightly without undergoing further transformation? Am I mistaken? Is the Qiongwei's remarkable change not due to murder? Then what could it be? She rose and approached the weapon rack, retrieving a short sword with a dark golden blade. Turning back to the table, she placed it alongside the Qiongwei. This sword had been forged from the same materials, combined with shards of Tai Chi, Xianjing from a previous refining session, as well as the corpse of that student. Due to insufficient Xianjing, she had opted for a short sword. The outcome, as anticipated, was a failure. After all, not everyone possessed a system like Su Yin's. This short sword had been crafted as an ordinary weapon, lacking any spiritual essence. Could it be the Tai Chi Xianjing? As she held the dark golden short sword before her, Yu Qinghong's expression shifted subtly. The next day, after a night of rest, Yu Qinghong returned to school to instruct her students in sword techniques. During the break, she acquired a ranking sheet of all the students based on their martial assessment results, along with a contact list. Back in her office, she spread the ranking sheet across the desk, extending a finger to slowly scan from the top. Ding Feng, Xikong 1, Wang Yuyao, Yun Qingwang and Li Feixing. She patiently flipped through the pages, and after many had passed, her jade-like finger finally halted on a name towards the bottom. Found it. Zhu Bin. I believe that is the name. Yu Qinghong made an effort to recall, then retrieved the contact list to find the corresponding address. Starlake Garden A1-8 District. What could she be planning? Su Yin speculated, knowing well that Yu Qinghong was meticulous and would not act without purpose. However, he was unconcerned. As long as Yu Qinghong continued to kill and provide him with magic energy, it mattered not who her targets were. After all, both ordinary people and martial warriors yielded the same 1 point of vitality and 1 point of magic energy. Does this not, in a certain sense, realize a form of equality among all beings? Su Yin mused. That night, upon returning to her temporary residence, Yu Qinghong donned her mask and black cloak once more. Su Yin initially assumed she would venture out to the wilderness of Ninghai City to ambush a solitary martial warrior. But after leaping from the window clad in black, she soon arrived near a high-end villa district. After circumventing the security at the entrance of the villa area, Su Yin recognized the location. Starlake Garden. Is this not the home of that student named Zhu Bin, which Yu Qinghong mentioned during the day? What could she be doing here at such a late hour? A home visit? Yet, Yu Qinghong did not seem the type to conduct a home visit. Soon, she arrived at a villa courtyard marked with the sign A1-8 District. She leaped over the wall into the courtyard. A large black dog kept by the villa's owner suddenly barked loudly, only to be silenced by Yu Qinghong's sword in a swift strike. Ding! Talent for slaughter activated. Vitality 0.01. The vitality gained from killing animals was negligible, and it did not increase magic energy either. Could it be due to a difference in species? Su Yin speculated, considering that ferocious beasts might yield similar outcomes to a sword that could only grow through the act of killing. It seemed the title of magic sword could not be cast aside. Xiao Hei, what is happening outside? A woman's voice came from behind the door, followed by the sound of footsteps. Soon, Su Yin noticed through the window a middle-aged woman in pajamas approaching the door. Preparing to open it, however, at the very moment she was about to unlock it, before she could discern what was occurring outside, she was swiftly slain by Yu Qinghong, who stood guard beside the door. with a strike from her dark golden short sword. Upon entering, Yu Qinghong, gripping the dark golden blade, proceeded directly to the master bedroom, where she pierced the man lying on the bed. Damn it, what a beast. It wasn't the loss of the 2 points of demonic energy that pained him, but rather the sight of the family portrait on the bedside table, featuring a smiling family of 5. Su Yin finally recognized who Chu Bin was. Such a grudge, to kill a person's son, forge his corpse into a sword, and then wield that very sword to slay his parents. Truly a living hell. Satan. Any clues? I suddenly find myself ranked second. After murdering Chu Bin's parents, Yu Qinghong frowned at the sword in her right hand. The dark golden short sword remained silent in her grip, with the notch from her previous experiment still unhealed. Subsequently, her gaze shifted to the secondary bedroom, where she dispatched Chu Bin's 2 younger siblings hiding beneath the bed. After ensuring that no witnesses remained in the villa, Yu Qinghong returned to her own home. It seems that only the Qiangui divine sword is extraordinary. Observing the dark golden short sword in her hand, which showed no signs of agitation after the slaughter of the Chu family, Yu Qinghong sighed. Chapter 9. The fiery martial arts girl in the principal's office of Wudao No. 1 High School. You want me to go on a business trip to Ninghai City for a month? Upon hearing this unexpected news, Yu Qinghong, seated on the sofa opposite the principal's desk, felt somewhat astonished. Indeed, the principal nodded, pushing a cup of freshly brewed hot tea towards her. With less than 3 months until the martial arts examination, our school's practical rankings have consistently lagged behind several key high schools in other cities. Consequently, the school has decided to organize a hunting expedition for the senior students in the Ninghai Mountains to hone their teamwork and practical skills. Although students are ostensibly responsible for their own safety, it is imperative to have a capable teacher discreetly protecting them. After deliberation, the school unanimously agreed that you are the most suitable candidate. What do you think, teacher Yu? The principal, observing Yu Qinghong's silence on the sofa, assumed her reluctance and continued. Sigh, things have been quite tumultuous in Jianglan City as well. A month ago, a student mysteriously vanished and has yet to be found. Recently, several ordinary families in Jianglan City were brutally murdered. Surveillance along the nearby routes captured no one entering or exiting, and the Martial Supervision Bureau suspects the perpetrator is a highly skilled and ruthless martial artist, likely still within Jianglan City. Although your abilities are commendable, you are still a woman, and this trip to Ninghai City is also for your safety. How can it be certain that it was a martial artist and not a star beast? Yu Qinghong inquired, for she had always disposed of the corpses. Because star beasts do not cover their tracks, the principal replied, setting down the teacup and the days following the slaughter of the Chu family with her dark golden short sword. Yu Qinghong also used the magic sword to eliminate a family of 3 who had previously insulted her. This woman harbored some psychological deviations, yet Su Yin had thus accumulated enough demonic energy to utilize the blood sword technique. Blood sword, great evil, which required 10 points of demonic energy. Seizing the opportunity while Yu Qinghong slept the previous night, he employed the great evil technique. When she was summoned to the principal's office under the pretense of a discussion, Su Yin feared that her murderous actions had been exposed. To his surprise, it was merely a request for her to go on a business trip. What is happening? Why is the magic sword technique ineffective? Could it be that this woman is indeed the protagonist, blessed with fortune? Su Yin was perplexed. Although this unexpected situation arose, the business trip to Ninghai City suited Yu Qinghong perfectly, as in Jianglan City. Even killing a few civilians would draw the attention of the Martial Supervision Bureau, making it inconvenient for her to slay innocents to advance the Qiangyui. In contrast, in Ninghai City, the circumstances would be far more favorable, prompting her to agree to the principal's assignment. After returning home to pack a few essentials, Su Yin initially thought he would have to wait until evening to change his appearance before taking action. However, near noon, just before lunchtime, Yu Qinghong donned a floral red dress and a sun hat and stepped outside. After leaving her rented accommodation, she hailed a taxi. Shortly thereafter, she arrived at a train station characterized by a striking technological ambience, unlike anything Su Yin had witnessed since his arrival in this world. After exchanging 1,000 Xia Yuan for a first-class ticket, she boarded a Star Source train bound for Ninghai City. As the train traveled smoothly, Yu Qinghong reclined against her seat, closing her eyes in contemplation. Meanwhile, Su Yin was astonished by the sight of the train hovering in midair upon arrival at the station. Although he had heard tales of a world where technology and martial arts coexisted, witnessing it firsthand left him in awe of the staggering disparity between individuals. He had begged for half a month to accumulate 50 xia yuan and walked from Ninghai City to Jianglan City. While Yu Qinghong effortlessly spent 1,000 xia yuan on a single ticket, arriving with just a brief moment of rest. Indeed, whether before or after his transmigration, this was a world governed by strength. The carriage from Jianglan City to Ninghai City was not overly crowded, yet it was filled with individuals, predominantly martial artists brimming with vitality, alongside ordinary people who appeared well off. However, what captured Su Yin's attention was a girl seated by the window in the back row. Adorned with cat ear headphones and an ancient ring on her ring finger. The girl, around 15 or 16 years of age, possessed long, silky crimson hair and wore a white training outfit. Beside her rested a sword and shield that appeared to be of considerable quality. At that moment, she propped her elbow on the window and rested her chin in her hand, gazing outside, lost in thought. "Bro Mouse, look! There's a pretty red-haired girl in the front carriage, in the rear of the carriage." In a corner seat, a yellow-haired youth resembling a delinquent licked his dry lips, pointing discreetly at the cat-eared girl in the back row. "Lower your voice. Do you think I'm blind?" Bro Mouse shot a disapproving glance at the yellow-haired boy, whose beady eyes roamed over the girl's curvaceous figure concealed beneath her training attire. "There are quite a few people here. Wait until she gets off the train and we'll follow her discreetly. Then, but Bro Mouse, she seems tough to handle. Do you think we can take her?" The yellow-haired boy voiced his concern, glancing at the glinting sword and shield beside the girl. "What are you afraid of?" At her age, she is probably still in high school, likely only at the 5th or 6th level of vitality, Bro Mouse retorted, exasperated by the yellow-haired boy's hesitance. He flexed his arm to reveal muscular strength, with veins visibly pulsating beneath his skin, indicating the flow of vitality. Martial artists cultivate vitality, and upon reaching levels 1 to 9, they refine their vitality. In the martial disciple realm, they practice bone and skin techniques. While in the martial master realm, they circulate their vitality, and in the great martial master realm, they refine true energy in typical city-level locales. Great martial masters are considered experts, as for the martial sovereign realm. The leap from great martial master to martial sovereign has stymied many. Those who transition are undoubtedly the elite of the martial path. Bro Mouse, have you broken through to the martial master level? Keep it down. The yellow-haired boy's surprise nearly escaped his lips, but Bro Mouse swiftly covered his mouth. "After we disembark, we'll proceed as planned. Move closer and listen to what I say. We'll do it this way." The two leaned into converse in hushed tones, plotting some underhanded scheme, while Su Yin could only watch as the yellow-haired boy's eyes glimmered with increasing excitement, his expression growing increasingly lewd. Chapter 10. Who was the mantis, and who was the cicada? Su Yin had been keeping an eye on these two since boarding the train. After using the Great Evil technique the previous night, he became particularly attentive to the changes surrounding Yu Qinghong. However, upon realizing that one was merely a budding martial master and the other even weaker, only a martial disciple, he lost interest in them. It was not that Su Yin looked down upon them. Rather, Yu Qinghong had recently advanced to the mid-level of great martial master, her true energy now safeguarding her internal organs. The likelihood of these two defeating her was virtually nil. Upon overhearing their conversation, Su Yin discerned that their target was not Yu Qinghong, prompting him to disregard them entirely. The carriage was quiet, and while their whispers were faint, they were as conspicuous as a loud conspiracy to someone of Yu Qinghong's caliber. Naturally, she too heard them, opening her eyes to glance in their direction, but when her gaze fell on the girl, her expression hardened. Although the sword and shield beside the girl were low-grade spiritual weapons, the ancient ring on her ring finger was unmistakably a mysterious artifact. To others, it might appear to be an ordinary ring, but with her keen eye as a prodigious swordsmith, she could not possibly be mistaken. Unlike spiritual weapons, which can be crafted, artifacts of this caliber are typically acquired through extraordinary encounters. Hence, the market price for such artifacts has always been high, often with no availability at all. Although Yu Qinghong believes that, given time, the wondrous Zhongwei divine sword will inevitably grow to the level of a profound artifact, a celestial artifact, or even a divine artifact, she recognizes that treasures such as profound artifacts, coveted even by masters of the martial monarch realm, are never too many to possess. A mysterious glint flickers in her gaze. After the Star Source train arrives at Ninghai City, the young girl removes her headphones, dons her hood, and slings the sword and shield resting on her seat behind her before alighting from the train. Observing her closely, Shuj immediately signals Huang Mao to follow. The two descend the train one after the other. The girl walks ahead, and after passing several food streets, she suddenly quickens her pace and veers into a pitch-black alley. Have I been discovered? Seeing the pigeon he had in hand about to take flight, Huang Mao, who had been pretending to window shop from a distance, grows anxious. He hastily quickens his pace and follows the girl into the alley. However, upon entering the alley, Huang Mao comes to a halt. The girl has vanished, leaving only an empty, shadowy passage before him. His initial desire to enact a teasing scenario suddenly falters. Where did she go? Did I lose her? After calculating the time, Shuj, who follows closely behind, taps Huang Mao on the shoulder, displeased. The two had originally agreed that Huang Mao would play the role of a small rogue to flirt with the girl, while the valiant Shuj would swoop in to rescue the damsel and win her heart. Though the plan was somewhat cliché, it had proven effective, as many naive young girls fall for the hero saving the beauty trope. However, they did not anticipate that Huang Mao would botch the first step. I don't know. Huang Mao laments, nearly in tears, by the time I entered, she had already disappeared. Just as the two were preparing to abandon their pursuit amidst mutual complaints, a clear, melodic voice suddenly chimed from behind them. Excuse me, are you two looking for me? Upon hearing this sweet voice, the two turn in surprise. They see the girl standing not far behind them. Smiling, her sword having been mysteriously lowered from her back, the red-black blade now gripped in her hand. Yes, little beauty. Seeing their plan unravel, the two drop their pretense. Shuj reveals a lewd grin, exposing his two front teeth. How about joining us for some fun? Fun. The girl tilts her head cutely, seemingly pondering the suggestion, before breaking into a sweet smile. Sure, why not here? The two are momentarily taken aback, their bodies halted mid-advance, before sharing a knowing grin. Haha, turns out she is a shy one. Then let us go together. With that, the two exchange glances and charge towards the girl. Shuj and Huang Mao walk away in peace. They lie on the ground, their faces swollen like pigs' heads. Yet, despite their outward appearance, they are merely unconscious. Yantianwang had been quite measured in her strikes, using the back of her blade to knock them out. In her view, it was sufficient to teach them a lesson without the need to kill them. Glancing at the two sprawled on the ground like dead pigs, Yantianwang can't help but chuckle. With such skill, they thought they were formidable. She returns the blade to her back and dusts off her hands. It was generous of her to spare the two, but she hadn't intended to play the role of a caretaker. They would find their way back once they woke up, having dealt with her stalkers. The girl feels quite pleased and hums a light tune, walking away from the alley without looking back. Her visit to Ninghai City was not only to complete the beast trial task assigned by her school, but she also had an important matter to attend to, leaving little time to squander here. The song gradually fades, leaving Huang Mao and his companion deep in slumber, resembling lifeless swine. However, as the girl departs, an unexpected crimson line appears on the necks of the two sleeping figures. Their heads roll off almost simultaneously. The girl strides briskly towards the alley's exit, already contemplating whether to eat first or take a shower. At that moment, a glint of cold light skillfully pierces towards the back of her neck. Suing gazes regretfully at the girl, who seems completely oblivious to the impending attack. This young girl, despite her age, has already reached the martial master realm, her martial talent and level far surpassing her peers. If it weren't for her unfortunate encounter with Yuqian once she was released and exited this alley, the initiative would no longer lie within the hands of Yu Qinghong. She relished in wielding control over the lives of others, despising the sensation of her own existence being dictated by someone else. A flash of lightning struck. In order to prevent the outcome from drifting further from her expectations, Yu Qinghong executed her strike with lethal intent. Transforming into a streak of electric light, the already exhausted Yun Qinghong was sent flying by this blow, crashing heavily to the ground and spitting blood profusely. From her chest, a shattered jade talisman fell to the ground. Within the magic sword, Su Yin observed as Yu Qinghong approached the unconscious maiden, letting out a sigh. Although this outcome was within his anticipations, he had initially fantasized about the girl defying the odds to exact revenge upon Yu Qinghong. Alas, the world does not accommodate such coincidences. Standing before the maiden, Yu Qinghong raised, however, The reason Suyin chose to acknowledge the Swordmaster was not solely due to the recent bout of anger. He had his own considerations as well. After utilizing a great calamity to eliminate Yu Qinghong, the accumulated demonic energy was at a critical point of depletion. Rather than being sold off to an unknown place by the diminutive man, it would be wiser to temporarily accept this Swordmaster. Although the small man's martial arts level was somewhat lacking, he was still a practitioner and did not appear to possess benevolent intentions. A slight deficiency in talent was inconsequential. After all, Suyin had inherited the legacy of Lao Hong, and he could simply select a few martial arts techniques to pass down to him later. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully binding with the Swordmaster. Shi Jin, holding the long sword, lamented how he almost missed out on acquiring such a fine blade. The alley was too dark to notice earlier. But now, under the moonlight, the ebony long sword exuded an exquisite aura reminiscent of jade, as if the entire blade were crafted from obsidian. He gently swung the long sword against the wall, effortlessly slicing off a corner, and the cracks in the blade did not impede its functionality. Feeling a surge of enthusiasm, Shi Jin danced around for a moment before raising the long sword above his head. Aligning it with the radiant moon, his eyes narrowing slightly in a moment of reverie, he seemed to recall a nearly forgotten dream from his past. By the time he returned to the shared apartment, it was nearly midnight. As he climbed through the window, his roommate Su Si, who had been wrapped in blankets watching a movie, was startled. Upon recognizing him, Su Si rolled his eyes. "Could you please use the front door next time? You know that's quite alarming. I understand. I'll be more careful next time," Shi Jin replied, unusually apologetic, as he placed the long sword against the wall. "Huh. What's with the sudden change in demeanor today?" Su Si inquired, peeking out from his blanket, his gaze landing on the sleek long sword by the wall. "That sword is quite impressive. Where did you buy it? Does it have a name?" "It's called." Sitting on the edge of the bed, Shi Jin was momentarily taken aback, suddenly realizing he hadn't given the long sword a name. The Black Jade Sword. Initially, he thought of saying he found it near a trash can and that it had no name. However, under Su Si's scrutinizing gaze, he felt embarrassed to admit it was scavenged. Nevertheless, the name that spontaneously surfaced in his mind felt quite fitting. Yes, it's called the Black Jade Sword. Shi Jin looked at Su Si with clear eyes. Sword name: Black Jade Sword. Level: high-grade mortal artifact. Talent: Slaughter, Demon Sword Inheritance. Swordmaster: Shi Jin. Demon Sword Techniques: 1. Blood Sword. Ominous Fate. The Swordmaster's fortune stabilizes and decreases by 1 point. With a maximum of 10 points. Chosen 1. Great Calamity. Actively used to enhance calamity, causing the Swordmaster's fortune to decrease by 5 points within a day, stackable with calamity effects. With a maximum reduction to -10, Heaven's Wrath. 2. Destiny of Extreme Martial Arts. The Demon Sword can advance to the next level upon reaching its current level cap, gaining a new form and allowing free switching between basic forms. 3. Slaughter. Talent: when the Demon Sword slays a target, it can absorb a portion of the target's vitality and soul. The vitality is used for the advancement of the Demon Sword's body, while the soul nourishes the host. 4. Demon Sword Inheritance. Talent: each time the host successfully slays a master, they will inherit all legacies of the previous sword master. Among them, techniques, martial skills, and movement arts can be passed down to the sword master by consuming a certain amount of demonic energy. Currently available for inheritance: high-grade profound technique, Wine Thunder Source Flow, high-grade profound martial skill, Wine Thunder Sword Style, low-grade profound martial skills, Phantom Sword Dance, Blood Fresh Flower, mid-grade profound movement art, Wine Spirit Moon Shadow. After naming the Demon Sword as the Black Jade Sword, the system promptly updated the swords panel. This fellow, seemingly uneducated, had a knack for naming things. Suyin nodded in agreement with this fortunate swordmaster, although he was not particularly concerned with the name of the Demon Sword. However, he found it rather distasteful if it were something like Great Treasure Sword. Black Jade Sword? That name sounds familiar. Su Si repeated, suddenly realizing, isn't that the name of the general's sword from the story of the Green Umbrella and the Black Jade Sword that circulated in our village? Haha, you naming the sword that? You don't mean you want to become a general, do you? Alright, I won't tease you any longer. At Su Si, noticing Shi Jin's silence, became serious. About the job I mentioned to you a couple of days ago. Have you given it any thought? We're in need of manpower right now. You're getting a great deal, believe me. Alright. Shi Jin had already made up his mind on the way back. Having idled away a month since arriving in Ninghai City, resorting to petty theft was merely a temporary measure. Since his old friend Susi had connections, it would be worthwhile to follow him for a while. Haha, good brother. Let us get some rest tonight, and tomorrow morning, I'll take you to meet Wolf Brother. Susi patted Shurjin on the shoulder, assuring him, don't worry, soon everyone will look up to you. You'll have some prestige. The next morning, Susi brought Shurjin to a nightclub named Shangshir Daxia Entertainment City. The opulent DCOR of the nightclub dazzled with gold and brilliance. Upon entering, Shurjin was awestruck by the extravagant, spendthrift crowd. After Susi led him through a dance floor and a few corridors, they entered an office. Inside, Shurjin met the man referred to as Wolf Brother by Susi. Through Susi's introduction, Suyin learned who Wolf Brother was. His full name was Imo Lang, a manager at this nightclub and also a martial artist of the martial master realm. Susi was Imo Lang's subordinate. With a strength of 5 layers of vitality, with this connection, Shurjin easily joined Shangshir Daxia Entertainment City. Initially, Shurjin intended to decline. Ever since he danced with the sword under the moonlight the previous night, he had resolved to return to a righteous path. However, that thought evaporated when Wolf Brother presented a yellow-grade low-tier technique, Jade Slip, God-slaying technique. You heard right. Although the name sounds impressive, it's actually a common yellow-grade technique. In Su Yin's view, it was incomparable to the techniques and martial skills in the Demon Sword's inheritance. Nevertheless, Shurjin regarded God-slaying technique as a treasure, dedicating himself to cultivation, save for eating and sleeping. For someone like him, who hailed from a humble background, cultivation relied heavily on self-exploration. Unless one joined a certain faction to practice profound techniques, achieving significant accomplishments would be nearly impossible in a lifetime. As for fortuitous encounters, he could only dream of them, so he practiced God-slaying technique with exceptional diligence. Observing the sword master, who had placed his chance encounter in the corner, sitting cross-legged on the bed practicing a common technique, Suyin found himself at a loss for words. He decided to observe for a while longer. Chapter 14. A windfall from the heavens. Shurjin, 15 years old, was born in a remote mountain village on the outskirts of Ninghai City and was an orphan. Like all children in the mountains, he enjoyed sitting at the village entrance after meals, listening to the storyteller share tales with other children. Many of the stories told by the storyteller had faded from his memory. But one tale, the green umbrella and the black jade sword, remained vividly etched in his mind. When the princess of the previous dynasty, Ji Yuan, was still young, she rode in a green chariot through the bustling market, rescuing a young beggar who would later become the general of the previous dynasty, Wang Chuan, and gifted him a black sword for protection. Years later, as the kingdom faced doom, everyone turned against their own. Yet one general refused to surrender, wielding the black sword and fighting valiantly alongside Ji Yuan, slaying countless enemies under the blade. Ultimately, amid a hail of arrows, the princess perished in the general's embrace. And he, after cutting through the enemy ranks, took his own life with the black sword while cradling her lifeless body. The tale of a young boy encountering a celestial maiden during his downfall, striving to become a martial arts master, and ultimately rescuing his childhood sweetheart in a time of crisis was both passionate and tragic. Other children merely considered it an amusing tale. Yet Shurjin was deeply influenced by the protagonist, who rose from a beggar to a general, wielding a sword to break through enemy lines. Each day upon waking, he practiced like the general from the story, dreaming of becoming a powerful martial artist and being taken away from the mountains by a noble and beautiful woman. This, of course, was an impossibility. Reality was cruel. Despite his diligent training every day, without a divine sword or any technique, Shurjin struggled for years and only achieved the second layer of vitality. Moreover, he never encountered a woman like Princess Ji Yuan from the story. What shattered Shurjin the most was that upon stepping out of the mountains and entering Ninghai City, he discovered that a second layer of vitality meant nothing here. His faith crumbled, transforming him from a naive boy yearning to be a hero into a foul-mouthed thief, until he stumbled upon the black sword, transformed from Su Yin, which rekindled his original aspirations. In his boredom, Su Yin perused Shurjin's memories, clearly unaware that this seemingly typical swordmaster had such an inspiring past. The ability to access fragments of the swordmaster's memories was an unexpected discovery for Su Yin. He speculated that it might have been due to absorbing Yu Qinghong's soul after slaying her, which strengthened his own soul. There was little he could do. After all, Su Yin was exceedingly bored. In recent days, Shurjin was engrossed in cultivating that mediocre technique, having barely touched the black jade sword after the initial practice. This left Su Yin feeling frustrated for several days. He had intended to pass down the high-grade profound technique, Wind Thunder Source Flow, from the demon sword inheritance to this foolish swordmaster to enhance his strength. However, Shurjin had not killed anyone during this time, resulting in Su Yin not receiving any demonic energy. A skilled craftsman cannot work without materials. After concluding another half-day of training, Shurjin received a call from Brother Wolf, instructing him to visit his office along with Su Si, as there was a task for him to complete. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Since joining the prosperous era of the Great Xia, Shurjin was required to regularly fulfill the tasks assigned by Brother Wolf. However, these tasks had previously been quite simple, such as observing the scene outside nightclubs or maintaining order when patrons became intoxicated and disruptive on the dance floor. In essence, he was merely acting as a lackey. Nonetheless, Brother Wolf offered a generous salary, amounting to 20,000 Xia yuan each month. It is worth noting that the price of first-tier beast meat, approximately equivalent to a human martial artist, is around 1,000 Xia yuan per pound. Thus, 20,000 Xia yuan could procure about 20 pounds of beast meat. Given that he could earn such a substantial salary by performing simple tasks, Shurjin was quite satisfied with his current situation. Especially since his life had improved significantly compared to before. He hoped this state of affairs would persist. However, upon arriving at Brother Wolf's office with Su Si, Shurjin immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere. Several unfamiliar individuals were present, their faces reflecting confusion and unease. They were likely newcomers, just like him. Upon seeing Shurjin and Su Si arrive, Brother Wolf gestured for his subordinates to close the door. He warmly patted Shurjin on the shoulder and smiled. "You've been with us for half a month, right? Has Su Si informed you of our rules?" Before Shurjin could grasp the meaning behind Brother Wolf's words, Su Si interjected. In response to Brother Wolf, "He hasn't, he just arrived, and I intended to wait a couple of days until he got accustomed before relaying this matter." "Oh, I see," Brother Wolf replied as he sat in a grand chair. Tapping the table in front of him, a hidden door appeared where the bookshelf once stood. Shurjin swallowed hard, suddenly feeling that this job might not be as simple as he had imagined. After stepping through the hidden door and descending a flight of stairs, Shurjin discovered a basement. That moment, a heavy sound echoed behind him as an iron gate slammed shut, seemingly sealing them in. "Don't worry, it's just a simple task. I went through the same." Su Si turned around and offered Shurjin a reassuring smile. This somewhat eased Shurjin's grip on the black jade sword. Shortly thereafter, they arrived in a spacious room. On the floor knelt several individuals whose faces were obscured. Each wore a black hood over their heads, their hands bound behind their backs, and cloth stuffed in their mouths. Upon hearing the footsteps of the newcomers, the previously silent figures began to writhe and attempt to speak, but could only emit muffled sounds due to the fabric obstructing their mouths. "These are merely traitors seeking to betray the organization, as well as spies from our arch-nemesis, the Golden Dragon Society," Brother Wolf explained earnestly, noticing the bewildered expressions on the newcomers' faces. "You will each execute one of them. This is a rule for joining our prosperous Great Xia." As soon as those words left his mouth, a commotion erupted among the newcomers, including Shurjin, who hesitated. No one was willing to step forward, and the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Brother Wolf's expression darkened. "No, please, I don't want to kill." Finally, someone could no longer bear the pressure and, in a fit of despair, shouted as they attempted to flee. Su Yin, bound within the magic sword, shook his head helplessly. Brother Wolf's audacity in bringing them down here suggested he feared no escape. Emo Wolf shot a cold glance at the fleeing individual and, like the wind, pursued them. Within 20 seconds, he returned, holding a bloodied head, which he discarded on the ground. Brother Wolf's face was grim as he scanned the crowd with hawk-like eyes. "You lot, who will go first?" Upon hearing this, the group stood frozen, seemingly paralyzed by fear. Noticing Shurjin still wavering, Su Si nudged him with his elbow and whispered, "This is a loyalty test. Act swiftly." Glancing at the unarmed captives on the ground and then at the increasingly impatient Emo Wolf, Shurjin was no fool. He realized that if he did not submit this loyalty test today, Emo Wolf would not allow them to leave alive. The recent escapee served as a stark example. "I'll go first." Having come to this conclusion, Shurjin no longer hesitated. Gripping the black jade sword with one hand, he approached a kneeling, burly man and plunged the sword into his chest. As Shurjin harvested the man's life with the magic sword, a long-awaited system notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Talent slaughter activated, Vitality 1. Magic Energy 1. After half a month, Suyin once again felt a familiar warmth. Mo Wolf cast an appreciative glance at Shurjin before turning to the remaining individuals. And you? Witnessing someone take the lead. The others quickly followed suit, each seizing a weapon from the rack and executing the captives one by one. Excellent. Mo Wolf's expression shifted from grim to cheerful as he smiled at the group. Welcome, everyone, to the official ranks of the prosperous Great Xia. That evening, Su Si wisely refrained from disturbing Shurjin. Alone at the edge of his bed, Shurjin gazed out at the bright moon, though the night sky was not particularly clear, as numerous clouds obscured the moonlight, rendering the room somewhat dim. Addressing the pitch-black sword leaning against the wall, Shurjin murmured, "Black Jade Sword, do you think what I did was right?" Suyin understood that Shurjin was not genuinely seeking an answer. He was merely grappling with the moral ambiguity of having taken a life today. Having witnessed Shurjin's memories, Suyin knew that this swordmaster was fundamentally not malevolent, merely having strayed onto a misguided path. For such a swordmaster, he was willing to extend a bit more grace. The following day, Su Si returned to their shared residence, bringing Shurjin a gift from Brother Wolf, a mid-grade yellow-level martial skill. Falling Leaf Style. Holding the martial skill in his hands, Shurjin felt a renewed sense of clarity. Just as light exists alongside darkness, the prosperous Great Xia Entertainment establishment boasted numerous enterprises in Ninghai City. Besides visible ventures like nightclubs, there were also many illicit enterprises such as red light districts, underground fighting arenas, and illicit gambling dens. Though these industries thrived in the shadows, they were incredibly lucrative, particularly the red light district in Ninghai City. Countless martial artists and ordinary people flocked here to spend their surplus energy after a long day. During his month with Shurjin, Suyin witnessed a side of the world he had never encountered before. Today, after practicing the falling leaf style for an hour with the Black Jade Sword, Shurjin set out on a task with an individual named Dog Brother. Since that day, Su Si had been reassigned to the branch office in Jianglan City. Thus, he had not accompanied Shurjin. Upon arriving at the designated meeting place, Dog Brother and two underlings were already waiting. Upon seeing Shurjin approach with a black sword slung across his back, Dog Brother casually discarded the cigarette, but he had just finished on the grass and grinned, revealing a mouthful of unkempt yellow teeth. "You're Shurjin, Su Si's brother, right? Brother Wolf has high hopes for you, so I'll be looking out for you. Starting today, you'll be working with me." Dog Brother's full name was Wang Ergo. He was a mid-tier martial artist, while the two underlings were at the first level of their vitality. Through diligent practice of martial skills and the aid of beast meat, Shurjin's martial arts realm had advanced from the second to the fifth level of vitality. Though this was a significant improvement, he still fell short of Dog Brother by a whole realm. Here, strength dictated respect, so he held no objections to this arrangement. Today's task was straightforward: to accompany Dog Brother and his two companions in collecting debts. The prosperous Great Xia Entertainment establishment secretly operated numerous gray area businesses, with high-interest loans being one of them. Upon hearing that the task for the day involved debt collection, Shurjin noticed an inexplicable excitement in the two underlings standing behind Dog Brother. When they arrived at the debtor's residence, it appeared that the debtor had been forewarned, as a fruit platter and sunflower seeds were already laid out on the coffee table. The debtor was a middle-aged man dressed in pajamas. Also a martial artist at the early stage of his training, however, due to a long-standing indulgence in vice and gambling, he had accrued substantial debts, leaving him looking gaunt and weary. Dog Brother entered without courtesy, plopping down on the man's sofa with his legs crossed, bluntly stating, "When will you repay the money? I truly can't pay right now. Could you extend the deadline by a few months? Once I win some money, I promise to pay it back." The middle-aged man looked at Shurjin and the others with a forced smile, clearly trying to ingratiate himself. Despite being of a higher martial rank, he was reduced to groveling before them. Observing the man's obsequious demeanor, Shurjin felt a strange sensation stir within him. "That puts me in a difficult position," Dog Brother replied, standing up with a displeased expression. "According to our rules, if you don't repay today, we'll have to break 5 of your fingers. This rule." Just then, a languid voice drifted from the man's bedroom, as if someone had just awakened. "Who is it? Are there guests, dear? This rule could be flexible just this once. You can repay next month." Dog Brother licked his lips, grinning widely upon hearing the woman's voice. "However, I'm suddenly feeling a bit tired. Would it be possible for me to rest in your bedroom for a while before I leave? Just as the middle-aged man felt a glimmer of hope at the prospect of a delayed repayment, Dog Brother's next words left him utterly horrified. What, you unwilling? Do you still wish to have your 5 fingers broken? The gaze of the Dog Brother is far from benevolent. Furthermore, I kindly suggest you retire to the bedroom for a brief respite. Upon uttering these words, the middle-aged man collapsed onto the sofa like a deflated balloon. That's more like it. Satisfied, Dog Brother patted the man's shoulder and proceeded into the bedroom, shutting the door behind him. What? Who are you? Where's my husband? A voice, filled with embarrassment, echoed from within the room. The few individuals stationed outside exchanged heavy breaths, and Shurjin felt a slight flush creep across his face. Moments later, the door swung open. Would you like to join us for a rest? Dog Brother inquired, a smile gracing his features as he glanced at Shurjin. The 2 companions beside him cast envious glances in Shurjin's direction. Dog Brother's suggestion of rest was quite clear to Shurjin. However, inexplicably, he found himself refraining from a direct refusal. Could this be inappropriate? He swallowed hard, casting a glance at the woman on the bed, and then at the man on the sofa. He owed Shangshur a considerable sum of money, and according to the rules, he was to have a finger severed. Now that they had assisted him so significantly, it was only fair to collect some interest. Wouldn't you agree? I'm sure Jean stepped into the bedroom and closed the door. In truth, he had long since arrived at a conclusion. Human desire is akin to a boulder rolling down a mountain. Once it begins, it cannot be halted. Inside the bedroom, a fierce struggle was underway. The Heiyu sword lay carelessly beside the bed. Observing the scene, Su-in remained silent. Initially, he intended to nurture this sword master, understanding the youthful curiosity and restlessness that often accompanies adolescence. However, he had already provided ample opportunity. Su-in quietly opened the panel for the magic sword technique. Chapter 16. Blood Tide. Free magic energy. Ding. Do you wish to enhance the magic sword technique Blood Sword? Ominous. Current level. LV. 1. Each consumption of 1 magic energy increases the success rate by 10. Do you wish to expend all magic energy for enhancement? Current magic energy. 4. Current success rate. 40. Su-in contemplated the situation. If this sword master was inadequate, it was time to find another. He could influence the sword master's magic sword technique, and currently, there was only Blood Sword. Ominous. The power of this skill was evident. Even Yu Qinghong could not withstand a single wave of its ominous energy. Its only drawback was the excessive amount of magic energy required for activation. However, enhancing the magic sword technique might amplify its original effects or introduce new ones, potentially rectifying this flaw. Yet a 40 success rate was still too low. There was but a single chance. Thus, he resolved to enhance it incrementally, 1 point of magic energy at a time, for 4 attempts. If it failed, he could simply enter a dormant state and wait a while longer. Su-in believed that, given his previous luck in a game called Genshin Impact, where he drew limited characters in a 10 pull with double gold, he might just be a minor luckbringer. Yes. Do you wish to consume 1 magic energy for enhancement? Current success rate. 10. Ding. Magic sword technique Blood Sword. Ominous enhancement successful. To his astonishment, the first attempt succeeded. Upon receiving the notification of success, Su-yin's expression brightened. Could it be that he truly was fortunate? With this, he had saved 3 points of magic energy. Suppressing his excitement, he opened the magic sword panel and focused on the section detailing the magic sword techniques. After carefully reviewing the skill description, he noticed a brand new effect had been added to Blood Sword. Ominous. Blood Tide. Absorbs the energy of heaven and earth to strengthen oneself. Each day at midnight, 1 point of magic energy is automatically restored. The magic energy obtained through this method is independent, with a maximum storage of 10 points. Current storage, 010. Blood Tide. Magic energy restoration. Su-in was exhilarated upon reading the skill description. The significance of magic energy cannot be overstated. Almost all of the magic sword techniques he possessed, aside from a few passive skills, required magic energy for activation. Previously, magic energy could only be acquired through the sword master slaying foes with the magic sword, making its acquisition exceedingly limited. But now, although the daily restoration of magic energy through Blood Tide was minimal, at just 1 point, and there was a storage limit, its stability was invaluable. Most importantly, Blood Tide did not depend on the sword master. From this moment onward, the Heiyu sword could be considered a true magic sword. With Blood Tide restoring 1 point of independent magic energy daily, it would take just 10 days to reach full capacity. So, he decided to wait 10 days. Suyin silently resolved. 3 minutes later, Shurjin emerged from the room. So soon? Dog Brother exclaimed. Shurjin awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Was it your first time? After a moment of surprise, a knowing smile spread across Dog Brother's face. Not bad, was it? Shurjin's face instantly flushed. Quite refreshing. As he uttered this, Shurjin felt a dryness in his throat. Hee. Dog Brother patted Shurjin's shoulder, beaming with delight, and turned to the other two companions, saying, You two should also go in and have a rest. Thank you, Dog Brother. The two companions waiting outside had long been eager. Upon hearing this, they exchanged knowing smiles and entered the bedroom, one after the other. In an instant, the atmosphere within the room blossomed with springtime vitality. Before long, the two emerged, satisfaction evident on their faces, one of them holding a black sword. Jingu, it seems you've left something behind in the room. After passing through the same door and emerging, the relationships among the group became significantly closer, and their address for one another grew more intimate. What is it? Stumbling slightly, Shurjin accepted the sword, only to realize in the heat of the moment he had forgotten the Heiyu sword amidst the excitement of battle. Just as Suyin had previously stated, human desire is akin to a boulder rolling down a mountain. Once it begins, it cannot be halted. One could only remark that Shurjin learned the ways of vice with remarkable speed, effortlessly navigating the double standards of his demeanor. Under the careful guidance of Dog Brother and his associates, Shurjin engaged in actions that left Suyin feeling contemptuous. For instance, when collecting debts from those who appeared weak, he would tease their attractive wives and daughters before departing. As for martial skills, they had been entirely neglected. During confrontations with the Golden Dragon Society, Shurjin typically cowered behind others, fearful of any repercussions, prompting Suyin to shake his head in disapproval. In the stillness of night, Shurjin no longer clutched the Heiyu sword to confide his innermost thoughts. Over the course of these 10 days, Shurjin indulged in hedonism, lost in desires, the speed of his transformation leaving Suyin questioning whether he had missed a couple of chapters in a novel. However, this also extinguished any hope Suyin held for this sword master. What use was a sword master who was lazy and fearful of death? Thus, at the dawn of the 10th day, having accumulated enough magic energy through Blood Tide, Suyin decisively activated the magic sword technique. Blood Sword. Ominous. Unleashing its inherent power, it was not until around 8 in the evening that Shurjin reluctantly rose from the bed. Previously, he would dedicate an hour each morning to practice martial skills with the Heiyu sword. However, having succumbed to indulgence, such practices had long been cast aside. Originally, Shurjin intended to return to slumber. Yet, just moments ago, he received a call from Dog Brother, inviting him to accompany him in debt collection that evening. Having done this numerous times before, Shurjin was quite familiar with the process. Upon encountering Wang Ergu, he appeared to be in jovial conversation with a handsome young boy, who seemed around 15 or 16. His features still youthful, the boy nodded attentively as he listened to Wang Ergu's instructions. Upon seeing Shurjin arrive, both approached him. Dog Brother clapped the boy on the shoulder and introduced him to Shurjin, saying, This lad is my nephew Wang Fan. His parents passed away early, so he has been staying with me. Shurjin replied nonchalantly, offering a slight smile to the boy as a gesture of goodwill. After exchanging introductions, the three of them set off toward their destination. Shurjin had no particular feelings toward this newcomer, but Suyin glanced over with mild interest. The name and backstory were all too familiar. Many protagonists in novels he had read were called names like Xiao Fan or Yi Fan, often beginning their journeys as orphans. That evening, they were to collect debts from a young woman who lived alone in a rather remote urban village. Shurjin followed Dog Brother and the others in their vehicle, finally arriving at the vicinity around 11 o'clock. After exiting the car, they traversed several streets and a narrow alley, the surroundings growing increasingly dilapidated, littered with refuse and foul, black water pooling on the ground. The trio covered their noses and quickened their pace. Soon, they found themselves outside a rundown courtyard. This is the place. Dog Brother, wearing a disgusted expression, kicked the decrepit wooden door and shouted, Golden Dragon Society, here to collect debts. The door was forcefully kicked open. To Shurjin's surprise, the figure that appeared was a haggard man, whose expression reflected a mix of fear and confusion as he regarded the trio. Chapter 17. Evil God. Eden, who are you? Where is Lin Fong? Dog Brother inquired. Faced with the imposing presence of Dog Brother and the two armed companions behind him, the man appeared quite flustered. Stammering, she is in the inner room. I will fetch her right away. Without pausing to brush off the dust from his clothes, the man quickly dashed into the courtyard. Uncle, why did we just refer to ourselves as the Golden Dragon Society? Wang Fan approached Dog Brother and whispered the question. Shi Jian cast a puzzled glance, sharing the same curiosity. You're new and still unfamiliar with the situation. Although the Golden Dragon Society and our Shengshi Daxia are adversaries, there exists some business interaction between US.at times. We transfer debts that are difficult to collect. Today, the establishment we are here to collect from is the one that Jin Longhui has handed over to us. Known as Shanghai.it, is said that Lin Fong is a young and beautiful female university student who has borrowed over 1 million xia yuan from Jin Longhui in the past 2 months. Jin Longhui has sent people to collect several times, but none of them have returned, which suggests something peculiar might be afoot. You two, do not stray too far from me. Understood, second uncle. Wang Fan nodded earnestly and silently retreated behind Dog Go. Shi Jin observed this scene with a hint of disdain. In his eyes, Wang Fan appeared excessively timid, intimidated by a mere woman. He dismissed Dog Ji's words entirely, though he did not let it show on his face. Shortly after, a woman in her 30s emerged from the inner room. She was reasonably attractive, yet her complexion was sallow, her long hair somewhat dry, and she wore tattered clothing, her belly protruding as though she were 9 months pregnant. Are you Lin Fong? Dog Gu asked, somewhat astonished by Lin Fong's swollen belly. He had previously seen a photo of her, where she appeared youthful and vibrant, a stark contrast to her current appearance. Indeed. You must be from Jin Longhui, correct? Lin Fong replied, cradling her belly, appearing rather feeble. Please come inside. Lin Fong led the 3 of them into the living room, which was sparsely furnished, containing only a tea table and a few wooden chairs, seemingly an ordinary setup. After brewing a pot of tea and placing it on the wooden table, Lin Fong turned to the 3 and inquired, I have prepared the money, which is in the bedroom, but I am unable to fetch it myself. Could someone accompany me? Shi Jin, you go, Dog Gu said jovially to Shi Jin. His mood was quite good. Although the information did not align perfectly, he was pleasantly surprised that this woman had prepared the money in advance. As long as they could collect it, he did not care who was repaying it. Understood, Dog Gu. Shi Jin, carrying the black jade sword, followed the woman into the bedroom. Second uncle, don't you find this a bit strange? After the 2 left, Wang Fan leaned closer to Dog Ji's ear. This woman's place is so dilapidated. Where could she possibly have the money to repay her debts? There is indeed something odd about it. But do not overthink. We will keep watch here. She cannot escape. All right, may I check other rooms? Wang Fan asked. Of course, Dog Gu replied with a smile. Wang Fan stood up and chose a random room to enter. As soon as he stepped inside, he was immediately choked by the thick smoke filling the room and quickly covered his mouth and nose. The space was small and appeared to have once been a study. With 2 rows of bookshelves on either side, now cluttered with numerous red candles, in front of the desk, a dozen burning incense burners released the white smoke that had initially engulfed the room. The items that had originally adorned the desk had been cleared away, leaving behind a massive black deity statue, in front of which stood a plaque inscribed with Eden. The statue depicted a woman holding an infant. Both wearing smiles, however, the longer Wang Fan looked, the more he felt that the expression on the woman's lips was not one of joy, but rather sorrow. The dense smoke rendered the statue increasingly enigmatic. What is going on here? A ritual to a deity? Wang Fan frowned, feeling an unsettling aura emanating from the statue. The smoke had an almost intoxicating quality. You say there's an eerie statue in the study? Dog Gu laid down his teacup, repeating Wang Fan's words. Indeed. Let us go and take a look. Wang Fan and Dog Gu entered the study. Dog Gu opened the windows, allowing the smoke to gradually disperse, revealing the true nature of the room. Their expressions changed instantly. The swirling smoke had obscured their view, but now that it had cleared, they noticed that several iron bowls were placed before the statue. Containing offerings, the blood within was dark and congealed. Freshly severed hearts, livers, lungs, and kidneys lay within, still dripping with blood. A brain, white and glistening, was soaked in the crimson liquid, alongside a man's head, which bore an expression of terror, apparently that of the man who had entered earlier. What kind of malevolent deity is being worshipped here? Both men felt a surge of horror. Wait, this is bad. Wang Fan and Da Gu rushed into the bedroom, where Shijin was half undressed and pinned against the bed by Lin Feng. Confused, Shijin turned to see the two men entering at that moment. Jian Gu, run! This woman is trouble! Wang Fan shouted urgently. Trouble? Shijin turned, only to lock eyes with Lin Feng, whose gaze was filled with a crazed intensity. The warning had come too late. Shijin felt a sudden pain in his abdomen as Lin Feng thrust her hand into him, extracting his still-beating heart and holding it aloft, blood and entrails spilling onto the floor. He struggled to look down, only to find that the black jade sword he had rested against the bed was now in Lin Feng's possession. A long gash had been cut into his abdomen, leaving him hollow. Shijin was bewildered. In an instant, the woman who had appeared as a meek lamb just moments before had transformed into a bloodthirsty wolf, attacking him mercilessly. Furthermore, the records had clearly stated that this woman possessed no martial aptitude, merely an ordinary individual. Yet, her speed with the sword had been so swift that he had been unable to react, revealing her to be a martial artist of a higher realm than his own. The unexpected turn of events culminated in his demise at Lin Feng's hands. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully slaying the master once again. The system's notification rang out, but Suyin paid it no mind, as he was still in a state of shock. The turn of events had occurred so swiftly that even he, who had been preparing to watch a small film, was caught off guard. Lin Feng crushed Shijin's still-beating heart into a bloody pulp and subsequently shoved it into her mouth. Goodness, how ruthless! Chapter 18. What? There are still masters. Even as she stuffed the bloody pulp into her mouth, Lin Feng appeared to resist swallowing it. She clasped her hands around her throat, causing the black jade sword to fall to the floor. 2 streams of blood tears flowed from her eyes. As if she were struggling against something, in an instant, an eerie black gas emanated from Lin Feng's body. She released her grip on her throat and tilted her head back, swallowing Shijin's flesh and blood. Suddenly, her aura surged, rapidly advancing from the early stage of a martial apprentice to the mid-stage. Fanzi, get out of there, Wang Ergo urged anxiously. Just moments ago, he had sensed a palpable malice locking onto Wang Fan. However, since Wang Fan had entered first, he was now positioned behind Lin Feng, leaving him about 10 meters away, unable to assist in time. As expected, Lin Feng remained motionless, her head twisting in an unnatural 180 degrees to face Wang Fan. Her head tilted and a grotesque smile stretching across her face, in a wild, beast-like manner. She twisted and lunged toward him. The horrifying scene sent chills down his spine, making him feel as if he were plunging into an icy abyss. Nonetheless, Wang Fan did not resign himself to inaction. Flowing water sword technique. Use stillness to counter motion. Gritting his teeth, he raised his sword to block, but a tremendous force bore down on him, nearly forcing him to kneel. Fortunately, he managed to deflect Lin Feng's now blood-red nails just in time. This technique was a defensive countermeasure, capable of reducing damage while leaving the attacker momentarily stunned. Wang Fan had acquired it during a fortuitous encounter. Fearing that others might covet his skills, he had intended to keep this technique hidden for a while longer. However, faced with a life-and-death crisis, he could not afford to be discreet any longer. Taking advantage of the brief moment of Lin Feng's vulnerability, he cried out, "Second uncle, save me!" Summoning his strength, Wang Ergo bellowed, crushing mountain fist. He leaped into the air, raising his fist to deliver a powerful blow to Lin Feng. Bang! The impact was like being struck by a speeding truck, sending Lin Feng crashing against the wall. Unconscious, he was at the pinnacle of his cultivation and had already reached the threshold of the late stage of martial apprentice. Although Lin Feng was strange, she was still young and had taken a solid hit. There was no chance of her surviving. However, he was astonished that his nephew, merely at the Qi blood realm, had managed to withstand a blow and restrain the woman. Fanzi, are you all right? Wang Ergo asked with concern. I'm fine. I owe you one this time. Second uncle, Wang Fan replied with a smile, attempting to stand but nearly collapsing again as his legs buckled beneath him. He looked down to find that his white iron sword was fracturing into pieces. The wave of dread washed over him. Had it not been for his fortunate encounter, he might have been in grave danger by this time next year. Though he had skillfully mitigated most of the damage, his white iron sword was merely a low-grade artifact. Unable to withstand even the residual force, it appeared he would need to acquire a better weapon. This time had been a stroke of luck, but if his weapon were to break in a future battle, it would spell disaster. That moment, his gaze fell upon the black jade sword that Shurjin had previously carried on his back. He recalled Shurjin mentioning that his black jade sword seemed to be of a higher grade. Ding, would you like to bind the third swordmaster, Wang Fan? Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yin did not hesitate as he reached for the black jade sword. Bind, system, is there even a question? Just bind it directly. This name, this background, and the martial skills suggest a potential for extraordinary encounters. A quintessential template for the protagonist of an upgrade-focused novel. It is well known that protagonists in fantasy novels often tread upon mountains of corpses and rivers of blood to attain the highest peaks. Like the protagonist Hanli from A Mortal's Journey to Immortality and Guyu Fengyuan from the Gu Master. Which of them has not stained their hands with countless blood? Following the protagonist, Su Yin's path to advancement is undoubtedly smooth sailing, with a bright future ahead. Second uncle, what should we do now? Leaning on the black jade sword, Wang Fan laboriously approached Wang Ergu. Let's South leave this place first, Wang Ergu pondered. All right, Wang Fan nodded in agreement. It is always wise to be cautious outside, especially since his sense of crisis had not dissipated. Then we shall. His gaze inadvertently flickered towards the rubble that buried Lin Feng. And Wang Fan's pupils suddenly constricted. Instinctively, his body rolled sideways to the ground. What happened? You. Wang Ergu, puzzled, was cut short as his head was suddenly severed. Soon after, the headless corpse on the ground was swiftly drained by some unseen force. To Wang Ergu, a mid-stage martial apprentice, a single strike had proven fatal. There was no time to mourn for his uncle's demise. At that moment, a faint voice of a girl seemed to float from the pile of rubble. Mama Wang Fan turned towards the sound, his eyes widening in shock. However, he saw nothing at all. Yet Su Yin, who was held in Wang Fan's grasp, was astounded in his line of sight. An inexplicable spherical object emanating a dense black aura hovered in midair. What is that? A black sun? No, this is not the sun. The center of the black orb was a form resembling an undeveloped fetus. Surrounding the black sun, skeletal heads with long trailing tails were desperately trying to burrow inside. The scene was utterly chilling. Could these skulls be akin to sperm? Is this perhaps an embryo? Or something even more sinister? It seemed to sense someone's gaze, in the center of the floating embryo. Where the baby's eyes should be, one suddenly opened. The pitch-black pupil stiffly rotated once, then fixed its gaze on a particular spot. That was where Wang Fan was hiding. Immediately, a whip-like tendril exuding a black aura lashed out swiftly. Wang Ergu had just met his end in a similar manner. Discovered. As the eerie embryo's gaze turned towards Su Yin, Wang Fan's sense of crisis skyrocketed. Although he could see nothing, he instinctively evaded. A bottomless, narrow trench appeared where he had just been. Hiss, it was confirmed. Something invisible was encircling him. A drop of cold sweat trickled down Wang Fan's forehead. His right hand unconsciously tightened around the black jade sword. As if only this could grant him a semblance of safety. Wang Fan was a ninth-layer martial artist, while the black embryo appeared to be beyond the martial apprentice realm in the following minute. Wang Fan barely evaded over a dozen attacks, relying solely on his innate sense of danger. Yet Su Yin could clearly see that he was merely reacting on instinct, completely unable to discern the source of the attacks. And several times he nearly got struck by the whip. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before Wang Fan was killed. Su Yin grew anxious. Having finally found a potential protagonist in this swordmaster, he did not wish for Wang Fan to perish here. Was there any way to assist this swordmaster? However, his magic sword techniques were all meant for slaying masters. Wait a moment. Perhaps he could try the magic sword inheritance. Chapter 19. Named Dream of Death. The magic sword inheritance was the only method Su Yin could conceive. Wang Fan's agility was not remarkable. In fact, one might say it was non-existent. His ability to evade the lashes relied entirely on his acute perception. In such circumstances, he could only exhaust himself in defense, utterly incapable of seeking an escape route. If he could transmit the mid-tier Shin-level technique Wind Spirit Moon Shadow from Yu Qinghong to Wang Fan, it might just help him escape this dire situation. The inheritance required progressively more magic energy. 1 point for low-tier Huang level, 2 points for mid-tier, 3 points for high-tier, 4 points for low-tier Shin level, and so forth. Thus, The mid-tier Xin-level Wind Spirit Moon Shadow required 5 points of magic energy. Su Yin currently had 4 points, leaving him 1 point short. Outside, the moonlight grew brighter, and a gentle breeze rustled through the treetops, casting dappled shadows of the moon. Only half a minute remained until midnight. If Wang Fan could hold on just a little longer, Su Yin would be able to accumulate enough magic energy through the blood tide to inherit the Xin-level mid-tier Wind Spirit Moon Shadow. Half a minute passed in the blink of an eye. Wang Fan's stamina began to wane, and his movements gradually slowed. Just as the clock's hands crossed midnight, Su Yin gained 1 point of magic energy from the blood tide. Without hesitation, he decisively chose to inherit. System: Inherit mid-tier Xin-level technique. Wind Spirit Moon Shadow. Ding. Inheriting. Please wait patiently. Wang Fan inwardly lamented. He had not anticipated that upon merely siding with this second uncle and embarking on a simple task, he would encounter such a sinister ordeal. The exit was so near yet felt like an insurmountable chasm. Was he truly destined to perish here? His thoughts turned bleak. That moment, Wang Fan suddenly felt a clarity in his mind. His consciousness seemed to enter an ethereal realm. It was a night of tempestuous winds and torrential rain, where a figure clad in black robes and a white ghost mask moved like a specter through the moonlight, silently reaping lives. Simultaneously, an arcane piece of information appeared in Wang Fan's mind, seemingly detailing a profound technique named Wind Spirit Moon Shadow. He felt an odd sensation. With just a thought, he could instantly master this exquisite technique. Tonight was a full moon night, with shadows cast everywhere. If he learned this technique, he could utilize the omnipresent shadows to escape. The magic sword inheritance transpired in an instant. The next second, Wang Fan, who had been desperately fleeing, flickered and appeared several meters away in the courtyard, causing the black whip that was about to strike him to miss entirely. Mama! The eerie embryo's pupil twitched, emitting a sound of confusion as if it did not comprehend why its toy had suddenly vanished. Strangely enough, despite lacking any expression, Su Yin could sense a curious emotion emanating from it. Splendid! He had escaped. In the small courtyard, bathed in the luminous moonlight, Wang Fan felt a surge of excitement. Although he had narrowly avoided death, for some reason, he had acquired a powerful technique. The effectiveness of this technique was remarkable, yet it demanded a high level of vitality. After merely using the shadow escape once, covering only a few meters, his internal vitality surged. Nonetheless, it was sufficient. As long as he could utilize the shadow escape a few more times to exit this sinister place, the rest would no longer concern him. As for what would become of the nearby civilians after this invisible monster followed him out, that was of no consequence to him. Glancing back at the room, all was eerily quiet. It seemed that the creature had not pursued him. He decided to take a moment to recuperate. Wang Fan rested for a couple of breaths, slightly calming the turbulent vitality within him, intending to use Wind Spirit Moon Shadow for another shadow escape. Just then, a sharp pain shot through his thigh, and he collapsed before the courtyard gate, the black jade sword slipping from his grasp and falling to the ground. Wang Fan was momentarily dazed. By the time he regained his senses, one of his legs had been entirely severed, while the other was ensnared by something, leaving him dangling in midair. Damn it! Upon witnessing this scene, Su Yin realized that this sword master was doomed. Wang Fan, unable to see the eerie embryo, was oblivious. But Su Yin had seen everything clearly. Just as Wang Fan had utilized the shadow escape of Wind Spirit Moon Shadow to teleport into the courtyard, the creature had almost simultaneously teleported right above him. The dark sphere entirely obscuring the full moon above his head, had instantly replicated the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow. Su Yin could only facepalm, feeling somewhat exasperated by Wang Fan's reckless behavior. Having escaped, he foolishly decided to rest in place. He certainly did not believe that Wind Spirit Moon Shadow was overtaxed. After all, why could Yu Qinghong traverse to the neighboring city with it? The technique was not at fault. It must have been the individual's issue, however. None of this mattered anymore. For before Su Yin's eyes, after playing for a while, the eerie embryo tore Wang Fan into shreds. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully slaying the master for the third time. Wang Fan had become the fastest swordmaster to perish under Su Yin's influence, surviving less than 2 minutes. With the third master-slaying success, Su Yin fell into contemplation. Wasn't this supposed to be a world of high martial arts? Why were such bizarre entities manifesting? A rain of blood mingled with human remains fell from the sky. The ball-like embryo exuding a strong, ominous black aura obscuring the bright moon, while skeletal sperm danced frantically, emitting mournful wails. A hellish scene of chaotic demons unfolded. Was this a being from beyond the stars? Demons? Cthulhu? Or something else entirely? This scene reminded Su-in of the black sun that had appeared at the end of the night parade of 100 demons, incinerating countless evil spirits. He named this eerie embryo Dream of Death. The dream of death lingered in the night sky, continuously shadow-escaping as it roamed this village. In no time, the tails of the surrounding skeletal sperm were adorned with sleeping women, though they appeared to be in a semi-transparent state. Watching the dream of death return with its bounty, disappearing over the distant horizon, Su-in had a premonition that he might encounter this entity again in the future. In the small courtyard, blood pooled everywhere, and human limbs and chunks were strewn about. Observing this hellish scene, Su-in felt no discomfort. It was not that he was cold-blooded, but rather that after becoming a magic sword, the emotions he once held as a human had faded to an extreme. Am I still considered alive? Gazing upon the pool of blood beneath the demonic sword, Su-in muttered to himself. To be honest, ever since he exacted his revenge on Yu Qinghong, he had lost all sense of purpose in his existence. No one could hear his words, no one engaged in conversation with him. In such a state, could one truly be considered alive? Why not succumb to eternal slumber, seeking liberation in beautiful dreams and the afterlife? It seemed as though a voice whispered temptingly beside him. Chapter 20. The weasel wishes the chicken well. In a daze, Su-in found himself seated at a dining table, across from his father and mother. It was reminiscent of the time before his journey when the three of them would gather together for a meal. The room, though modest, 2 bedrooms and a living room, was decorated with warmth and affection. Today's feast was lavish, with Su-yin's mother having prepared an impressive spread. Xiao-in, do eat more. If there isn't enough rice, I'll serve you more, she said, smiling gently at her son, who was savoring each bite. Seemingly casual, she inquired, why don't you stay home this time? I can ask your father to help you find a job, and then our family can be together. Upon hearing this, his father, who had been intently reading the newspaper, set it down slightly and leaned in closer. I still want to explore the outside world. Su-in replied softly, holding his bowl. A fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed his father's wrinkled face, but it quickly transformed into a smile. I knew you wouldn't stay. You've always longed for the scenery beyond. Your mother and I have too, he said, patting Su-yin's shoulder. Your mother and I have spent our lives in this small county. Perhaps we won't be able to accompany you any longer. There are countless beautiful sights in this world. Xiao-in, go and see them for us. Okay, Su-in nodded. But don't push yourself too hard. If you encounter anything insurmountable, remember, coming back is the most important thing. Right? He replied, grappling with the thought. Can I really not stay? During the latter part of the family dinner, his mother recounted amusing tales from Su-yin's childhood, and he listened patiently. His father produced a cherished bottle of fine wine and clinked glasses with Su-in several times. Rarely intoxicated, his father surprisingly became inebriated, and even his mother, who typically abstained, had a couple of drinks. Su-in ate slowly, savoring each bite. Unbeknownst to him, tears welled in his eyes. When he finally finished his last bite, he gently set down his bowl and chopsticks, standing up to fetch 2 blankets from his room, covering his parents with care. At the door, he hesitated for a moment, casting a reluctant glance back at his slumbering mother and father. With determination, Su-in stepped outside. His consciousness seemed to pierce through a bubble, the world behind him growing increasingly blurred. When he regained focus, he found himself back in the disheveled courtyard. Lying on the ground, he gazed at the bright moon above, and his negative emotions ebbed away like a receding tide. Su-in had traversed to work in another city, but tragically, his parents had perished in a car accident, and he never had the chance to bid them farewell before their cremation. The regret of never seeing them again weighed heavily on him. Regardless of who or what you are, thank you for allowing me to realize my wish. Su-in reflected, discovering a renewed sense of purpose. The sufferings of the world were but the plight of ants. Among the myriad of beings, who was to say that only those of noble birth could traverse the heavens and behold the beauty unknown to those born as mere insects? As the master of the sword, Su-in was destined for a life of splendor. If not, then he would strive to attain it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully awakening from the illusion of Wangming. Having comprehended the ultimate demonic sword technique, Supreme True Method. Upon hearing the system's notification, Su Yin felt a tinge of surprise. The entity known as Wangming had stealthily learned the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow technique from him, and he had gleaned a new demonic sword technique, the Supreme True Method, from Wangming. Was this not a form of reciprocal exchange? However, what exactly was this ultimate demonic sword technique? Regaining his focus, Su Yin opened the demonic sword interface. Concentrating on the special technique known as the Supreme True Method, he noticed that this newly acquired ultimate technique was in a separate column, its icon rendered in black. Gray indicated insufficient demonic energy for skill usage, while black signified that the skill was inaccessible to Su Yin. Why was that? Had he mistakenly comprehended a worthless demonic sword technique, occupying a skill slot in vain? With confusion, Su Yin clicked on the skill description. Skill name: Supreme True Method effect, Sacrifice. Consume one's own life force, temporarily elevating martial prowess by 2 major ranks for 1 hour. For sword master use only. Side effect: the sword master will perish after use, and their soul will descend into the depths of the supreme dream. Note 1. This technique derives from the primordial power of the unknown life form Wangming. It is extremely dangerous. Strongly advised for the host to surrender it to the system for processing. Note 2. Why not succumb to eternal slumber, seeking liberation in beautiful dreams and the afterlife? Eden. Note 3. The system warmly reminds the host that this action is akin to a weasel wishing a chicken well. It is not sincere. Should the host surrender it to the system as compensation, the host may unlock the demonic sword marketplace early. After reading the description of the demonic sword technique Supreme True Method, Su Yin displayed a quizzical expression. The information conveyed within this brief passage was substantial. Su Yin summarized his findings. First, it seemed that this skill was not naturally comprehended but rather intentionally bestowed upon him by Wangming. Furthermore, it was exceedingly perilous. Prompting the system to recommend its return, Su Yin inquired about the recovery price set by the system. The response indicated 10,000 units of demonic energy. After several minutes of contemplation, Su Yin opted not to surrender it for the time being, as he was uncertain whether the recovery process was reversible. Moreover, at present, the skill did not appear to pose any harm to him. Most importantly, anything the system deemed valuable must indeed be worthwhile. Second, it appeared that the demonic sword system possessed a marketplace yet to be unlocked by Su Yin. The conditions for unlocking remained unknown. Additionally, the recovery price was calculated in units of demonic energy, suggesting that demonic energy might serve not only for skill usage but also as currency within the demonic sword marketplace. System: how does one properly unlock the demonic sword marketplace? Achieving a historical demonic energy value of 10,000 will automatically unlock it. It seemed that unlocking this demonic sword marketplace would not be an easy feat. The current reserve of demonic energy was merely 10, with the primary source being the swordmaster. However, reliable swordmasters were hard to come by. The path to unlocking the demonic sword marketplace was fraught with challenges. Third, the phrase in Note 2, why not succumb to eternal slumber, seeking liberation in beautiful dreams and the afterlife, intrigued him greatly. Before entering the illusion, he had seemingly heard this whisper, although at the time, he thought it mere auditory hallucination. The Eden mentioned in the note. Who was that? When Wang Fan was evading, Su Yin had spotted a collapsed and eerie idol, with a tablet before it bearing what seemed to be that very name in the Bible. Eden is depicted as a carefree utopia. Adam and Eve were expelled from Eden for tasting the forbidden fruit. Yet, given the appearance of Wangming and that idol, it was evident that Eden resembled an evil deity. He dismissed the thought. Overthinking was futile. He was far too distant from that level of existence to ponder such matters. Any speculation would merely lead to conjecture, and the resulting conclusions could stray far from the truth. Fourth, why am I again abandoned in isolation? Is there anyone there? Someone, please save me. Chapter 21. Good best friend? Requiem tool. However, Su Yin did not remain in solitude for long. In the early hours of the following day, a sanitation worker stumbled upon the tragic scene in the courtyard. After leaning against the wall, nearly retching from the sight, the worker, pale-faced, dialed the police. Soon, several police cars, already patrolling the vicinity, arrived at the courtyard entrance. Yet, confronted with the hellish sight and the overpowering stench of blood and decay, Even the seasoned officers displayed signs of distress, while a newly graduated female officer could not contain herself and promptly vomited. After a thorough search, they discovered the disemboweled bodies of Shijin and Lin Fong in the bedroom, along with the bizarre sacrificial altar in the study. The young female officer found the black jade sword lying in a pool of blood in a corner of the courtyard. After matching the fingerprints on the sword with those of the deceased, Su-in was seamlessly taken along in the police car as the weapon in question. During the ride, Su-in overheard a conversation among the officers. They were investigating another peculiar case involving over a dozen women who remained in a state of deep slumber. Merely stopping by to address the reported incident, observing their furrowed brows, Su-in realized they were destined to remain unaware of the true cause, especially since even he was oblivious to Wang Ming's whereabouts. Upon arriving at the police station, a few officers exited the vehicle, and the female officer escorted Su-in to the evidence room, placing him in a numbered safe before leaving. Inside the safe, darkness enveloped him, and the evidence room was devoid of visitors, shrouded in silence. The wait grew tedious, prompting Su-in to retreat into a state of mental closure. Time passed without his awareness until he felt himself being removed from the safe once more. Upon regaining consciousness, he was surprised to find himself face to face with a familiar figure, the very young female officer who had placed him in the safe. She extracted the black jade sword from the safe, placing it into a bag while muttering, "Is this for real? This case is just wrapped up like that. The useless weapon needs to be disposed of, and now I have to work overtime on my day off. What terrible luck! Nanny, dispose of it." Su-in was taken aback. If he were still human, he would surely grasp this young officer by the collar and affectionately exclaim, "Aminos, you truly are a delightful little creature. My dear girl, I perceive that you possess extraordinary potential. Surely you shall accomplish great feats in the future. What you currently lack is a suitable weapon. Do you not realize? Are you skilled with a sword? Come, grasp the hilt, and you shall acquire an unparalleled divine blade. Achieving the status of a martial lord is not merely a dream. Trust me, truly." Along the way, Su-in endeavored to tempt the young policewoman into becoming the master of the demonic sword. Regrettably, the young policewoman exhibited no reaction, seemingly entirely disinterested in him. After departing the police station astride a pink scooter, she halted before a trading association and parked her scooter, subsequently entering the establishment. Was she not meant to destroy the sword? What purpose could she have for entering the trading association? Su-in was perplexed. The sign above the association read Wanda Trading Association, evoking a sense of nostalgia, as if he had returned to a time before his transmigration. Upon entering, Su-in immediately sensed a bustling atmosphere that was entirely different from the outside. The flesh of the third-tier Thunder Wolf beast was priced at 20,000 xia yuan per pound. The mid-grade Shin-level martial skill, Rock Solid Fist, was priced at 5 million xia yuan. The low-grade Spirit-level Thunder Gun was priced at 2 million xia yuan. Within the trading association, various shops were selling materials, elixirs, weapons, and techniques essential for martial artist cultivation, creating a seemingly endless array of options. Even Spirit-level weapons and Shin-level techniques were available for sale. However, the prices left Su-in astonished. It appeared that regardless of the world, wealth allowed one to traverse great distances, while poverty restricted one to mere inches. The young policewoman disregarded the surrounding shops and headed straight for a store with a sign reading Qing Family Weapon Shop. At that moment, the shop had few customers, and she made a beeline for the counter. Behind the counter, a young woman in her early 20s, clad in a white hanfu, lay on a bench, her face obscured by a fan. Appearing to be in a deep slumber, Chung Xiaolin, wake up. What is it? Chung Xiaolin, disturbed from her sleep, wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth, groggily inquiring, "Do me a favor. Help me sell this black sword. 10,000 xia yuan, deal." Chung Xiaolin cast a glance at the black jade sword in the bag, her eyes instantly brightening. As the owner of a weapon shop, she possessed a discerning eye. She could immediately tell that this sword was crafted by a master artisan. Judging by the obsidian-like luster of the blade, it must have utilized the precious material known as meteorite Xian iron, and its quality had reached that of a high-grade ordinary weapon. What? 10,000 xia yuan? The young policewoman was somewhat taken aback, her intention to request its destruction fading away. Her monthly salary was only 5,000 xia yuan, and this seemingly ordinary iron sword was worth 10,000. It equated to 2 months of her salary, at 2,000. I can't go any higher. Chung Xiaolin, thinking her friend found the price too low, accepted the black sword and stated, although this sword is a high-grade ordinary weapon, it has a slight crack on the blade, which, while not affecting its use, does mar its appearance, and look here. Chung Xiaolin pointed at 3 varying depths of bloodstains near the hilt, 12,000 xia yuan. I'll take a little loss since you're my friend. Good friend, you've got a deal. The young policewoman grasped Chung Xiaolin's hand, exclaiming in excitement. She had initially intended to carelessly discard it in a trash bin, fearing it might be discovered by someone else. Thus, she thought to enlist the help of her former classmate, Chung Xiaolin, who inherited the family weapon shop after graduation, to assist in its destruction. Little did she expect to gain an unexpected fortune instead. Being friends is truly delightful. Chung Xiaolin felt equally pleased. In the market, Shin-level weapons were generally scarce and hard to come by. The most circulated were ordinary and spirit-level weapons. The high-grade ordinary weapon could fetch around 50,000 xia yuan. And despite the slight flaw in this black sword, it still held decent quality. Selling it for 40,000 xia yuan should pose no issue. The transaction was concluded, and both were elated. This was a win-win situation. Su Yin, observing from within the sword, was left dumbfounded. Had he just been sold? And for just over 10,000? Suddenly, he felt a tinge of anger. By the way, where did you acquire this sword? Holding the black sword and carefully wiping the blade with a clean cloth, Chung Xiaolin suddenly recalled something. Her friend was not a martial artist. After graduation, she had joined the police force, and her family was not well off, indeed, somewhat struggling. How had she come by such a quality weapon? It's a murder weapon. The young policewoman brushed her hair, a bit embarrassed. What? Just as Chung Xiaolin was about to place the black sword in the merchandise cabinet, her hand trembled, nearly dropping Su Yin to the floor. Chapter 22. Awaiting the next swordmaster, Su Yin found himself positioned at a distance from the counter, gazing absently at the throngs of people passing by. While the foot traffic within the Wanda Trading Association was not insignificant, for reasons unknown, perhaps due to its remote location, there had been few customers entering and exiting the Cheng family weapon shop throughout the entire morning. What struck him as odd was that ever since the young policewoman had departed yesterday, the girl in the white hanfu had become increasingly jittery. Not only had she placed him on a shelf near the entrance, but while dusting the goods within the shop, she would occasionally glance at him. Leaving him bewildered, Su Yin considered recognizing the girl in white as the sword master, for as the owner of a weapon shop, her care for the weapons would surely surpass that of the average person. However, seeing how she avoided him, Su Yin dismissed the notion. The entire morning passed in a state of ennui for Su Yin, just when he thought the day would drag on in such a manner. In the afternoon, a swaggering young man with dyed yellow hair entered the shop. Upon entering, the yellow-haired youth let out a catcall towards Chung Xiaolin behind the counter, asking, "Hey, beautiful, what fine wares do you have here? Recommend something for your brother." Chung Xiaolin was not fond of being scrutinized with such lascivious eyes, yet she maintained her customary patience with customers. Rest assured, our Chung family weapon shop offers only the finest products. This batch of goods just arrived yesterday. Let me show you. As Chung Xiaolin had stated, the weapons produced by the Chung family weapon shop were of superior quality and fairly priced, making it one of the best in Ninghai City. Periodically, several key high schools in Ninghai City would send representatives to procure weapons for new students. The yellow-haired youth was visibly intrigued as he browsed. What about this high-grade ordinary weapon? Nonchalantly pulling a black sword from a nearby shelf, Chung Xiaolin suggested to the yellow-haired youth. The sword measured approximately 4 feet in length and 1 inch in width, its blade gleaming, reflecting the observer's image, and was priced at 15,000 xia yuan. Upon hearing it was a high-grade ordinary weapon, the yellow-haired youth's eyes lit up. You are not pulling my leg, right? Only 15,000 xia yuan? There's no catch, is there? He questioned, wondering if his ears had deceived him. After all, at the same price in other shops, one could only acquire a mid-grade ordinary weapon, and one of the inferior variety at that. High-grade ordinary weapons typically commanded a minimum price of 50,000 xia yuan in the market. Well, perhaps a minor flaw. Suddenly questioned about this, Chung Xiaolin felt a pang of guilt. She secretly muttered to herself, after all, it had previously been a murder weapon. While the sword was a high-grade ordinary weapon, it was indeed second-hand and possessed a slight imperfection. Chung Xiaolin pointed to the minor cracks on the blade and the 3 blood stains, saying, "If you mind those, I can recommend something else and no need. I'll take this one. The yellow-haired youth shook his head. He had scrutinized the sword carefully. The crack was hardly noticeable unless one looked closely, and it did not affect its appearance significantly for the varying depths of the bloodstains. He assumed they were a deliberate design choice by the swordsmith, lending it a peculiar beauty. Besides, acquiring a sword of such quality for a mere 30% of the price. What more could he desire? If I'm not satisfied, can I return it within 10 days, no questions asked? The yellow-haired youth casually inquired. Of course, Cheng Xiaolin replied. Here is my business card. Feel free to contact me if needed. Safe travels. Cheng Xiaolin waved goodbye to the departing yellow-haired youth, turning back with an almost imperceptible sigh of relief. She was somewhat superstitious and had always held a fear of murder weapons and haunted houses. After acquiring her friend's black sword the previous night, she had barely slept a wink. Thankfully, she had sold it today and even made a profit. Tonight, she could finally enjoy a good night's sleep. Ding, would you like to bind the fourth sword master? When Tianqing, binding. The sword masters come and go like flowing water, yet the demonic sword remained steadfast. Having consecutively changed 3 masters, Su Yin had grown accustomed to the notion of binding a new sword master. For him, if the new master was competent, it might be worthwhile to nurture their potential. Should the master prove inept, then it would be a matter of waiting for the next one, after all. With the blood tide now in effect, it would not be long before Su Yin became a fine sword once more. When Tianqing had only recently joined the rival Golden Dragon Society of the flourishing Great Xia, possessing a mere first-tier blood qi cultivation, his martial prowess was the weakest Su Yin had ever encountered. During the 3 days he followed when Tianqing, Su Yin had not witnessed him practicing any martial skills or techniques. This fellow was either flirting with girls or on the path to do so. Each time the demonic sword was drawn, it was merely a display for the girls he had just met, showcasing that he was a martial artist. Upon learning that his sword was, in fact, a high-grade ordinary weapon, the girls would invariably cast him adoring glances. Su Yin harbored serious doubts that this fellow was cultivating his first-tier blood qi, including the purchase of him, merely to impress the girls. Moreover, when Tianqing's motives for joining the Golden Dragon Society were far from innocent. The Golden Dragon Society primarily engaged in massage, bathing, foot therapy, and a full spectrum of services in the red light district. Every night, he would summon 2 women to his room on the 3rd floor of a certain massage parlor in that district. You heard it right, too. It was simply infuriating. It is no wonder that when Tianqing, despite being a martial artist, appears so frail that he struggles to maintain his footing. Following him, Su Yin feels an overwhelming sense of hopelessness regarding his own progression in life. Therefore, after accumulating 10 units of demonic energy through the blood tide, Su Yin once again invoked the Great Malevolent Fortune. 4 days later, in Ninghai City, at the Wanda Commerce Association, within the Cheng family's weapon shop, Cheng Xiaolin encountered the black sword that had been sold just days prior. Indeed, this sword had been sold to Wen Tianqing by their shop 7 days ago. As she perused the records in the ledger, she gazed in bewilderment at a plump woman at the counter who claimed to be a relative of Wen Tianqing. Although there is a general policy allowing for refunds within 10 days without reason, this sword should not have any issues, should it? Moreover, why had Wen Tianqing not come himself? Had he already passed away? The woman appeared quite pleased. Dead? Cheng Xiaolin's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Just last week, she had seen Wen Tianqing. How could it be that he had suddenly died within a mere week? Furthermore, why was this woman so cheerful in the wake of his death? Were they not relatives? May I inquire about how he met his end? Cheng Xiaolin's keen sense of curiosity told her that there was more to this story. I can refund you, the woman replied. He was a wretched scoundrel, caught in the act of infidelity. Upon mentioning this, the woman exhibited a certain schadenfreude. Scoundrel? What is a scoundrel? Cheng Xiaolin's face was filled with curiosity. You know Cao Cao, the one who favors not the young but the wives of others? A scoundrel is someone who has a penchant for other men's wives. Chapter 23. This ominous sword, possessed? An odd knowledge acquired. What exactly transpired? Please elaborate. Cheng Xiaolin felt her gossip-loving spirit igniting. Noticing Cheng Xiaolin's keen interest, the woman continued, what you may not know is that Wen Tianqing had a penchant for seducing women, particularly those who were married. The woman he was entangled with was the wife of one of his friends. Yesterday, Wen Tianqing had dinner at his friend's house. Seeking thrill, They got his friend intoxicated and brazenly engaged in their illicit affair on the rooftop of his friend's apartment complex in broad daylight. Just as they reached a critical moment, his friend awoke from his drunken stupor and decided to get some fresh air on the rooftop. Upon opening the door, he was met with the sight of Wen Tianqing and his wife. So, in a fit of rage, his friend killed Wen Tianqing? Cheng Xiaolin inquired. Not quite. The woman shook her head, revealing the details without hesitation. Wen Tianqing was simply unfortunate. Upon seeing her husband, the woman panicked and lost her footing from the 13th floor. Dragging Wen Tianqing down with her to it is said that he met a truly gruesome fate. You see, he had a wife as beautiful as a celestial being yet chose to pursue another man's wife. Wasn't his demise well-deserved? That does seem quite just, Cheng Xiaolin mused as she drew the black sword from its sheath for inspection, finding no visible damage to its blade. The money has been refunded to you. After completing her examination, Cheng Xiaolin returned the sword to its display and casually asked the plump woman, "By the way, who exactly are you to Wen Tianqing?" With the money in hand, the woman puffed out her chest, her flesh jiggling with excitement. "I am Wen Tianqing's wife." Su Yin returned once more to the Cheng family's weapon shop, awaiting the next sword master. He felt as though his circumstances were deteriorating. Ever since parting ways with Yu Qinghong, each subsequent master he had bound was increasingly disappointing. He wished to bind a ruthless fiend who would kill without hesitation. However, such individuals likely would not deign to acknowledge a mere mundane weapon. He decided to wait a little longer. Luck was on his side. That very evening, he was purchased once more. "Ding, would you like to bind the fifth swordmaster, Lu Runyi?" Bind Al-Yu Runyi was a small-time leader of a gang, possessing strength at the early stages of martial disciple. This fellow was a burly man with a scarred face, and the run in his name had no connection to his character. He was a true bully. Thriving on oppressing timid street vendors, he had a volatile temperament, quick to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. The day after Su Yin was purchased, Lu Runyi twisted the hand of a vendor who dared to voice his grievances, ruthlessly inflicting pain. Initially, Su Yin was somewhat satisfied, but soon he noticed a troubling pattern. While Lu Runyi was indeed cruel, he seemed to prefer incapacitating his victims rather than killing them. Moreover, he favored using his fists and feet over weapons, often reducing an ordinary person to a state of helplessness with a single blow. When accompanying Wen Tianqing, Su Yin could occasionally draw his sword for appearances. However, with Lu Runyi, he found himself gathering dust. What was the point of purchasing him if he had no use for a sword? Did they have money to waste? Was he merely a source of amusement? Regardless of the reason, Su Yin was far from pleased. Thus, a few days later, he once again appeared at the Cheng family's weapon shop. This time, it was Lu Runyi's son who had come to request a refund. The boy's face was marred with bruises, likely a testament to the beatings he endured at the hands of his father. Cheng Xiaolin gazed at the familiar black sword, her delicate face momentarily lost in thought. Did Lu Runyi not come himself? He can't come anymore. What happened to him? He's dead. The young boy's innocent face bore a mocking grin. Huh? What transpired? Cheng Xiaolin, in the midst of inspecting the sword with a cloth, paused in shock, her head snapping up. He crossed paths with someone he shouldn't have. The boy seemed to have been waiting for this moment to share. Yesterday, there was some traffic, and a car blocked my cheap father's way. Enraged, he overtook the vehicle, stopped it, and after getting out, he kicked it into the roadside greenery. And then a young man with a saber emerged from that car. He was formidable. Within mere moments, he decapitated my cheap father. Murder in broad daylight? Was he apprehended? Cheng Xiaolin was aghast. Apprehended? That young man is a direct descendant of the Feng family. The Feng family? Cheng Xiaolin clamped her hand over her mouth. The Feng family was one of the three prominent martial clans in Ninghai City, with the heads of the three families being formidable masters at the late stages of martial mysticism. They wielded considerable influence over the city. And what happened next? Eventually, even the mayor was alerted. Upon arriving at the scene, he deemed the incident an act of justifiable self-defense. The Feng family heir left in the mayor's car with an elderly man from the vehicle. So Lu Runyi died in vain? Cheng Xiaolin gulped. They didn't pursue the matter. They just dragged my mother and me into it. Well then, this situation was already precarious. That night, Cheng Xiaolin tossed and turned, unable to sleep, plagued by nightmares. Ever since she acquired the black sword, The mysterious deaths of 2 consecutive buyers over the span of half a month filled her with dread. Was the first death merely a coincidence? And the second? Was it still a coincidence? Was it possible that this sword was cursed, binding her to its fate? The more she contemplated, the more frightened she became. During the day, she hid behind the counter, her eyes resembling those of a raccoon. Despite the sweltering summer heat, the shop felt ominously cold. She inspected the black sword again, noticing that the earlier cracks had vanished, while the bloodstains near the hilt had transformed from 3 marks to 5. Surely, these bloodstains could not signify the number of deaths. Could it be that this sword possessed a spirit, a demonic artifact? Indeed, her grandfather's warnings against collecting items of dubious origin were wise. Woe is me! Am I to meet my demise as well? Chung Xiaolin sat wrapped in her blanket, her eyes vacant, as passers-by glanced curiously at her, in a hushed whisper. She muttered, black sword, you wouldn't harm a poor, helpless girl like me, would you? Where there's a grievance, there's a resolution. I have yet to experience love. I cannot die. That morning, Suyin scoffed at the girl's frail constitution, observing her muttering to herself in the sweltering heat. Just then, his gaze met a pair of sparkling eyes. After a moment of murmuring, Chung Xiaolin felt a warmth envelop her body. When she regained her composure, her eyes darted toward the shop entrance, and she rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Upon approaching the door, she discovered that the ominous black sword she had placed there was mysteriously gone. Along with it, the trash she had left outside that morning had vanished as well. Could it be that the black sword indeed possessed a spirit, having heard her murmurs and chosen not to harm her, but rather assisted her in disposing of the garbage? Standing at the shop entrance, Chung Xiaolin sighed in relief. However, she wondered if the black sword would return. Perhaps it was best to seek refuge at her grandfather's home for a while. Chapter 24. In the heavens, the Jade Palace at 6 o'clock in the evening. As darkness began to fall, in the slums of Ninghai City, a girl of 13 or 14, clad in patched clothing, with a petite frame but bright, black eyes, stealthily returned home, cradling an elongated object wrapped in old newspaper. Just as she prepared to enter her tiny room, the lights within suddenly flickered on in the dim light of dusk. A handsome youth, resembling a little girl but slightly older, emerged from the shadows. The boy, around 17 or 18, exuded a maturity that belied his age. "Pray tell, why have you returned so late today?" he asked, his expression grave as he gazed at the girl. "Do you have any idea how worried we've been?" His tone carried an undertone of reproach, yet the girl remained unfazed. Instead, she joyfully unwrapped an old newspaper, revealing a gleaming black long sword concealed within. "Brother, look what I brought back," she exclaimed, tilting her face upward as if seeking praise. A sword? Upon discerning the object within the newspaper, the boy was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting his sister to return with a weapon. "Where did you acquire this?" "I found it outside," the girl replied. Her hands clasped behind her back. "Found it?" The boy's brows furrowed deeper. He drew the sword from its sheath and scrutinized it under the light. "Ding, would you like to bind the sword's master?" "By Yujing?" "Wait a moment." Suyin decided to assess the situation before making any binding decisions. The conditions for a magic sword to change its master were quite stringent. A new master could only be appointed upon the death of the previous one. Although one could eliminate the former master through treachery, it would require considerable time to accumulate the necessary magical energy. While manageable once or twice, he found it increasingly difficult to justify such an approach repeatedly. Perhaps it would be wise to wait a while longer. A better option might present itself. The obsidian long sword measured approximately 4 feet in length and 1.5 inches in width. Its surface as smooth as jade and fitting comfortably in hand. Bai Yujing plucked a strand of his hair and, with a gentle breath, watched as it snapped cleanly upon contact with the blade's edge. He then approached an old locust tree by the door and, with a decisive swing, severed a branch with ease. Inspecting the sword's edge, he noted it remained perfectly sharp. Bai Yujing. This was a fine sword. One that could rival the butcher's cleaver used by Wang, the meat vendor on the street where he often sold charcoal. Such a sword, he mused, would surely not be obtainable for merely 50 summer coins. It was inconceivable that someone would discard it, only for his sister to stumble upon it. Now, where did this truly come from? Bai Yujing turned to his sister, fixing her with a serious gaze as he reiterated his question. "I really found it," she insisted, fidgeting with her fingers. Her little gestures did not escape Bai Yujing's notice, sending a chill down his spine. It seemed this was no mere find. Speak the truth. There was a hint of sternness in his voice. Oh, I really did find it. Though be more specific, I found it outside a weapon shop. The girl spoke softly, quickly adding, but I didn't take it from the display. It was discarded outside with the trash. Likely to be thrown away, I saw the shopkeeper shivering under a blanket, looking unwell, so I helped her by taking away the rubbish. Upon hearing his sister's account, Bai Yujing swiftly pieced together the narrative. His sister, being young, must have mistakenly believed the discarded weapon was trash. Brother, your hatchet is rusted. Weren't you planning to replace it? This sword is far sharper than that old tool, and no need for that. A hatchet can easily be replaced, he resolved. Tomorrow is Sunday. I will accompany you to return the sword and apologize to the shopkeeper. Why? The girl protested, her urgency palpable upon hearing her brother's intention to return the sword. Sister, remember, though we may be materially impoverished, our spirits should not fall short of others. One day, you will understand this. Ruffling his sister's hair, Bai Yujing spoke earnestly. Your intention has been duly noted, she replied, nodding with a hint of understanding. I'll go heat up the food. You eat first. I'll take dinner to mother. All right. Bai Yujing brought in a small bowl of rice soup and entered a cramped inner room. The space was limited, containing only a wooden bed upon which lay a frail woman. Mother, it's time to eat. Bai Yujing sat beside her, spooning the soup and blowing gently on it before offering it to her lips. After an extended period, he finally managed to feed her. Wiping the corners of her mouth with a handkerchief, he quietly exited the room. The woman lay with her head tilted back, listening to her son's departing footsteps. Her eyes misting with tears. The following morning, Bai Yujing arrived at the Cheng family's weapon shop with the black sword and his sister in tow. The shopkeeper emerged, stating, "This store is temporarily closed, with no set reopening date." His sister read aloud the words affixed to the door. "Let us go home." Sighing, Bai Yujing led his sister back. In the days that followed, he returned daily alone to return the sword. As his sister had to attend school, tomorrow will be the last time, he resolved after once again being turned away at the door, gazing at the long sword in his hands as if speaking to himself. Over these days, Su Yin had gained a clearer understanding of Bai Yujing's circumstances. Bai Yujing resided in a slum in Ninghai City, earning a meager living as a charcoal seller. Each afternoon, he trekked far into the mountains to gather firewood, which he would burn into charcoal to sell in the nearby town the following morning. He had a younger sister named Bai Yueling, who was innocent and sensible, excelling in her studies. Their mother, bedridden due to a stroke incurred years ago, was paralyzed due to a lack of funds for treatment. The environment of this trio was stifling in its severity, absent any fortuitous encounter to change their fortunes. Bai Yujing's life seemed destined to remain thus, or so Su Yin believed. The next morning, after yet another unsuccessful attempt to return the black sword, Bai Yujing reluctantly abandoned the idea. The Cheng family's weapon shop was several miles away from the street where he sold charcoal, and he could not afford to waste time on this matter. That evening, as he returned home after selling charcoal, Bai Yujing felt a weight on his heart. His sister would soon be entering high school and would undergo martial arts aptitude testing. While their mother's condition had worsened recently, he desperately needed a substantial sum of money. However, his worries were short-lived, for during dinner, he received unexpected good news. Chapter 25. A temporary part-time job during dinner. A middle-aged man in a white uniform beckoned Bai Yujing outside. "Xiao Bai, I have news regarding the matter you asked me about last time. Is it true, Uncle Chen?" Bai Yujing's spirits lifted at his words. Uncle Chen was an investigator with the Martial Supervision Bureau, and due to his failure to save Bai Yujing's father during a mission years ago, he had long harbored guilt towards Bai Yujing's family. Nevertheless, Bai Yujing never held him accountable, instead feeling gratitude for the assistance he had provided over the years. Since their mother had fallen ill, this was one of the few pieces of good news he had received. "Absolutely," Uncle Chen assured him earnestly. "Our Martial Supervision Bureau has an external position available with quite decent pay, requiring only 1 day of duty per week. Would you like to give it a try? Are there any requirements regarding martial arts proficiency?" Bai Yujing hesitated. His knowledge of the Martial Supervision Bureau was limited. He only knew it was an official organization established by the government of the Great Xia District of the Blue Star Federation to oversee martial artists' criminal activities. Also known as the Commission of Counter-Guilty, abbreviated as CCG. However, for various reasons, Their apprehension rate for martial artist crimes was not particularly high. To capture wrongdoers, investigators themselves needed to be formidable martial artists, at least at the martial disciple level. Otherwise, it would only lead to unnecessary casualties. Bai Yujing asked because he was merely a beginner martial artist at the first level of Qi and blood. Should anything happen, his mother and sister. Seemingly sensing Bai Yujing's apprehensions, Uncle Chen quickly reassured him, there's minimal danger involved. You simply need to be strong, courageous, and mentally resilient. Many are vying for this position, and I had to pull some strings to secure this one slot. Thank you, Uncle Chen, that I will give it a try. Bai Yujing expressed his gratitude. He accepted this part-time position for two reasons. Firstly, the hours were short, but the pay was substantial, and there was little risk involved. Secondly, he genuinely needed the money. Good lad, in that case, I will come to fetch you tomorrow morning. Feel free to bring any handy weapon you may have. All right, see you tomorrow, Bai Yujing nodded. After bidding farewell to Uncle Chen, he returned home. Brother, who was that outside just now? Bai Yueling, having finished her meal but not yet gone to bed, sat at the table, her eyes brimming with curiosity. It was Uncle Chen. He mentioned a part-time job opportunity for me. Tomorrow morning, I will go for an interview. I'm unsure if I'll succeed. Returning to the table, Bai Yujing picked up his bowl and continued eating. Your brother is a man. He'll definitely succeed. Bai Yueling swung her legs from her chair. I hope so. He casually finished his dinner, placing the bowl down. Tonight, Yueling will wash the dishes, and brother will rest early. After speaking, Bai Yueling let out a cheerful laugh. Disregarding her brother's words, and with her petite frame, she gathered the remaining bowls and chopsticks and departed. Observing his sister's innocent smile, Bai Yujing felt a subtle stirring in his otherwise placid heart. He silently vowed that no matter what transpired in the future, he would ensure her safety. A night passed, at 4 in the morning. The sky remained shrouded in darkness. Bai Yujing had already donned his attire. Typically, he would fill a bamboo basket with the charcoal he had produced the previous night and head to the nearest town to sell it by 5 o'clock. However, today, having arranged to accompany Uncle Chen to the Wu Jian Bureau, he rose an hour earlier than usual. On the small table in his bedroom lay a black longsword that he had yet to return and his daily-use hatchet. The hatchet, worn by years of chopping wood and exposed to the elements, had become severely rusted, with numerous nicks along its edge. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Yujing picked up the black sword. Wrapping the sword and its sheath in a white cloth, he tied a simple knot and secured it behind him. Alone, it mattered little, but accompanying Uncle Chen with a rusted weapon would inevitably be a source of embarrassment. Stepping outside, he glanced at his sister's door, noting that she slept soundly. After tucking her in, Bai Yujing quietly exited. Upon reaching the outdoors, he found that Uncle Chen had not yet arrived, as it was still early. Sitting cross-legged beneath the locust tree at the entrance, he closed his eyes to meditate. Around 6 o'clock, a middle-aged man's voice, tinged with surprise, broke the silence. Xiao Bai, you're up so early. The slums were situated far from the city center, and the roads were rugged, so Uncle Chen had arrived a bit early. Not expecting Bai Yujing to already be waiting. Just woke up, Bai Yujing replied. Opening his eyes, he sensed the state of his internal energy. There was hardly any change, just a slight clarity in his vision. This was normal. For an ordinary person without martial arts techniques, the efficiency of cultivating internal energy was typically low. Over the years, Bai Yujing had grown accustomed to this. He did not aspire to become an exceptional martial artist, merely to strengthen his body. Rising to his feet, Bai Yujing addressed Uncle Chen. Shall we go, Uncle Chen? On their way, Uncle Chen inquired. Were you practicing martial arts just now? No, just a simple breathing exercise. Bai Yujing replied. A breathing exercise? Uncle Chen expressed surprise, having never heard of such a term before. Given that he often climbed mountains and walked long distances, regulating his breath would save considerable energy. Bai Yujing scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It was natural that Uncle Chen had never heard of it since he had merely been experimenting during his idle time. Quite impressive, Uncle Chen remarked with an approving glance. I thought you were practicing martial arts. I hesitated to disturb you and watched for a while. If you're not practicing any techniques, you might consider trying the Huang level intermediate technique rock solid strength at the Wu Jian Bureau. Thank you for your consideration, Uncle Chen. Bai Yujing nodded slightly in gratitude. Upon reaching the city, the duo found a small restaurant for a simple breakfast. Afterward, Uncle Chen drove Bai Yujing to a grim-looking building on the outskirts. Special Monitoring Bureau of Haishur. Uncle Chen, aren't we going to the Wu Jian Bureau? Where's this? This is the special prison of Ninghai City, designated for detaining special criminals. Special prison? Bai Yujing repeated, absorbing the information. After greeting a few others in uniform, Uncle Chun led Bai Yujing to the entrance of a stark white room. First, go inside and change your clothes. Chapter 26, Mystical Level Techniques. This was a single-person changing room. The layout was simple, featuring a full-length mirror, a chair, and a clothes rack with a loose-fitting white robe hanging from it. Bai Yujing removed his coarse linen clothing and placed it, along with the unwrapped black sword, on the chair, then donned the white robe. Standing before the mirror, he turned to examine himself. The robe fit well. After changing, Bai Yujing secured the black sword behind him and exited the room. Not bad, Uncle Chin appraised him, eyeing Bai Yujing in the white robe. He handed him a key. From now on, this will be your changing room. What will my duties entail? Bai Yujing asked as he accepted the key. Curiosity evident in his voice. Uncle Chin glanced at the clock on the wall, then turned and walked deeper into the corridor. Time is drawing near. Follow me. We can discuss it on the way. Bai Yujing silently followed, entering a narrow, dimly lit passage. Do you know what happened to the martial artist who killed your father after he was captured? Here, Bai Yujing paused, a contemplative expression crossing his face. Exactly, Uncle Chin replied in a somber tone, seemingly lost in thought. That man killed over 20 ordinary people, your father being one of them. When he was brought here, he still wore a face of arrogance. It was then that I took over as the executioner. Until his last moment, he was filled with terror, weeping and pleading for me to act quickly. Uncle Chen scoffed. Did he think begging would be of any use? Of course not. So, I switched to a dull blade and, after torturing him for a minute, I didn't hesitate to sever his head. Such secrets had never been shared by Uncle Chen before. This was the first time Bai Yujing heard them. Step inside. This is the place. Uncle Chen halted, turning slightly with a gentle smile, reverting to his usual amiable demeanor. There's no need to feel pressured. Remember, we are executing justice. Bai Yujing nodded, having an inkling of what kind of part-time job Uncle Chen was introducing him to. As he exited the passage, the blinding white light compelled him to shield his eyes with a hand. Once adjusted, he realized he was in a spacious, enclosed plaza, with a few spectators seated atop the surrounding platforms. Albeit not in great numbers, in the center of the plaza stood two men, each adorned with heavy black iron shackles around their necks, their collarbones pierced, and their bodies ensnared in dark chains. The loudspeaker began to announce the charges against the two. These individuals were agents from Sakura District, who had incited conflict between men and women in Ninghai City while stealing intelligence. After the loss of a third-tier investigator and numerous innocent bystanders, it took a second-tier investigator of considerable skill to apprehend them. Executioner, please step forward and prepare for the execution. A spotlight focused on Bai Yujing. Understanding the cue, he approached one of the execution platforms. Unwrapping the cloth around the black sword, at this moment, Su Yin realized what the term executioner entailed. Wasn't he this akin to an ancient executioner? A legitimate profession of killing. He never imagined such a noble occupation would still exist. And he would encounter it. System, bind Bai Yujing as the swordmaster. Ding, 6 swordmaster. Bai Yujing, binding successful. 2 uniformed personnel led the 2 condemned individuals to the execution platform via their chains. Having likely been preemptively sealed, the criminals could only move their mouths. The first condemned man glanced sideways at Bai Yujing, smirking and uttering profanities. Ha! Qi Blood Realm Level 1. It seems the great Xiaowu Jin Bureau has fallen so low as to send a little brat. Bai Yujing ignored him, placing a foot directly on the man's head, slamming it into the ground. He then positioned the black sword against the condemned man's neck and raised it high. The first criminal's head rolled off the platform, hot blood spraying onto Bai Yujing's white robe, some splattering onto his face. Next was the second. May the Emperor bless us. May the Emperor bless us. The second criminal's composure faltered considerably. Upon seeing the dripping black sword advancing toward him, he fainted. With an expressionless demeanor, Bai Yujing beheaded the second criminal in the same manner before returning through the passage he had come from. A wave of enthusiastic applause erupted from the spectators outside. Two heads claimed, and Su Yin was overjoyed. The energy and souls of 2 martial artists provided him with a substantial boost. This long-lost sensation was one he hadn't experienced since parting with Yu Qinghong. The more he observed Bai Yujing as the swordmaster, the more satisfied he became. This was a promising asset that needed protection. After encountering a series of disappointing sword masters, he finally found one worth keeping. He had reflected on the failures of previous sword masters during his idle time. While their lack of capability played a significant role, he also bore some responsibility for neglecting their training. After a gratifying feast, Suyin recognized Bai Yujing's impressive performance. "Well done, Xiao Bai." Uncle Chen, unfazed by the bloodstains on Bai Yujing's robe, approached and embraced him. "By the way, I brought your payment this time." Uncle Chen handed Bai Yujing a small stack of bills, all 100 yuan notes. Upon receiving the money and counting, Bai Yujing found a total of 16 notes, equating to 1,600 xia yuan. "Is this much?" Bai Yujing was momentarily taken aback. Though he had heard Uncle Chen mention generous remuneration, this exceeded his expectations. He offered half back to Uncle Chen. Though they are all despicable individuals, the psychological toll of taking many lives can easily manifest, hence it is only natural for the remuneration to be somewhat elevated. There is no need to dwell on it. After changing his clothes, "Return home promptly," advised Uncle Chen with a wave of his hand and a chuckle. "However, I must say, you truly possess remarkable courage. When I executed my first sentence, my hands were trembling uncontrollably." After bidding farewell to Uncle Chen, Bai Yujing returned to the pristine white changing room. Leaning against the door, he locked it securely. His body still quivered slightly, not from fear, but from exhilaration. Although it was his first experience of taking a life, he found himself enveloped in a peculiar sense of joy. This sensation was undeniably abnormal. Shaking his head, he endeavored to calm his tumultuous emotions, donned his attire, and grasped the black sword, preparing to return home. Suddenly, he halted in his tracks, his eyes betraying profound astonishment. Just moments ago, an unfamiliar piece of information had surged into his mind. A high-grade Xin-level martial art, Wind and Thunder Source Flow, First Realm. Swift Wind and Thunder? Chapter 27, Stabilizing Development, Part 1. Bai Yujing had once overheard others discussing this. In this world, martial arts are categorized into 4 grades: Celestial, Earthly, Xian, and Huang, in descending order of excellence. Martial arts serve as the foundation for martial practitioners. Ordinary individuals may achieve the blood qi realm through years of training or by consuming the flesh of ferocious beasts, blood qi pills, and the like, but such methods only allow them to reach the second layer of blood qi. At this juncture, one must select a martial art to pursue as their primary discipline to continue their cultivation. Otherwise, the cultivated blood qi will dissipate. Should they choose to continue consuming the flesh of ferocious beasts, they might experience a reversal of blood qi at best, or at worst, face a fatal explosion of blood. Due to this reason, the price of martial arts often exceeds that of martial techniques of the same grade by tenfold or more. Even a jade slip of a Huang-level martial art is beyond the means of an ordinary family, let alone someone in Bai Yujing's predicament. Xin-level martial arts are predominantly found within prestigious families and elite academies. Even when a volume appears at an auction house, it is swiftly acquired at a high price. Thus, upon discovering that the sudden influx of information in his mind pertained to a high-grade Xin-level martial art named Wind and Thunder Source Flow, Bai Yujing's astonishment was beyond measure. Bai Yujing was acutely aware of his own aptitude. He was not like the protagonists in novels who suddenly awaken to become martial geniuses. Rather, he had indeed encountered an extraordinary opportunity. Just moments ago, his consciousness had been drawn into a mysterious space. There, a woman clad in red wielding a black longsword had merely demonstrated the technique once, and he had comprehended this profound Xin-level martial art, albeit only at the first realm. Wait a moment, black longsword? Bai Yujing glanced down at the black longsword in his grip, his pupils dilating in surprise. It bore an almost identical resemblance to the one held by the woman in red, the only distinction being the differing patterns of bloodstains near the hilt. Could the Xin-level martial art he had just grasped be connected to this black longsword? Bai Yujing's gaze flickered momentarily. As if affirming this conjecture, the black sword in his hand radiated a slight warmth. Feeling the heat emanating from his palm, Bai Yujing instantly comprehended the extraordinary nature of this black sword. Could it be that his sister unwittingly found a divine blade? At that moment, a gentle knock echoed from outside the door, followed by Uncle Chen's concerned voice. "Xiao Bai, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Upon realizing the preciousness of this sword, Bai Yujing attentively wiped away the bloodstains with a clean white cloth before slinging it over his shoulder. After steadying his breath, he stepped out of the changing room. "If all is well, let me escort you home," offered Uncle Chen. "Uncle Chen, What is it? Uncle Chen turned, puzzled. Nothing, thank you. Bai Yujing opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from disclosing the matters regarding the black longsword and the Shin-level martial art. Although Uncle Chen had always been kind to their family, he understood the adage. A commoner is innocent, but possessing a treasure incurs guilt. Even among brothers, enmity can arise. He dared not gamble with human nature. Concerning the black sword, Bai Yujing resolved to keep this secret for a lifetime. Wow! Sweet and sour ribs, wow! Braised crucian carp, and my all-time favorite creamy mochi from Lucy River. Upon returning home after school that evening, a delightful aroma unlike any other wafted through the air. Upon seeing the table laden with a feast of delectable dishes, Bai Yueling's eyes sparkled with excitement. Despite her mouth watering, she obediently sat at the table without touching her chopsticks. Before long, Bai Yujing emerged from the kitchen with a plate of freshly prepared dishes. Brother, what special occasion is it today? Why are there so many delicious dishes? Is it the new year? Bai Yueling could not help but ask. It is from the part-time job Uncle Chen introduced me to. I tried it during the day, and they were quite pleased with my performance, so they advanced me a portion of my salary. I bought some treats for us to celebrate tonight. Yay, let us eat before it gets cold. All right, I'll dig in then. On the way home, Bai Yujing had already decided he would not reveal the day's events to his sister just yet. Children speak without restraint, a divine sword that carries a legacy. If he inadvertently let it slip, he could attract the envy of many. There was no telling what kind of peril it might bring. They lacked the means to protect themselves. Even if they surrendered the long sword, they could still be silenced. He would wait until his sister was a bit older before discussing it. Until then, he would safeguard this secret for her. Watching his sister relish the delicious food, her face radiating happiness, Bai Yujing found himself momentarily lost in thought. Brother, what are you thinking about? Noticing her brother seemed to be in a daze, Bai Yueling looked up with curiosity. Her cheeks were round with rice, making her quite adorable. Bai Yujing realized he had been lost in distant thoughts, which was of no consequence. He should focus on the present matters instead. I was just pondering some things. Wait, why are you crying? Upon hearing this, Bai Yueling set down her bowl and touched the corners of her eyes, only to discover genuine tears. She appeared momentarily dazed. Its tears of joy. Ever since our parents' incident, I haven't had such delicious food in a long time. But soon, she chuckled, extending a small hand still clutching an empty bowl. One more bowl. Please. This rice is so delicious. I think I could finish 3 bowls just by eating rice. Here, Bai Yujing stood up and went to the kitchen to fill her bowl with more rice. Eat slowly, don't choke. There's still more in the pot if you want. Hearing his sister's words, Bai Yujing felt a mix of emotions. Over the years, she had suffered alongside him. However, those days of hardship were now behind them. Their lives would surely improve from this point onward. You eat first? I'll go check on mother. Rising, Bai Yujing carried a bowl of lean meat porridge into a small room adjacent to the kitchen. What a filial son, remarked Su Yin, who hung alongside a rusty axe on the wall. He nodded in approval of this swordmaster's character. This world is not as simple as it appears. It's best to lay low for a while and stabilize development. From the current perspective, Bai Yujing seemed to be the best choice for him. With his position as a part-time enforcer in the Martial Supervision Bureau, he should be able to harvest a few heads each week. Su Yin did not expect much, occasionally allowing him to indulge would suffice. Little by little, restoring the magic sword's rank to a spiritual weapon was merely a matter of time. Quietly observing Bai Yujing as he tidied up and returned to his room, Su Yin maintained a calm demeanor. This is my first proactive investment. I sincerely hope it does not lead to disappointment. In the stillness of the night, late into the evening, Bai Yujing lay in bed. Tossing and turning, unable to find sleep, he decided to sit up and reflect on the events of the day, when suddenly, a realization struck him. Chapter 28. Stabilizing Development, Part 2. This realization was not particularly hard to uncover. However, he had been preoccupied with numerous troubling matters during the day, causing him to overlook it until now. The fact was, he had not acquired this extraordinary black sword just today. Counting from the day Yueling brought the divine sword home, it had actually been 5 days. Although Bai Yujing lived in dire poverty, relying on charcoal burning to sustain his family, he had attended school for a time prior to his parents' expected misfortune. He had sacrificed his education to care for his mother's illness and support his sister's continued schooling. During his time as a student, His teachers tirelessly instructed them that for students from impoverished backgrounds like his, the fastest and most effective way to alter their destinies was to excel in the National Martial Arts Examination and gain admission to a prestigious school. There are no shortcuts on the martial path. To ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts, one requires exceptional aptitude, top-tier martial arts, rare materials, spiritual elixirs, perseverance, and fortuitous encounters. Each element is indispensable. Yet, exceptions do exist. For instance, hidden within this world lies a martial arts legacy. In the past, there was a predecessor who emerged from humble beginnings yet cultivated to the extreme martial saint realm, traversing the stars with a formidable physique and attaining divine enlightenment in martial arts. This extreme martial saint was originally a scholar in his youth. However, after being caught in a temporal rift, he unwittingly stumbled into a realm known as the Shintian Hall. Upon passing the trials of the hall, he obtained an immensely powerful body cultivation legacy, which enabled him to achieve remarkable success in the subsequent National Martial Arts Examination, thus commencing a legendary life. It is said that this supreme martial sage lived a life devoid of offspring. And in his twilight years, he chose a secluded place to attain enlightenment. Upon discovery, his grave was found to be utterly empty, save for a solitary tombstone bearing a phrase, "I have placed all my legacies and the coordinates of the Shintian Hall at the pinnacle of the nine-turn Transcendence Tower. Do you wish to inherit my legacy? Then strive to ascend to the top." This represented the entirety of the supreme martial sage's wealth, possibly concealing secrets regarding the Shintian Hall. Once the news spread, all martial practitioners in the Great Xia became agitated. The nine-turn Transcendence Tower was an artifact brought forth by this sage from the Shintian Hall, situated in the capital of Great Xia. However, as several martial sages from Great Xia eagerly prepared to enter the tower, they soon realized that the sage had imposed restrictions on this artifact. Only those under the age of 21, and with a martial realm not exceeding that of a martial lord, were permitted entry. Bai Yujing understood that what his mentor had conveyed was indeed true. The nine-turn Transcendence Tower was later designated as a protected site by the Great Xia government, opening its doors only once a year, thus making each opportunity to enter exceedingly precious, reserved solely for the prodigies of various academies and esteemed families. Bai Yujing speculated that much like the restrictions set for the nine-turn Transcendence Tower to filter challengers for inheritance, the Divine Sword must also be an heirloom of a martial expert. The fact that the Divine Sword conferred upon him the first realm of the Shin-level technique Fenglai Yuanlu on the fifth day, rather than the first, must surely be attributed to some condition he inadvertently fulfilled during the day. Could it possibly be blood? Bai Yujing, possessing keen intellect, was nearing the truth with his series of deductions. This also elucidated one of Su Yin's reasons for choosing to pass on the inheritance after the Swordmaster had committed murder. Lacking a means to communicate directly with the Swordmaster, he could only resort to this method of indirect guidance through bait. Su Yin was aware that given Bai Yujing's current predicament, he would undoubtedly seize this lifeline. In the early morning, Bai Yujing rose as usual, prepared breakfast, and ascended the mountain. However, today, he did not head directly into the dense forest to gather firewood. Instead, he hunted several roe deer first. Since acquiring the first layer of the Shin-level technique Fenglai Yuanlu titled Swift Wind, Thunderous Lightning from the Divine Sword the previous day, he felt a significant enhancement in both speed and explosive power. This was precisely why he succeeded in hunting the nimble roe deer. Such an improvement at just the first layer ignited an eager desire within him to grasp the subsequent layers of techniques and mantras. Yet, glancing at the Divine Sword in his hand, stained with the blood of the roe deer yet as cold as a lifeless object, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment, letting out a soft sigh. Although he had anticipated this, he still held a glimmer of hope the night prior. Indeed, it was futile. After a moment of silence, Bai Yujing unsheathed his small knife to skin the roe deer, using the sword to sever its antlers and a few choice cuts of meat for preservation. These were valuable commodities that should not go to waste. Executions for capital crimes are grave offenses. Though Ninghai City boasts a significant administrative scale, it is not commonplace for many martial practitioners condemned to death to await execution. Thus, Bai Yujing continued to engage in his usual trade, dedicating his spare time to cultivating Fenglai Yuanlu. To his pleasant surprise, within just a week, he had advanced from the first to the third layer of qi and blood, achieving 2 consecutive breakthroughs. This revelation reignited the long-dormant fire of martial aspiration within him. By noon, Bai Yujing received a summons from the Special Monitoring Bureau of Haishur, instructing him to make an appearance in the afternoon. The reason for this request was that 3 martial practitioners, in a drunken stupor, had committed the heinous act of murdering a pregnant woman in an alley, betting on the gender of her unborn child. In their drunken state, they tragically cut the child from her womb, resulting in the unfortunate woman's immediate death. It was reported that when the investigator arrived at the scene, the 3 were still laughing heartily, completely unconcerned. When Bai Yujing placed his sword against their necks, they cried out, insisting it was unintentional, merely a consequence of their inebriation. However, such feeble justifications could not restore the life of the unfortunate victim. In their moment of brutality, did they ever contemplate that the blade might one day turn upon themselves? Stepping over their fallen bodies, Bai Yujing decisively severed the necks of all 3, reflecting on this thought. Here is your payment for this task, totaling 3,400 xia yuan. A white-robed investigator presented Bai Yujing with the remuneration, and judging by the insignia on his sleeve, he appeared to be a third-rank investigator. Why so much? Bai Yujing inquired, surprised. The excess comes from the husband of the deceased woman, the investigator replied, gesturing in a direction before departing without further explanation. Turning toward the indicated direction, Bai Yujing noticed a man lingering at the edge of the viewing platform, casting a grateful glance his way. Presumably, he was the husband of the deceased woman. Retracting his gaze, a faint smile crept across Bai Yujing's lips. This feeling was rather pleasant. Upon returning to the changing room, after discarding his blood-stained white robe, he secured the door and unfastened his long sword from his waist. Chapter 29. Time flies. After enjoying another hearty meal, Su Yin was quite satisfied and generously imparted the second layer of Fenglai Yuanlu to Bai Yujing. The familiar sensation washed over him once more. Having laid the groundwork during the first experience, Bai Yujing was mentally prepared this time. Wind spirit, rice soul, he murmured as he meticulously absorbed the new information appearing in his mind. Despite having some mental readiness, the experience still evoked a peculiar feeling. Wind spirit, rice soul. Within his heart and lungs, he opened a wind eye and a thunder eye, resulting in a 30 increase in wind and thunder attribute damage. With true energy temporarily affixing wind and thunder elements to his weapons, it seemed that human lives were indeed required to unlock the inheritance within the sword. The previous master of this black sword must have been a bloodthirsty predecessor. Bai Yujing mused, however, martial techniques know no ethical bounds, and it was regrettable that his martial cultivation was too low to fully unleash the technique's potential. Had Su Yin known Bai Yujing's thoughts at that moment, he would undoubtedly have remarked, "You think too much. You are the one with the highest body count among the recent sword masters." Nevertheless, as long as the sword master could grasp his intent and occasionally provide offerings, everything else was inconsequential. Since the global resurgence of martial arts, in regions outside of Great Xia, many martial practitioners had taken to contemptuously disregarding human life, committing heinous acts of violence over trivial disputes. To maintain stability and order within its borders, Great Xia had established stringent laws against martial crimes, leading to the creation of the Martial Supervision Bureau. However, given the vast population base, with 2 billion residents in Great Xia, there would inevitably emerge individuals daring enough to commit offenses. Bai Yujing was quite astute. Upon realizing that the black sword demanded human lives, he proactively applied to his superiors to increase the frequency of executions from once a week to twice. The personnel of the Martial Supervision Bureau were elated. Although the executioners received decent compensation, the psychological toll of frequently taking lives was immense, making it challenging to replenish their numbers. Bai Yujing's predecessor had retired due to mental health issues. Thus, having someone willingly take on the tasks was a boon for them. Su Yin was equally pleased. As the progress of his experience bar surged, and the accumulation of demonic energy rose correspondingly. However, the most delighted was Bai Yujing. He could earn more supplementary remuneration while simultaneously accelerating the unlocking of the inheritance within the black sword. It proved that Su Yin's foresight was indeed commendable. Bai Yujing was undoubtedly a fine sword master. Over the course of 2 months, he executed a total of 25 martial practitioners condemned to death for various reasons, ranging from martial disciples to martial masters, including 1 grand martial master. However, a minor complication arose during the execution of the grand martial master. Bai Yujing's initial strike surprisingly failed to breach his defenses. When the black sword manifesting Su Yin struck the grand martial master's neck, it merely punctured the outer skin, inciting a stir among the onlookers. Despite the Grand Martial Master being sealed of all true energy and remaining silent, Bai Yujing discerned the disdainful glint in his eyes, reading the term ant. Bai Yujing bore no ire. Instead, he shifted his grip from one-handed to two-handed. Adjusting his stance slightly, a flicker of golden lightning flashing beneath the voluminous sleeves of his white robe. The spectators were taken aback, and in a mere blink, a head, once adorned with mockery in its gaze, soared high before landing neatly in the small pit before the execution platform. The sheer power and explosive force of this strike astonished the accompanying investigators. In truth, Bai Yujing had held back to prevent the technique from being exposed. He only mobilized a fraction of the thunderous might to enhance his wrist's explosive power, which appeared akin to the effects of the third-rank investigators' cultivated mid-grade yellow technique, Stone Fist. Though some were astonished by the strength displayed by this executioner, who possessed merely the 9th layer of Qi and blood, they simply attributed it to innate divine power. Although the provided Qi and demonic energy were the same as those of ordinary individuals, the essence of life and purity of the Grand Martial Master's soul afforded Su Yin a sense of delight akin to savoring a feast of rare delicacies. When Bai Yujing was alone, he intended to impart the 3rd layer of Fenglai Yuanlu to him. Indeed, after offering the blood and souls of 25 individuals, Su Yin finally stirred. Did you think Su Yin was heartless? Of course not. The technique Fenglai Yuanlu comprises a total of 6 layers, with the highest attainable level being Martial Sovereign. Even Rain Xinghong had only reached the 4th layer. Furthermore, if the rewards were too easily given, the Sword Master would not cherish them. After all, in any investment, one must always seek to profit. Thus, Su Yin did not perceive the darkness in his heart, for he considered himself a paragon of virtue. After returning to the changing room and donning his attire, Bai Yujing stood before the floor-length mirror, gripping his black long sword, a frown etched upon his face. Despite having executed numerous individuals over the past 2 months, the divine sword had yet to impart the 3rd tier of the wind and thunder source's mysteries to him. Was there something about him that displeased the divine sword? Or was it that the sword's legacy had come to an end? Just as Bai Yujing wrestled with these uncertainties, a familiar sensation emerged within his mind. It was the inheritance of martial arts. His eyes brightened instantly. It seemed the divine sword was not dissatisfied with him after all. Bai Yujing's life had not undergone a dramatic transformation due to Su Yin's involvement. Even with the fortunate encounters he had experienced, he continued to lead a structured existence, rising each day to prepare meals, venturing into the mountains to gather firewood and hunt, returning home to produce charcoal, and diligently practicing his martial arts. It was only every 3 days, when summoned by the Martial Supervision Bureau to carry out executions, that he would take Su Yin along. Such a life was rather mundane. In the initial weeks, Su Yin would observe the Sword Master's daily activities, but as time passed, whenever Bai Yujing encountered no imminent danger, he would simply fall into a deep slumber. He would awaken intermittently to check on the Sword Master's well-being, ensuring he was performing the sword rites punctually. If there were no pressing matters, he would return to slumber. Time flew by, and before long, 6 months had elapsed. During this period, Su Yin witnessed the subtle changes in the Bai family's life. The good news was that Bai Yujing, through his earnings from charcoal selling and hunting, as well as his role as an officer in the Martial Supervision Bureau, had saved enough to purchase a spirit-grade restorative pill, the revitalizing pill, for his mother from the Wanbao building. Although it did not fully cure her affliction, her condition had improved significantly, restoring her consciousness and allowing her to speak. The Bai family's standard of living had also improved considerably, as they eventually moved out of the slums. This was made possible when Bai Yujing used the remaining money from the purchase of the revitalizing pill to rent a small courtyard in the suburbs of Ninghai City for the family to reside in. His younger sister, Bai Yueling, had also been evaluated for martial arts aptitude upon the commencement of her 1st year in high school, transitioning from the academic class to the martial arts class. Bai Yujing himself had successfully advanced to the rank of martial disciple, thanks to the superior Xin grade technique provided by Su Yin. Bai Yujing found contentment in these developments. Although he had depleted his finances and was not living in luxury, everything seemed to be progressing in a positive direction. The only downside was that Su Yin remained idle within the demon sword, either in slumber or in a daze. Fortunately, despite the monotony of daily life, the experience bar indicating the progress of the demon sword's advancement continued to rise steadily with each passing day. Chapter 30. The Advancement of the Demon Sword. How have you been getting along with your new classmates? During dinner, Bai Yujing, observing the girl before him who was silently eating, decided to casually inquire, "How's it going?" "Huh." The girl, having just set down her bowl and chopsticks, appeared momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. After a brief silence, she softly replied, It's okay, I suppose." This girl was none other than Bai Yujing's younger sister. Bai Yueling. 6 months had passed, and she had blossomed into a spirited young lady. However, when speaking, her youthful face would occasionally display a hint of evasiveness in her bright black eyes. "What happened to the bruise on your arm?" "I accidentally fell." "Can a fall cause such an injury?" Bai Yujing pointed to a red and purple bruise on his sister's shoulder, furrowing his brow. "Speak up, what's the matter?" "During martial arts class, a classmate hit me," Bai Yueling said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I feel so foolish. Classmates who join later than me have already reached the second layer of Qi and become martial artists. Yet, after practicing the yellow-grade middle-tier technique, the nourishing Qi method, for over a month, I still haven't to even grasp the sensation of Qi. They all say behind my back that I'm a waste, that I cheated during the aptitude test." It seemed that mentioning the subject brought her distress to the forefront. As Bai Yueling spoke at length, her voice gradually breaking with emotion, Bai Yujing sat quietly beside her, playing the role of a confidant. "How do you usually practice?" "Let me see. Right now." Bai Yueling settled cross-legged on the bench and closed her eyes. Following the method taught by her instructor, she began to draw in Qi. 3 minutes passed, nothing happened. "Look, just like this," Bai Yueling said, feeling a sense of dejection as she sensed the Qi within her body. "Perhaps it really is as they say. The testing instrument must have malfunctioned. I truly possess no martial arts aptitude." "No, you do have aptitude." Bai Yujing shook his head, refuting his sister's conjecture. This was not a mere false comfort. He had sensed that the thread of Qi she drew in had not been absorbed or refined by the nourishing Qi method. However, the vortex of wind within him had reacted strongly. In simple terms, Bai Yueling was ill-suited for the technique her instructor had taught her. Continuing to practice would only be a futile endeavor. "Let us discuss this in your room. It's time to share some secrets with you." "Eh? Is there some juicy gossip?" Upon hearing this, Bai Yueling's eyes widened in excitement. Her curiosity peaked to the point where even the bruise on her shoulder seemed to fade in significance. Knock, knock, knock. A sound came from the door. Bai Yueling opened it to find Bai Yujing, now dressed in training attire, sitting down across from her. "Brother, what's this secret you mentioned?" Without directly answering her question, Bai Yujing asked, "Yueling, do you know what our Bai family has historically done?" "Could it be?" Bai Yueling's excitement surged. "Are we from a hidden family that is now emerging into the world?" Bai Yujing replied. "Not quite. Our father was a charcoal seller, our grandfather was a charcoal seller, and our great-grandfather was also a charcoal seller. Is our ancestor a descendant of a hidden family?" Bai Yueling asked curiously. "Also a charcoal seller." "Well, what kind of secret is that?" Bai Yueling felt a wave of disappointment wash over her as she processed this revelation late at night. "Our family, since ancient times, has always been charcoal sellers, with no extraordinary martial artists ever emerging." Bai Yujing spoke slowly, gazing into his sister's bright black eyes. "Though this world appears to thrive on both science and martial arts, everyone knows that martial artists are held in greater esteem than researchers. In a family enduring generations of poverty, only the emergence of a truly powerful martial artist can alter their fate. You actually possess aptitude, and it is far superior to mine. Brother, please don't comfort me. Your aptitude is clearly better. You've already become a martial disciple, while I lack even the sensation of Qi," Bai Yueling said, feeling disheartened. "That's not the case." Bai Yujing shook his head. "From today onward, you must cease practicing that nourishing Qi method." "All right, I agree. Perhaps," Bai Yueling nodded in agreement, "I will teach you a superior Xin grade technique shortly. I'm not suited for it." "Wait." Bai Yueling covered her mouth, as if she had just heard something significant regarding the Xin grade and superior rank. "Brother, what did you just say?" "I said, I will teach you a superior Xin grade technique," Bai Yujing reiterated. "Brother, you just said we are not from a hidden family." After about an hour of discussion, Bai Yujing managed to convince Bai Yueling that the Bai family was certainly not a hidden family. Furthermore, he earnestly instructed her to never disclose the technique he was about to teach her to anyone else. Returning to his room, Bai Yujing lay on his bed, hands behind his head, unable to sleep. That evening, he had initially intended to pass the divine sword to his sister Bai Yueling. However, at the moment of departure, He hesitated. It wasn't that he was reluctant to part with this opportunity. Rather, the divine sword required the act of taking lives to unlock its legacy. His sister was someone who would feel sorrow even at the sight of a cat or dog being struck by a vehicle. Thus, after much contemplation, Bai Yujing opted to convey the techniques contained within the divine sword instead of handing over the sword itself to his sister. Outside the window, the moon hung high in the sky. Bathed in the silvery light streaming into the room, Bai Yujing retrieved the black long sword from the wall. The reflection on the blade revealed his form as he spoke softly to the sword. "O divine sword, do you know? Yueling's aptitude is truly remarkable. Just moments ago, I merely shared the heart method and incantations of the wind and thunder source with her, and she was already able to grasp the fundamentals. Yet, after receiving your legacy and reaching the martial disciple realm, my progress has been sluggish, and I have struggled to break through. Will you resent me for not passing you on to her tonight?" Just as Bai Yujing had previously communicated to Bai Yueling, his aptitude and comprehension were not particularly high. Even after cultivating the superior Xin-grade technique bestowed by Su Yin, he soon encountered a bottleneck. The black long sword in his hand remained silent, offering no response to his inquiry. Bai Yujing couldn't help but chuckle at himself. Ever since the divine sword had imparted the third tier of the wind and thunder source to him months ago, it had remained dormant, silent until now. Perhaps his aptitude was simply too lacking, and the divine sword had long since given up on him. That Su Yin, oblivious to Bai Yujing's inner thoughts, was rather pleased with this sword master. Over the past half-year, Bai Yujing had executed numerous condemned martial artists, bringing the demon sword to the brink of meeting the requirements for advancement. Su Yin had refrained from continuing the legacy primarily because the fourth tier of the wind and thunder source was merely a minor achievement and lacked impressive substance. However, the time had come. On a certain day a month later, Bai Yujing ascended the mountain, skillfully and steadily using the black sword to sever dry branches, repeating the motion as he had countless times before. Just as he secured the bundled branches with cloth strips and prepared to return home, the black sword resting on the stone suddenly exhibited an extraordinary phenomenon. Chapter 31. Comprehensive enhancement. The jet black sword was suddenly engulfed by a blazing black flame. It then slowly hovered before him, perfectly aligning with the setting sun on the distant horizon. The universe acted as a crucible, with the sun as its guide. Upon the blade, 5 bloodstains began to undergo a transformation. Under the searing heat of the black flame, the bloodstains vaporized into crimson currents, starting to detach from the sword and swirl around it. "What is happening?" Bai Yujing was utterly bewildered, taking a couple of steps back to observe the unfolding situation. The anomalies continued. Surrounded by the pulsating blood energy, a delicate crack suddenly appeared on the dark blade. The entire burning process lasted approximately 15 minutes, with cracks multiplying until they covered the entire sword. In a fleeting moment, perhaps reaching a critical threshold, the obsidian exterior shattered explosively, revealing a long crimson sword entwined with 5 streams of blood-red flames. After a half-year hiatus, Su Yin had finally ascended once more to the realm of spiritual weapons. Unlike his previous experience, when he had been shackled by the hands of his nemesis, this time he was free, having vanquished his foe. The stark contrast between these two circumstances left Su Yin feeling somewhat melancholic. After a moment of reflection, he summoned the system to open the magic sword interface, eager to discover what changes had occurred since his advancement to a junior spiritual weapon. Upon inspection, his eyes widened in astonishment. Magic sword interface, sword name, W level, low-grade spiritual weapon talent, Slaughter, Magic Sword Inheritance Swordmaster. Bai Yujing Magic Sword Techniques, 1. Blood Sword, Ominous Fortune. The Sword Master's luck value steadily decreases by 2 points. Death Omen. Can be actively used to reduce the Sword Master's luck value by 10 points within a day, stacking with Ominous Fortune, Blood Tide. Automatically restores 2 points of magic energy at midnight daily. Current storage, 1020.2. Destiny's Ultimate Martial Arts. When the magic sword reaches its current level cap, it can ascend to the next tier, acquiring a new form with the ability to switch freely between the basic and advanced forms. 3. Absolute Kill. Any target harmed or slain by the magic sword cannot be restored, healed, revived, or resurrected. 4. Blood Rain's Grace. When the sword master sacrifices life to the magic sword, they may receive a portion of their vitality back. With a return ratio of 1 to 50.5. Supreme True Method. Sacrifice. The sword master burns their own life force, temporarily elevating their martial arts realm by 2 major tiers for 1 hour. With the ascension to a spiritual weapon, the magic sword underwent a comprehensive enhancement. The first point of improvement was the skill Blood Sword, Ominous Fortune, which had strengthened its original 3 effects: Ominous Fortune, Great Misfortune, and Blood Tide. Ominous Fortune now acted as a double-edged sword. It caused the Sword Master's luck to decrease steadily by 2 points, making it easier for them to encounter misfortune and adversity. However, Suyin perceived this not as a detriment, but rather as an opportunity. He welcomed more challengers to provoke by Yujing, thus augmenting his own experience. Great Misfortune had now evolved into Death Omen, escalating the luck reduction from 5 points to 10 points within a single day. If stacked with Ominous Fortune, the total reduction could reach 12 points. This combination was formidable enough that even a true child of fortune would likely falter against a Death Omen. Suyin felt quite satisfied with the current Swordmaster. Thus, the Death Omen would remain dormant for the time being. The Blood Tide's daily magic energy restoration increased from 1 point to 2 points. With a maximum storage capacity of 20, this enhancement was commendable. Even if the daily magic energy restoration was now capped at 2 points, it could be considered an added boon. The second point of enhancement was the introduction of 2 brand new passive skills, Absolute Kill and Blood Rain's Grace. First, let's examine the newly emerged skill. Absolute Kill. It possessed a singular effect, Decisive Cut. Its function was that any target harmed or killed by the magic sword could not be restored, healed, revived, or resurrected. The concepts of restoration and healing were straightforward, concerning the recovery of vitality and the treatment of injuries. However, the meaning of revival puzzled Suyin. System, what does it mean to be unable to be revived? The system explained. Absolute Kill eliminates the target from existence in a conceptual sense, rendering them incapable of being resurrected by necromantic abilities or divine arts into undead, zombies, or similar non-living entities. It is not merely a matter of depleting vitality, but obliterating the very concept of life. Is this not utterly unreasonable? Suyin was astonished by the system's explanation. Nevertheless, he relished the notion. This aligned perfectly with his vision of the magic sword. As for resurrection, could there not be some form of time reversal? Causal inversion, or more directly, the ability to resurrect the deceased. This was not merely impossible. It was very much plausible. After all, this was a high martial world, teeming with celestial beings and even malevolent deities. What could truly be deemed impossible? Now, regarding the second skill, Blood Rain's Grace, it too bore a singular effect, Rebirth. After the Sword Master utilized the magic sword to slay a target, they could receive a portion of the slain target's vitality back. With a return ratio ranging from 1 to 50, this effect was undeniably extraordinary. Normally, aside from physical cultivators, martial artists would rely on absorbing the world's essence, circulating techniques to transform it into the energy they required, or consuming medicinal pills, the flesh of ferocious beasts, or refining elemental stones. Essentially, they converted external energy for personal use to elevate their martial realm. However, the newly introduced magic sword skill, Blood Rain's Grace, provided the Sword Master with an entirely new means of cultivation, through slaughter. The more foes they vanquished, the faster their cultivation progressed. This was a complete subversion of the traditional martial cultivation system. What if the Sword Master possessed poor aptitude and slow progress, encountering a bottleneck? Fear not, for Blood Rain's Grace was at hand. With this magic sword skill, even those with the most mediocre martial talent could ultimately break through, provided there were enough sacrificial offerings. However, what did the return ratio of 1 to 50 signify? Suyin noted that the skill description of Blood Rain's Grace mentioned a ratio. Wasn't a higher ratio preferable? Blood Rain's Grace possesses the ability to purify, filter out impurities, and return refined vitality to the Sword Master. When the return ratio is below 5, the vitality returned is entirely pure, and the Sword Master absorbs it without any side effects. The maximum return ratio is 50, which does not undergo purification. What happens with a higher return ratio? Suyin inquired. Unlike the magic sword talent slaughter, Blood Rain's Grace mingles vitality with soul energy during absorption and then purifies it for return. If the return is excessive, the unfiltered soul impurities may lead to the Sword Master succumbing to corruption or madness. Through the system's elucidation, Suyin began to grasp the mechanics of Blood Rain's Grace. A return ratio exceeding 5 would manifest as a torrential downpour, rapid and overwhelming, yet fraught with side effects. Conversely, a ratio below 5 would resemble a gentle rain. Though less abundant, it was safe and painless for breakthroughs. System: set the return ratio of Blood Rain's Grace to 5. Bai Yujing had performed admirably over the past 6 months in ensuring purity. Su-Yin granted Bai Yujing the highest return ratio as a reward for his exceptional service. After all, I am not a demon. Chapter 32. The Heart's Choice. Ding. The return ratio of the magic sword skill Blood Rain's Grace has been successfully set. Current ratio: 5. The black flames enveloping the sword dissipated. Surrounded by the swirling blood energy, the long sword completed its metamorphosis. Once the dust settled, Bai Yujing approached the stone, reaching out to grasp the hilt of the crimson sword that hovered before him. The lingering warmth on the hilt seemed to remind him that the extraordinary events that had just transpired were not a mere dream. The moment he grasped the hilt, a long-forgotten sensation surged within his mind. The divine sword imparted the 4th level of the wind and thunder origin flow to him, along with a corresponding high-grade martial technique, wind and thunder sword style. A dual inheritance at once. Bai Yujing was elated. Yet, after the initial excitement, he gazed at the transformed divine sword before him, a trace of concern clouding his expression. He was no longer the naive novice he had been 6 months ago. During his tenure as an executor, Bai Yujing had encountered several high-ranking investigators and their weapons, some of which were also spiritual weapons. Yet none possessed the extraordinary nature of the divine sword before him. Now that the divine sword had revealed its brilliance, could his early-stage martial apprentice strength truly safeguard both the sword and his family? Bai Yujing murmured, "Oh, divine sword, your appearance is too extraordinary. My realm is too lowly. I fear I may not be able to protect you in the future." Upon hearing Bai Yujing's words, Su-Yin contemplated this very issue. With the magic sword's ascension to a spiritual weapon, its striking exterior would undoubtedly attract countless individuals seeking to seize it. Given Bai Yujing's unique profession, he provided Su-Yin with a secure and stable environment for growth. The next swordmaster may not be as outstanding as Bai Yujing. Having discerned the intricacies of this dilemma, Su-Yin resolved to remain inconspicuous for a while longer, opting for low-key development. Thus, he employed the magic sword skill, Destiny's ultimate martial arts, to revert the sword's appearance to that of its pre-ascension black blade. Moments later, to Bai Yujing's astonished gaze, the swirling blood energy around the magic sword transformed back into the bloodstains upon the blade, while the crimson hue reverted to a deep black, though the blade remained razor-sharp. Bai Yujing tested the sword, his eyes immediately lighting up. He realized that the divine sword had not regressed. It had merely concealed its ostentation, yet in all other aspects, it surpassed its former self. The divine sword seemed to have understood his earlier words, grasping his intentions. "I have returned," Bai Yujing spoke. He placed the branches that had been bound with hemp rope and strapped to his back onto the ground. A series of persistent coughs echoed within the room. "Cough, coughed, is Xiao Jing back?" Upon hearing this voice, Bai Yujing hurriedly lifted the curtain and entered the room. A frail woman was attempting to sit up, propping herself up with her hands against the bed. "Mother, please lie down," Bai Yujing said, gently assisting the woman by her arm as he approached the bed. "I will fetch you some medicine." Rising, Bai Yujing exited the room and soon returned with a bowl of herbal concoction. The woman gazed at her son, whose features bore the marks of time, and sighed. "Alas, all these years, it has been I who burdened you. It is all in the past. Have our lives not improved?" Bai Yujing comforted her as he blew gently on the medicinal brew. "Please drink this first." The woman remained silent, sipping the medicine sip by sip, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. After ensuring his mother had consumed her medicine and had settled down to sleep, Bai Yujing quietly retreated from the room. At the entrance, he encountered Bai Yueling, who had just returned from school. He casually inquired about her recent experiences at school. Bai Yueling had adapted remarkably well to the wind-thunder source cultivation method, swiftly advancing to the 5th layer of Qi and Blood realm. She had even transferred to the top class, receiving focused attention from her teachers. Those once disdainful classmates had been thoroughly astonished. Moreover, her charming appearance had helped her forge several friendships in her new class. This was evident from the smile that graced her face as she recounted amusing incidents from her day during dinner. Bai Yujing felt a genuine joy for his sister's transformation. However, a discovery a few days later brought him even greater astonishment. When summoned to execute a sentence at the Haisher Special Supervision Office, He felt a faint yet pure surge of vitality coursing through his body the instant he struck down the condemned. This energy flowed through his meridians into his dantian, invigorating his limbs and dispelling his fatigue. Even the long-standing bottleneck in his cultivation began to loosen under this newfound vitality. A thought flickered in his mind. Could it be that slaying with the divine sword could enhance one's strength? He had already experienced this sensation, and the enhancement bore no side effects. The vitality was wholly absorbed, converting into his own chi and blood. Bai Yujing harbored an inexplicable premonition. Even with his mediocre talent, even if he hesitated to purchase the most basic chi and blood pills, and even as a mere ordinary person among the masses, as long as he continued to wield the divine sword and slay, he could reach the pinnacle of martial arts, the realm all warriors yearn for, becoming a legend on Blue Star. Reflecting on past events, Bai Yujing formulated a hypothesis he deemed closest to the truth. Perhaps everything that had transpired was a test. This, he mused, might be the true legacy within the divine sword. On his way home, he observed the hurried, unfamiliar faces brushing past him. He clenched the hilt of the demon's sword so tightly that his hand turned crimson. It wasn't until he saw the warm yellow light emanating from his courtyard and the myriad of lights in the city's high-rises that he realized he had arrived home. He felt the dampness on his back, noticing he had somehow become wet. The sky was draped in light snow. Despite it being July, when summer still lingered in the south, snow had begun to fall. Delicate flakes descended, forming a thin layer that felt like a gossamer veil upon him. High in the courtyard, Bai Yujing stood still, taking in the rare southern snowfall, and sighed softly. Ultimately, he could not bring himself to harm an ordinary person. At that moment, a voice called from behind him, "Brother, why are you standing alone in the yard?" A small head with long hair, slightly curled at the ends, peeked out. "What are you looking at?" "Let me see." "Nothing, just lost in thought," he replied. "Dado?" The girl elongated her tone, wearing an expression that suggested he was hiding something. Yet, moments later, she declared, "Well, I'll let you off the hook this time." She giggled, linking her arm through Bai Yujing's as she pulled him toward the house. "Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. I got out of school early to prepare a reunion dinner just for you." "Today is it really the Mid-Autumn Festival?" Bai Yujing murmured. "Yes," she confirmed. He looked up at the moon, which was indeed full and bright. How long had it been since they had all gathered together as a family like this? He recalled that after their parents' misfortune and the family's decline, he had not celebrated the Mid-Autumn Festival since then. Turning to the house, he saw his sister waving to him from the table. Coming, as if a realization dawned upon him, a smile crept across Bai Yujing's face as he briskly made his way to that warm haven. "I suppose I cannot become a demon after all." Dian Ninghai City, atop a skyscraper, a man clad in a black trench coat gazed solemnly at the sky. The wind whipped his coat, making it flap ominously. Was this snowfall indeed a consequence of the star beasts? A flake landed on his face, cool against his skin. Indeed, a voice in his earpiece replied. According to the readings from the fracture device, the energy intensity has reached at least level 7. Could it be ghost level? The man in black pressed his left hand against the brim of his hat. Chapter 33. May the gods bless you. As night fell, this sudden snowfall in the southern region showed no signs of abating, and in fact seemed to intensify. When Bai Yujing awoke that morning, silver-white snowflakes drifted gracefully from the sky, blanketing the courtyard in a thick layer of snow. "Brother, with such heavy snow, perhaps we should skip going to town today and take a day off," Bai Yueling suggested. Since there was no school today, she had gotten up just to brush her teeth and was now contemplating returning to bed for some extra rest. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she passed the entryway and caught sight of her brother, already dressed in winter attire, preparing to head out with a basket full of charcoal. "It's so cold. The charcoal will surely sell well today." Bai Yujing replied with a smile as he hoisted the basket onto his back. "I'm heading out now. Please take care of mother. Be safe on your way." Bai Yueling yawned, complaining, "Last night, I felt like it was noisy outside. I didn't sleep well at all. I'll just sleep a bit more." "All right, sleep a little longer." Bai Yujing waved his hand dismissively as he opened the door and stepped into the swirling snow. The path to the city was not overly treacherous with snow, but if it continued to fall, it could become problematic. Shielding his face from the wind, Bai Yujing glanced up at the overcast sky, silently urging the snow to let up. If it snowed too heavily, he might not make it home in time that evening. On the road today, There were noticeably fewer pedestrians compared to the previous day. As he neared the town, however, the number of people began to increase. Yet, Bai Yujing did not rush to find a place to set up his stall. He was captivated by the sight of a monk standing by the roadside. The monk wore a large bamboo hat, his face obscured, and his left hand was concealed beneath his grayish-white robe, while his right hand held a bowl for alms. He stood quietly at the roadside, largely ignored by passers-by. Bai Yujing felt a pang of sympathy and paused as he walked past, retrieving a tinyuan note from his inner pocket and placing it in the monk's bowl. Perhaps, after taking so many lives, extending a small kindness to a Buddhist monk within his means would bring him some psychological comfort. He did not intend to linger. Suddenly, a clear, melodic sound of jingling bells reached his ears, startling him. The source of the sound was right before him. The monk had produced a silver bell from beneath his robe, gently shaking it before lifting his head, revealing long hair arranged beneath his hat. "May the gods bless you," he intoned softly, his voice like a clear stream flowing through a valley, instilling tranquility. However, Bai Yujing was momentarily taken aback. "A woman? A beautiful woman?" Their eyes met unintentionally, and the female monk offered him a kind smile before lowering her head once more. A female monk amidst the heavy snowfall? How peculiar, Bai Yujing mused, dismissing the encounter as a mere oddity, and continued on his way. Him. It was simply a minor incident on his early morning journey to the market. 2 days passed. Due to the heavy snow, Bai Yujing found himself selling charcoal quite well. He had initially thought the snowfall would cease within a day, but it persisted for 2, showing no signs of diminishing. Bai Yueling returned to school the next day, and during dinner, she shared stories from her day, filled mostly with gossip and amusing anecdotes. Usually, he would listen passively, but one particular piece of gossip piqued his interest. "Yesterday, I heard from other classmates that a strange monk was seen begging for alms around our school." A monk? Bai Yujing's hand holding his chopsticks momentarily froze, the image of that peculiar woman flashing in his mind. "Yes, they described her as beautiful, with a lovely voice and a sweet smile," Bai Yueling added, her tone laced with disapproval. "That boy was so animated in his description that now all the other boys are asking him where they can encounter her. I think that must be a false rumor. Aren't monks typically devoted to Buddhism? I heard that monk even mentioned something about gods. It's quite strange, don't you think?" "Indeed, it is quite strange." Bai Yujing nodded in agreement. "By the way, when are you going to find me a sister-in-law?" Bai Yueling suddenly changed the subject with a giggle, her focus shifting with remarkable speed, catching him off guard. Bai Yujing. In another location, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed black glasses drove out of the gates of Ninghai Middle School. Ninghai High School, located in Ninghai City, is a prestigious institution that offers both martial and liberal arts programs. The man, named Ning Hangyuan, has not yet reached the age of 40 but has already attained the esteemed rank of Grandmaster, earning the respect of the principal. As the director of education at Ninghai High School, Ning Hangyuan is wholeheartedly dedicated to making significant contributions to the field of education, often returning home late into the night. Today is no exception. After concluding a long day at work, he is among the last to leave the school. While waiting at a red light, he glances at the watch on his left wrist and realizes it is nearly 8 in the evening. Looking up, he notices snowflakes gently resting against the car window and suddenly recalls that today marks his daughter's 11th birthday. A day he had promised to spend with her. He decides to purchase a cake as an apology. With this thought in mind, Ning Hangyuan locates a nearby cake shop and drives there. As he exits the shop, holding a meticulously chosen strawberry jam cake, he catches sight of a figure standing under a streetlight not far from his car. Approaching the vehicle, he glances over once more and notices a monk. Her face obscured by a broad-brimmed hat, dressed in a thin gray-white robe, holding a begging bowl and looking downcast, the wave of sympathy washes over him. Such dedication in this frigid weather, still out begging at this late hour? After placing the strawberry jam cake on the passenger seat, he closes the car door and approaches the monk. "Here, this is 100 yuan. He takes a bill from his wallet and places it in her bowl. "It's late. You should head home. There aren't many people out in this weather." As he speaks, he notices that the monk's bowl already contains a fair amount of coins and bills. Predominantly 1 yuan coins, along with several notes ranging from 10 to 50 yuan. His 100 yuan note stands alone among them. Suddenly, a clear, melodious chime resonates in his ears. The monk's left hand produces a silver bell from seemingly nowhere and gives it a gentle shake. "Thank you. May the divine bless you." She raises her head slightly, her rosy lips parting as her sweet, ethereal voice seems to momentarily dispel the chill of the night. A woman? Ning Hangyuan is taken aback. He hadn't expected the monk to be female. However, by the time he regains his composure, the monk has already turned and walked away. Never mind. I should head home. Chapter 34. The urban legend of sudden transformation inside a high-rise apartment. Ning Hangyuan inserts his key into the lock, pushing open the door to his home. Daddy-s back? A delighted child's voice greets him as a small figure leaps into his arms. What took you so long? His wife peers out from the kitchen. Apologies, I got caught up with some matters, he says, pulling out the strawberry jam cake he had purchased on the way home. Today is Tuan's birthday, so I got her favorite strawberry jam cake. Wow, a strawberry jam cake? Daddy, you're the best, the little girl exclaims with glee upon hearing of her beloved treat. Daddy went to the cake shop just for you. Are you happy? Ning Hangyuan smiles, unwrapping the cake while playfully pinching his precious daughter's cheek. Very happy, however, as he opens the cake box, a subtle frown crosses Ning Hangyuan's face. To his dismay, he discovers that the box does not contain a plastic knife and fork for cutting the cake. How could the cake shop be so careless? He mentally chastises them. Suddenly, an unexpected wave of dizziness washes over him. His consciousness seems to drift away. Daddy, are you okay? Are you feeling unwell? His daughter, noticing his head droop, anxiously clings to his arm, but soon, she sees him lift his head, a mysterious smile forming on his lips. Don't worry, my dear, Daddy will go find a knife and fork. Without waiting for her response, he strides toward the bedroom, muttering, knife and fork, knife and fork. Where could they be? Oh, here is one. After rummaging through the bedroom, he spots a jade green short blade on the weapon rack. This blade, named Windslayer, is a low-level spiritual weapon of wind attribute, capable of executing rapid wind slashes when paired with wind-based martial techniques. Gripping Windslayer, a peculiar smile creeps across Ning Hangyuan's face. He exits the room briskly, calling out, close your eyes and make a wish, my dear. Daddy has a surprise for you. What kind of surprise? Although Tuan is curious, she obediently shuts her eyes. A minute later, when Ning Hangyuan's wife emerges from the kitchen carrying dishes, she freezes in shock. In a moment of panicked, high-pitched screams, the plate slips from her hands. Shattering on the floor, the scene before her resembles a hellish nightmare. The room is strewn with dismembered entrails, intestines draped over the sofa, and blood-soaked chunks of flesh covering the ground. The strawberry cake is tainted crimson with dark, viscous blood. Her husband approaches her, the jade-green blade dripping with blood in his hand. In an instant, the ordinary housewife becomes a victim, her head severed in a gruesome act. After committing this atrocity, Ning Hangyuan steps out into the hallway. Who's making such a racket watching horror movies at this hour? Hearing the screams, a neighbor curses as he opens his door to investigate, only to lock eyes with a pair of crimson ones. In the inn, Lu Gu regarded the youthful investigator with an expression that seemed to convey, "You are still too young. Is there more to this matter?" Certainly. This is merely the beginning. Otherwise, how could one describe the peculiarity of this situation? Noticing the young investigator's curiosity, Lu Gu continued without holding back. After the police arrived, the woman did not offer any fierce resistance. Given the irrefutable evidence and the fact that the scene was a clear case of crime and perpetrator caught in the act, she was promptly taken to prison. Everyone believed that the matter had reached a conclusion, but then, what happened next? Well, just as those police officers were preparing to wrap up, one of them, walking at the rear, suddenly lost his mind, drew his personal combat knife, and murdered several of his fellow officers. Why didn't he use a gun? Who knows? Lu Gu shrugged. He and his colleagues hardly seemed to harbor deep-seated animosities. Having reportedly shared barbecues together in the past. So, did this officer escape after committing the murders? The young investigator inquired. Escape? He didn't even attempt to flee. Lu Gu took another drag from his cigarette and slowly remarked that when the other officers arrived at the scene, he was still stabbing the corpse's heart with the knife, laughing all the while. Over the course of 3 consecutive nights, similar heinous incidents occurred across various locations in Ninghai City, totaling nearly 100 cases. At this point, Lu Gu fell silent. Such bizarre occurrences. Upon hearing this, the young investigator sensed something was awry. It was rumored that the most brutal of them all was an instructional director from Ninghai High School. a formidable martial artist known for his wind-based abilities, whose actions were nothing short of astonishing. Allegedly armed with a wind-based spiritual weapon, he annihilated over 600 residents in his community, leaving behind a horrific scene filled with dismembered body parts, to the extent that forensic experts could not piece together even one complete corpse. Our Ninghai Martial Supervision Bureau exerted considerable effort to apprehend this dangerous individual. Upon arriving at his residence, they discovered his daughter's head displayed atop a cake, the blood completely drained, on what was said to be her birthday. Hiss! The young investigator gasped upon hearing this. Such a vile case, he had never encountered anything like it since assuming the role of investigator, let alone nearly 100 similar incidents. The mayor is now extremely furious, demanding that the police cooperate with our Martial Supervision Bureau to swiftly ascertain the reasons behind these events. With so many murderers, how can the police station and the Ninghai Supervision Bureau possibly manage? They have all been handed over to the Ninghai Supervision Bureau, and today, they will all be executed. Thus, we were brought here to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Lu Gu gestured as if cutting his throat. Their conversation gradually faded into the distance. Having unexpectedly come across such explosive news, Su Yin was taken aback. He had not anticipated that a small city like Ninghai could harbor such ruthless individuals. However, what shocked him even more was the ruthless martial artist who had killed over 600 people in a single night. Bai Yujing, listening intently, felt a chill run down his spine, as his sister attended Ninghai High School. He had heard his sister speak of Ning Hangyuan before, describing him as a caring figure among students, well regarded within their ranks. How could he suddenly transform into a bloodthirsty killer? Furthermore, although the dispatcher had informed him to come early, the precise reason had not been disclosed. Was it possible that today's summons was related to this matter? Nearly 100 heinous cases, averaging over 30 incidents per day, moreover, all occurring overnight in Ninghai City. Like a surging undercurrent, his intuition suggested that Ninghai City might soon become the epicenter of this turmoil. Momentarily, watching the departing figures, Bai Yujing's mood turned grave. With these thoughts in mind, he tightened his grip around the sword at his waist. In the past, he would have resigned himself to fate. But now, the divine sword was his ally. Upon arriving at the enclosed execution venue, Bai Yujing surveyed the surroundings, noting that the high platforms were nearly filled to capacity. The sheer number of individuals involved in this malicious event was staggering, rendering it impossible to keep hidden. In an instant, the citizens of Ninghai City were filled with dread and outrage, clamoring for immediate retribution against these inhumane fiends. Therefore, to quell public discontent, the mayor decided to broadcast the execution of these individuals live today. This served both as a warning and a means to probe for potential new leads, as the ongoing investigation had yielded no progress. Once the news was released, Ninghai City erupted in fervor, countless citizens eager to glimpse the faces of those who had committed such heinous acts. A tide of victims' relatives and onlookers surged forth like locusts. Were it not for the limited space and the presence of dozens of investigators maintaining order, there would likely have been even more. At the execution site, the offenders, shackled in heavy restraints, knelt on the ground, a diverse group of men, women, and children among them. Bai Yujing estimated there to be over 100 individuals, the youngest appearing to be a mere child. He had taken many lives, but never had he executed so many at once. At the execution site, someone stood at the forefront, recounting the heinous deeds of these individuals. The crowd's shouts echoed, some even exuberantly calling out, "Kill them! Kill them! Execute them now!" Bai Yujing unsheathed his sword in anticipation of the death sentence's conclusion. He awaited the commencement of the executions. With a resounding proclamation, Bai Yujing opened his eyes. Gripping his sword, he strode toward the execution platform. The first offender was a woman clad in a blood-stained apron. The crimes previously recounted included the murder of her husband and newborn child. As Bai Yujing approached her from behind, she gazed vacantly at the ground, a foolish smile on her face. The woman appeared to be in her 30s, her features not particularly menacing, making it difficult to believe she could commit such an inhumane act. Observing her, Bai Yujing maintained a tranquil expression. However, whether he believed her or not was inconsequential. His sole responsibility was to carry out the execution. A line of crimson appeared on the woman's neck as her head was severed in a single stroke. As her head rolled away, a subtle warmth flowed into his body through the blade, nourishing his meridians. Indeed, Taking lives could elevate one's realm. Despite his inner musings, Bai Yujing's expression remained unchanged as he steadily approached the second offender. This time, it was a man dressed in a cheap suit, resembling an ordinary office worker. The audience's cheers did not disturb him in the least. With a single stroke, Bai Yujing smoothly severed the man's head. Once again, the warm sensation coursed through him. Then came the third, the fourth, and the fifth, continuing on to the 20th. By the time he reached the 20th execution, the fervor of the audience had waned significantly. By the 50th, the crowd had fallen silent. Upon reaching the 80th execution, some spectators began to quietly leave, while others, unable to handle the gruesome display, covered their mouths and retched. Even those investigators maintaining order, who had not witnessed such horrific scenes before, were visibly affected as time passed. The execution platform became drenched in blood, littered with headless corpses. When the final offender was executed, Bai Yujing found himself the only living soul remaining on the platform, and he noticed that the audience had dwindled to less than half its original size. Descending from the platform, sword still dripping with blood, Bai Yujing passed through the crowd, who instinctively parted to grant him passage. All eyes followed his retreating figure in silence. However, Bai Yujing paid no mind to their gazes. He moved with haste, unable to contain himself any longer. Earlier at the execution, he could not directly harness his energy to absorb the life force. Instead, he allowed the pure essence to circulate within him. After executing over 100 individuals, the energy gradually coalesced into a powerful surge, cleansing his body of impurities. Once he returned to the changing room and secured the door, Bai Yujing quickly sat cross-legged and activated the wind thunder source flow. Attempting to break through his bottleneck, the barrier of the early stage of a martial disciple felt as thin as a membrane, easily shattered. Upon advancing to the mid-stage, the pure energy settled within his dantian. While Bai Yujing focused on his breakthrough, Su Yin opened the system panel to check for updates. Just as Bai Yujing executed his 100th victim, the system alerted him that he had achieved a milestone, 100-man slash. The condition for this achievement was for the Swordmaster to slay 100 individuals within a single day using the demon sword. Consequently, Su Yin received a reward for the achievement, an opportunity to draw a skill for the demon sword. Ding! Would you like to proceed with the demon sword skill draw? Draw, of course. The more demon sword skills he possessed, the better. System, commence the draw. Demon sword skill drawing in progress. Please wait. Congratulations. The host has acquired the demon sword skill. Enhancement Aura. Enhancement Aura? Another passive skill. This marked the third passive demon sword skill he had received recently, aside from Absolute Kill and Blood Rain. Was this mere coincidence? He had even harbored slight anticipation about what the active skills of the demon sword might entail before drawing. After a moment of grumbling, Su Yin glanced at the description of this newly acquired demon sword skill. Enhancement Aura, not yet activated, enhancement. While wielding the demon sword, the sword master's strength, agility, physique, intelligence, perception, and rationality each increase by 1 point. This is an aura-type skill. As long as the demon sword is equipped, the sword master's 6 attributes will be comprehensively enhanced. The first 4 are straightforward in meaning. As for the last 2, Su Yin inquired with the system, receiving the response that higher perception allows the swordmaster to more readily detect murderous intent and anomalies, while higher rationality makes one less susceptible to being eroded by such malevolent influences. Although it appears quite comprehensive, the fact that each attribute only sees a slight enhancement renders it, to be frank, somewhat superfluous. Nonetheless, it is better than nothing. Let us consider it a minor encouragement for the swordmaster. With a casual gesture, Su Yin set the enhancement aura to an active state, preparing to indulge in a restful slumber to assimilate the day's events. Today, the demon sword had executed over 100 individuals in one fell swoop, absorbing a considerable amount of blood and souls, leaving him feeling rather fatigued, an exhaustion of the spirit. While, as the spirit of the demon sword, Su Yin could easily dispel this weariness, he preferred to alleviate it through sleep. After all, sleeping was one of the few leisure activities he truly cherished. A quarter of an hour later, Bai Yujing opened his eyes in astonishment. He had not anticipated the enhancement brought forth by the Blood Rain's blessing to be so pronounced. Not only had it enabled him to shatter the bottleneck that had long hindered his advancement due to his innate qualities, propelling him into the mid-tier of martial apprentices, but he also discerned that while wielding the divine sword, his strength and speed seemed to have increased. His mind felt sharper, and each heartbeat resonated with newfound vigor. Bai Yujing could not ascertain whether this was merely a figment of his imagination. However, given that the divine sword advanced through slaughter, and considering he the aforementioned was spoken directly by the forensic expert summoned by Bai Yujing, upon lifting the covers, Bai Yujing discovered that only the head of his mother remained intact, while the organs and flesh below her neck were grotesquely intertwined. Even with the sword pressed against the forensic expert's throat, he was unable to restore any semblance of his mother's remains. Instead, he fashioned a makeshift grave beneath the banyan tree at the entrance of his home using his mother's clothing, burying it beside his sister's grave. Bai Yujing conducted a simple funeral for them, albeit one attended solely by himself. From that day forth, he carried the cursed sword with him wherever he went. He continued to reside in his home, vigilantly guarding the graves during the day. The bizarre murders in Ninghai City persisted intermittently, resulting in an increasing number of individuals deserving of capital punishment. Bai Yujing numbly severed their heads with the cursed sword before returning home, his actions seemingly unchanged. Yet, only Su Yin understood the overwhelming hatred concealed within his heart. Each midnight, he awoke in a panic, staring blankly at the graves outside his window. For 7 days, the shadow had not reappeared. On the night of the 7th day for his sister and mother, the embers of burning paper money danced in the falling snow. Bai Yujing knelt before the graves, murmuring, "Yueling, Mother, do not worry, I shall avenge you." As he spoke, his grip on the cursed sword tightened to the point of drawing blood. Chapter 38. Even if this body faces countless tribulations, how easy is it to seek vengeance? He was but a mere martial apprentice, while the murderer of his family was at least a martial master or stronger. If that shadow truly wished to kill him, it would be no more difficult than crushing an ant. The chasm of power between them loomed before him like an insurmountable barrier. Moreover, he knew not who his adversary was or the reasons behind the attack. Bai Yujing felt as though he were shrouded in fog, unable to discern the path ahead. Could this truly be the end? Certainly not. Though he lived as if nothing had transpired, each midnight awakening brought forth a tormenting fury and guilt that nearly drove him to madness. Over these 7 days, he remained at home, yet his resolve to die had already taken root. The shadow had missed its mark, but it would surely return to seek him out. He yearned to uncover the identity of the one who had destroyed everything. His hopes, yet, he was mistaken. Until the night of the 7th day for his sister and mother, the shadow had yet to make an appearance. He felt as insignificant as an ant, forgotten. Did the shadow regard the murder of his family as no different from squashing an ant by the roadside, thus dismissing it entirely? A surge of rage welled within him. He could not simply perish. He sought vengeance. He would personally track down the one who had slain his family and obliterated his hopes. And then, alongside that person's cherished loved ones, he would rend them asunder. Let that individual experience the agony of losing their nearest and dearest, just as he had, gazing at the sword hanging at his waist. Bai Yujing spoke softly to himself, "Divine sword, do you understand? My sister Yueling was truly intelligent. After I taught her the profound technique of the Fenglai Yuan Yuan, she had mastered the 2nd level, Fengling Dao Han, in just a month or two. And she was merely 15 years old. Just days ago, Yueling's teacher remarked on her remarkable talent in martial arts, intending to recommend her to Qingbei University in the capital. Are you familiar with Qingbei University? It is a prestigious institution that has produced many martial saints. She could have had a brilliant future, and I promised her that when she attended Qingbei University in the capital, I would accompany her to see the 9-turn extraordinary tower. Yet now, she lies silently in the grave before me. I do not even know who the murderer is. I am filled with hatred, unbridled hatred." Bai Yujing recounted his sister's life with an unsettling calmness, though Su Yin could perceive the underlying turmoil beneath his facade as he spoke. His clenched fists drove his nails into his flesh, warm blood dripping onto the snow-covered ground, staining the pristine white with crimson. Seemingly oblivious to the pain, he gazed down at the sword at his waist and continued, as if confiding in it, "I know Yueling did not wish for me to seek vengeance. She wanted me to live well and not sacrifice my life in vain. But my heart cannot find peace. I understand that with my current martial prowess, avenging her is akin to chasing a mirage. I am but a mere apprentice, while my enemy is at least a martial master. To kill me would be easier than crushing a roadside ant. I promised Yueling that I would not die. I must live. I do not want to die. I want to live. Only by surviving can I avenge my sister and mother. Only by living can I have the chance to slay my enemy, divine sword. I know you can comprehend my words. I trust you possess a means to assist me. Bai Yujing drew the sword from his waist, laying it before the grave. Extending his right hand, he smeared his blood upon the blade. From the hilt to the blade's tip, I know you are drawn to blood and lives. You resemble more a cursed sword than a divine one. But I care not. As long as you aid me in my vengeance, I shall offer you anything, even my life. Without hesitation did I, Bai Yujing, swear this. Even if this body faces endless calamities, I shall ensure that those who harmed us pay in blood, blood for blood. The final 4 words were nearly a roar that erupted from his throat. The night was deep, and the wind and snow were biting cold. Yet the suppressed hatred and madness in Bai Yujing's voice pierced through the winter chill with greater intensity. He stepped back, facing the cursed sword and bowing respectfully. He prostrated himself fully, his body touching the ground. This was the first time in half a year that Su Yin had witnessed such a frenzied expression on Bai Yujing's face. Until then, he had always appeared as a kind-hearted and honest individual. This madness was something Su Yin had only observed in the woman Yu Qinghong. Perhaps the trauma of his family's annihilation had driven him to the brink of instability. Although Su Yin had consistently displayed remarkable abilities before Bai Yujing, some matters were known only to himself. The cursed sword held boundless potential, yet it remained merely a low-level spiritual artifact. There were only 2 methods to swiftly enhance the swordmaster's strength. Su Yin glanced at the cursed sword's interface. First, the exquisite true technique was out of the question. While this skill could temporarily elevate the swordmaster by 2 major tiers, the consequence was certain death once the effect ended. Su Yin had no desire to see Bai Yujing perish. Reviewing the history of the cursed sword's previous masters, Bai Yujing, though not the highest in martial realm, had slain more individuals than all his predecessors combined. If Bai Yujing were to die, where could he find such an exceptional swordmaster again? Thus, the remaining option was Su Yin's gaze fell upon the technique Blood Rain, Sweet Dew, his expression becoming subtly contemplative. Previously, to avoid affecting the swordmaster's temperament, the purity ratio was set at 5 of pure vitality. Thus, when Bai Yujing executed over 100 individuals, he had only advanced a minor realm. But what if the ratio were adjusted to 50? However, Su Yin quickly dismissed this notion. A rational swordmaster was evidently preferable to a madman. Therefore, only one solution remained. System, set the return ratio of Blood Rain, Sweet Dew to 25, a compromise. This was the best solution Su Yin could devise. Thus, even if the purity of vitality were somewhat diminished, the distortion of the swordmaster's character should not be too severe. Perhaps. Beep. The return ratio for the cursed sword technique Blood Rain, Sweet Dew has been successfully set. Current ratio, 25, 5-fold Blood Rain. To be honest, this was akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. Su Yin himself was uncertain of the consequences. I hope you can withstand it. As he regarded the bowed Bai Yujing. Su Yin silently mused. Chapter 39. 5-fold Blood Rain in the snowy night. The cursed sword suddenly erupted with a blood-red glow, casting everything in the courtyard in a crimson hue. The phenomenon lasted for over a minute before returning to its former state. Bai Yujing noticed the transformation of the long sword. Divine sword, you have responded to me? As the sword ceased its crimson radiance, Bai Yujing rose, picked up the sword, and tested it, sensing no immediate difference. Although he had yet to realize it, he felt an instinctive premonition that the long sword must have undergone a significant change. The following day, Bai Yujing was once again summoned to carry out executions. As he beheaded the criminal with his sword as per usual, he suddenly knelt on one knee, using the long sword to support his trembling body. Are you all right? Do you need to take a break? The supervising officer below inquired. I am fine. I am well. Despite the pain coursing through him, Bai Yujing straightened, grasped the long sword once more, and forced a grim smile upon his lips. Let us continue. He finally understood. He finally comprehended what the divine sword's response signified. Just moments ago, a torrential flow of vitality surged through the sword, violently flooding into his body, invigorating his heart and lungs, refining his bones and flesh, and expanding his dantian. As this wave of vitality tore through his body, it simultaneously fortified every cell, the exhilarating sensation of growing stronger with each passing second nearly intoxicating him. If the vitality previously bestowed by the divine sword could be likened to a gentle stream, then now it was a raging river. With each life extinguished, the influx of foreign vitality surged exponentially beyond previous encounters. Proceed. The inspector gestured for him to continue. Bai Yujing lifted his longsword and approached a condemned criminal, whose realm was that of a martial artist, standing behind him. The blade's edge rested against the criminal's neck. In the next instant, the head soared into the air, and a faint arc of electricity flickered at the junction of neck and severed head. Clang! This time, the long sword slipped from Bai Yujing's grasp and clattered to the ground. In the arena, small groups began to murmur among themselves. What's up with this executioner today? He can't even hold onto his sword. Wasn't he killing with such steadiness before? What's going on today, dropping the sword twice in a row? Haven't you heard? It seems there was a tragedy at his home. I heard his entire family was annihilated. Their bodies so mangled they could hardly be recognized. Hiss! How brutal! Where did you hear that? My cousin, who works as a coroner, told me. I live not far from him. A few days ago, I passed by and saw him sitting in his yard, staring blankly at a grave, a makeshift tomb. Looks like it's true. His family was butchered, and he can still sit still. Didn't he think about avenging them? I thought he was decisive when killing. Presumed he was a man of valor, yet he turns out to be so cowardly today, he can't even hold onto his weapon, reduced to this pitiful state. Fear is justified. And why cousin mentioned that the murderer was at least a master of the martial lord realm, while the executioner is merely at the vitality realm, right? The disparity in levels is immense. Anyone would tremble. To actively seek confrontation is akin to courting death. What if the gap doesn't matter? It still doesn't change the fact that he is a coward. Hey, keep your voice down. Be cautious of being overheard. It seems he is looking at you. Was I speaking too loudly just now? No way. Can he really hear us from this distance? We're at least 100 meters away from the central area. As he shrank back, realizing that Bai Yujing indeed appeared to be observing him, he promptly fell silent. Let me help you find a doctor. Your current state seems off. I no need. My state is perfectly fine. Picking up the long sword, Bai Yujing fixed a piercing gaze upon the inspector, bestowing upon him a radiant smile. I have never felt so invigorated. This is bad. Could it be that he has killed too many recently, leading to psychological issues? Observing the peculiar smile, the inspector couldn't help but shiver, his mind racing with doubts. Could any normal person smile so joyfully after taking a life? Much like how a madman would never admit to their insanity. In that moment, the inspector resolved to keep his distance from this aberration. Regardless of others' perceptions, after completing the execution task that day, Bai Yujing swiftly returned to the changing room. This swiftness was not merely a metaphor. He truly stirred up a gust of wind as he moved, his speed increasing with each step. Once in his room, after securely locking the door, he settled into a position to channel the wind and thunder source flow, refining the surge of vitality that had no outlet within him. In this world, the martial lord could undoubtedly be deemed a true master. The distinction between martial lords and martial sects is significant, for upon advancing to the latter, one can directly harness the vitality of the heavens and earth, walking upon the void. The number of martial lords who can transcend to the martial sect realm is exceedingly rare. Yet those who succeed are fervently sought after by countless clans as elders, soaring to great heights and enjoying abundant resources. Moreover, those who reach the martial profound realm are even scarcer. In Ninghai City, only the heads of the 3 prominent families have achieved this level. As for the martial venerable realm, currently, there is only one in Ninghai City, whose identity remains shrouded in mystery, rumored to only take action in the face of a crisis capable of obliterating the city. Although Bai Yujing had advanced to the late stage of martial disciple while guarding the spirit, he still felt feeble compared to true masters. While absorbing the pure vitality provided by the divine sword for cultivation had been efficient and safe. Given his aptitude, it would likely take years to ascend to the martial lord realm. This time, the vitality transmitted by the divine sword was indeed greater in quantity than before, yet its purity did not match the former. Absorbing and refining such quality of foreign vitality could lead to a rapid rise in martial levels in the short term, but it would compromise the foundation of his martial path, making future breakthroughs significantly more arduous. If time were abundant, he would undoubtedly choose the safer method of cultivation. However, Bai Yujing could no longer afford such luxury. despite not knowing the shadow's purpose for refraining from striking him in the past 7 days. As if vanished from existence, the urgency within Bai Yujing's heart showed no signs of abating. He felt like a fish on a chopping block, poised to be easily slaughtered. He needed to elevate his strength promptly. The wind and thunder source flow functioned like an insatiable black hole, greedily absorbing the torrent of vitality from the blood rain, continuously refining, cleansing, and strengthening every inch of his meridians. Chapter 40. The terrifying effect of blood rain. A certain layer of restraint within Bai Yujing was shattered. A wave of scorching energy erupted from his being, scattering the dust that surrounded him. Su Yin sensed a shift in Bai Yujing's aura at that moment. Did he just effortlessly ascend to the martial master realm? He glanced at the sword master, who had leaped a significant realm in less than half a month, then looked at his own experience bar, which had barely increased by 5. A twinge of envy gnawed at him. Su Yin admitted he felt a slight pang of jealousy. His demonic sword talent treated all targets of slaughter equally, regardless of their realm, gaining a bit of vitality and demonic energy each time, focusing on fixed damage. However, the demonic sword technique Blood Rain returned a percentage to the swordmaster. "Hey, did you take a kickback?" Su Yin questioned sourly. "Absolutely not. This system swears on its integrity. Then why is it that whether it's an ordinary person or a martial artist, I can only absorb 1 point of vitality and demonic energy? As the destined demonic sword, what you actually absorb is a higher tier energy known as Source. Every individual possesses a portion of Source. Upon death, it returns to the earth. Only those killed by the demonic sword have their Source plundered. 1 portion of Source is refined into 1 point of pure vitality and demonic energy for your current use. So that's how it is." The system's explanation unraveled a long-held mystery for Su Yin. Upon looking back at the swordmaster, he noted that Bai Yujing remained seated, eyes closed, even after breaking through to the martial master realm. His internal vitality continued to surge and boil, a lustrous red hue surfacing on his skin, while beads of sweat mixed with dark impurities seeped from his body. Wait, does he intend to continue? After another half hour, a muffled sound reverberated within him, and Bai Yujing's aura surged significantly once more. Su Yin recognized that Bai Yujing had broken through again. With such advantages, everything is different, he mused silently. A minute later, Bai Yujing's eyes slowly opened. The world before him appeared vividly clear. As if washed anew, he delved into his dantian, sensing his current realm. This is the mid-stage of martial master, clenching his fist. Feeling the robust vitality coursing beneath his skin, Bai Yujing found it hard to believe. Think I have directly broken through to the mid-stage of martial master. How is that possible? The martial path is inherently arduous. Without the assistance of resources like beast blood or vitality elixirs, an average martial artist in the late martial disciple stage would require years of diligent practice to hope for a breakthrough to the martial master realm. Yet he had accomplished this leap from mid-stage martial disciple to mid-stage martial master in just over 10 days. The rapidity of his advancement was astonishing. If others knew that merely half a year prior, he had just begun to tap into vitality, their eyes would surely bulge in disbelief. Bai Yujing was acutely aware of his own capabilities. Had it not been for the recent surge of energy within him, accomplishing such a breakthrough would have been utterly unattainable, let alone reaching the mid-stage of martial master. It was the power of the divine sword. The divine sword was willing to aid him. The divine sword supported him in this manner to exact his vengeance. Bai Yujing's heart swelled with excitement. However, after a brief moment of elation, he quickly regained his composure. Bai Yujing did not allow himself to become complacent. Though he had now become a martial artist of the martial master realm, regarded as a master by ordinary martial artists, he remained but an ant in the presence of martial lords. Perhaps even less than a slightly stronger ant. After calming his swirling vitality through breathing techniques, he exited the room. Before leaving, Bai Yujing sought out Uncle Chen. As he approached the door, he overheard a heated discussion within. "Old Chen, you're about to retire. Let the younger generation take on the task of secretly investigating the underground blackboxing ring at the Shangshi Daxia Entertainment Complex. Old Su, I appreciate your concern, but rest assured, I know my limits. I will be fine. Sai, you are just as stubborn as ever. I can't sway you." Then, an elderly official sighed and exited, brushing past Bai Yujing. The door remained ajar, and Uncle Chen sat behind his desk. Upon seeing Bai Yujing, he waved amiably. "Ah, it's Xiao Bai. Come in." How are you doing? I'm fine. I'm doing well. Nodding slightly, Bai Yujing sat down opposite Uncle Chen and calmly inquired, Uncle Chen, have there been any leads regarding the perpetrators who took the lives of my sister and mother? Not yet, Uncle Chen replied, shaking his head with a heavy heart. According to our informants, there seems to be some activity linked to followers of a malevolent deity, which may be connected, but we still lack concrete evidence and need to conduct further investigations. I understand, Bai Yujing acknowledged, and I assure you, I will do everything within my power to uncover the culprits responsible for the demise of your entire family. Do you believe in me? Yes, I do, he affirmed. Rising calmly, Bai Yujing numbly expressed, then I shall take my leave. Wait a moment, Uncle Chen called out, unable to suppress his concern as he observed Bai Yujing's desolate figure. Xiao Bai, would you consider staying at my home for a while to help ease your mind? No, thank you, Uncle Chen. You have already been of tremendous assistance to me. Upon hearing his voice, Bai Yujing's steps hesitated slightly, a flicker of warmth igniting within his long-frozen heart. Thank you. This heartfelt gratitude was genuine. After declining Uncle Chen's kind offer and departing from the Wujin Bureau, Bai Yujing did not return to the small courtyard in the suburbs. Instead, he rented an ominous villa in the city at an exceptionally low price. Complete with a basement, and made it his residence. Bai Yujing wished to disturb neither the eternal rest of his sister and mother, nor to implicate Uncle Chen's family in his troubles. Though unspoken, in his heart, Uncle Chen had become his last remaining kin. The following week, Bai Yujing executed over 200 individuals in succession, utilizing an astonishingly rapid training pace akin to a blood rain. Propelling him from the mid-stage of a martial artist to an early-stage grand martial artist, Su Yin did not hesitate to impart the remaining martial techniques and movement skills from the demonic sword inheritance to Bai Yujing. Within the basement, Bai Yujing grasped his longsword with one hand and executed the profound grade superior martial skill, Wind Thunder Sword style, taught to him by Su Yin, against the training wooden dummies scattered throughout the space. He stood firm, golden true energy enveloping the sword, its shadow flickering like lightning, leaving only afterimages in the air. Dozens of golden lightning bolts erupted from the sword, accurately and swiftly striking the wooden dummies, which shattered into splinters amidst the thunderous light. Second form of Wind Thunder Sword style, Rending Wind Thunder. Yu Qinghong had rarely unleashed her skills. This technique, acquired from her, was only witnessed by Su Yin in its first form. The subsequent forms were entirely new to him. He was astonished to discover the terrifying lethality of the martial skill when enhanced by true energy. Is this the prowess of a grand martial artist? Bai Yujing mused, sheathing his sword as he placed a hand upon his violently heaving chest. Chapter 41. The possessed multitude. Recently, the nights in Ninghai City have been anything but tranquil, with violent incidents erupting nightly. Before the sun sets, street vendors and nearby merchants hastily pack up their wares, eager to return home. Over the past week, the area has been put under lockdown, with patrolling officers maintaining order, while teams of search officials hunt for something elusive. As darkness falls, countless ordinary citizens huddle within their homes, locking doors and windows, praying that misfortune does not befall them. An invisible fear spreads throughout the city. However, within the noble families, the young scions are often accompanied by bodyguards arranged by their elders. And the atmosphere is not nearly as dire in the residence of the Feng family in Ninghai City. As night descends, silvery moonlight streams into an ancient-style pavilion. This solitary building stands in stark contrast to the surrounding modern architecture. Through the paper windows of the loft, one can faintly see the silhouette of a girl, motionless at her desk, cradling a rabbit plush toy. The surroundings appear tranquil, but hidden in the unseen shadows are dozens of dark guards, each at least at the martial artist level, silently safeguarding the abode. This is the residence of Feng Shuetong, the beloved 13-year-old daughter of Feng Yuanzhang, the head of the Feng family. The number of dark guards here is the highest among the younger generation of the Feng family. For several nights, all has remained peaceful, leading some dark guards to feel a touch of boredom. Consequently, one of them initiated a conversation about the latest gossip. Have you heard about that bizarre possession incident? Many have died. And then, another replied. Everyone knows about that. Otherwise, why would we be stationed here? Is there any new development? Actually, there is. I tell you, you only know one side of the story. Behind this possession incident lies a hidden mastermind. Haha, so many search officials from the Wujin Bureau have failed to uncover any mastermind. And you think you're clever? How do you know there isn't a mastermind? Have you heard the rumors of the street corner female monk? The one who stands with a bowl, occasionally pulling out a bell from her sleeve, smiling and bestowing blessings upon kind-hearted individuals who offer her money. According to eyewitnesses who shared their accounts online, it seems that while the possessed individuals had no prior connection, they all shared a commonality. They assisted that peculiar female monk on the night of the incidents. Now, there's a rumor circulating online that this woman is a servant of a malevolent deity. Once someone helps her and hears the sound of her bell, they become possessed, losing all recognition of their kin. The Wujin Bureau must have caught wind of this, which is why the city is under lockdown every night. I suspect they are searching for this female monk. Is it really that terrifying? I saw that female monk you mentioned last week near the outskirts of the city, but I was too far away to hear the bell. You, my friend, are quite fortunate. However, I've heard that the female monk is exceptionally enchanting. If I were to hear the bell, even if it meant a drastic change in temperament, I would still want to experience it. With your courage, I hardly believe that you'd probably run away the moment you caught sight of her from a distance. Just then, a dark guard spoke softly. Speaking of which, have you all noticed that Miss Feng Shuetong seems a bit different lately? What could possibly be different? Hasn't she been quietly staying in the loft? Not going anywhere. I can't quite put my finger on it. It just feels like she's not quite the same as before. By the way, Ning Jia, I remember after you broke through to the martial lord level, you were assigned to protect Miss Shuetong. When you visited her with the family head last time, did she say anything? Why is she now out here with us? Nothing much. She simply requested that I no longer protect her. Speaking of which, Miss Shuetong's recent attire and makeup seem to have taken on a darker style. When she spoke to me while holding that rabbit plush, I felt an inexplicable chill down my spine. Wasn't Miss Shuetong always clad in white? Could it be that she too? Xiao Zhao. Mind your words. Be cautious, for the walls have ears. Do not speak of shadowy matters recklessly. Understood. Stop indulging in fanciful thoughts. Let us all remain vigilant. Nights have been quite unsettled lately. With Ning Jia, a martial lord level master, guarding us, I doubt even a fly could sneak in without facing dire consequences. Within a meticulously decorated girl's chamber in the pavilion, the room was occupied solely by the girl. With silvery long hair adorned with a black hairband, blue-black pupils, and crimson lips coated in black gloss, she sat quietly at her desk, cradling a rabbit plush with red eyes. The moonlight cast shadows of the girl and the desk upon the floor. Suddenly, behind the couch, a shadow of a man wearing a hat emerged. A figure clad in black silently appeared within the room. Guess who I am? One of my kind. The girl's lips moved slightly, her back still turned. Strangely, despite her questioning tone, a smile seemed to linger at the corners of her mouth. Unbelievable, you guessed it right on the first try. The man in black snapped his fingers, feigning astonishment. I came all this way to offer you a word of caution. What is it? You've been causing quite a stir lately. If you don't rein it in, it might jeopardize our plans, which would be troublesome for us. With his hands interlaced, chin resting upon his knuckles, the man leaned forward slightly from the couch. He adjusted the brim of his hat and smiled. Suddenly vanishing from the sofa in the next instant, he stood abruptly behind the chair where the girl sat. To be honest, I'm a bit envious of you. Your abilities are quite remarkable. Just be careful not to draw the attention of those human powerhouses and meet an untimely end. The man in black leaned over the desk, his hands resting on its surface as he gazed earnestly into the girl's eyes, extending an invitation. So, how about joining our possessed multitude? Many of my kind. The girl's expression reflected mild surprise. Indeed, we are currently planning a significant endeavor. Therefore, to avoid unnecessary complications, could you please keep a low profile for the time being? I understand, that's truly splendid. With a satisfied expression, the man's smile returned. A second later, the sofa appeared empty, leaving no trace of the man who had just occupied it, as though he had never been there at all. The girl raised the rabbit plush toy she held close to her. Whispering softly while pinching its neck, it seemed she had gathered sufficient items. Perhaps it was time to heed its words and see what it had to offer. What do you think? Under the gaze of the girl's deep blue-black pupils, the toy's eyes suddenly glowed with a fierce red light and began to writhe violently. However, constrained by her grip, after a brief struggle, the plush fell still once more. Naughty child, you are not behaving, she chided, her finger resting upon the toy's mouth. Chapter 42. Another distressing news, eruption and night had passed. The basement lay in disarray, the walls marked with fresh sword scars. During the first half of the night, Bai Yujing tirelessly practiced and contemplated the sword techniques and movements that Su Yin had imparted to him, continuing until he was utterly exhausted. It was not until the latter half of the night that he seated himself upon the ground and commenced his cultivation. After becoming a grand martial master, Bai Yujing discovered a misty vortex had appeared within his Dantian.as he cultivated. This vortex gradually transformed his vital energy and blood into true qi for storage. Once the vortex was filled with true qi, he might attempt to break through to the martial sovereign level. Upon achieving that, he would at least possess the strength for self-defense and to avenge his family. He sat in meditation for several hours, a display of perseverance that made even a certain salted fish, who had only eaten for 2 days and slept for 5, feel somewhat ashamed. However, the results of his cultivation appeared less than ideal. As a sword spirit, Su Yin immediately discerned that there was an issue with the vortex inside Bai Yujing. Within what should have been a pure-colored vortex, there was a small blot of red-black taint, akin to ink splattered on a pristine white cloth. Most conspicuous. System. What is this? Malevolent QI.it may affect the Sword Master's mental state. It seemed that the malevolent qi was a byproduct of the incomplete purification resulting from the blood rain's sweet dew. Su Yin contemplated silently. If he were to protect the Sword Master, the best course of action would be to restore the balance of the blood rain sweet dew to prevent the malevolent qi from continuing to accumulate. However, this would correspondingly slow the growth of the Sword Master's power. Yet Su Yin understood that this was certainly not the Sword Master's desire. As the fated demonic sword, he was willing to respect the Sword Master's decision in return for their companionship over the past year. After a night of cultivation, when Bai Yujing opened his eyes, it was already past 8 in the morning. The true qi in his dantian had only increased by a mere strand the width of a hair. This was to be expected, and Bai Yujing did not feel particularly surprised. Given his dull aptitude, achieving the status of Grand Martial Master one day was something he had never dared to dream of before. After a simple breakfast, Bai Yujing strapped on his longsword and prepared to visit the Martial Supervision Bureau to inquire with Uncle Chen about any new developments. Upon reaching the door of Uncle Chen's office, he noticed movers busily transporting items out. "Excuse me, isn't this Uncle Chen Shi's office? Why are you moving things? What has happened?" Bai Yujing asked a mover, puzzled. The mover, initially taken aback by being stopped, was about to express his annoyance when he suddenly felt uplifted upon being called handsome. "Oh, it's like this. Chen Shuyi has resigned. We're here to clear out his belongings today." "Resigned? That's impossible." Bai Yujing's confusion deepened at this response. Just last week, Uncle Chen had promised him that he would help uncover the truth behind the murder. Bai Yujing understood Uncle Chen's character. He had cared for their family for over a decade, driven by a sense of obligation for a regret that was not even born of a promise. How could such a person suddenly resign? He recalled overhearing Uncle Chen discussing an investigation during his last visit. Something must have gone awry. With this thought, he instinctively tightened his grip on the mover's arm. "Hey, how would I know? Are you perhaps Baya?" The mover felt an inexplicable fear as he spoke, swallowing back the words he had nearly uttered. When he had seen the person grow angry, he had sensed a red-black aura emanating from them. A chilling pressure that vanished in the blink of an EYET. This moment, the mover caught sight of the long sword on Bai Yujing's back and his handsome visage, suddenly recalling who he was. Bai Yujing, Master Bai? You know me? Who doesn't he recognize you online? I even mocked you once when you were accused of murder." The mover felt a pang of guilt upon seeing him in person. Of course I know you'd." He wiped the sweat from his brow, awkwardly adding, "Maybe Uncle Chen has retired? You could check his home." "Retired?" Bai Yujing recalled indeed hearing rumors of Uncle Chen's impending retirement during his last visit. With this realization, he felt a wave of unease wash over him. "Sorry, I just got a bit carried away." Bai Yujing quickly apologized, no longer interested in pursuing why the mover knew his name, and turned to leave. He knew where Uncle Chen lived and intended to confirm the situation there. It's nothing." As Bai Yujing departed, the mover felt his back damp with cold sweat. At that moment, a middle-aged woman in her 50s opened the door. Her eyes were slightly red, as though she had been crying recently. My name is Bai Yujing, and I am a junior of Uncle Chen. Is he home? Bai Yujing bowed slightly. You must be the little by that old Chun often mentions? The middle-aged woman scrutinized Bai Yujing's face for a moment, uncertain. Yes. Come in and speak, she sighed, stepping aside to allow him entry. Inside the living room, 2 teacups sat on the coffee table, one empty, indicating someone had just left. The woman poured Bai Yujing a fresh cup of tea and took a seat opposite him. I heard Uncle Chen has retired. Is he not home? Bai Yujing inquired, scanning the room and noting Uncle Chen was not present. Old Chen. He passed away last week while on a mission. The middle-aged woman covered her face, weeping. What? Bai Yujing was stunned by the news, rising abruptly. The teacup fell from the table, spilling tea across the floor. Struggling to suppress his grief, a low voice escaped his throat. Tell me, who killed Uncle Chen? Through her tears, Chun's wife replied, I'm not entirely sure what happened. I only heard from someone delivering compensation from the Martial Supervision Bureau that Old Chun was found dead. She wept bitterly. Old Chen always spoke fondly of you, saying you were a child of misfortune. When I asked him where he was going that day, he never told me. He said if he informed me, and something happened, you would undoubtedly come looking for answers. He had seen too many cases of people seeking revenge only to meet their own demise. He didn't want you to be dragged into it. I understand. Bai Yujing's voice was low and somber. He pulled out a stack of money from his pocket. Please, take this as a token of my sincerity. Without waiting for her to refuse, he pressed the money into her hands and stood to leave. Was this how it would end? As he walked away, sensing the fury within Bai Yujing surging like an impending volcano, Su Yin believed this would not simply conclude here. He knew Bai Yujing had not forgotten the hatred for the brutal slaughter of his family. He had merely chosen to endure temporarily, suppressing his anger deep within. This seething rage was akin to a spark, just waiting for the final straw to ignite it completely. Indeed, in the dead of night, clutching the demonic sword, Bai Yujing's eyes suddenly opened, a flash of red gleaming within them. Chapter 43. What is a cross-dressing big shot? With a decisive leap from his bed, Bai Yujing strode towards the wardrobe, searching for an unworn moon-white trench coat to change into, grasping his long sword as he stepped outside. However, after taking just a few steps, he halted abruptly. Bai Yujing pondered a troubling question. During the day, how had the mover known his name? Was it possible that others recognized him as well? After a moment of reflection, he untied the hairband that held back his hair. Allowing his long locks to cascade freely, he tucked the hairband away and draped a white cloth over his head, opting for a simple disguise. Gazing at the reflection of the polished sword, portraying a white-clad goddess, Bai Yujing murmured, Goodness, what does it mean to be a cross-dressing big shot? Su Yin was equally astonished by this transformation. Sneaking out at this hour, and even changing his gender, he had a pretty good idea of Bai Yujing's intentions. He was undoubtedly planning something. Upon entering a shopping mall and circling the nearby streets twice to ensure he was not being followed, Bai Yujing found a dark corner in a narrow alley and activated Wind Spirit Moon Shadow. Moments later, he vanished into the night. Under the cover of darkness, a figure darted through the shadows, Bai Yujing's expression grave, thoughts racing. Uncle Chen's death ignited his anger. Yet, it also intensified the urgency he felt since breaking through to the Grand Martial Master level. Previously, in the basement, he had witnessed the immense destructive power wielded by Grand Martial Masters when utilizing martial techniques. All the wooden dummies were obliterated in an instant by a single strike of lightning. The disparity in strength between Grand Martial Masters and Martial Masters was staggering. What, then, was the gap between Martial Sovereigns and Grand Martial Masters? For days, Bai Yujing had subconsciously overlooked this chasm. For the higher he ascended in cultivation, the more he grasped the despair that loomed like an insurmountable chasm. It was only upon learning of Uncle Chen's demise that he was jolted awake. Despite having become a Grand Martial Master, it was still not enough. He emerged from humble beginnings, his talents unremarkable, far outstripped by those born with every advantage. Those who lacked for nothing in terms of cultivation resources and were nurtured by esteemed masters from a young age, establishing a solid foundation within the martial arts aristocracy. The current pace. Even with the divine sword's nurturing, it would take Bai Yujing several months at best before he could attempt to ascend to the martial sovereign realm. This already represented a speed unattainable by other martial artists. Yet, would the one who had slain his sister and mother grant him such a luxury of time? Perhaps in the not-too-distant future, he too would meet his end at that person's hands. the murderer of his sister and mother trampling over his lifeless body, grinning maliciously as they extracted his heart in a secluded corner. He would perish quietly, unnoticed, becoming but a cold statistic in the daily death toll reported by the news. Such a fate was one he vehemently refused to accept. It seemed he would need to take more lives. Contemplating this, the expression of Bai Yujing, concealed within the shadows, grew increasingly frigid. When he had visited Aunt Chan during the day, his anguish and fury had momentarily clouded his memory. It was only in the stillness of the night that the conversation he had overheard outside Uncle Chen's office last week resurfaced in his mind. It seemed Uncle Chen had mentioned an investigation into matters concerning the followers of the evil god at the Shangshi Daxia Entertainment City. He had also alluded to underground fighting rings. Bai Yujing had heard of this place. It was notorious in Daxia as a den of vice, operating numerous establishments such as nightclubs, casinos, loan sharks, and various other illicit enterprises. There were many such venues in Ninghai City. Sprawling in size, Uncle Chen's demise was undoubtedly linked to the individuals at Shangshi Daxia Entertainment City. Standing atop the dome of one such establishment in Ninghai City, amidst the snowy night, the building shimmered with brilliance. Bai Yujing emerged from the shadows, his hawk-like gaze coldly surveying every individual entering the venue. Who could be the one who murdered Uncle Chen? Investigating each person individually would consume an inordinate amount of time without guaranteeing any revelations. Perhaps it would be more expedient to eliminate them all. His eyes flickered with a hint of madness as a reckless thought took shape in his mind. However, if there were martial sovereign experts stationed within the entertainment city, he might not escape unscathed. Moreover, with so many people around, a massacre would undoubtedly attract the attention of patrolling officers. Yet, curiously, he had not spotted any inspectors from the Martial Supervision Bureau tonight. After observing for a while from the dome, Bai Yujing's mind gradually cooled. Perhaps it was time to consider alternative approaches. Just as he resolved to abandon this somewhat lunatic idea and conduct a clandestine reconnaissance, his gaze caught a signal emanating from an inconspicuous corner behind the entertainment city. Raising an eyebrow, a distress signal meant for informants? He recognized it from a chance encounter. What a fortunate coincidence. Do you think that you are an informant for the Martial Supervision Bureau? What an unexpected discovery. In a secluded back entrance of the entertainment city, a burly man with a scarred face gestured for his 3 minions to halt, with a grin that did not reach his eyes. He turned his gaze towards a plump boy who had been cornered against the wall. Speak. How do you wish to die? Accepting the sheath handed to him by one of his subordinates, he drew forth a blood-stained long knife, his voice coolly stating, "Will you die here by my hand? Or shall I pass you to the newcomers for practice, as per our customs? Is it possible to choose neither?" The boy, back pressed against the wall, whimpered, "Of course not, little one." The scarred man lightly tapped the boy's face with the back of the knife. "If you do not choose, I shall choose for you." "Wait, can you give me a few minutes to think it over?" the boy pleaded. Just then, he noticed a mocking smile spreading across the scarred man's face, akin to a cat toying with a hapless mouse. The scar on his face twisted grotesquely as he smiled. "You secretly sent out a distress signal, didn't you? Hoping to buy time for the nearby inspectors to come to your rescue?" Caught off guard by the accuracy of his thoughts, the boy's pleading expression froze. "In that case, how about we play a game? I'll plant this bloodied knife in the snow, and we'll wager whether an inspector will arrive to save you within a minute." The scarred man's minions nonchalantly pulled out stopwatches, seemingly unconcerned. Had he become bait? Surely not. The boy's heart sank in trepidation. As time ticked away, and the scarred man began his countdown, no one appeared. "Time's up. It seems your distress signal went unnoticed by the inspectors." He relished the fear emanating from his prey, drawing his long knife high. "Though be honest, no one is coming tonight." Around him, the scarred man's minions erupted into laughter, eagerly anticipating the ensuing scene. The boy, paralyzed by fear, felt as though he might collapse, yet for some inexplicable reason, a sense of relief washed over him. Just as he lifted his head to accept his fate, he was struck with astonishment. Chapter 44. My lord, let us proceed with discretion. What stunned the boy was neither the grinning scarred man before him, nor the menacing long knife poised to strike. It was when the scarred man had declared that no one would come tonight, and as the boy prepared to meet his end, a figure suddenly appeared overhead, clad in a flowing moon-white garment. With hair cascading like a waterfall, holding a sword sheath in one hand. Floating in the moonlight, he thought, this is the signature of a martial sovereign. The boy, unaware that Bai Yujing was utilizing wind spirit to achieve flight, quickly grasped that salvation was at hand. He shouted, "Martial sovereign, help! I possess vital intelligence." He believed that this evidently benevolent inspector would not allow him to perish, on the brink of death and still playing childish games. The scarred man and his companions exchanged incredulous glances, chuckling derisively, "Little boy, you..." But before he could finish his sentence, his expression shifted drastically as he was suddenly overwhelmed by an instinctual dread, as if a terrifying beast were locking onto him. This sensation had saved him many times when he was merely a young man newly entering the Blood Chi realm. Even now, as a formidable figure in the early stages of the martial master realm, he had evaded numerous dangers relying on this instinct. Even if the boy was merely bluffing, he chose to heed his instincts. In that moment, a white figure, enveloped in a swirling azure wind, gracefully landed before the boy, sending the men tumbling backward with the force of the wind. The scarred man struggled to stabilize himself with his long knife planted in the snow, while his less experienced minions were sent sprawling in disarray. Damn it! There truly is someone here, and their strength is formidable. In just a fleeting encounter, the scarred man felt a surge of fear. He was no match for this newcomer. "Flee! We must escape," he shouted. "Brothers, do not fear, it is just a woman. We shall attack together." As he drew his long knife, he roared to rally his men. Yet, what they failed to notice was that after that rallying cry, the scarred man had discarded his long knife and was sprinting towards the small door. What a coward! The boy thought he was preparing for a desperate fight, but the scarred man's feigned bravado nearly made Su-yin lose composure. "We cannot let him escape. He will report back," the boy exclaimed. Watching the scarred man flee with a longing gaze, Bai Yujing took a deep breath, his right hand gripping the sword hilt, blood flowers. With a swift motion, he drew his sword, and the blade sang as it sliced through the air. In that instant, Bai Yujing lunged forward like a specter, darting past the men with lightning speed. The blade flashed before the scarred man's eyes, vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. Sheathing his sword with a calm demeanor, Bai Yujing walked past the stunned men towards the boy. In that moment, the four men found themselves immobilized, unable to turn and comprehend what had just transpired. Then, in an almost instantaneous flash, a fine red line appeared around their necks simultaneously. The scarred man touched his neck, only to find his head severed from his body, hot blood gushing forth from the decapitated corpses, painting four vivid blood roses upon the snow. "How formidable!" the boy gasped in astonishment, his mouth forming an O shape in disbelief. This is a one-hit kill." Stealing a glance at the now headless corpse of the once arrogant scarred man, the boy's lips twitched. What was all that bravado for? "Thank you, my lord, for saving me. I am an informant for the Martial Supervision Bureau's Intelligence Section 5, codename 13.AS. He approached his savior. The boy brushed the snow from his clothes and bowed respectfully. "Second-rank inspector, Shui-Yi." Bai Yujing nodded slightly, using a voice disguised by the wind spirit to provide a false name. "Ah, so it is Lord Shui-Yi?" the boy exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him. Su-yin, however, was taken aback. "You dare to claim familiarity with a name you just fabricated? How implausible. Do you know me?" Bai Yujing shot him a peculiar glance. "Of course. Not at all," the boy stammered, his face flushing crimson. By the way, is Lord Shui-Yi here to deal with the followers of the evil god?" Upon hearing the term followers of the evil god, Bai Yujing instantly realized he had found the right place. "Yes. Pray tell, what exactly is the situation? Lord Shui, are the other investigators still on their way?" Wu Shi-san inquired, rising onto his toes to gaze into the darkness behind Bai Yujing. "Am I the only one here? Is it just you, a lone investigator?" Did Lord Chen not convey the gravity of this matter upon his return? For a moment, Wu Shi-san stood in a daze. I did not mean to cast doubt on your strength." Noticing the unusual expression on the face of the elegant Shui, he hastily added, "Tonight, on the 5th underground level of the entertainment city, a grand event is to be held in the very place where underground death matches typically occur. It is said that the organizers have somehow acquired several ferocious beasts from the Ninghai mountain range and intend to secretly arrange a beast fight. And then, initially, this beast fight was meant to be a revelry for gamblers who usually enjoy underground boxing. But somehow the news has leaked, and as of today, nearly 1,000 spectators have registered. At this point, Wu Shisan's tone grew noticeably urgent. But in reality, the beast fight is merely a facade. It is, in truth, a meticulously orchestrated feast by the followers of an evil deity, intended as a sacrifice to the Lord of Flesh and Blood. Beneath the 5th level of this entertainment city lies a sacrificial array. And once activated, all corpses within will become offerings for the Lord of Flesh and Blood, with unimaginable consequences. What level of power do the strongest possess here? Just as Wu Shisan was elaborating, Bai Yujing, under the alias of Shui, unexpectedly posed an unrelated question. They should be those evil deity followers, early-stage Grand Warriors. What rank are the beasts? There are several second-tier beasts, and only one third-tier beast. Bai Yujing nodded and walked towards the small door of the entertainment city. Lead the way. Wait, my lord. It's not merely a matter of rank. The evil deity followers. Wu Shisan gazed at Shui, who had just been before him and was now about to enter the entertainment city. Transforming into a bewildered child. Gritting his teeth, he hurriedly followed. Shui was his savior. He could not allow her to escape alone. Why, lord, wait for me. Is this the place you mentioned for the beast fight? Upon entering the entertainment city, Wu Shisan followed the elevator down to the 4th underground level, navigating through a maze of corridors before descending to the 5th level. Bai Yujing pointed towards a massive iron gate guarded by 2 burly men. Indeed, Lord Shui. Standing behind Bai Yujing, Wu Shisan whispered, My lord, we must act discreetly here. Remember. However, before he could finish, he noticed that Shui had already walked straight towards the iron gate. Chapter 45. Bloodied Sword Breaks the Martial Ruler, Part 1. Who goes there? Halt! 2 fierce-looking men stepped forward, blocking the entrance to the iron gate. The beast fight has already commenced. No entry without qualifications. Wu Shisan wiped the cold sweat from his brow and quickly approached the gate. Trying to reach it before Bai Yujing. We have qualifications. He reached into his pocket but found nothing, his expression shifting in dismay. During his earlier escape, it seemed the invitation to the beast fight had accidentally fallen out. Consequently, he awkwardly explained, Gentlemen, could you perhaps make an exception? We were in a hurry and seemed to have forgotten our invitation. No invitation. The 2 men exchanged glances, drawing their weapons with threatening glares. That means you lack entry qualifications. Now scram! Don't obstruct our sight. Wu Shisan opened his mouth, seemingly about to say something, when a soft retort came from behind him, as if musing aloud, Qualifications? Bai Yujing brushed past him and strode directly toward the iron gate, completely disregarding the 2 men. Clang! The 2 black-clad men were caught off guard, and with a single stroke, 2 columns of blood erupted skyward. The massive iron gate shattered into fragments under that one strike. Is this qualification sufficient? Before the severed heads could hit the ground, Bai Yujing had already entered through the gate, grasping the enchanted sword with one hand, her pristine white attire untouched by even a speck of blood. What the hell? Wu Shisan was dumbfounded by this display. As an informant, he had encountered many high-ranking investigators, yet none had ever been as decisive as the Shui before him. Could she have served holding the blood-dripping demonic sword? Bai Yujing stood at the entrance, observing the chaos around him in silent contemplation, feeling utterly out of place amidst the frenzied crowd. Soon, security personnel patrolling the area noticed him. What are you doing here? Chapter 46. A bloodied garment and a sword shatters the martial sovereign, Part 2. What am I doing here? Bai Yujing echoed the question, as if questioning himself. Answer quickly, or I'll shoot. The security officer. His demeanor seemingly unhinged, his face obscured by a white cloth, had blood trickling down the black longsword in his right hand. He certainly did not appear to be a spectator at a beast-fighting event. After a few seconds of silence, the officer grew impatient and was about to pull the trigger when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his neck, and his vision began to rise. What was happening? Why did that headless corpse lying on the ground seem so familiar? Why were the spectators closing in? At that moment, a recently victorious gambler, flushed with excitement, was shouting wildly. Suddenly, a round object fell into his hands, and he felt a sticky sensation. Which dog threw this at me? The expletive died on his lips as he was struck dumb. They're killing. They're killing. His scream rang out like thunder, sparking chaos among the spectators surrounding the arena. However, The vastness of the venue meant that the commotion in this corner went largely unnoticed. The gamblers in the inner arena remained fervently focused on the beast-fighting spectacle, shouting with gusto, "There's a disturbance in our entertainment center. Quick, get someone here. Put down the sword." 3 security personnel rushed in, drawing their weapons and aiming at Bai Yujing. Yet, he merely squinted. The demonic sword in his right hand began to be enveloped by a swirling aura of crimson and azure energy. With a swift motion, akin to autumn leaves being swept away by the wind, Bai Yujing lunged forward in a single breath. He severed the heads of the 3 officers, now a master at the great martial master level. Even wielding only a yellow-tier sword technique, these security personnel stood no chance against him. Like wolves among sheep, with the crowd so dense and diverse, in less than a minute, dozens of security personnel and gamblers fell to his blade. Bai Yujing's strikes were as swift as a startled phoenix, enhanced by the wind-based energy, achieving a lethal precision with every blow. Typically, each swing sent 1 or 2 individuals sprawling to the ground. The surge of life force from each kill flowed back into him, rapidly absorbed and transformed into genuine energy within the swirling cyclone of his dantian. With every life extinguished, his cells seemed to convey a craving, a yearning for more blood, a thirst for further slaughter. Initially, he struggled to adapt to this feeling, but with the growing number of lifeless bodies at his feet, he ceased to suppress it. Beneath him, the blood flowed like a river, staining the ground crimson and surging inward. Increasingly, spectators began to sense that something was amiss. In that instant, the previously raucous gamblers fell silent. The crowd abruptly hushed, and within moments, screams erupted as panic spread, and people began to flee in all directions. No one had any interest in the fierce battles taking place within the arena anymore. The turmoil among the audience soon caught the attention of a blond man with black-rimmed glasses, holding a wine glass to, "Oh, you say there's a woman with a sword committing a massacre in the venue, Lord Edward. Should I send someone to stop her? Not just the guests, but many of our own people from the prosperous Great Xia have also perished." "No need. The more who die, the better it suits my desires." Edward chuckled lightly, swirling his glass of red wine. Oh, I almost forgot about you." Edward opened his fingers, gently forming a fist, and the head of his subordinate burst like a watermelon. As if an invisible hand had struck that it is time to commence this grand feast. Standing before a floor-to-ceiling window, he looked down upon the panicked crowd, trampling each other in their desperate bid for survival. His eyes narrowed slightly. Humanity was truly vile. The failures and the truth can only be mercilessly buried by the passage of time. Su Yin's gaze shifted to Edward, who was writhing like a demon, and then to Bai Yujing, seemingly entombed beneath a pile of rubble, unable to rise again. For a moment, a sense of inexplicable emotion washed over him. It appeared that the outcome was already determined. Yet, having stayed by Bai Yujing's side for nearly a year, Su Yin had witnessed everything. The trials, the rise, the happiness, the suffering, and the despair. Often, without first-hand experience, one can never truly comprehend the depths of agony some endure simply to survive. Bai Yujing had weathered countless hardships, immense pain, and profound despair. Su Yin firmly believed he could not, so easily succumb here in the 5th underground level, at the beast-fighting master venue. After enduring Edward's frenzied lashing for a full 5 minutes, the surroundings were unrecognizable. Blood and flesh splattered across the remnants of walls. After venting his rage and regaining some composure, Edward's gaze suddenly locked onto the pile of rubble that trapped Bai Yujing beneath. He could sense a breath of life lingering beneath that debris. Everything seemed to have come to an end. Coldly, he spoke, and as he did, the hundreds of fleshy tendrils on his back danced in the wind. At the same time, countless grotesque, twisted appendages lashed out towards the pile of stones. Was it truly to end like this? Back within the magic sword, Su Yin observed the scene beneath the rubble where Bai Yujing lay. His chest pierced by several thick steel rebar, barely clinging to life. Su Yin let out a barely perceptible sigh. Perhaps even he himself did not realize that deep within, he too harbored a hope for a miracle. Yet, just as Su Yin believed Bai Yujing was on the brink of death, an unexpected transformation occurred. The blood coursing through Bai Yujing's body suddenly began to draw in the surrounding elemental energy at an astonishing rate. This energy flowed into him with every breath, reaching his heart and lungs. His heart resumed its rhythm, and the revival of his lungs allowed the energy to circulate vigorously throughout his body. The vast amount of blood and energy that had been surging within him, unable to be absorbed by the cyclone in his dantian in such a short time, was now being completely assimilated, not just by the cyclone but by all the organs within him. The dense vitality expelled the steel rebar from Bai Yujing's body and began to rapidly heal the ghastly wound on his chest. The moment the injury was mended, Bai Yujing's tightly shut eyes snapped open, and his right hand, gripping the magic sword, tightened abruptly. Su-yin noticed that his eyes had turned a deep crimson, resembling a demon returned from the depths of hell. Was this the instinct driven by murderous intent? As countless thrashing tendrils approached, a deafening sonic boom erupted. The mass of stones that had buried Bai Yujing suddenly exploded, sending dust and debris into the air, causing Edward to instinctively turn away, covering his mouth and nose, while the frenzied tendrils momentarily faltered. Cough, cough, cough. What was happening? Responding to him was the sound of heavy footsteps. Edward turned back, only to see a figure with flowing hair emerge slowly from the dust, clad in blood-soaked garments that fluttered without wind. Yet, what captured his attention was the crimson long sword radiating fierce brilliance in the figure's grasp. Flames swirled around the sword's body, burning with dark fire. Under the influence of the swordmaster's murderous intent, the magic sword regained its true form. Bai Yujing felt a pang of fear. Just moments ago, when he lost consciousness, his body had instinctively accelerated its breathing techniques, drawing in the impure blood and energy within him that had not been transformed. Although his injuries had healed, he had nearly been completely consumed by the malevolent energy. Fortunately, at a critical moment, a refreshing aura emanating from the divine sword cleared his mind and restored his sense of self. However, the energy and chaotic true chi within him remained in turmoil, threatening to tear his body apart. For him, this crisis was potentially fatal. Yet, at the same time, it also represented an opportunity. Bai Yujing had a premonition that if he could fully unleash the power of this blood and energy, he might reap unimaginable benefits. Now, he merely awaited the right moment. As he pondered what that moment might be, Edward grew impatient. Humph! Playing tricks, he scoffed, snapping his fingers. Hundreds of invisible, grotesque tendrils surged once more towards Bai Yujing. From Su-yin's perspective, the multitude of thrashing, sinister appendages assaulted Bai Yujing from all directions at incredible speed. Though the venue was spacious, it was still limited. Thus, under the onslaught of so many tendrils, it was akin to a curtain of shadows descending. The spectacle was not only grand but utterly terrifying. Yet, only Su-yin could perceive this. If mere followers of the evil god possessed such formidable power, what horrors must the goddess Qin embody? Unconsciously, Su-yin recalled the evil god Eden's Qin, Nightmare. He wondered where that entity was now. Returning to the matter at hand, for Bai Yujing, the onslaught of tendrils and the accompanying tumultuous noise went unnoticed. It was as if he existed on another plane, akin to a two-dimensional being unable to perceive or interact with the three-dimensional realm, while the latter could influence and affect the former. Thus, Bai Yujing remained oblivious. Perhaps the evil god was a being that transcended humanity, existing in a higher dimension, and of course, this was merely Su-yin's unfounded speculation, potentially far from the truth. Yet, it did not alter the fact that Bai Yujing was facing a life-threatening crisis. Confronted with this overwhelming wave of tendrils, Bai Yujing's expression remained unchanged. He even closed his eyes. Su-yin wished to alert him of the impending doom, but being merely a silent sword, he could only watch as events unfolded. You underestimate me. This is your own demise. Edward's eyes gleamed with excitement as he licked his lips, a cold smile gracing his features. He felt exhilarated because, after the initial frenzy subsided, he had observed that the blood and vitality that had vanished from the bodies not sacrificed to the beautiful, noble and mysterious lord of flesh and blood were, for some reason, largely contained within this oblivious individual before him. Thus, if he could slay this person and once again offer a sacrifice to the lord of flesh and blood, might he not regain favor? It was very likely. Great lord of flesh and blood, please accept the sacrifice from your most cherished follower. Edward's expression morphed into one of devout reverence. At that moment, Bai Yujing spoke calmly. I am curious why you are so confident that I will be killed by you. As he spoke, the multitude of tendrils surged toward him. Simultaneously, Bai Yujing's right hand pressed firmly against the hilt of the magic sword. And if not, You cannot even perceive my attack. How can you hope to evade it? This is merely a desperate struggle, Edward sneered, watching Bai Yujing's hand on the sword hilt with disdain. He had no desire to converse with the dead. He wished to witness the body of this arrogant fool being torn asunder by his power. Through the magic sword, Su Yin sensed Bai Yujing's hand trembling slightly on the hilt. Though his condition was not as dire as Su Yin had imagined, it was far from ideal. What was he planning? Bai Yujing was waiting for an opportunity, in the liminal space between life and death. The latent potential hidden deep within one's body often surged forth dramatically. His body, already unable to bear such an immense influx of blood and chaotic true qi, especially after sustaining grave injuries, had but one chance to strike. Throughout his journey, Bai Yujing had always utilized the sword techniques taught by the divine sword. He had never considered himself a prodigy of swordsmanship, nor did he possess any inherent talent in the art. His progress thus far was solely due to the divine sword's guidance. Yet, every time he wielded his sword to take a life, that sensation was indelibly etched within him, saturating every vein and every ounce of flesh, remembered by every cell in his body. Bai Yujing closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and concentrated his spirit into the sword in his hand. In that instant, it felt as if the entire world had fallen silent. Just as the multitude of grotesque tendrils was about to make contact, Bai Yujing moved. His body leaped into the air, his wrist and body twisting as he swung the sword. The strike mirrored the sword techniques he had used before, yet in that fleeting moment, a terrifying sword intent that sent chills through anyone who beheld it erupted from within him. The elemental energy around him surged, madly rushing into his body, compressing, purifying, and liquefying the chaotic true qi that had been wandering within him into true essence. His realm ascended at an unfathomable speed, each second marking an unimaginable transformation. Before drawing the sword, he had merely been a great martial master. Yet, with this strike, the ordinary youth had transcended from a great martial master to a martial sovereign. In the heavens, Bai Yujing stood tall, the 12 towers of the 5 cities. The immortal touches my crown, granting me eternal life. Edward stared blankly at the scene before him, a sword, the essence of swordsmanship, and a martial sovereign in just one step. He had never witnessed such a rapid breakthrough. Not only had he never seen it, but he had never even heard of it. Yet, this was not the end. As the sword was swung, in that moment, Edward's pupils dilated in astonishment as he beheld the most resplendent vision of his life. Crimson true essence continuously coalesced upon the demonic sword, ultimately manifesting as a crescent-shaped sword aura that grew ever larger. In the next instant, the tendrils collided with the sword aura, as if there were no resistance at all, being utterly obliterated. One strike, and it was done. When Bai Yujing landed, his injuries had been completely healed by the sword intent. How could this be possible? Moreover, why could I not recover my powers? Did the demonic sword trigger its lethal effect? Observing Edward, who sat on the ground in disbelief, Su Yin thought silently. Nothing is impossible. You have lost. Bai Yujing positioned the demonic sword at his side and slowly walked towards Edward. Indeed, it seems I have lost. After an initial lapse of composure, Edward regained his calm, sitting on the ground as if he had surrendered. Can you tell me the name of that move you just used? It is my own creation, and it has no name. Bai Yujing replied coldly, but if it must have a name, I call it Bai Luo Huang Quan. Ding! Demonic sword technique absolute type, Bai Luo Huang Quan, has been recorded. Demonic sword technique absolute? What is that? I will check it later, I see. Edward let out a bitter laugh. You haven't killed me yet, so you must have some questions, right? Indeed, my sister Bai Yuling, my mother, and Uncle Chen. You are the one who killed them, correct? Bai Yujing pointed his sword at Edward and inquired. Who is that? Edward raised his head again. Puzzled that I never kill beautiful ladies. I do not know who you refer to as Uncle Chen, but a week ago, I indeed killed a search officer with the surname Chen. You are lying to me? At this point, do I still have any need to deceive you? A grim smile appeared on Edward's face. Without completing the sacrifice, the Lord of Flesh and Blood will not spare me. It seems this so-called Lord of Flesh and Blood is not as impressive as one might think. Su Yin mused silently while observing this seemingly defeated cultist. Chapter 49. Glimpsing the truth amid lies since the crisis has been averted. Seizing this opportunity, Su Yin also turned his attention to the demonic sword panel. He discovered that the third column of demonic sword techniques had been unlocked, named Demonic Sword Technique Absolute, positioned beside the Ultimate Demonic Sword Technique. However, there was currently only one skill within, the Bai Luo Huang Quan that had just been recorded by the system. System, you know what I am about to say. The system promptly appeared, providing an explanation. If a sword technique created by the Swordmaster is recognized by the system, it will be rated, replicated, and recorded in the Demonic Sword Technique Absolute. Bai Luo Huang Quan, System Rating, Heavenly Class Low Tier. What? It is actually a Heavenly Class Low Tier sword technique. Upon seeing the rating, Su Yin admitted to being slightly taken aback. Although the power displayed earlier was indeed astonishing, he thought it would at most reach Earth Class. He never expected to find a Heavenly Class rating in the system. This was his first and only Heavenly Class martial skill, albeit merely a low tier. However, one must realize this is Heavenly Class. In an ordinary martial arts family, it could be regarded as a treasured heirloom, passed down through generations. Such a level of martial skill is something ordinary martial artists have only heard of in legends. How was it that he obtained it so easily? This investment was worth it. Su Yin gazed at Bai Yujing with a fatherly tenderness, increasingly finding the sword master more agreeable, however, as a sword spirit. Su Yin also noticed some changes in Bai Yujing's character. The malevolent aura of blood and rain subtly influenced him. Despite becoming a martial sovereign, the true energy within the cyclone had transformed into true essence. Yet the blood-red malice had not diminished. If it were the previous Bai Yujing, he would never have taken the initiative to kill for the sake of enhancing his realm, even if these gamblers were not virtuous individuals. Meanwhile, the interrogation continued. Having lost all his tendrils, Edward sat atop a relatively intact skeleton, appearing almost docile, answering questions with near-complete honesty. Yet, how much of his words could be trusted, Su Yin could not ascertain. In Ninghai City, there are more cultists than just me. I do not know if it was one of their people who acted, but I have no dealings with them. Why not? Are not all of you cultists of the same god? Suddenly recalling something, Bai Yujing furrowed his brows slightly. Edward. Why do you harbor the misconception that all believers are dedicated to the same deity? Edward appeared somewhat fatigued. To my knowledge, aside from the Lord of Flesh and Blood that I worship, there should be another deity whose beliefs differ from mine. The recent incidents of possession in Ninghai City must have been caused by another cultist. However, judging by the scale of the disturbance, that individual must have reached the level of a favored one. Otherwise, such chaos would not have ensued. Perhaps the person you seek is he. I really am unfortunate, taking the blame for him, and now you have muddled the waters. You killed Uncle Chun. That is hardly innocent. Bai Yujing narrowed his eyes. Very well, please, put away your sword for now, Edward sighed, patting the bloodstains on his clothing, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. As you can see, without my powers, I am merely an ordinary great martial master. I pose no threat to you now. Bai Yujing glanced at Edward before withdrawing his sword from his body. You mentioned another cultist. Do you know which deity he follows? I do not know. Edward shook his head, and the next moment, a sword was once again poised at his throat. Wait, although I truly do not know. I suspect it might be the doll princess. Observing Bai Yujing, who drew his sword at the slightest provocation, Edward felt a sense of foreboding. The doll princess? Bai Yujing's brows furrowed even deeper, as if discerning the truth in Edward's words. The deity doll princess? At the mention of Edward possessing information about a deity, Su Yin, who had been lethargically listening to their tedious conversation, suddenly perked up. This was the third name of a deity he had heard, following Eden and the Lord of Flesh and Blood. Information about deities is rare. Su Yin had no intention of sleeping now. His attention was fully on their dialogue. Indeed, it is the doll princess. I learned of her name during a divine revelation that followed my sacrifice to the beautiful, noble, and mysterious Lord of Flesh and Blood last month. Aside from the beautiful, noble, and mysterious Lord of Flesh and Blood, the other deity, doll princess, has also cast her gaze upon this world. Although I do not know what her powers are, I surmise, based on her name, that it likely involves turning people into dolls. Perhaps, turning people into dolls. Internally noting this information, Bai Yujing's gaze momentarily shifted in complexity. That is all I know. Upon finishing, Edward appeared as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Why are you telling me all this? Bai Yujing retracted the demonic sword before him and gazed deeply at Edward. Because I too have a sister. I can understand your feelings, Edward sighed softly. Speaking of his sister, A gentle expression crossed his face. You cultists also have sisters? Bai Yujing was somewhat taken aback. What else? Do you think we sprang forth from stone? Before becoming a believer, I was also human. Edward retorted sharply. Observing the two individuals, who had recently fought fiercely as if they might obliterate the entire venue, now conversing peacefully like friends, Su Yin couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of this world. I know you will undoubtedly kill me. Even if you do not, the Lord of Flesh and Blood will kill me for the failed sacrifice. Could you, after I die, do me a favor? Edward brushed off the blood from his clothing and stood up from the white bones he had been sitting on. He produced a bracelet from seemingly nowhere, laying it in the palm of his hand. This Ice Heart bracelet is a storage artifact equipped with restrictions. Please help me deliver it to my sister. She knows how to unlock the restriction. Once the restriction is lifted, consider this artifact your reward. Just as I, as a brother, make this final request of you. Holding the bracelet in his hand, Edward gazed earnestly at Bai Yujing, seemingly awaiting his response. Very well. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Yujing provided his answer. Receiving the affirmative response, Edward appeared somewhat relieved. He flipped his palm and slowly approached Bai Yujing, holding the Ice Heart bracelet. As he drew near, he extended his hand to place the bracelet into Bai Yujing's hand, a peculiar smile barely visible at the corner of his mouth. However, the response to him was a flash of swordlight. The severed hand, riddled with numerous tiny flesh buds, fell onto the ground, landing upon a remnant limb. What the hell? This old trick? Su Yin was bewildered, watching the severed hand as the flesh buds crazily burrowed into the remnant limb. He had thought this cultist had genuinely repented. How did Bai Yujing discern it? I thought I had played my part convincingly. How did you find out? Chapter 50. The Arrival of the Malevolent Deity. My acting should not have any apparent flaws. Everything I said was the unvarnished truth. I indeed have a sister. With the deception now laid bare, Edward ceased his futile masquerade. His expression transformed once more into one of indifference. You clearly agreed just now, and I am curious. How did you uncover the truth? I did not discover anything, Edward slowly responded, punctuating his sentence with a question mark. I merely had the sudden urge to strike you down. You wretched fool. Is that truly the ridiculous reason behind your actions? Edward could no longer maintain his composure. He had contemplated numerous possibilities for being discovered. Perhaps it was that peculiar smile that had aroused suspicion. Or perhaps his status as a follower of the malevolent deity rendered him inherently suspect. Yet, he had never fathomed it could be attributed to such a ludicrous impulse. At that moment, Bai Yujing's figure vanished from Edward's sight. His movements imperceptible to Edward's eyes. The next instant, he was met with the resounding clash of a sword being drawn. The blade moved like a fleeting shadow, and the vast disparity in their realms rendered Edward incapable of even attempting to parry its force. In the blink of an eye, Edward's head and 4 dismembered limbs soared through the air, landing upon the ground. Strangely, as the enchanted sword sliced through Edward's neck, Su Yin received no indication of his impending demise. Was he still alive? Or was there another reason? Witnessing Edward's head roll away, eyes wide in disbelief, Bai Yujing sheathed his sword, preparing to depart. At that moment, the sacrificial array, which had previously vanished due to a lack of offerings, re-emerged. An ominous crimson light enveloped the venue. What was happening? Hadn't the sacrifice already failed? Kekekek, you have forced my hand. If that is the case, then we shall perish together. Edward's raspy voice echoed from behind Bai Yujing. He turned to see that Edward's body, along with his severed limbs, was now surrounded by a sacrificial array. Bai Yujing gripped the hilt of his sword and swiftly unleashed the gale thunder. 5 robust streaks of golden red lightning surged towards Edward's dismembered limbs as he had ascended to the martial lord realm. The speed and potency of gale thunder far exceeded that of his initial foray into the grand martial master tier. However, just as gale thunder was about to strike, it abruptly vanished, as if it had never existed. What have you done? Bai Yujing coldly regarded Edward, who had now morphed into something grotesque, eye in the crimson glow. His head split open, grotesque flesh sprouts emerging as twisted, repugnant tendrils erupted from his limbs. He had become a grotesque abomination. It is futile. You cannot thwart the arrival of the Lord of Flesh and Blood. As his most favored follower, I offer my flesh and blood as a sacrifice, so he may briefly cast his gaze upon Ninghai City. When the time comes, I shall have you and this city accompany me in death. Was he summoning a malevolent deity? At this moment, not only Bai Yujing, but even Su Yin within the enchanted sword paled in shock. This was escalating beyond control. Who would have thought that a mere follower of a malevolent deity could attract the attention of such a being? Su Yin lacked the confidence that Bai Yujing could confront an entity of that caliber. Was he destined to perish here? Before long, Su Yin keenly sensed the arrival of an unknown presence's gaze upon Ninghai City. In that instant, countless individuals throughout the city awoke from their slumber, gripped by an inexplicable dread. The Ninghai Mountains lay in eerie silence, the beasts residing in their territories cowering in fear. The Feng family's residence. The Gothic lowly, Feng Shuedong, clutching her rabbit doll, turned her gaze towards the window, her eyes flickering with apprehension. Within a lavish mansion, a man clad in a black trench coat rose from the sofa. Murmuring, a malevolent deity? However, the most tormented soul was Bai Yujing, who faced this overwhelming pressure in the underground venue. He forcefully plunged the enchanted sword into the ground, one hand gripping its hilt as he knelt on one knee, desperately resisting the suffocating weight of this force. His lips bled, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. Were it not for the enhancement aura effect of the enchanted sword, it remained uncertain whether he could maintain consciousness. Meanwhile, Su Yin felt no sense of oppression whatsoever. In fact, he even felt somewhat drowsy. Could it be due to my state as a sword spirit? He found himself puzzled. It is coming, it is coming. I sensed the gaze of the magnificent Lord of Flesh and Blood, Edward, now transformed into a twisted abomination, writhed in excitement with his tendrils. As he spoke, Su Yin sensed a chilling gaze descend upon the underground venue. The Lord of Flesh and Blood had arrived. Was this the gaze of the Lord of Flesh and Blood? With the deity's arrival, the pressure intensified once more. Your most cherished follower, Edward, stands before you, my esteemed Lord of Flesh and Blood. Edward's eyes gleamed with fervor as he fixated on a certain point in the void. The gaze of the Lord of Flesh and Blood swept over Edward, lingering not for a moment before shifting to Bai Yujing. The malevolent deity, ineffable and unapproachable, compelled Bai Yujing to shut his eyes, fearing to behold it. His chi and blood surged within him. Despite the arduous struggle to resist, his hand remained firmly grasped around the enchanted sword. Finally, the gaze turned towards the enchanted sword in Bai Yujing's grasp. Though it lacked a physical form, at that moment, Su Yin felt as though their gazes had locked eye in the venue. The crimson light of the sacrificial array flickered momentarily. Moments later, the malevolent, blood-red light that had pervaded the space vanished entirely. Returning tranquility to the venue, the Lord of Flesh and Blood departed, leaving with a silence that was starkly different from the overwhelming presence of its arrival. It swept away like a whisper in the wind. Taking nothing with it, not even the flesh and blood Edward had offered his sacrifice. It was a masterclass in detachment. Only Edward, now transformed into a monster, remained, utterly bewildered. Though the Lord of Flesh and Blood had graced this world for but a fleeting moment. Departing swiftly, Su Yin inexplicably felt as if it had fled in fear. Was it because I carry the aura of the Eden of the malevolent deity? The following is a division line. This chapter feels somewhat lackluster, as constant battles can lead to fatigue. A brief respite is needed to supplement the protagonist's character development while contemplating how to enhance the subsequent plot's excitement. As the new book begins, I seek support for my shelf, requests for continued reading, and gentle nudges for updates. Chapter 51. Just as a lead emerges, the true culprit is captured. Eden bestowed upon him a terminal sword technique through its vassal. The dream of the dead, supreme truth. Perhaps it also imparted a trace of the malevolent deity's essence upon him. There may exist a hierarchy among malevolent deities, akin to that of human martial artists. The Lord of Flesh and Blood, upon discovering the presence of Eden's aura, may have retreated from observing this world. It is possible that the Lord of Flesh and Blood's rank is considerably inferior to that of Eden. Su Yin surmised that this might be the most plausible conclusion. Surely he could not have been frightened away by a mere gaze. Before transforming into an enchanted sword, he was merely an ordinary human. The only distinction he possessed was that of being a transmigrator. Perhaps the fact of transmigration itself could be considered a factor, yet he would rather identify as a soul transmigrator. Were it not for the complications arising from transmigration that led to his status as a black household, he might have already astounded everyone at school. Regardless of the reasons, the ultimate outcome was that the Lord of Flesh and Blood's gaze departed from this realm. Edward's frenzied plan to drag all of Ninghai City into the abyss concluded absurdly. How should one evaluate this? Suyin found it to be somewhat anticlimactic. It appears that the deity you worship chose not to aid you. After wiping away the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, Bai Yujing sat cross-legged for a moment to regulate his breathing, calming the tumultuous qi and blood within him. He then rose, seized the enchanted sword, and slowly approached the petrified abomination that was once Edward. Why? Why? The blood monster offered no reaction to Bai Yujing's approach, merely repeating those words in a muddled manner. Had his intelligence regressed following his faith's collapse? Gazing down upon the crumpled form of the blood monster, Bai Yujing spoke calmly, Gale Thunder, second form. With a single stroke, he effortlessly cleaved through the abomination that Edward had become. Turning away, he proceeded towards the exit, Shattered Tooth. Though he had only struck once, the blood monster was torn asunder by that single swing. Flesh and sinew erupted in all directions as its vitality rapidly waned. A surge of life energy coursing through the enchanted sword into Bai Yujing in the final moments before death, Edward seemed to regain a flicker of awareness. Realizing the swift depletion of his life force, he stared at the blood-soaked figure retreating towards the exit, his remaining eye widening in horror. You are also. This was a sacrifice. As a follower of the malevolent deity, he was no stranger to this concept. No wonder the souls of those he had slain could not be offered. Bai Yujing's steps faltered as he was about to pass through the exit. Noticing a bracelet lying on the ground beside it was the so-called Ice Heart Bracelet, a storage artifact that Edward had tasked him with delivering to his sister during his disguise. Moments later, Bai Yujing summoned the wind spirit, and a gentle breeze delicately lifted the icy heart bracelet, placing it into a small wooden box on the ground, sealed with true essence. Although it had been confirmed that the other party was merely acting to deceive his trust, Edward's words, along with the so-called intelligence he provided, were shrouded in uncertainty, a blend of truth and deceit that remained indeterminate. Regardless, it had presented a potential breakthrough. Perhaps even Edward himself was unaware that. Despite the charade, a fleeting emotion crossed his face when he mentioned his sister. A glimmer of humanity that had yet to extinguish. It might have been a promise he had carelessly made or a trace of genuine sentiment that slightly moved Bai Yujing. Reminiscent of his own sister Dai in the end, Bai Yujing took the bracelet with him. From the moment Bai Yujing disguised himself and ventured outside, he discovered an informant from the Martial Supervision Bureau and subsequently learned of the sacrificial feast initiated by the cult of the evil god. This led to a bloody confrontation in the underground venue, where he annihilated all adversaries and drew the attention of the evil god before finally departing. This entire sequence of events appeared to stretch on for an eternity. Yet, in reality, the entire affair transpired in less than a quarter of an hour. Before those in the entertainment district could witness the hellish scene unfolding in the underground venue, Bai Yujing had evaded all patrolling officers and surveillance cameras. Returning to his residence in the basement, he changed into a fresh set of clothing, discarding his blood-soaked garments into the roaring flames of a fire pit. The blood-stained clothes gradually disintegrated into black ashes amidst the inferno, effectively obliterating any evidence. After completing this task, Bai Yujing found a quiet corner in the basement and sat down in solitude. The events of the night had been tumultuous, presenting grave crises. Yet, correspondingly, the benefits and rewards he reaped were immense. Firstly, in terms of strength, he had transcended the chasm between great martial masters and martial lords, leaping over the mid and late stages of the great martial master realm to become an early-stage martial lord, truly acquiring the power for self-preservation and vengeance. Secondly, he had avenged Uncle Chun by slaying Edward, the evil god's follower who had taken his life. Lastly, he had obtained crucial leads regarding the ruthless murderer of his sister, Bai Yueling and mother. This was the most pivotal and significant gain of the night. In the latter half of the night, Bai Yujing did not retire to bed. Instead, he remained alone, embracing his longsword and silently conversing with it in the corner of the basement. Since the day his family had met with tragedy, Bai Yujing had grown increasingly reclusive, often speaking to his sword as if he were deranged. This night was no different. Divine sword, do you know? I am truly happy tonight, for I have finally found a lead on the murderer of my entire family and avenged Uncle Chun. Do you comprehend? during this past month at the Martial Supervision Bureau? While others were aware that my family had been slaughtered, I bore it all in silence as if nothing had transpired. Do you know what they called me behind my back? They called me a coward, a waste, an ant, saying I could only slay the defenseless, too fearful to seek vengeance even after my loved ones were killed. Ha! They have no idea what I think. I ponder this every night. To the point of near madness. I was previously too afraid to confront that person for revenge, even to investigate, because I lacked strength. But now, I am powerful. I am a master of the martial lord realm. Tonight, I took many lives, yet they were all wicked, scum. Which of them did not deserve to perish? I have heard that those in the entertainment district are notorious for their misdeeds, often terrorizing the market and corrupting the innocent. And those gamblers, who owe debts they can never repay, I have liberated them, as well as their wives and children. Moreover, even if I had not slain them tonight, they would have ultimately been killed by that evil god follower. Bai Yujing poured out his heart to the sword throughout the night, and Suyin felt that he must have been repressed for far too long in the following 2 days. Bai Yujing did not venture outside but remained in his residence, resting while consolidating his newfound realm. On the 3rd day, as he prepared to carry out executions at the prison as usual, he received a piece of good news. The true perpetrator behind the recent rampant incidents of possession in Ninghai City, an evil god follower, suspected of having slaughtered his entire family, the very person he had longed to kill, had been captured. Chapter 52. Is this the truth? This good news was delivered by a female clerk at the Martial Supervision Bureau. Today was originally the scheduled day for executing those responsible for the possession incidents. However, Bai Yujing was informed that there was no one requiring execution today. Filled with confusion, he inquired with someone at the bureau and learned this shocking revelation. No wonder the search officers, who had previously been ubiquitous on the streets, were nowhere to be found these past 2 days. In no wonder no one had approached him during his rest. It turned out that the true culprit behind the possession incidents had been apprehended. But how could this be? So many search officers, countless patrolling officers, and a multitude of informants had searched for over a month without discovering any trace of that evil god follower. How could he have suddenly been captured without warning? When did this happen? It occurred 2 days ago. The clerk responded. 2 days ago. This meant it was the day following the evil god's descent, while he was recuperating at his residence. Wasn't that evil god follower said to possess the strength of a martial lord? Who managed to capture him? Bai Yujing still felt that this was implausible. It was captured by our Martial Supervision Bureau's Lord Wu Yonk. Perhaps due to Bai Yujing's striking appearance, the clerk exhibited extraordinary patience in addressing his inquiries. Bai Yujing noticed her voice trembled with excitement at the mention of this name. Wu Yonk? Who was that? He had been an execution officer at the Martial Supervision Bureau for over a year. While he had not intentionally sought to familiarize himself with the higher echelons of martial officers above the martial lord realm in Ninghai City, he had never heard of Wu Yonk. What? You don't even know Lord Wu Yonk? Are you truly part of our Ninghai Martial Supervision Bureau? The clerk's expression displayed genuine surprise. Is this Wu Yonk quite famous? Famous? He is beyond famous. He is exceedingly renowned. Wu Yonk is the only special investigator in our Ninghai Martial Supervision Bureau, a 7th-tier martial venerable, and he is also quite handsome. As she spoke, the clerk transformed into an enthusiastic fan, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Then why was I unaware of this? Bai Yujing furrowed his brow. Of course you wouldn't know. There have been so many prisoners scheduled for execution recently, and you have been preoccupied day in and day out. How could you find the time to pay attention to such matters? After chatting for a while, the clerk recognized Bai Yujing's identity. Lord Wu Yonk was transferred from Jianglan City to our Martial Supervision Bureau 2 months ago. I heard he previously served in the capital's Martial Supervision Bureau, where he single-handedly dealt with a ghost-class celestial beast. So he was transferred from Jianglan City. No wonder Bai Yujing was oblivious. A ghost-class celestial beast, also known as a city-destroying beast, possessed strength equivalent to a human martial venerable, typically requiring multiple martial venerables to subdue. The fact that Wu Yonk managed to handle it alone left Bai Yujing secretly astonished as he continued to inquire. How was that evil god follower captured? Weren't they sought for a long time without any trace? To speak of capturing this evil god follower, it was not solely Lord Wu Yonk's achievement. The head of the Feng family, Feng Yuanjing, also contributed significantly. This matter is related to the head of the Feng family? Indeed. While Lord Wu Yonk has attained the strength of a martial venerable, that evil god follower was quite adept at concealment. Feng Yuanjing expended considerable resources, using a treasured heirloom of the Feng family, the incomplete celestial weapon Worldly Mountains and Seas map, to locate the position of that evil god follower, a celestial weapon. Bai Yujing was taken aback upon hearing this. He was aware that Feng Yuanjing possessed remarkable martial prowess, standing among the ranks of super-strong martial Xin masters alongside Yun Tianqing of the Yun family and Ling Yishan of the Ling family. Bai Yujing's brow furrowed as he sensed something amiss. What connection did the capture of the evil god follower have with Feng Yuanjing? Why would he be willing to exert such effort? Even going so far as to utilize an incomplete celestial weapon? You wouldn't know this, but I've heard it from others. The clerk leaned in closer, whispering, I heard that the evil god follower had set his sights on Feng Yuanjing's daughter, Feng Shuetong, which compelled Feng Yuanjing to resolutely join forces with the Martial Supervision Bureau to eliminate that evil god follower. What a coincidence! But upon further reflection, if aided by a celestial weapon and with a martial venerable fully pursuing, it would be highly probable that even a concealed evil god follower at the martial lord realm could be apprehended. Perhaps this is the truth of the matter. So, the one who murdered my sister and mother has truly been captured? Bai Yujing questioned, doubting whether he was caught in a dream. If all of this were true, then throughout this past month, during those sleepless nights, he had awakened in terror, striving to possess strength equal to that of his enemies. Working relentlessly as if possessed, even lowering his own standards to kill numerous people, his hands stained with countless blood. What had it all been for? Where was that evil god follower now? Bai Yujing asked in a somber tone. I am unaware of this matter. However, it is said that the individual was placed in solitary confinement to prevent a prison break. Nevertheless, what follows? 3 days hence, Lord Wu Yonk shall conduct a public execution of the followers of the malevolent deity, at which point you may witness it firsthand. It is rumored that the head of the Feng family, Feng Yuanjing, along with Miss Feng Shuetong, will also be in attendance. Very well, I shall go. Bai Yujing nodded and turned to depart. He remained unwilling to accept the truth. He yearned to witness it with his own eyes. The 3 days were not easy for Bai Yujing. He slept in the basement, quietly awaiting the public execution that was to occur in 3 days. Yet, every midnight, he would awaken, fearing that all of this was merely a dream. The fleeting days passed without a single person exhibiting sudden madness due to possession, nor did anyone perish as a result. Could it be that the followers of the malevolent deity had truly been apprehended? Bai Yujing felt a twinge of melancholy. On the 4th day, he stepped out of his dwelling and onto the bustling streets. The execution of the followers of the malevolent deity was slated for the evening. The streets were adorned with festive decorations, as if celebrating a grand festival, despite the gentle snowfall, compared to previous days. The atmosphere was unprecedentedly lively. He arrived at the site of the public execution, where throngs of people gathered, eager to behold the supposedly sinister followers of the malevolent deity. Standing several hundred meters away, Bai Yujing, with his martial prowess as a martial sovereign, could see clearly despite the distance. He spotted the female monk, a woman he had encountered once on the streets. However, this time, she bowed her head. Lacking the conical hat she once wore, was she truly one of the followers of the malevolent deity? Gazing at this long-anticipated foe, Bai Yujing's expression grew complex, despite all evidence pointing to her as the mastermind behind everything. A nagging feeling in his subconscious suggested that something was amiss. Chapter 53. Witnessing the unseen amidst the crowd, whispers abounded. Is this truly the follower of the malevolent deity? She is indeed quite beautiful. Could she have been wronged? How could she be wronged? This was apprehended by the esteemed investigator Wu Yonk of the Ninghai Martial Supervision Bureau, in conjunction with Feng Yuanjing of the Feng family. It is said that the Feng family's ancestral artifact confirmed it. What? The Feng family's artifact? Is it the chart of mortal realms and seas? Then it must be authentic. Alas, such a beautiful woman wasted. What is there to lament? Had it not been for Lord Wu Yonk capturing her, who knows how many more would have fallen victim to her malevolence. I wonder if this woman has accomplices or other means. However, with Lord Wu Yonk present, it should be fine, right? If you're so afraid, perhaps you should not watch. The voices around him grew louder, yet Bai Yujing felt as if he heard nothing, his gaze fixed intently on the female monk upon the platform. As someone in the crowd had suggested, perhaps accomplices would come to rescue her. Moreover, He recalled the words of Edward, the follower of the Flesh and Blood Lord, who mentioned that another follower of the malevolent deity could potentially be more than just a mere follower, but rather a consort of the malevolent deity known as the Doll Princess. That night, Edward had intended to sacrifice thousands within the underground venue to become a consort of the Flesh and Blood Lord. If even a follower could summon the gaze of the malevolent deity before their demise, what of those at a higher level? Had it not been for the inexplicable disappearance of the Flesh and Blood Lord's gaze that evening, he might have perished there. Thus, Bai Yujing believed that the public execution today might very well encounter unforeseen complications. While he pondered, a dashing man clad in a black trench coat and adorned with a black magician's hat suddenly appeared on the platform beside the female monk. As if he had teleported, it was Lord Wu Yunk. Below, recognition rippled through the crowd. Is that truly Wu Yunk? Bai Yujing scrutinized the man from several hundred meters away. This was the renowned martial sovereign who had apprehended the consort of the malevolent deity. Indeed, he exuded an aura of terrifying strength. Just moments before, Bai Yujing's gaze had been fixed on the platform, and with his current martial prowess, he had failed to discern how this man had appeared, smiling and waving to the crowd below. Had Lord Wu Yunk chosen to attack him just then, would he have been able to respond in time? Bai Yujing questioned himself, realizing he would not have been able to react. Though the man maintained a cheerful demeanor, Bai Yujing believed that should they engage, he would be slain in an instant. In the depths of the magic sword, Su Yin also noticed the striking figure on the platform. However, his focus differed from Bai Yujing's. While Su Yin similarly sensed the man's overwhelming vitality, he found the overall presence of this man to be rather peculiar. During the battle in the underground venue, among the thousands who had been purged, although many heads had been claimed by the four ferocious beasts, Bai Yujing had still slain nearly 1,000. This significant accumulation of experience had markedly advanced the progression of the magic sword. Additionally, Su Yin had obtained a special skill through the system as a reward for achieving the Thousand Slayers accomplishment. This skill was deemed special, not because it was a magic sword technique, but rather a sword spirit technique. Indeed, it was merely this single character, and there was no skill description provided. Over the past few days, Su Yin had experimented with it out of boredom, yet had discovered no remarkable changes. When activated, it shifted to a dimmer perspective, in this darker vision. Inanimate objects such as walls, wooden figures, and chairs remained unchanged, but living beings, like Bai Yujing, emanated a surrounding aura of white mist. Aside from this, there was nothing else. Su Yin had come to regard this skill as a rather vague and ineffectual one. After the initial novelty wore off, he lost interest, deeming it a wasted opportunity for a draw. However, as Bai Yujing remained fixated on the woman on the platform, Su Yin soon grew bored again. Thus, he recalled this nearly forgotten skill and, seeking to occupy himself, activated the sword spirit technique. Shifting to the dark vision, Bai Yujing's aura remained white. Among the gathered crowd, the vast majority exhibited a pale black aura, akin to white rice paper stained with black ink, varying only in depth. Yet the two individuals on stage were different. The female monk, presumed to be the follower of the malevolent deity, radiated a pale white aura. In contrast, the man beside her, clad in black, was enveloped by a thick, inky black aura. This swirling mass of darkness pulsated around him, writhing as if it possessed a life of its own. A mere glance was enough to nauseate Su Yin, prompting him to deactivate the dark vision. Just now, it felt as if he had sensed a chilling gaze. This eerie sensation sent a shiver down his spine. Since taking possession of this body, it was the first time he had experienced such a feeling. Wu Yunk's eyes swiftly scanned the fervent crowd below, yet he found nothing amiss. Was it merely an illusion? There should be no existence within this city that could pose a threat to him. Soon, he cast this brief interruption aside. With a commanding gesture, Wu Yunk silenced the crowd, which had once been raucous. "Listen to me," he proclaimed, as if enchanted. The previously boisterous throng fell into an immediate hush. The follower of the malevolent deity, who has wrought havoc in Ninghai City for months, taking countless lives with treachery and deceit, has been apprehended by me. Today, before all of you, I shall execute her. With that, Wu Yunk turned his palm, revealing a silver flash, a long spear, not lightning as Bai Yujing had initially thought. The thunderous wrath spear. Someone gasped. Then, under Bai Yujing's watchful gaze, Wu Yunk thrust the spear with the force of a thunderclap. Contrary to Bai Yujing's expectations of unforeseen occurrences, the head of the follower of the malevolent deity soared high into the air. Below, after an initial silence, a roaring wave of cheers erupted. Long live Lord Wu Yonk. At last, the follower of the malevolent deity has been eliminated. We need no longer live in fear. With Lord Wu Yonk here, our sense of security is unparalleled. Bai Yujing stared at the severed head that had fallen to the ground. Struggling to believe his own eyes, the consort of the malevolent deity was so easily vanquished. It was far too smooth, too effortless, making him feel as though he were ensnared in a dream. Chapter 54. The Overlooked. After confirming the execution of the malevolent deity's consort, Bai Yujing departed. On his return journey, he felt disoriented, as if he had lost all sense of purpose. He collided with several passers-by, inciting their ire as they cursed him for being insane. He could scarcely recall how he had returned to his lodging. That evening, Bai Yujing locked himself in his room, uttering not a single word. His heart felt hollow, as though something vital was missing. For so long, he had relentlessly pursued the identity of the one who had slain his family. Striving to acquire the power necessary for vengeance, he had dared not relent for a single day, enduring the torment of bloodshed tearing through his body, the scrutinizing gazes of others, and the nightly tribulations of his spirit. Thus, he had trained with fervor, unyielding, with the aid of the divine sword. In merely a month's time, he transcended from a martial novice to a martial sovereign. He was no longer that insignificant ant, easily crushed by others. He had acquired the power to touch and explore the truth. However, just at that moment, he was struck by the shocking news that his long-sought nemesis had been captured and subsequently slain. All his efforts instantly transformed into a farce. It was at this juncture that Bai Yujing realized what he truly desired was not merely the death of the murderer, but rather to personally apprehend that fiend. He yearned to bind this cruel individual, who had annihilated his entire family, before the graves of his sister and mother, employing the most brutal, vicious, and agonizing methods to exact retribution. He envisioned the fiend kneeling before the graves, weeping and regretting his actions, repenting for his heinous deeds, only to be killed by Bai Yujing's own hand. Yet, that opportunity would never present itself again. The next day, Bai Yujing vacated the villa he was renting, gathered his belongings, and returned to the place where he once lived with his sister and mother, carrying with him the demon's sword. He lifted his gaze to the familiar yet foreign courtyard before him. This was once his home. I have returned. He softly spoke to the empty house as he stepped into the courtyard in the past. Whenever he returned from chopping wood on the mountain and uttered this phrase, Bai Yuling would emerge from the house, exclaiming, "Brother, you're back?" or would rush out with open arms, giggling mischievously as she ambushed him. Hee, surprise attack? Yet now, the courtyard was bereft of two souls, while two new graves marked the ground. Everything had vanished, the world had changed, and the past drifted away like fleeting clouds. In this home, only he remained, utterly alone. Oh no, he no longer had a home. A long sigh escaped his lips. Perhaps it was time to forget all of this and begin anew elsewhere. That night, Bai Yujing sat at the edge of his bed, gazing at the moon outside the window. The long night stretched on, and he found it difficult to sleep. Initially, he had planned to burn some joss paper and bring along his sister's favorite sweets to the graves before leaving. However, upon arriving at this place filled with nearly all his joy and memories, he changed his mind, deciding to stay and accompany them for one last night. The wind outside was chilly as he looked at the two graves in the moonlight. A sense of melancholy washed over him. He spoke to the sword. "Divine sword, do you think that the minion of the evil god is truly dead?" Suyin rolled his eyes. "If you ask me, who should I inquire of?" But Suyin understood that Bai Yujing did not genuinely seek an answer. Nevertheless, the question he casually posed reminded Suyin of the aura he had sensed from the woman earlier that day. A minion of the evil god, notorious for their heinous deeds. Why did their aura appear white? Bai Yujing's aura was also white. Did the color of one's aura signify good and evil? Perhaps, as Bai Yujing suggested, the true minion of the evil god was someone else entirely. Bai Yujing did not truly expect the demon sword to provide an answer. He merely sought a confidant. "I still have not accepted this reality. I keep feeling that something is amiss. This minion of the evil god has concealed itself in Ninghai City for a month without detection, controlling others to commit murder, leaving no one aware of who the next person to go mad might be. There is no reason for her to announce her intent to target the young daughter of the Feng family before striking. Feng Yuanjing, the head of the Feng family, even resorted to using inherited celestial artifacts to protect his daughter. Incurring such a great cost, he had no reason to mislead the Martial Supervision Bureau with false information about a non-existent minion of the evil god, Wu Yonk. As a special investigator of the Martial Supervision Bureau, would never protect a genuine minion of the evil god, as he pondered. Bai Yujing's brow furrowed deeper. He must have overlooked something crucial. Suddenly, a spark of insight flashed through his mind. Everything seemed too convenient. As if it had been rehearsed in advance, he recalled what Edward had once told him. This minion of the evil god was a servant of the evil god puppet princess. Yet, the woman he had seen today had never displayed her powers to anyone. If the minion executed today was a mere impostor, then the true minion might still be alive, hidden within Ninghai City. Was that possible? No, it was highly plausible, as long as the genuine minion of the evil god used the puppet princess's powers to manipulate someone else, convincing everyone that this person was the minion. Then upon the death of that individual, the true minion could remain concealed beneath the surface, undetected forever. If this were indeed the case, then this minion of the evil god was far more cunning than he had imagined. Yet, this scenario raised several points that remained inexplicable, as, Bai Yujing closed his eyes to contemplate. A faint sound suddenly reached his ears. Had someone entered? Who could it be? Had he not ascended to the realm of martial sovereign and developed a keen sensitivity to murderous intent? He would have remained oblivious, his right hand instinctively pressed against the hilt of the demon's sword. Suddenly, a wooden door behind him splintered open, as a chain blade slithered towards him like a venomous snake from the shadows. However, Bai Yujing had anticipated this and evaded the sudden assault with a swift shadow step, then countered with a strike from his sword. Yet, it vanished into the void. A heavy feeling settled in his heart. This assailant was stronger than him, likely at the mid to late stages of martial sovereign. Chapter 55. Who is the hunter? Who is the prey? Bai Yujing leaned against the bed with his sword, cautiously observing the darkness beyond the door. The broken tooth blade felt no resistance upon striking, as a powerful surge of true essence dissipated the blow. Yet, the already splintered wooden door and the wall behind it crumbled completely under his strike. Cold wind rushed in from outside. A shadow stood at the doorway, seemingly puzzled by the failure of the ambush. Bai Yujing remained still, sensing the intense fluctuations of true essence and the overwhelming pressure emanating from the shadow. His expression darkened. This was the strongest opponent he had encountered thus far, a late-stage martial sovereign. They stood in a standoff, neither willing to make the first move, observing the stillness of the shadow across from him. Bai Yujing's gaze flickered momentarily. This small courtyard was located on the outskirts of the city, several miles from the center, with few residences nearby. Even during the day, only a handful of passers-by might appear. And now, deep into the night, he was nearly certain that this shadow had come specifically for him. But why would such a formidable opponent target him? Wait, this shadow, a martial sovereign, that characteristic? At that moment, the shadow spoke, its voice hoarse, indistinguishable in gender. Your skills surpass those of your sister. Though the shadow's words sounded like praise, they were laced with arrogance and disdain. Unfortunately, your heart is what I intend to take tonight. Bai Yujing was momentarily taken aback by the shadow's declaration, but in the next second, a surge of euphoric emotion surged from the depths of his being. The true minion of the evil god was indeed alive. You are the one causing such a stir throughout the city, the minion of the evil god. You are also the one who killed my sister and mother. Bai Yujing lowered his head, bringing the demon's sword before him, gently wiping it with his hand. Ha ha ha, your imagination is truly vivid. The minion of the evil god was killed by Wu Yonk today, witnessed by the entire city of Ninghai. The shadow vehemently denied. However, your family, I did indeed slay. That girl who smiled so much was your sister, wasn't she? I still remember the look of disbelief on her face when I extracted her heart. Oh, and that woman lying in bed, that was your mother. I turned her lower half into mush with this, and I even kindly covered her with a blanket. I wonder if you ever found out. The shadow brandished the chain blade, as if showcasing its gruesome handiwork. You seem quite pleased. Bai Yujing's voice remained calm, devoid of any emotion. Still what? The shadow laughed exaggeratedly. What can you do to me? Kill me? Su Yin noted that under the shadow's provocation, A hint of crimson crept into the corners of Bai Yujing's eyes. Something was amiss. The shadow's words were deliberately aimed at inciting Bai Yujing's fury. This was a reaction to Bai Yujing's previous evasion of the attack using Wind Spirit Moon Shadow. The shadow was afraid he might flee in fear of defeat. It must be said that the shadow's tactics seemed effective. Just as Su Yin anticipated that Bai Yujing would charge forward to confront the shadow in a fierce clash, Bai Yujing uttered, "Wind Spirit Moon Shadow." Bai Yujing turned his head, casting a cold glance at the shadow's position before vanishing from sight. Running away? The shadow seemed momentarily taken aback, not comprehending the sudden shift. After a brief pause, it quickly reacted, leaping out the window to pursue him. Upon reaching the courtyard, the shadow saw Bai Yujing standing at the entrance. Wind Spirit Moon Shadow. With a flicker of movement, Bai Yujing vanished from his position once more, reappearing several dozen meters away on a narrow path. The distance had widened once again, and once again he watched helplessly as his quarry disappeared before his eyes. The shadow, somewhat exasperated, felt a surge of frustration. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to pursue. Under the cover of night, the two figures darted back and forth, one chasing while the other fled. Just as the shadow closed in, Bai Yujing would swiftly extend the distance using his Wind Spirit Moon Shadow technique. In the distance, the city flickered with neon lights. Suddenly, a figure clad in white materialized out of thin air. After surveying his surroundings, Bai Yujing came to a halt. This was a desolate area on the outskirts. He waited quietly, knowing the shadow would inevitably catch up. He had lured the shadow here, not out of cowardice or fear, nor a dread of death, but to avoid disturbing the peace of his sister and mother, as anticipated. Within mere seconds, a shadow descended from above, taunting, "Run, keep running. Why have you stopped? Has your true essence been exhausted?" Seeing his prey halt unexpectedly, the shadow assumed he had surrendered. "I never expected you could escape this far," he scoffed. "But today, as my prey, you are doomed, prey." Bai Yujing did not share this sentiment. Had it been a few days prior, when he was still a grand martial artist, he might indeed have faced death from such an ambush. Yet now, despite being two small realms below his opponent, the question of who was truly the prey remained uncertain. Closing his eyes, he placed his palm over the hilt of his sword. Blood-colored true essence coalesced into a stream, gently lifting his body into the air. Overestimating oneself, the shadow sneered, a powerful pressure emanating from within him. In a direct confrontation, how could he possibly lose with his late-stage martial sovereign's true essence? However, soon enough, he would find himself unable to laugh. As Bai Yujing ascended, a crimson aura of murderous intent surged forth from his body, nearly materializing as it ebbed and flowed around him like a tempest, causing his long hair to dance wildly. Simultaneously, an overwhelming sword intent erupted from his form. With a single glance, the shadow nearly lost his composure. Is this the early stage of martial sovereign? He gazed in horror at the figure above that resembled a blood-red demon, feeling a sudden impulse to flee. Impossible! The shadow, unwilling to yield, unleashed a powerful wave of true essence. His chain blades exhaled azure wind blades, shooting toward the sky. In the face of it all, Bai Yujing remained blissfully unaware, his murderous intent surging unchecked. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, both blood-red, killing sword intent, blood flame slash. Uttering these words with a calm demeanor, the overwhelming killing intent ignited as if doused in gasoline, roaring to life. With a single stroke, a wave of murderous energy surged toward the shadow, obliterating everything in its path. When the bloodlust subsided, a severed arm was left behind where the shadow had stood. Escaped. Bai Yujing observed the shadow scurrying away like a rat with its tail between its legs toward Ninghai City. His eyes remained filled with killing intent as he flickered and pursued. Chapter 56. Urban Chase. Those who stand in my way shall perish. In that instant, the roles of hunter and prey were reversed. Damn it, he only entiches for the promise to spare the shadowy figure once he learned the truth. Well, that was undoubtedly a ruse. After all, he was inherently deranged. Ever since he became isolated, he had succumbed to madness. Why should a madman adhere to his word? What? Another scandal? Upon hearing of fresh gossip, Su Yin immediately perked up. Chapter 57. The eerie minions of the malevolent god. Bai Yujing fixed his gaze on the shadow, eagerly awaiting the revelation of the entire truth, so that the true puppet master could be brought to light. Indeed, the one who ruthlessly orchestrated the demise of his family, leaving them shattered and in agony. Was the Shadow, however, the mastermind behind it all, equally deserved retribution. He would not spare any soul that warranted death. Meanwhile, the original homeowners were engaged in hushed whispers. While those two are distracted, let's swiftly exit through the back window. The head of the household, visibly anxious, urgently whispered to his wife and son, fearful of being overheard by the two intruders. The unexpected guests had caught the family of three hiding behind the sofa for quite some time. The figure on the floor seemed poised to divulge a secret. Were they not to listen? The man's wife appeared hesitant. She was reluctant to leave just yet. Have you lost your mind? Is gossip more important than our lives? The husband stared incredulously at his wife, as if she were possessed. Those two were clearly formidable and ruthless martial artists. Did she not fear for their lives after hearing such secrets? The husband, quick-witted, had seen with his own eyes how those two had flown in. Individuals capable of flight were undoubtedly martial arts masters of at least the martial lord realm. For insignificant beings like them to eavesdrop on such secrets was akin to courting death. Shall we leave now? The son quietly inquired. Unless you wish to remain here, trust me, we must leave, or it will be too late. With that, he disregarded the reactions of his wife and son, stealthily crawling towards the back window. Seeing their father move, the mother and son quickly followed suit, creeping away from the Shadow lying on the ground as if they were thieves in their own home. Theo by Yujing. The whispers of this family were no different from loud conspiratorial chatter. Yet, he made no move to hinder their departure, for he had no intention of slaughtering this family. Although eliminating them would be as simple as a single strike, hello, is this the Martial Supervision Bureau? There is a rampant massacre occurring in the Northern District. Please dispatch some powerful investigators to handle the situation swiftly. Is Lord Wu Yunk there? Help! The panicked crowd is fleeing from their homes, desperately attempting to escape the Northern District. However, after running a short distance, their expressions shift in unison to one of eerie determination as they gravitate towards a singular direction. Once the inhabitants of a building have been dealt with by Yujing, he steps out, his white attire now drenched in blood. A palpable aura of malevolence envelopes him as if it has taken on a tangible form, enough to send even the faint-hearted fleeing at a mere glance. How could so many have fallen prey to the whims of that malevolent deity's minion? When did this transpire? Although his countenance remains largely unchanged, Yujing's heart grows increasingly unsettled with each act of violence. Blood drips from the tip of his demonic sword, pooling at his feet in a thin stream. A flash captures the moment, its sound echoing sharply in the night. It has been recorded. Yujing turns to see a woman smiling at him. Waving her phone, on the screen is a social media site displaying a freshly posted photo of Yujing, sword in hand, standing amidst the bloodied chaos. This is a setup. Suyin presses a hand to her forehead, her lips twitching slightly. If he doesn't leave promptly, experts from the Martial Supervis, a gentle breeze swept into the room, as if the window had mysteriously opened on its own. The figure of Wu Yunk vanished from this chamber, leaving behind an absence of his presence. After thoroughly sensing the void he left, Feng Shui Tong lowered her head, her deep blue-black eyes fixated on the tranquil rabbit plush nestled in her embrace. With a soft murmur, she mused, although our essences bear a striking resemblance, he and I are not of the same kind. However, since he perceives it thus, I shall make use of this. Addressing the plush, she inquired, "My dear child, how long do you think Yujing can endure?" This time, the rabbit plush's eyes did not emit the usual crimson glow. The following day, the Wu Jian Bureau dispatched personnel to meticulously search Yujing's residence on the outskirts of the city. They even scrutinized the luxurious mansion he had temporarily rented in Ninghai City, including its basement. Alas, they found no trace of Yujing in either location. The previous day, someone had captured a photograph in the North District and shared it on a community forum. The image depicted a strikingly handsome man with long hair, his profile radiating a sense of disdain as he stood expressionless before a building, wielding a bloodied sword in one hand. His pristine white garments were completely drenched in crimson, and beneath him, blood flowed like a river. The aura of murderous intent surrounding him was so palpable that it could evoke tears from a child. Based on these characteristics, many deduced that the man was Yujing, who had served as an enforcement officer in the Wu Jian Bureau for a year. Consequently, the mayor of Ninghai City promptly issued a wanted notice, launching a citywide manhunt for the true believer of the evil god. Bai Yujing. In an instant, Ninghai City was engulfed in an atmosphere of fear and trepidation, with every citizen on edge. Despite it being daytime, numerous businesses in the North District had their doors firmly shut, and the streets lay eerily deserted. The Wujian Bureau and local police could only go door to door in their investigations, while patrols occasionally traversed the streets. Yet, amidst this extensive search, Bai Yujing seemed to have evaporated from existence. For 2 consecutive days, their inquiries yielded no results. Some speculated whether he had already fled Ninghai City. But was Bai Yujing truly gone from Ninghai City? Chapter 60. What evil god? I wish to believe Bai Yujing was undoubtedly still within Ninghai City. With his mid-stage martial lord strength, complemented by the extraordinary agility of Feng Lingyuan, he could depart at any moment. However, certain revelations from the shadowy figure 2 nights prior had swayed his decision. Under normal circumstances, a personal photograph being posted online, coupled with a wanted order, traffic blockades, and citywide martial law, would ensure that no one could remain hidden for 2 days without being discovered. Yet, this principle applied only to ordinary individuals or lower-ranked martial artists. Ninghai City bordered the Ninghai Mountain Range, home to numerous ferocious beasts, and was situated near the frontier. Although it was not a major city, its estimated permanent population exceeded 7 million. To locate a single individual among such a multitude was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. This method of searching would even elude the previous mysterious female monk. If a martial lord wished to conceal themselves, their task would be rendered even more formidable. The mayor was acutely aware of the tremendous difficulty in locating a martial lord expert within a mere 7 days. Thus, after 2 days of fruitless searches, on the 3rd day following the issuance of the wanted notice, he invested heavily in the Martial Artists Association to announce a bounty task. Whoever could provide a lead or capture Bai Yujing would be rewarded with 10 million xia yuan. Moreover, anyone who could directly apprehend Bai Yujing would be granted a low-grade Earth-level martial technique, 9 Heavens Mysterious Fire Technique. The mayor had truly committed significant resources. It was well known that low-grade Earth-level techniques were generally scarce and could not merely be purchased with money. When he produced the 9 Heavens Mysterious Fire Technique, he nearly ground his teeth to bits in frustration. His hatred for Bai Yujing was palpable, akin to an itch that could not be scratched. Although Bai Yujing had not murdered his parents, the mayor felt that the pain of this situation was more acutely felt than death itself. Yet, he was powerless to act. While he could mobilize the personnel of the Wujian Bureau, Wu Yonk was utterly unresponsive to his commands. If Bai Yujing was not apprehended within 7 days, he would be forced to roll up his belongings and leave Ninghai City. Having only just attained the position of mayor, he had yet to settle in comparison to his future prospects. The low-grade Earth-level technique seemed rather trivial. Capturing Bai Yujing would yield a low-grade Earth-level technique. Even merely providing a lead would earn 110 million xia yuan in reward. It was common knowledge that the world was not lacking in people. There were plenty who pursued martial arts even if one did not. The Great Xia Federation alone boasted a population exceeding 2 billion in just one district. What an astounding concept! If the proportion of geniuses was 0.01 and super geniuses at 0.001, that would amount to 200,000 geniuses and 20,000 super geniuses. Yet, within the entirety of the Great Xia, there were scarcely 100 individuals who had attained the status of martial sage, and the number of extreme martial sages was less than a handful. One of the primary reasons for this was the scarcity of high-grade martial techniques. Heavenly, celestial, and potentially fateful level techniques were firmly controlled by the martial aristocracy. If one were born into a commoner family and possessed martial talent but was impoverished, they might only manage to acquire a yellow-grade technique with their entire family's savings. Conversely, someone born into a prestigious martial family in the capital, despite being a martial failure, would have access to celestial-grade herbal baths to enhance their physique, an abundance of mysterious-grade elixirs, and high-tier beast meat available at will, while being free to choose from heavenly or celestial techniques. Initially, the disparity might not be apparent, but over time, the martial talents from commoner backgrounds would be left far behind by the martial failures of the aristocracy. Resources were the most elusive commodity for martial artists born into commoner families, yet these background-less martial practitioners were the most populous in the world. Not everyone was fortunate enough, like Bai Yujing, to acquire a fateful demonic sword like Su Yin to alter their destiny. Thus, when this news spread from the Martial Artists Association, it sent shockwaves throughout Ninghai City. After all, many martial lords, even some martial sect leaders, were unlikely to be cultivating earth-level techniques themselves. Even some elders and stewards from the three prominent families in Ninghai City were stirred into action. After all, even if they themselves could not cultivate this earth-level technique, it could benefit the younger generations of their clans, at the very least. It could be bartered for other treasures or sold at an auction to procure resources more suited to their own cultivation needs. In short, many elusive martial lords and strong martial sect practitioners, along with members of the aristocracy, joined the ranks in search of Bai Yujing. For them, Bai Yujing had become a walking treasure. Yet, as days passed, they still uncovered no news regarding Bai Yujing, and even several martial lords and a martial sect leader had vanished during the search. Some began to lose their fervor, while others experienced fear and quietly withdrew from the search party. Following yet another fruitless search, a member of an aristocratic family engaged in casual conversation with several personnel from the Wu Jian Bureau while resting at a street corner in the North District. Sigh. Wei searched tirelessly for days without a single lead on this Bai Yujing. Do you think he is still in Ninghai City? Sighed the aristocrat. Who knows? He should still be in Ninghai City. But he is certainly not hiding in the North District. Searching here is likely a waste of effort. Bai Yujing is a martial lord expert, and I've heard that several martial lords and even one martial sect expert have vanished without a trace recently. I suspect they may have crossed paths with him and met their demise. He is cunning and treacherous. We are merely martial masters, and if we were to encounter him, we would only serve as fodder. As they exchanged banter, the aristocrat grew more familiar with the personnel from the Wu Jian Bureau. Heard that Bai Yujing was once part of your Wu Jian Bureau? Inquired the aristocrat. Indeed, I have heard of this individual. He seemed to have joined the Wu Jian Bureau just over a year ago to execute criminals. At that time, he was merely at the first level of the Blood Qi realm. Wow, in just a year, he has ascended from the first level of the Blood Qi realm to become a martial lord. Even those who cultivate demonic techniques cannot achieve such speed. Indeed, it seems preposterous. I wonder which evil god they are referencing. It's so outrageous that it makes me want to believe. Be cautious with your words, my friend. Such sentiments are not to be taken lightly. I understand. I was merely jesting. If such an evil god truly existed, there would likely be so many believers that I wouldn't even be able to join the queue. Conversing in this manner, one might even feel that Bai Yujing had been wronged. I heard the mayor issued a death order. At this point, even if he isn't, he must be perceived as such. After chatting for a while, the group regained some energy and continued their search. Unbeknownst to them, Bai Yujing stood silently just nearby, listening to their conversation from a window atop a residential building. These individuals likely never imagined that the very person they were seeking was so close at hand. For the past few days, Bai Yujing had spent most of his time in this very spot. After a moment of silence, he turned to a rather disheveled man seated before a computer and remarked, "Didn't you claim to be a sea language expert? Why haven't you found anything yet?" Chapter 61. Know yourself, know your enemy. From ancient times, it has been said that one should not look up while searching. This phrase originates from a renowned shooting game, particularly from a mode called hide and seek. The hunters, having searched a location repeatedly without success, would rather venture far away than check whether the hiders were directly above them. People often subconsciously overlook the obvious. Precisely because something is apparent, it tends to be disregarded. This phenomenon is known as darkness beneath the lamp. In these past few days, Bai Yujing's evasion of capture in Ninghai City revealed to Suyin the true meaning of darkness beneath the lamp. He not only did not leave Ninghai City, but even remained hidden within a residential building in the North District. Who would have imagined that Bai Yujing, regarded as a ruthless and merciless follower of the evil deity, had not killed the homeowner? For the past few days, the entire city has been searching for him. Suyin watched as the personnel from the Martial Supervision Bureau and the police department came to inquire repeatedly, yet they failed to discover Bai Yujing's concealment. The only time he had to resort to violence was when he was inadvertently stopped and assaulted by a martial lord while disguised as he passed through a narrow alley. He had no choice but to eliminate the threat. Bai Yujing understood that he was now wrongfully accused of being a notorious follower of the evil deity, becoming a target for all. Furthermore, the recent surge in his killings had instilled in him an overwhelming urge he could scarcely control, at times even leading to hallucinations. Thus, he resolved to remain in the North District for the time being, to evade the storm, stabilize his mind, and contemplate the incomplete words spoken by the shadowy figure that day. After all, the puppet master seemed to know everything about him, while he remained utterly ignorant of the opponent's circumstances. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy, the feeling of being in the dark while the enemy was illuminated unsettled him greatly. However, despite his intention to lay low, the streets were constantly teeming with groups searching for him around the clock. Staying outdoors was unfeasible, and given the immense physical toll on martial practitioners, sustenance was necessary to replenish energy. Even though a martial lord could temporarily sustain themselves through their true essence, maintaining peak condition was crucial until the identity of the enemy was revealed. Thus, on one night a few days prior, Bai Yujing took advantage of the night's cover, employing the wind spirit moon shadow technique to stealthily infiltrate the home of a solitary resident on the third floor of a residential building in the North District. Flashback to the night when he had slain the shadowy martial lord. Just as he was about to use the wind spirit moon shadow technique to escape the North District under the moonlight, Bai Yujing suddenly withdrew from his stealth mode. Initially, he intended to return to his small courtyard located on the outskirts. However, as he neared the city's boundary, he abruptly changed his mind. The images of those manipulated by the evil deity that he had just slain had been posted online by a woman. If he returned to his courtyard, it would not be long before the Martial Supervision Bureau would come knocking. Although he had only killed those under the evil deity's influence, who would believe him if he revealed the truth? A considerable conflict would be unavoidable. Despite having just utilized his killing intent to surpass and eliminate a late-stage martial lord, and breaking through to mid-stage martial lord thanks to the sword's power, he lacked the confidence to guarantee victory against a martial sovereign. It was well known that the Martial Supervision Bureau had one or two first-class investigators at the martial sovereign level, though he was uncertain if they were currently in Ninghai City. If they were and a confrontation ensued, it could very well play into the hands of the evil deity's followers. Moreover, that formidable 7th-tier martial sovereign, Wu Yonk, was also in Ninghai City. Bai Yujing had no confidence in being able to defeat him. While he believed his divine sword could match Wu Yonk's thunderous fury spear, the gap between their realms was significant. Furthermore, he had heard that upon breaking through to the martial sovereign realm, practitioners would comprehend a force known as domain, with each martial sovereign possessing their unique domain. Bai Yujing speculated that the instantaneous silence that befell the bustling crowd when Wu Yonk merely raised his hand might be one of the powers of his domain. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, he did not wish to confront the Martial Supervision Bureau head-on. Since returning to his courtyard was not an option, he needed to find a temporary refuge. Bai Yujing, sword on his back, turned to gaze at the North District shrouded in night, his expression reflecting a complex blend of emotions. At 2 in the morning, a man lazily stretched at his computer desk, leaning back in his chair. His surname was Hao, given name Shuai. Contrary to his name, he was a rather unsavory-looking man both in appearance and demeanor. As a professional keyboard warrior, his greatest pleasure lay in insulting others online or exposing the private information of strangers based on his limited computer knowledge. A few days prior, feeling slighted when his comment on a virtual streamer's broadcast went unnoticed, he retaliated by doxing her, releasing her private information and real photographs online. This small V was a solitary and attractive woman. Just moments ago, he had seen news reporting that this unfortunate woman had been stalked to her home by a hater, assaulted for a day and a night, and subsequently jumped to her death. You thought you could play aloof and ignore me? Now you're dead. It serves you right. Satisfied by the news of this woman's suicide, Hao Shuai shut his computer and opened his phone. Playing a round of Glory League, within 15 minutes, he finished with a dismal score of 0-16-1, cursing his support for being unable to carry the team, threatening to confront him offline. Frustrated, he closed the game, lamenting the influx of rubbish players in Glory League who dragged him down. Feeling agitated, Hao Shuai stood up to prepare a bowl of instant noodles for a late-night snack. Intending to eat and then retire to be eaten as he passed through the living room, he felt a sudden chill. Turning around, he noticed the window had mysteriously opened, a frigid wind swirling in. Did I leave the window open? He muttered in confusion, walking over to close the window and draw the curtains. At that moment, he felt a cold sensation at his neck, and upon focusing, he saw a blood-red sword glimmering ominously before him. Dante screamed, "Otherwise, I will kill you." A voice as frigid as ice echoed from behind. "I will stay here for a few days. You will remain here as well, and in a few days, I will leave. If anyone inquires, concoct an excuse to mislead them." Terrified, How Shuai nearly knelt, desperately covering his mouth, nodding in fear. You'd best not play any tricks. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to sever your head when I leave. Bai Yujing covered his face with a piece of black cloth, then found a relatively clean spot to sit cross-legged. Chapter 62. A Strange Dream. 1. Master. I assure you, as long as you don't kill me, I will cooperate with whatever you ask. He dared not look back, fearing that seeing the face would lead to his demise. It seemed he understood the gravity of the situation. For now, it would be prudent to hide here. Quickly surveying the surroundings, Bai Yujing noticed a computer on the table, realizing that he could gather a wealth of information online. This was knowledge imparted to him by his sister, Bai Yueling, though he himself had no proficiency with such technology. He was only skilled with the sword. Can you use a computer? Bai Yujing casually inquired. Of course, I am a C-language expert. How Shuai boasted, and I'm not bragging. There's no information online for no particular reason. He was afraid of death. It seemed as though a long time had passed, with consciousness gradually sinking. When he opened his eyes once more, Bai Yujing found himself awakening on a rudimentary wooden plank bed. However, mere moments later, his expression shifted slightly. He suddenly realized that the vital energy within him, as well as the true essence in his dantian, appeared to have vanished. A jolt of alarm surged through his heart as he swiftly reached behind him, intending to grasp his divine sword. Yet, his hand met only emptiness. The sword was not there. Had he been ambushed? He sat up, cautiously surveying his surroundings. This was a modest, not particularly spacious, thatched hut. Bai Yujing lifted his gaze and noticed a gap in the roof. A biting cold wind seeped through this opening. No wonder he had felt a chill since earlier, with the protection of vital energy and true essence. It had been a long time since Bai Yujing had experienced the sensation of cold. What's wrong, brother? Did you have a nightmare? A somewhat adorable, drowsy voice emerged from beside him. Startled by the sudden voice, Bai Yujing instinctively distanced himself. With a cold snort, he uttered broken tooth. Using his hand as a sword, he struck towards the source of the voice without hesitation. This was a memory formed from countless decapitations. Though the divine sword was absent, he could still employ his sword techniques using only his body. However, the anticipated outcome of a swift decapitation did not transpire. Ouch, that hurts. Why did you hit me, brother? In front of him stood a girl of about 13 or 14, with beautiful golden hair, cradling her head with both hands and looking at him with a pitiful expression. The girl's eyes were striking, with pupils of clear blue. His palm had struck her head in a sword-like manner. He withdrew his hand and glanced down. It was a child's hand. Looking back at the unfamiliar girl, Bai Yujing's gaze flickered momentarily. What was happening? He distinctly remembered closing his eyes to cultivate and stabilize his realm in that room. Had he fallen asleep? Was this a dream? If it were a dream, why was he aware of it yet unable to awaken? Though he did not understand what had transpired, Bai Yujing knew that maintaining composure was essential when confronted with the unknown. Who are you? He asked the girl coldly. I'm Anna, the girl replied, slightly taken aback before continuing with a puzzled expression. Doesn't he brother recognize Anna? Anna? The name was unfamiliar to Bai Yujing. He was certain he did not know anyone by that name. I do not know you, he stated bluntly. Despite his transformation into a child, Bai Yujing remained resolute. He did not wish to deceive a child. Upon hearing his words, he noticed the expression on the girl named Anna falter for a moment. In the next instant, his vision began to blur. It felt as though his consciousness had pierced through a layer of bubbles. Bai Yujing jolted awake, and there he was, back in the room where he had fallen asleep. He reached behind him and felt the divine sword still in place. His gaze flickered. What had that dream been about? Chapter 63. An Odd Dream, Part 2. Perhaps it was merely a dream. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Yujing chose to abandon further inquiry into the peculiar dream. Dreams are extensions of thought. Perhaps the longing for his sister in his subconscious had conjured this dream. His body felt significantly better than the previous day, and the incessant killing intent in his mind had, unbeknownst to him, been temporarily suppressed. Gazing out the window, the night remained dim, yet the streets were brightly illuminated. And the searchers had not diminished in number. Pressing his forehead with his hand, Bai Yujing turned to a figure beside him and said calmly, "What time is it now?" "Ah, Bai Yi, you're finally awake. You've been asleep for an entire day." "What?" Bai Yujing's expression darkened abruptly. How could he have been so careless? Moreover, he noted the change in how Hao Shuai addressed him. Suddenly, a recollection struck him. That night, the acolyte of the evil god had manipulated so many people in the northern district, and the person before him might have also been under that influence. If his supposition was correct, then his whereabouts might have already been exposed. With this thought, a wave of terrifying killing intent erupted from him, instantly locking onto Hao Shuai. Did you recognize me? Please spare me, Bai Yi. Hao Shuai, terrified, fell to his knees. It was during the day when the Martial Supervision Bureau came to inquire, saying they were hunting the evil goddess follower Bai Yu Jing. Upon seeing the blood sword in the photograph, I realized, but I didn't tell them you were here. I followed your instructions and found an excuse to cover it up. You think I'm the evil goddess follower? Bai Yu Jing narrowed his eyes slightly. No, that's what they said, but I don't believe them. You don't believe them, yet you believe me? Bai Yu Jing chuckled, finding the reasoning somewhat absurd. I believe you. Of course. Hao Shuai stammered. If you truly were that evil goddess follower, I would have been dead by last night. Bai Yu Jing's gaze flickered, as though weighing the truth of his words. The reason he hadn't killed Hao Shuai yesterday was partly due to his own principles, allowing this seemingly knowledgeable individual to assist him in gathering information. On the other hand, he wished to ascertain what means the hidden acolyte of the evil god used to manipulate these individuals. If it were a baseless control that disregarded distance, then no matter where he fled, there would be no safe haven for him in this world. Currently, this person still held some value for him. Regardless of the truth of his claims, since no experts had come to attack him last night, and he had not reported him to the Martial Supervision Bureau immediately, Bai Yu Jing decided to spare his life for the time being. To validate some of his conjectures, glancing at the still trembling Hao Shuai on the ground, Bai Yu Jing retracted his killing intent. Get up. How did the things I asked you to find turn out? Just as Hao Shuai stood, he scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment on his face. He had intended to say he had forgotten, but the words wouldn't come out. In truth, Hao Shuai had a poor memory and had not recalled the previous task Bai Yu Jing had given him. He had bullied many online. How could he remember them all? When the Martial Supervision Bureau had come during the day, he had contemplated reporting Bai Yu Jing. However, upon hearing that this evil goddess follower had rampaged through the northern district and successfully escaped, he had promptly remained silent. I'll give you 2 more days. Bai Yu Jing cast a meaningful glance at him before returning to his previous position, sitting cross-legged. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Understood. Hao Shuai nodded vigorously. This master was indeed one who could kill without a second thought. He hoped he would leave soon as the night deepened outside. Bai Yu Jing sat with closed eyes, surrounded by true essence. Appearing to be in meditation, in reality, he vigilantly guarded against everything around him. If anyone attempted to ambush him at that moment, they would meet the most terrifying counterattack from Bai Yu Jing in the next second. However, during the latter half of the night, no one came to seek him out. Nonetheless, Bai Yu Jing had no intention of returning to slumber tonight. Given the recent events, he lacked the mood to rest. Thus, he decided to cultivate while pondering those matters he had yet to resolve. Yet, as time passed, he unknowingly drifted back into sleep. As he lay there, his breathing becoming even and his killing intent gradually subsiding. Suyin found it somewhat strange. This was not typical of Bai Yu Jing's usual demeanor. Was there something in the room? Utilizing his sword spirit technique, Eye of the Blade, he switched to night vision and scanned the surroundings. Soon, he identified the source of the issue. In Bai Yu Jing's arms, within the wooden box containing the Ice Heart bracelet, the bracelet was gently floating, emanating a tranquil, serene blue light. Was this bracelet the cause? Though he had discovered the reason behind Bai Yu Jing's slumber, Suyin had no means to inform him. Well, this bracelet should be a good item. It even suppressed a portion of the killing intent. Moreover, it appears to pose no harm to Bai Yu Jing's body. Well, if that's the case, then it's best not to meddle. As consciousness gradually sank, it felt as though a considerable amount of time had passed. Bai Yu Jing awoke once more from a somewhat crude wooden bed. He opened his eyes and sat up abruptly. Another strange dream, dreaming of the same scene twice, with the identical beginning. He quickly realized that this dream was far from ordinary. What's wrong, brother? Did you have a nightmare? Just as Bai Yu Jing pondered, a familiar, somewhat adorable, drowsy voice drifted from beside him. He turned his head to find a girl of about 12 or 13, with beautiful golden hair. Indeed, it was her again. Observing the girl, Bai Yujing appeared lost in thought. The little girl extended her small left hand and placed it on Bai Yujing's forehead. He did not flinch. Ever since the divine sword had undergone an upgrade, he had become exceptionally sensitive to malice and killing intent. The girl before him bore no ill intentions. "Are you feeling feverish?" she inquired, lifting her golden bangs and placing her other hand on her own forehead. "Nope." Casting a sidelong glance at the girl, whose face was written with concern, Bai Yujing's gaze flickered with inscrutable meaning. From a cracked mirror beside the thatched hut, he glimpsed his current appearance. An unfamiliar golden-haired boyit appears that the bond between the master of this body and the girl before him is rather close. He recalls that the last time he denied knowing the girl, he immediately awakened. However, this time, Bai Yujing does not intend to follow the same course of action. Chapter 64. A Glimpse into the Past. Memories revisited. Bai Yujing has a vague suspicion regarding the identity of the golden-haired boy he glimpsed in the shattered mirror. It is likely the childhood version of Edward. Although Edward had divulged certain information about another evil deity's subordinate to gain his trust, he must have selectively concealed other details from him. Bai Yujing's intuition suggests that Edward is not entirely unfamiliar with the relationship between himself and the puppet princess of that malevolent deity. There is no reason for Edward to hide such trivial matters from him. Thus, Bai Yujing surmises that Edward, having witnessed the formidable power of his technique, Bilua Huangquan, might instinctively have withheld some information out of concern that the evil deity's subordinate could also fall victim to him. This deduction is a reasonable inference based on the clues he has gathered. As for why he entered this dream in the guise of childhood Edward, could it be due to the icy heart bracelet he retrieved last night? With this thought, Bai Yujing's gaze became subtly complex. If that were the case, it is possible that this place is a dreamlike recreation of some of Edward's past memories, akin to a photo dream or a revival of yesteryears. Here, in a corner of the past Ninghai City, the narrative unfolds within a framework, and any unexpected occurrence outside of it could lead to the collapse of the illusion. This explains why he abruptly awakened after denying his acquaintance with Anna. For Anna is Edward's sister. As an elder brother, how could he fail to recognize his own sister? Having clarified this point, Bai Yujing resolved to follow the plot of this dream to uncover the identity of the mysterious evil deity's subordinate who had brought ruin to his family and stirred chaos in Ninghai City. "I'm fine, Anna, I just had a bad dream," Bai Yujing said, shaking his head as he gently removed Anna's small hand from his forehead. In the previous illusion, he had learned the name of the exquisitely doll-like golden-haired girl, Anna. Therefore, this time, he readily called out her name. "I'm so relieved that you're fine, brother." "I thought you had a fever," Anna exclaimed, her mood visibly brightening upon hearing Bai Yujing's assurance. Bai Yujing sat silently beside her, unsure of what to say. Engaging in idle chatter without knowledge could easily lead to the dream's disintegration. Thus, he opted for silence, merely observing Anna. That moment, Anna tilted her head, looking at Bai Yujing with a charming curiosity. "Brother, didn't you say you were going out today? When will we leave?" Bai Yujing glanced at the weather outside, which seemed quite pleasant. Let's go now," he casually replied as he stepped out of the thatched cottage. However, he was uncertain about their destination. Just then, as if the perspective in a dream had abruptly shifted, Bai Yujing found himself in a godlike vantage point. He watched as Edward hurriedly exited the thatched cottage and made his way along a small path into Ninghai City. Shortly thereafter, Anna peeked out from the cottage, scanning her surroundings as if to confirm her brother's departure. Once she was certain he was gone, Anna stealthily emerged from the cottage and murmured to herself, "Today is also brother's birthday. I want to buy him a gift." However, a moment later, a look of disappointment crossed her face. "But I don't have any money to buy a birthday gift?" Observing this, Bai Yujing furrowed his brow. While he had indeed promised to bring the icy heart bracelet to Edward's sister, Anna, he was not here to witness such trivial matters. His true intention was to unveil the real identity of the evil deity's subordinate lurking behind Ninghai City. Bai Yujing believed that Anna was likely unaware of the identity of that sinister being. Edward's hurried exit might very well be to meet that evil deity's subordinate. With this thought, Bai Yujing attempted to switch his perspective to see what Edward was currently doing and whom he was meeting. However, after several attempts, his view remained fixated on Anna. After several fruitless attempts, Bai Yujing abandoned the futile endeavor and redirected his gaze to Anna. Surprisingly, she did not dwell in disappointment for long, as she had devised a way to earn money by collecting bottles to sell. Following the winding path into the city, A small, frail figure could be seen in the alley, picking up bottles. After a tiring afternoon, Anna had filled a bag with dozens of plastic bottles and was now making her way to the recycling station. A smile of happiness brightening her face. Watching this scene, Eugene fell into silence. He knew that Anna would soon be disheartened, for the bottles would fetch at most 5 xia yuan. He had once collected plastic bottles himself, motivated by the need to buy medicine for his mother. Indeed, the outcome was dismal. Only 1 xia yuan. The elderly woman at the recycling station waved her hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. Having spent an entire afternoon collecting bottles, Anna's once clean clothes and delicate face were now smudged with dirt and odors. "Could you give me a bit more?" Anna pleaded, clutching a worn-out paper note. "Get lost. Where did this little beggar come from?" The woman made a fierce expression, scaring Anna away. The woman's actions deepened Eugene's frown. He wished to reprimand her, but he currently lacked a physical form and could only watch silently from above. Anna sat on the street, tightly clutching the tattered 1 xia yuan note in her hand. She recalled the fairy tales her brother had once told her, where the princess in distress would always be rescued by a prince. Though she was not a princess, perhaps a prince would come to save her as well. Sitting by the roadside, Anna gazed at the passers-by with hopeful eyes. Yet, none stopped for her, and her anticipation gradually shifted to despair. As the sky darkened, Anna knew it was time to return home. Otherwise, her brother would worry if he came back and found her missing. However, on her way home, as she passed by an alley, Eugene noticed a man with ill intentions. The lecherous man's eyes gleamed with excitement as he beheld the petite and adorable Anna. After she walked past, he followed her. Eugene coldly observed the man trailing Anna. Sensing the impending danger, "Ah, you little beast, how dare you bite me?" In the thatched cottage, the vile man clutched his bleeding hand. On the ground lay a severed finger. "You lowly foreigner, I will burn you alive." The man's face twisted with malice as he stuffed a cloth into Anna's mouth, binding her with coarse rope to the bed, before setting fire to the thatched cottage. The raging flames consumed Anna and the humble dwelling, while thick smoke billowed into the night sky. Watching the man's panicked escape, Eugene's eyes flashed with a hint of murderous intent. Yet, at that moment, it felt as if a hand had pressed the pause button on the world. The once billowing smoke hung motionless in the air, and everything seemed suddenly frozen. Eugene was overcome by a sense of dread that surpassed even the pressure he had felt in the underg. The next instant, he felt as though his consciousness was submerged in an endless abyss, gradually surfacing from the depths. After seemingly penetrating a layer of bubbles, he suddenly awakened. Eugene opened his eyes, a contemplative expression adorning his face. Following Anna's tragic demise and the arrival of the malevolent doll princess, this dream, or rather, the world of yore, had crumbled. He too had awakened, returning to reality. Was it due to Anna's death, or was it the inability to bear the power of the malevolent deity? If it were the former, then his prior assumption that the world within this illusion was primarily guided by Edward's memories would fall apart. The Ningxia city of this dream was, in fact, dominated by Anna. Thus, if her death could be averted, perhaps the narrative could continue. If it were the latter, then the past Ningxia city within the dream would inevitably collapse, leaving him as a mere observer, witnessing the end of this world. Nevertheless, Eugene leaned towards the former reason. Throughout the dream, his perspective remained fixed upon Anna. Moreover, when Edward mentioned needing his assistance to pass the Ice Heart bracelet to his sister Anna, despite it being an act, Eugene detected a fleeting emotion in Edward's gaze that felt genuine. As a brother, he must have long known that his sister had been burned to death. As the true owner of the Ice Heart bracelet, he was certainly aware that it would transport one's consciousness back to the past Ningxia city. What, then, was Edward's true intention in entrusting the Ice Heart bracelet to him? After pondering for a moment, Eugene decided to abandon this futile line of speculation. Regardless of the nature of the truth, he lacked the opportunity to verify it. The warm, gentle sunlight streamed through the window, bathing Eugene in a comforting glow, causing him to squint slightly. It was a rare sunny day. The blustering snowstorm that had enveloped Ningxia city for over a month had finally begun to dissipate. Perhaps due to the weather, Eugene noticed that the number of those hunting for him outside seemed to have increased compared to the previous days. Among these individuals, he sensed the presence of several formidable martial artists, some of whose levels he could not even discern. Were they at the martial sovereign level? Bai Yujing speculated that they were unlikely to be at the martial profound level, as he knew that the Martial Supervision Bureau in Ningxi City did not have any investigators at that level. Only the heads of the three major families had reached the late martial profound stage. The gap between high-level martial artists was far more pronounced than that among low-level practitioners, without substantial interests at stake. The Martial Supervision Bureau would likely be unable to summon these three, however. Even though they were only at the martial sovereign level, they still posed a considerable challenge. Although having slain a late martial monarch Shadow had given him a rough understanding of his present strength, he had little concept of the gap that still existed between him and powerful martial sovereigns. After all, just over a month ago, he had merely been a mid-level martial apprentice, in the eyes of these individuals. He had been no more significant than an ant, easily crushed by any random grand martial artist. Now, in the span of just over a month, he had advanced to the mid-level martial monarch stage. All of this was a gift from the Divine Sword. Drawing the sword from his back, Bai Yujing murmured, "Divine Sword, how can I repay you?" "How to repay me?" Listening to Bai Yujing's soliloquy, Su Yin felt somewhat taken aback. If he could speak, he would surely urge Bai Yujing to take more lives, to make the rivers run red with blood. Yet, he also knew that the city was currently rife with those hunting for Bai Yujing. The best choice was to lay low for the time being. Moreover, although Bai Yujing's realm had escalated to the martial monarch level at an astonishing pace with the aid of the Blood Rain and Sweet Dew, he still lacked the foundational experience possessed by those truly seasoned masters. Ultimately, it was a matter of foundation. Bai Yujing lacked the depth. Despite rapidly elevating his level to match those experts with the aid of the demonic sword, he possessed nothing but this sword, not even a protective spirit artifact. Nevertheless, he had never given up, persevering through every formidable challenge. This was precisely what Su Yin admired about this sword master. If given the choice, he would prefer not to witness Bai Yujing's demise. On the evening of the third day, upon learning from the honest Hao Shuai that the search for him had intensified, Bai Yujing squinted slightly. This sudden turn of events extinguished his thoughts of relocating. That night, as usual, Bai Yujing sat cross-legged in meditation, yet his consciousness did not re-enter that dream. Taking out the wooden box, he gazed at the ice heart bracelet, which emitted a ghostly blue glow in the darkness, and fell into contemplation. Chapter 66. What meaning lies in altering the past? Despite having sensed during the day that the conclusion of the story had been predetermined when the world of that dream collapsed, he could not help but feel a twinge of regret upon confronting the reality of the matter. Perhaps it was due to the fact that the identity of the malevolent deity's minion would forever remain unknown. Or perhaps for some other reason, he extended his hand, drawing the long sword from behind him, resting it gently upon his knees. In the stillness of the night, the sword emanated a crimson glow. Bai Yujing tenderly caressed the blade, as one would an old friend. This extraordinary sword had accompanied him for a year. He had lost his sister, his mother, and the kind-hearted Uncle Chun. Now, he stood alone, solitary, with only this sword by his side. Speaking softly to the sword, he murmured, "Mother, Yu Ling, and Uncle Chun, they are all gone now. Only you remain by my side." Countless nights had passed where he struggled to comprehend why they had departed while he continued to live. Time and again, he had contemplated ending it all, joining them in death. Yet, he bore an overwhelming burden of hatred. The thought of unavenged grievances, of the enemies who had shattered his family still thriving, while he, like a coward, faded into obscurity, had sustained him until now. He devoted himself to swordplay, to cultivation, to killing, all in the hope that one day he could personally exact vengeance upon his foes. Just days ago, he had slain the Shadow, avenging his mother and sister. You cannot imagine how joyous I was. Listening to Bai Yujing's murmurs, Su Yin remained silent, watching the ominous fate within the demonic sword technique, unsure of what to say. Perhaps, just perhaps, the tragedies that befell Bai Yujing bore some slight responsibility on his part. Bai Yujing continued his monologue. Behind the Shadow, there are others pulling the strings. I know that the malevolent deity's minion must still be lurking in Ningxi City. Divine Sword, do you understand? I may not have much time left. As I continue to slay more, elevating my martial prowess, I find it increasingly difficult to rein in my murderous intent. Wild thoughts occasionally surge in my mind, compelling me to harm the innocent. In a month, perhaps even in half a month, I might entirely lose my sanity, consumed by this bloodlust. transforming into a demon that know thus to uncover the true identity of the malevolent deity's chosen one. Bai Yujing followed the memories from the previous dream. Prior to Anna's visit to the recycling station to sell bottles, she encountered an elderly woman. Shortly, a little girl with golden hair would arrive here. After collecting her bottles, you shall give her 100 xia yuan. The elderly woman inquired, "Who are you? Why should I heed your words?" Bai Yujing furrowed his brow, and with a swift motion of his sword, its tip halted perilously close to the woman's neck. A bead of cold sweat trickled down her forehead. "For these bottles, I shall give you 100 xia yuan." The elderly woman beamed at the grimy little girl before her. "So much?" Anna gasped, having initially believed she could sell them for no more than 5 xia yuan. Is it too much? The woman's smile was stiff. Fortunately, Anna seemed oblivious, happily bouncing away with the money. She was elated. With this money, she could purchase a birthday gift for her brother. Upon entering a shop, she soon emerged, cradling a beautifully wrapped small box. Joyfully, she set off on her way home. However, as she passed a narrow alley, a lewd man with malicious intent glinted with excitement. Just as he prepared to follow her, a figure clad in white blocked his path. "Step aside, you blind fool." The man scowled in response. He was met with a sword radiating deadly intent. A crimson flash of the blade swept horizontally across the man's neck. His head was severed, and a fountain of blood erupted skyward. The shattered remains, as his head soared, Bai Yujing executed a stunning strike, obliterating the man's body into countless pieces. The thunderous crash of the blade resonated as 5 bolts of lightning were unleashed, reducing the dismembered limbs to nothingness beneath the tempest's light. Oblivious to the chaos behind her, Anna remained blissfully unaware. This ought to suffice, Bai Yujing mused, observing Anna return home safely with her gift, his gaze flickering slightly. Yet, at that moment, calamity struck. The thatched cottage suddenly ignited without warning, flames roaring as dense smoke billowed forth, illuminating the night with its glow. Then, with the arrival of the malevolent deity's puppet princess, the world was once again frozen in time. What is happening? That man had been slain. Staring at the unchanged scene before him, Bai Yujing fell into silence. Meanwhile, a voice echoed softly, "These are merely remnants of past events. What significance lies in altering history here?" Su Yin's lips twitched slightly. Indeed, he had sensed a peculiar familiarity. This was the dreamscape of Eden. Chapter 67. A tale and another conclusion, silently observing the world before him, as though the play button had been halted. After a moment, Bai Yujing turned, his expression complex, towards the source of the voice. Upon hearing that haunting whisper, he realized that his previous conjectures regarding the identity of the malevolent deity's chosen one were entirely misguided. He also comprehended the true reason behind Edward's concealment of her identity. "You are indeed the chosen of the malevolent deity, the puppet princess, Anna." Not far from him, a pure white light began to coalesce, gradually forming a human outline. Soon, a girl with long, flawless golden hair, clad in a pristine white princess gown, appeared before him. It was Anna's likeness, though she no longer wore the tattered burlap garments, but resembled an unblemished princess. After a moment of silence, Bai Yujing's hand quietly rested upon the hilt of his enchanted sword. Should Anna affirm her identity, he would swiftly draw his blade to end it all, even at the cost of his own life, thus concluding this tale. However, Anna, adorned in her white gown, did not seem inclined to answer directly. Instead, she lifted her beautiful gaze toward the modest thatched cottage, now engulfed in consuming flames and swirling smoke. "Before I answer your question, may I share a story? A tale of a pair of unfortunate siblings." Her voice was devoid of emotion, as if recounting the life of another, and no pain, no resentment. Her demeanor was as still as a placid pool of water. Bai Yujing's expression subtly shifted. He released his grip on the sword hilt, momentarily loosening his resolve. After several repetitions of this internal struggle, his hand gradually withdrew from the sword, ultimately refraining from drawing it in this dream of the past in Ninghai City. He witnessed the events that had befallen the girl named Anna. His instincts warned him that there was more to this story than met the eye. Anna appeared to be lost in her own world. Silently standing by, Bai Yujing's expression constantly shifted as he listened to Anna's tale. From her lips, he gleaned an alternate perspective of the story. "Anna, I am stepping out. I shall return by nightfall. Edward stood at the threshold of the thatched cottage, gently ruffling Anna's hair with his small hand, imparting earnest advice. There are many bad people outside. You must stay home and not wander off, understand? Yes, Anna understands. I will wait here for my brother's return. Anna nodded obediently. Seeing his sister's understanding demeanor, Edward felt a wave of relief. Having lost their parents at a young age, they relied on each other, frequently facing discrimination due to their hair color. Thus, he often regaled Anna with tales of princesses and princes. Today was Anna's birthday, and he intended to work at a construction site in Ninghai City, using his daily wages to buy her a princess crown as a birthday gift. Naturally, it would be a cheap trinket, crafted from glass, intended to surprise Anna upon his return. Having conveyed this, Edward departed, unaware that shortly after his exit, Anna stealthily followed suit. Calm words flowed from Anna's lips, as if recounting the life of another. Yet Bai Yujing recognized that this Anna was but a reflection of herself. Anna was also aware that today marked her brother's birthday, and she wished to gift him something in return. However, the meager earnings from collecting bottles would scarcely suffice for even a bottle of water. Sitting by the roadside, Anna rested her chin in her hands, watching the passers-by, none of whom paused to acknowledge her. Despite her disappointment, Anna bore no resentment towards them. On her way home, she had intended to pluck a small flower as a gift, yet hesitated upon reaching for it. Would the flower feel pain if she picked it? Fearing the flower's suffering, she abandoned the idea. Upon reaching home, a man abruptly appeared, roughly pushing Anna onto the bed from behind. Overcome with fear, Anna bit the man, bound to a wooden bed, as flames began to rise. Anna glimpsed the man fleeing. She gazed hopefully toward the door, yearning for a dashing prince to rescue her, just as in the fairy tales. Yet, even as the flames raged and the searing pain coursed through her body, her prince failed to materialize. It hurts so much. My body truly aches. Before consciousness faded, she beheld the silhouette of her brother rushing into the inferno. Perhaps even she had not anticipated that, in her final moments, a flicker of resentment toward the world would ignite within her. Why must living be so agonizing? Perhaps it was easier for a pure and untainted soul to be ensnared by the malevolent deity's gaze. In that instant, time froze. The puppet princess and the malevolent deity of Eden cast their eyes upon her. Anna's resentment was taken by the puppet princess, while the rest of her essence sank into the dreamscape of Eden. After Anna's body was consumed by flames, her brother succumbed to madness, in his obsession to resurrect Anna. He drew the attention of the Lord of Flesh and Blood, becoming his disciple. This, then, is the ultimate truth. Upon concluding her narrative, Anna turned calmly to face Bai Yujing. Taking a deep breath, Bai Yujing's gaze flickered momentarily. How can you prove that your words hold truth? Though Anna was portrayed as a victim in her tale, it was but one side of the story. There was no need for proof. To become a chosen one signifies the offering of one's entirety to the malevolent deity. Likewise, being forsaken by the deity entails the loss of everything. I can sense that Eden no longer watches over me. This dreamscape is on the verge of collapse. Observing the distant city slowly dissipating into nothingness, Anna's tone was devoid of sorrow or joy. Her eyes reflecting only emptiness and numbness. I shall sink into this dream forever. You must leave quickly. Though I know not how you entered, should you linger, you may never escape. What must I do to save you? After a moment of silence, Bai Yujing furrowed his brow and inquired. After a brief pause, a flicker of light ignited in Anna's vacant eyes, only to dim once more as she shook her head. You cannot save me. Why not? My body is not here. It lies deeper within the dream. This dreamscape comprises 3 layers. This is merely the surface. Chapter 68, Anna and the Prince. This dreamscape has 3 layers? Bai Yujing asked, gazing at the distant city, which gradually began to flicker. Indeed, within the shallowest layers of her dreams, Anna finds herself perpetually ensnared in the cycle of death. Though the circumstances may shift, the ultimate outcome of being consumed by flames remains unaltered. In the second layer of dreams, Anna experiences profound happiness, surrounded by her beloved brother, father, and mother, as they share a blissful existence together. With a gentle wave of her hand, 2 doors glowing with a radiant white light materialize before Bai Yujing. Behind the first door, Anna and her thatched cottage are engulfed by roaring flames. Behind the second door, Anna holds hands with her family, their faces adorned with smiles. Yet, to rescue me from this place, one must venture into the third layer of dreams. The third layer of dreams? Indeed, it is the realm of reality, where one must confront the most brutal truths. A faint smile of resignation graces Anna's face. As her words fade, the third luminous door appears before Bai Yujing, behind which lies an endless expanse of blankness. The entrance to the third layer of dreams was sealed by me when I was still a denizen of Eden. Bai Yujing steps forward and reaches out to touch the door. Just before his hand can breach the luminous threshold, it is halted by an invisible barrier. I am no longer a denizen of Eden. I cannot unlock the entrance to the third layer of dreams and must seek the way to the next layer within the surface dream. However, time is running out. Glancing at the encroaching oblivion in the distance, Anna shakes her head with a sigh. How can one know without trying? Bai Yujing squints slightly and takes a couple of steps back. It is impossible. This barrier cannot be shattered by mere human strength. Moreover, even if one were to penetrate it, the gaze of Eden cast upon that moment is not something a mere mortal could endure. His words remain unspoken. A flash of crimson light slices through, shattering the barrier. Anna. Bai Yujing sheathes his sword, and just as he prepares to step through the luminous door, a small figure with flowing golden hair and clad in a white princess gown stands before him. Anna tilts her head back, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions as she gazes at Bai Yujing, seemingly seeking an answer to the question. Why must he save her? Surely, he could choose to leave instead. Could he not? After a moment's contemplation, Bai Yujing sidesteps Anna and strides toward the third luminous door. Perhaps you remind me of my own sister. Remember, you owe me a favor. Wait a moment. Before her words can conclude, Bai Yujing, sword in hand, steps into the third luminous door. Caught off guard by his sudden decisiveness, Anna stands before the empty door, momentarily dazed. The instant Bai Yujing crosses the threshold, the surrounding world swiftly fades. As if transcending time itself, when he regains his senses, he discovers himself in an expansive, boundless realm of pure white. At the center of this realm lies a small, pure white coffin, its lid transparent. He stands directly before it, affording him a clear view of its contents. Peering inside the coffin, he falls into a moment of silence. Within lies a small figure, grotesquely charred and unrecognizable, curled up as if consumed by the flames. Did that startle you? Anna's voice drifts softly from behind him. Let us conclude this here. It is nearly sufficient. Anna is not a princess from a fairy tale, thus she requires no prince to rescue her. The instant you open the coffin, the gaze of the malevolent deity will descend upon you. Though it may merely be a fleeting glimpse from the river of time, it is not something a mortal can withstand. You have come here solely to locate the counterpart of that cursed puppet princess, have you not? I have already revealed her identity to you. With a bittersweet smile, Anna continues, therefore you need not take such great risks to save me. Furthermore, there is one thing I have not disclosed. Should Anna, the core of this dream, perish, her counterpart consciousness will also cease to exist. You asked me why I wish to save you, Bai Yujing. With his back turned to Anna, interrupts her, one hand gripping the sword while the other rests upon the coffin. In the face of Anna's astonished gaze, he slowly begins to lower the coffin lid. I simply believe that kind-hearted individuals should not be subjected to such treatment by this world. Just as the lid descends completely, the once pure white expanse of sky is abruptly enveloped by a dazzling, profound starlit void. This is not the starry sky Bai Yujing knows. It brims with endless malice and chaos. The planets and stars seem to pulsate with life, peering back at him as he gazes upon them. At the moment this mysterious celestial realm manifests, Bai Yujing feels an inexplicable terror wash over him. Strangely, however, unlike the previous encounter with the Lord of Flesh and Blood, Eden's gaze lingers only for a moment before departing. He glances at the enchanted sword in his hand, a contemplative expression crossing his face. Suyin also appears momentarily stunned. The fleeting presence of Eden felt like a friendly acknowledgement before it vanished, reminiscent of a powerful malevolent deity making a brief appearance, greeting him, then departing. Yet, this marks his first true encounter with Eden. Aside from the prior sword techniques, Anna's eyes widen in astonishment. Is it truly over? Prince, am I free now? Indeed, you are free. Bai Yujing nods. Soon, as the malicious celestial void dissipates, this dreamscape begins to unravel completely. When Bai Yujing opens his eyes once more, consciousness returning to the realm of reality. It is already daytime. The ice heart bracelet floats silently before him, no longer emanating its ethereal blue glow. That moment, a jubilant voice resonates within Bai Yujing's heart. "Prince, you are awake, Anna." Bai Yujing gazes at the ice heart bracelet, which flutters around his hand. Bewildered, he attempts to inquire within his mind. "It is Anna, indeed." Anna is now but a lingering spirit, with nowhere to go. "You saved Anna, and Anna wishes to repay you." Anna's spirits lift with excitement. "Can you sense where that puppet princess's counterpart is now?" Bai Yujing squints slightly, pondering, before asking within his heart. Chapter 69. Pollution, descending into darkness. Pure white light coalesces into a small figure, palm-sized, with cascading golden hair and clad in a pristine white princess gown. Anna appears before Bai Yujing, wearing a transparent crown, whether of crystal or glass unknown. Anna's long eyelashes flutter adorably, her brows furrowing in contemplation. Slightly tilting her head, Bai Yujing glances sideways at Hao Shuai, noting his lack of reaction to Anna's sudden appearance. "Can you not see Anna?" He touches his chin, deep in thought. It seems that distance may be a factor. Moments later, Anna expresses her disappointment. There is another possibility. She may have attached herself to some human being. If that is the case, I would only be able to sense her when she is within a few meters of you. Prince, is that so? Bai Yujing's gaze flickers slightly at Anna's response. Rescuing Anna was an unexpected turn of events. Although he indeed perceived the shadow of Yu Ling through Anna, his intentions were not solely driven by naive sympathy. Assisting others within his capacity was merely a matter of convenience. However, extending oneself beyond one's abilities or forcing help to the point of losing everything and weeping is a folly he would never entertain. Despite the occasional influence of murderous intent on his thoughts, he is clearly no fool. Perhaps in the past, he might have been, but after all he has endured, he is no longer that naive coal vendor. Of course, he would not voice these thoughts in Anna's presence. Observing the apologetic expression on Anna's face, Bai Yujing's gaze takes on a subtle nuance. In recent days, the mayor has mobilized the entire city in search of him. Yet to no avail, he knows that alone, even with the knowledge of Anna's resentment as the counterpart of the malevolent deity, the chances of finding her amidst the vast sea of people are virtually non-existent. The Shadow's unfinished words regarding the wind may refer to the Feng family of Ninghai, but perhaps they do not. If time were sufficient, he could slowly search and investigate. Yet now, he has little time for such verification. However, with Anna's sensing ability, the time spent on investigation can be spared. He merely needs to locate her. Then, he shall strike. With this thought, Bai Yujing turns his gaze to the blood-red sword at his side, his eyes flickering with determination. The last time in the underground venue, the sudden departure of the Lord of Flesh and Blood could still be interpreted as a coincidence. Yet, the malevolent deity Eden, as described by Anna, is equally enigmatic. Perhaps the divine sword conceals many secrets yet unknown to him. However, contemplating this, a faint sigh escapes Bai Yujing's lips. "What troubles you, Prince? Is Anna's ability insufficient, leaving you disappointed?" Upon encountering Bai Yujing, Anna, after a moment of dazed contemplation, fluttered anxiously to his side, exclaiming, "No, it's just that I suddenly thought of something else." Bai Yujing shook his head and added, "By the way, I've been meaning to ask you since earlier. Why do you persist in calling me Your Highness?" "Because," Anna replied, her hands clasped behind her back as she tilted her head, a charming smile illuminating her fair, delicate face. "Isn't that how fairy tales always depict it? When a princess finds herself in a perilous situation that leaves everyone in despair, the prince will appear to rescue her, right?" "Actually, I am not," Bai Yujing began, but then relented. "Never mind, as long as it brings you joy." He shook his head, deciding not to invest further energy into the matter. After all, to him, titles were merely symbols. By the way, Anna, do you know how the doll princess's followers manipulate ordinary civilians and martial artists below the Grand Martial Master rank? After a moment's reflection, Bai Yujing inquired. He had his own speculations regarding this issue, such as the prolonged snowstorm in Ninghai City, or perhaps some form of telepathy. However, given that Anna had once been targeted by two malevolent deities, it would be more expedient to ask her directly. The reason he specified martial artist below the Grand Martial Master rank was because, during the previous possession incident, He had not observed any grand martial masters being manipulated to wreak havoc in the city. The shadowy martial master he encountered days earlier was the first, yet his thoughts seemed intact, unlike those who had been previously ensnared. After contemplating for a moment, Anna replied with conviction, "I believe it must be through pollution." "Pollution? What do you mean?" Bai Yujing inquired, puzzled. How should I explain this?" Anna seemed momentarily at a loss for words, but after a brief pause, she blinked and said, "Your Highness, when the doll princess descends at the outermost layer of the illusory dream, you must have felt that despairing, seemingly endless depth and darkness." Upon hearing Anna's metaphor, Bai Yujing nodded gravely, recalling the time when the flames raged fiercely, and time appeared frozen, enveloped in an unfathomable darkness that seemed to draw one in with just a glance. Recognizing that the prince comprehended her meaning, Anna continued to explain through metaphor, the human soul is akin to a blank sheet of paper. Each individual soul is unique, for pure and kind-hearted individuals. The paper remains pristine white, while those harboring malicious intent will taint it with grime. However, this grime can be eradicated. But pollution is far more severe, akin to a drop of black ink staining this sheet of paper. Over time, even a single drop will spread until it completely sullies the paper, representing a fundamental change in the essence of the soul. After absorbing Anna's description, Bai Yujing fell silent for a moment, pondering what happens when the soul becomes entirely polluted. His grip on the magic sword tightened involuntarily, as he had an inkling of the answer. It will become corrupted. The person remains the same, yet their original consciousness will be eternally ensnared in darkness, losing their humanity and descending into madness. This process is irreversible. After a slight hesitation, Anna continued, "In fact, there is an even more terrifying possibility. A new, profoundly evil consciousness may arise from the darkness, replacing the original." Chapter 70, Disguising Again, investigating truth and falsehood in reality. Anna was not the true follower of the doll princess. Thus, her knowledge was somewhat limited. Her powers likely accelerated the descent of the polluted into darkness or allowed her to temporarily manipulate those who were deeply tainted. Earlier, Anna had spoken with assurance, but her uncertainty became more apparent as she progressed. She cautiously regarded Bai Yujing and, after much deliberation, asked, "Your Highness, is your curiosity about this due to something that has occurred?" "My sister and my mother were both slain by that deity's follower," Bai Yujing replied flatly as he wiped his sword. "Ah." Upon hearing this, Anna lowered her head, her cerulean eyes glistening with a faint veil of mist. I am sorry. Ultimately, you are merely a victim yourself. Unfortunate to have been chosen by the malevolent deity. Had it not been you, that doll princess would have selected another." Shaking his head, Bai Yujing extended the polished sword before him, its blade reflecting his figure. That deity's follower has instilled fear using their powers, manipulating numerous martial artists to slaughter many in Ninghai City, not merely my family. She likely aims to sow the seeds of pollution through the creation of terror surrounding darkness. The spiritual dialogue between Anna and Bai Yujing was also heard by Su Yin, who resided within the magic sword. It seemed that when the sword spirit technique I was employed, the color of chi observed under dark vision indeed represented the soul. At that time, amongst the individuals present, there was a trace of blackness in their souls. The most formidable of them was a martial sovereign named Wu Yunk, whose dark energy was so fierce it resembled a living entity. However, Su Yin wasn't particularly concerned about pollution. After all, those Bai Yujing executed weakly, even if they had fallen, still possessed the ability to provide vital energy and magical essence to the magic sword. As long as they remained human and had not transformed into something grotesque, that was sufficient. Compared to these matters, Su Yin was far more intrigued by Anna's spiritual dialogue ability. "You know what I'm about to say, right?" "I want one too." However, after eagerly awaiting Anna's response, he realized she seemed entirely oblivious to his desire, leading him to abandon this unrealistic notion. He had grown accustomed to it. After all this time, he had already adapted. However, Su Yin did not remain disappointed for long, as there was good news. While idly checking the magic swords panel earlier, he unexpectedly discovered that the experience bar for advancement was nearing completion. This was likely due to the considerable number of individuals Bai Yujing had slain in the northern district a few nights ago. Rubbing his hands together in anticipation, Su Yin recalled how the last time the magic sword advanced from a high-grade mundane weapon to a low-grade spiritual weapon, Its appearance had undergone a dramatic transformation. It transitioned from a pitch-black sword to a blood-colored longsword, enveloped in swirling blood energy. Moreover, several highly useful magic sword techniques had manifested at once, such as the core technique Blood Rain Blessing and the conceptual grade technique Absolute Kill. However, thus far, no one had managed to escape from under the magic sword's command, making Absolute Kill seem somewhat redundant. Nonetheless, this did not diminish its status as a divine technique. But when Bai Yujing used the magic sword to sever Edward's invisible hand with Heavenly Fall and Earthly Rise, Edward mentioned it was irreparable. Did Absolute Kill truly have an effect against the malevolent deity's power? Suyin pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He wondered what new developments would arise from this advancement. Anna, can you discern who has been polluted and who has not? Of course, Your Highness, Anna replied, firmly patting her still undeveloped chest with sincerity. For instance, that person over there has not been polluted. Anna's statement caused Bai Yujing to cast a surprised glance at the individual she indicated. Hao Shuai, who was currently engrossed in keyboard warrior antics. For some inexplicable reason, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. I need to step out for a while to ascertain how many people here have been polluted. Additionally, I will investigate the vicinity of the Feng family's residence for any traces of the deity's followers. I want to go too. Anna raised her hand eagerly. Bai Yujing nodded, fastening the ice heart bracelet around the wrist of his unoccupied hand. Approaching the rear window, he contemplated for a moment before loosening the hair tie that had held his hair back, allowing his long locks to cascade freely. He then tied a loop near the ends with the hair tie. After changing his hairstyle, he brought the sword before him and murmured, Divine Sword, can you revert to the simple black longsword appearance? I need to investigate some matters, but I was photographed in the Northern District that day. And those hunting for me recognize you. A change in appearance? No problem. Suyin activated the magic sword technique Destiny's ultimate weapon, transforming it back into the plain black sword form it had once held. As Bai Yujing observed the sword's blade revert from the swirling blood energy to its unadorned, deep black state, he nodded in approval. He opted not to employ the true essence to ascend into the air. Instead, he leaped from the rear window and landed silently within the alley, thanks to the second layer of wind spirit from the wind thunder source, without disturbing a single leaf. If there were any formidable opponents nearby, the fluctuations of his true essence would be easily detectable. After circling the back alley twice, confirming there were no surveillance mechanisms and that no one had taken notice of him, Bai Yujing concealed his vital energy through controlled breathing. Disguised, he affixed the black sword to his waist and confidently stepped out from the opposite side of the alley. Bai Yujing maintained a calm demeanor, walking through the streets like an ordinary person. However, the results reported by Anna weighed heavily on his heart. Ninghai City was the place where his family had resided for generations, the very place he had grown up in, albeit not particularly large in scale. However, Bai Yujing had long regarded this place as half of his home. Just as birds return to their homeland and foxes return to their burrows when they die, he did not wish to depart from here in the final moments of his life. Although the streets of Ninghai City seemed remarkably unchanged aside from the heightened security, Bai Yujing understood that this was no longer the place he once knew in the past half hour. He had observed that the majority of the people passing by him bore varying degrees of corruption in their souls, some as low as 20, while others reached a staggering 50. This indicated that these individuals were destined to irreversibly descend into darkness. Gripping his sword tightly, Bai Yujing felt a sense of bewilderment. Under the influence of the wind spirit, he unwittingly found himself near the main residence of the Feng family. Upon entering their territory, he immediately sensed an atmosphere distinctly different from the outside world. The guards were exceptionally vigilant. Though they appeared relaxed, it seemed that numerous individuals were concealed in the shadows, and one presence was even stronger than his own. Memorizing this intelligence in his mind, Bai Yujing turned to leave. It was daytime, and the moon shadow's stealth was limited. Relying solely on the wind spirit, he was uncertain if he could enter without alerting anyone. Chapter 71. Not yet time for retribution. After departing from the Feng family's main residence, he made a brief visit to their branch residence in the Southern District, though the defensive strength there was clearly lacking. While there were patrols, the only high-ranking combatant present was an old veteran with graying hair and beard, seemingly on the verge of a century, and barely a half-step into the martial master realm. Bai Yujing infiltrated the premises without anyone noticing him. However, the bad news was that he found nothing of particular interest. According to Anna, there was no sign of the presence of the evil god's acolyte. Bai Yujing planned to return to the Feng family's main residence at night, using the moon shadow to stealthily enter and investigate further. During the day, what he sensed might merely be the superficial power displayed by the Feng family to intimidate those with ill intentions. As a martial arts family with a 1,000-year legacy in Ninghai City, boasting formidable roots and standing alongside the other two great families, the Ling and Yun clans, Bai Yujing doubted that the Feng family possessed only the strength they appear to have. As dusk fell and the sun gradually sank below the distant horizon, shopkeepers along the streets began to close their businesses. Night venues such as the Shangshi Entertainment Club and the Jinlong Society also ceased operations early these days. Street vendors, seemingly fearful of something, gradually packed up their stalls, as if dreading the approach of malevolent spirits once darkness descended. Just days prior, the special investigator from the Martial Supervision Bureau, a formidable 7th-stage martial master named Wu Yonk, had publicly executed the mastermind behind the recent sinister events, the mysterious female monk, an acolyte of the evil god. Hence, despite the mayor's bounty on Bai Yujing, who had indiscriminately slaughtered innocents in the northern district that night while awake, not everyone initially believed the news. The following day, a tragic incident occurred in the western district when a driver possessed by evil ran over a barking dog and an unrestrained elderly woman, which could still be dismissed as an isolated case. However, in the days that followed, several other districts reported numerous incidents of ordinary people or martial artists suddenly succumbing to evil and slaughtering civilians. At this point, even the most oblivious individuals recognized that the female monk who had been killed was not a true acolyte of the evil god. The spate of bizarre incidents in Ninghai City had become alarmingly frequent, prompting many to consider renting accommodations in nearby cities to escape or returning to their hometowns to avoid the turmoil. Passers-by could be seen hurrying along, their expressions marked by wariness, fearful that a passerby might suddenly turn malevolent and strike them, or that a martial artist might unexpectedly unleash a massacre among the crowd. Even those martial artists who had been lured by the mayor's bounty issued by the Martial Arts Association and had joined the search teams were secretly apprehensive, weighing the risks and benefits, and many chose to quietly withdraw. The recent mysterious disappearances of over a dozen martial lords and a martial master had made it clear to them that such a powerful acolyte of the evil god was likely beyond their capability to confront. After all, even if they were to locate the acolyte Bai Yujing, they would first need to be able to overpower him, and even if they could not, they would need to be able to escape. As night deepened and the moon shone brightly, in the third-floor apartment of a residential building in the northern district, Hao Shuai sat at his computer, having just opened a social media site to check the plethora of notifications that had accumulated in the upper right corner. These past few days, he had lived in constant fear, lacking the focus to engage in online disputes. Clicking on the notification, he found the internet speed sluggish, the loading circle spinning for an interminable time without yielding results. Growing increasingly irritated, Hao Shuai recalled how he had finally managed to wait for Bai Yujing to leave that morning, not to see him return throughout the day, and now, as night fell, he hoped to vent his frustrations online, only to encounter such an inconvenience. Just as his impatience peaked, a strange wind suddenly blew open the back window, causing the curtain to billow and sway. Hao Shuai thought, "Why does this scene seem familiar?" At that moment, a chilling voice from behind sent shivers down his spine. Why has this person returned again? Could it be that he was concerned about being reported and had come back to kill him? Bai Yujing's late return was due to an unexpected incident that had delayed him. While passing through a concealed corner on his way back, he was intercepted by a sinister-looking old man who had emerged from the shadows. Su Yin initially thought someone had recognized Bai Yujing. To his surprise, the old man had been lured by Bai Yujing's guise as a weak woman, attempted to assault him, only to be met with a swift strike from Bai Yujing's thunder sword, which severed his throat. Su Yin was taken aback, however, as the dark blade sliced through the old man's neck. He realized that this lecherous old fellow was actually a martial lord. A significant amount of vital energy flowed into Bai Yujing's sword. Su Yin also received a boost in vitality, a serendipitous gain. Just as Hao Shuai was on the verge of panicking, Bai Yujing's words momentarily stunned him. "Have you uncovered any information regarding the Feng family in Ninghai that I asked you to look into a few days ago?" As he gazed at the lecherous man before him, whom he had yet to inquire about by name, Bai Yujing's expression turned slightly perplexed. "Did you not claim to be a master of C programming? Have you not found anything yet?" He had initially intended to investigate the Feng family's main residence directly after nightfall. However, he suddenly recalled that he had indeed asked this man to gather relevant intelligence. After all, the main residence housed significantly more people than the branch, and he had spent considerable time infiltrating the branch residence in the afternoon. Without a clear target, not only would time be wasted, but the risk of being discovered would also increase. Anna's sensing range was limited to a few meters, meaning Bai Yujing would need to verify each individual one by one. Upon noticing the frown on the man before him, Hao Shui also remembered this matter. He sighed in relief, grateful that Bai Yujing was not there to kill him. He quickly responded, "What would you like to know, Bai Sir? In the past month, has anyone in the Feng family shown sudden and significant changes in personality, behavior, or preferences compared to before?" After a moment of contemplation, Bai Yujing inquired. He recalled Anna's earlier speculation that someone might have been possessed. Significant changes. Upon hearing this, Hao Shui began to reminisce, and after a brief pause, he said, "It should be Feng Shuedong, the beloved daughter of the Feng family head." Feng Shuedong? The daughter of Feng Yuanjing? Suddenly, Bai Yujing recalled the rumors that Feng Yuanjing had expended a considerable price to use a legendary artifact, the Chart of the World and Seas, to locate the acolyte of the evil god. However, after the events of the past few days, it was practically certain that Feng Yuanjing had lied. What else do you know? Bai Yujing's eyes narrowed slightly. Chapter 72. Trouble from words. It is said that although Feng Yuanjing doted on this daughter, Feng Shuedong was frail and sickly from a young age, and she was extremely shy, rarely venturing outside. She had a fondness for cute things. As the family head, Feng Yuanjing had little time to accompany his daughter, so he had many adorable dolls sent to her to alleviate her loneliness. However, before Hao Shui could finish his sentence, Bai Yujing abruptly interrupted, his expression peculiar. He had suddenly caught a sensitive word in what the other had said. Dolls? Repeating the word, Bai Yujing's gaze momentarily shifted to something more meaningful. Why did he suddenly mention dolls? He looked at Hao Shui and said, "It's nothing. I just remembered something. You may continue." However, it seemed that Feng Shuedong did not particularly like these adorable dolls, as servants often found her sitting alone in her room, lost in thought. Yet, one day, about a month ago, Feng Shuedong suddenly appeared to be a different person. What does that mean? She had always worn white dresses and hats, but one day she switched to a black gothic dress and heavy eye makeup, always clutching a rabbit doll when she stepped outside. Furthermore, those passing by her would often feel a chill running down their spines. Bai Yujing remained silent. "Your Highness, Anna suspects that Feng Shuedong appears rather dubious. It sounds as if she is possessed." Extending a finger, Anna poked Bai Yujing's garment, yet her finger passed through it as if it were mere air. After 2 more attempts, discovering that she could not touch him, Anna's cheeks puffed out in frustration. Bai Yi, is something the matter?" Noticing Bai Yujing's silence, Hao Shu timidly cast a glance at him. Bai Yujing was deep in thought. After hearing the description, Feng Yuanjing's youngest daughter, Feng Shuedong, indeed seemed suspicious. He realized that he had not fully grasped one critical point. Why Feng Yuanjing would lie to shield the true minion of the malevolent deity. However, if he discovered that the actual minion was his own daughter, then his actions would be explicable. Yet, the truth could only be unveiled by locating Feng Shuedong in his mind. Bai Yujing designated Feng Shuedong as the primary target for investigation that night. "Is there anything else?" No. Hao Shu shook his head repeatedly. He had not unearthed much useful information. It had all been hearsay from the internet, and the clandestine details of the great martial families were notoriously difficult to uncover. He cautiously observed Bai Yujing, fearful that the latter might be displeased with the information, prompting him to unsheath his sword and strike him down in an instant. "You have done well. Your information is quite beneficial to me." Bai Yujing acknowledged with a nod. After a brief moment of astonishment, a glimmer of hope appeared on Hao Shu's face. He hastily inquired, "Bai Yi, does that mean I am not to be executed?" Bai Yujing looked at him in surprise. "When did I ever say I would kill you? Splendid." Hao Shu suddenly felt the exquisite joy of a single phrase. However, before he could relish his relief for long, he noticed Bai Yujing's expression abruptly shift to one of confusion, followed by suspicion, and finally, he turned sharply, his gaze brimming with murderous intent. What is it, Bai Yi?" Under the weight of that terrifying gaze, Hao Shu instinctively took a step back until he was cornered against the computer desk. Overwhelmed by fear, he knelt down, for he could perceive the deadly intent emanating from Bai Yujing's reddening eyes. "Please, do not kill me. I swear I will keep my lips sealed and will never report this to the Martial Supervision Bureau. Yet, as he was speaking, he saw Bai Yujing's hand move slightly, and then his head soared into the air, blood gushing from his neck, splattering onto the computer screen. I in the presence of Bai Yujing, who was at the mid-stage of the martial sovereign realm. He was as fragile as a chick, effortlessly slain. As Bai Yujing strode towards the window, Hao Shu's head, still suspended in the air, wore an expression of bewilderment. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock as he beheld the unread messages displayed on the blood-stained screen. Content that had failed to load earlier due to a network lag. Quote, exposing the true identity of a psychopathic killer. Name, Bai Yujing, family, Bai Yueling, younger sister, mother. Hao Shu reflected. I heard that the murderer's entire family was slaughtered. Serves them right. Who told him to smile while killing? I even suspected he might be a devotee of some malevolent deity. Who knew he was such trash, humorous. A prophet unexpectedly foresaw the identity of the malevolent deity's follower well in advance, humorous. Big shot. This is a true big shot. If I were Bai Yujing, I would have definitely taken out the prophet first. When Hao Shu's head fell to the ground, his expression seemed to convey regret. The earlier individual had been utterly contemptible, maligning his highness. In the ice heart bracelet, Anna fumed. With the demonic sword on his back, Bai Yujing traversed the moonlit shadows in silence, his heart brimming with wrath. Little did he expect that the one who had inflicted such suffering upon his family would be an ordinary person he had never even met. Holy sword, have I been overly merciful towards humanity? Coming to a halt in the shadow of a corner, Bai Yujing spoke expressionlessly, a faint crimson hue flickering in his eyes. The influence of his murderous intent was escalating. Noticing that a part of Bai Yujing's irises was gradually being engulfed by blood red, Su Yin silently sighed. He glanced at the enhancement aura within the demonic sword skill panel. As the only aura-type demonic sword skill he possessed, it could comprehensively enhance the wielder's six-dimensional attributes, particularly the invaluable aspect of sanity. Regrettably, it was limited to a minor enhancement and could not be bolstered by magical energy. If only this demonic sword skill could be upgraded, it might buy Bai Yujing some additional time. He recalled that during the last major advancement, each passive demonic sword skill had undergone varying degrees of enhancement. Your Highness, what is the matter with you? Anna, too, had detected the anomaly in Bai Yujing. He was enveloped in a crimson aura of malice, instilling a visceral sense of dread in those who beheld him, compelling them to flee on Bai Yujing's other wrist. The ice heart bracelet emitted a tranquil, serene and gentle light amidst the darkness. Chapter 73. This night, the moon is dark and the wind is high. Despite the ice heart bracelet being a grade above the demonic sword, it still took considerable time to quell the crimson malice. With Anna's efforts, Bai Yujing's gaze gradually regained some clarity. Thank you, he murmured softly. What happened to you just now? You suddenly became so terrifying. Anna revealed herself in front of Bai Yujing, her worried eyes fixed upon him. Are you afraid of me? Bai Yujing inquired, looking at Anna. I am not afraid of you, Your Highness. I am merely a bit concerned. Anna firmly shook her head. I am fine. There is no need for worry. Bai Yujing shook his head, his gaze flickering momentarily. At this juncture, it was futile to dwell on right or wrong or the motives behind these events. He was solely intent on uncovering the true culprit behind it all. And then, with that person's blood, cleanse the overwhelming vendetta he bore. Moments later, Bai Yujing re-entered the state of shadowy evasion, gradually blending into the moonlit shadows. This night, the moon was dark and the wind was high. In the North District, the Feng family's ancestral residence stood. As one of the three formidable martial families in Ninghai City, rich in heritage, shortly after the occurrence of the bizarre and sinister events. The family head, Feng Yuanzheng, dispatched individuals to gather the most gifted martial prodigies and renowned artifact masters within the clan to reside at the ancestral residence. This included several promising martial artists from the collateral branches as well. Thus, despite the widespread impact of this month-long, fearsome event on some of the family's enterprises, it had not caused significant harm to the family's core. The other two martial families, Yun and Ling, led by their respective heads Yun Tianqing and Ling Yishan, had taken similar actions. This was to preserve the legacy and heritage of the family. This was the essence of a grand family. Therefore, although the night was deep, the residents remained on high alert, with martial artists patrolling in small teams. Some even had fearsome canine beasts by their side, likely raised since cubs in the unseen shadows. Many more concealed presences lingered. The number of individuals here was considerable. Having previously disguised himself and scouted the vicinity of the Feng family's ancestral residence during the day, Bai Yujing skillfully approached a shadowed area near the residence and concealed himself in an obscure location. Observing the stringent defenses within the residence, he narrowed his eyes slightly. If he were to charge in head-on, even a martial sovereign would have difficulty escaping unscathed. Although his strength had rapidly surged over the past month, Bai Yujing was acutely aware that, with his current mid-stage martial sovereign prowess, he did not possess the qualification to act recklessly. However, his purpose for being here tonight was not to annihilate the entire Feng family. After all, he had not yet gained the confidence to slay someone of Feng Yuanjing's caliber in the late-stage martial profound realm. He had come merely to ascertain whether the person he sought was within the Feng family's residence, making stealthy entry the optimal choice. Should he confirm that Feng Shuetong was indeed the malevolent deity's minion he sought, then tonight, he would exact his revenge with his own hands. With this thought, Bai Yujing tightly gripped the demonic sword in his hand, a glimmer of red flashing in his eyes. He raised his head towards a quaint pavilion within the Feng family residence, distinct from the surrounding architecture. This was the residence of Feng Shuetong. The whereabouts of this young lady of the Feng family were not difficult to ascertain. On his way here, he had apprehended several thugs attempting to assault an innocent passerby, and with a little intimidation, he gleaned this information from them. Naturally, after obtaining the information, these individuals had unsurprisingly become victims of Bai Yujing's sword. However, their martial prowess was too weak, merely at the blood chi realm, and the blood energy returned to him by the demonic sword did not significantly enhance Bai Yujing, who was already at the mid-stage of the martial sovereign realm, to swiftly break through to a higher realm. He needed to slay stronger opponents. Your Highness, there is an unsettling aura within, Anna whispered. I understand. It seemed he was indeed in the right place tonight. Moreover, after a moment's hesitation, Anna continued, the souls of those inside appear to be tainted. Far more severely than those outside. Is this so? Listening to Anna's words and feeling the chilling sensation emanating from the hilt of the sword, an inexplicable look flickered in Bai Yujing's eyes. In that case, if he were to infiltrate and inadvertently be discovered by those inside, there would be no need to hold back. Anna's words also brightened Su Yin's expression. He knew that should Bai Yujing encounter anyone next, he would undoubtedly strike with lethal force. Su Yin did not curse his discovery. Rather, it was that the demonic sword was only a few lives' worth of vitality away from advancing to a mid-level spirit weapon. Observing the progress bar that was so close to full, he felt a surge of impatience. After observing for a while outside the Feng family's residence, Bai Yujing seized an opportunity, leaping over a high wall that separated the inside from the outside, and stealthily entered. However, fortune did not favor him, as he immediately stumbled upon two individuals hidden in the grass, a man and a woman. The two stared in astonishment at the suddenly appearing Bai Yujing. The woman was about to speak when her head rolled away. The man, upon witnessing this, was so terrified that he fled without even pulling up his pants. A long sword sliced through his throat from behind. Bai Yujing's expression darkened. He had not anticipated such misfortune. Swift and decisive, without further hesitation, he gripped his long sword and stealthily advanced toward the ancient-style building before the patrol team could arrive. Luckily, he did not encounter any more of the earlier confrontations along the way. He ascended to the second floor of the small building. Through the paper window, he vaguely discerned a silver-haired girl clad in a Gothic Lolita dress standing by a closed window, her back to him. It was her, the prince. Before he could speak, Anna's voice resounded in his heart. Bai Yujing instinctively tightened his grip on the long sword. At that moment, the paper door before him suddenly swung open. The girl, who had been facing the window, turned to face Bai Yujing. Her expression was inscrutable, but the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, as if in a smile. Don't you have anything to say to me? Bai Yujing remained silent and lunged forward with his sword. Prince, be careful. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Anna shouted anxiously. Chapter 74, Desperate Situation, Demonic Sword Advancement, a Frenzied Slaughter. A shadow materialized behind Bai Yujing, silent as a ghost. Twin blades sliced toward Bai Yujing's back with alarming speed. Wine Spirit Moon Shadow. Despite Anna's early warning, allowing Bai Yujing to shift his sword's momentum, The shadow's twin blades still grazed his back before he could vanish into the shadows. Instantly, 3 pairs of intersecting claw-like wounds marred his back, deep and agonizing. A slight heaviness settled in by Yujing's heart. The assailant was formidable. He had only sensed a hint of murderous intent as the twin blades bore down upon him. Had it not been for Anna's alert, he might have sustained grave injuries. Flowing sword technique, using stillness to counter movement. Bai Yujing reversed his grip on the demonic sword and assumed a defensive stance, warily observing for any potential attacks from within the room. From their brief encounter, he discerned that this assailant was significantly stronger than the shadowy figure he had previously faced, who was at the late stage of the martial lord realm. I didn't expect you to evade. Your reaction speed is indeed impressive. Since he had already revealed himself, the shadow ceased to conceal his presence. He shielded Feng Shuetong behind him. Bai Yujing finally discerned the assailant's appearance, a tall, slender man clad in black, wielding twin blades that shimmered with dark light. He licked his lips, gazing at Bai Yujing with the eyes of a predator. Sensing the immense pressure radiating from the man in black, Bai Yujing realized he was likely a master at the martial sovereign level. His rational mind advised him to tactically retreat at this moment. However, the enemy stood before him, and such an opportunity was too precious for Bai Yujing to abandon. Killing sword intent, blood flame slash. His eyes suddenly turned blood red, and a terrifying aura of slaughter erupted from him. A crimson sword energy surged forth, imbued with boundless killing intent, hurtling toward Feng Shuetong. Sword intent? The man in black appeared somewhat exhilarated, surprised that an opponent who was merely a martial lord had comprehended an essence typically reserved for martial sovereigns. Impressive. The blood-colored sword energy surged toward him. He stood firm and crossed his twin blades before his chest. Blade intent, chaotic wind. An equally terrifying sharpness erupted from his being. The black blade shadows, imperceptible to the naked eye, conjured a tempest that collided with Bai Yujing's blood-red sword energy. Boom! The black blade shadows unexpectedly cleaved through the blood-red sword energy, scattering it as it sliced past the black-clad man's sides. The energy slashed diagonally against the walls, severing the support beams of the small building. In the following seconds, the black-clad man and Bai Yujing exchanged blows dozens of times. Bai Yujing's martial realm was already a significant tier below that of the man in black, and with the latter employing an earth-level martial technique. Slightly superior to Bai Yujing's blood flame slash, the balance of power began to tilt in favor of the man in black. Bai Yujing sustained more injuries, while the black-clad man remained composed and unruffled. The scales of victory gradually tipped toward the man in black. The black blade energy and blood-red sword energy wreaked havoc within the room, leaving it utterly devastated. Due to the earlier severing of the support beams by the sword energy and the residual shockwaves from their fierce battle, the already precarious small building could no longer withstand the strain. With a resounding crash, the building was on the verge of collapse. Such a tremendous noise quickly drew the attention of everyone within the Feng family residence. More and more individuals rushed toward the scene. Before the small building completely crumbled, Bai Yujing, shrouded in blood-red malevolence, leaped from the window. The pain from his wounds served as a grim reminder. He was not yet a match for the black-clad martial sovereign. If he did not find a way to escape soon, he might very well perish here tonight. Master, I got confronted with Feng Shuetong. The previously arrogant black-clad martial sovereign now exhibited a flicker of fear. He had momentarily let his guard down and allowed the opponent to escape. Bring him back to me, Feng Shuetong commanded the black-clad man with an indifferent tone. Yes. The black-clad martial sovereign vanished in a flash. Pursuing Bai Yujing. After the black-clad martial sovereign departed, Feng Shuetong pondered for a moment. You all go as well. As her words fell, a dozen formidable presences appeared beside her. Among them were both men and women, all of whom were undeniably martial lords. Yes, master. They responded in unison before hastening after the black-clad man. Many among them were powerful individuals who had gone missing during the recent searches for Bai Yujing. Miss, are you all right? Moments later, a refined elder with a gaunt face descended from the air, appearing beside Feng Shuetong. He was the Feng family's grand elder, at the late stage of the martial sovereign realm. Tonight, he was the only elder present. During the latter half of the night, he had been sleeping when he suddenly sensed a violent tremor beneath him, prompting him to awaken. Just as he was about to express his annoyance, he spotted the small building where Feng Shuetong resided collapsing from the window. He had not expected anyone to dare cause trouble in the residence of the Feng family's direct line. "I'm fine. That heretic Bai Yujing attempted to assassinate me, but my guards intercepted him. He just escaped." Holding her rabbit doll, Feng Shui Tong feigned fear. "Elder Feng, you must pursue him." "What, Bai Yujing?" The refined elder was so astonished that he nearly pulled out his beard. He had merely taken a nap and almost caused a significant incident. A flicker of anger surfaced in his eyes. "Rest assured, young miss, with this old man here, that Bai Yujing cannot escape." He produced a jade talisman from his bosom, crushed it, and then set off in pursuit. Watching the refined elder's departing figure, Feng Shui Tong's expression remained impassive. However, Bai Yujing was oblivious to these developments. Earlier, he had slain several patrolling warriors along his escape route, recovering some stamina and injuries. Just as he was about to use Wind Spirit Moon Shadow to leave the Feng family residence, a sudden red barrier illuminated before him, blocking his path. This delay allowed the black-clad martial sovereign to catch up. A dozen formidable presences surrounded Bai Yujing. The patrolling warriors, nearby experts, and lurking assassins all converged on him. Bai Yujing found himself trapped in an inescapable predicament. "Bai Yujing, do you really think you can escape?" The black-clad martial sovereign angled his twin blades to his sides, chuckling. "Why can't I escape?" As he observed the multitude approaching him, Bai Yujing's right hand tightened around the demonic sword, his eyes narrowing slightly. The black-clad martial sovereign was unaware of what gave Bai Yujing such confidence. Within the demonic sword, sensing a powerful aura rapidly approaching from afar, Su Yin felt an overwhelming urgency. The opponent's realm was clearly far superior to Bai Yujing's. Did he intend to pass on the exquisite true method to Bai Yujing? This demonic sword skill could propel him from the mid-stage of the martial lord realm to the mid-stage of the martial profound realm. Enough to vanquish the entire scene. Yet, the side effect would be certain death, and Su Yin did not wish to witness Bai Yujing's demise. At that moment, Su Yin's gaze fell upon the demonic sword's interface. Just earlier, Bai Yujing had killed a few individuals while fleeing, perfectly filling the progress bar for the demonic sword's advancement. It was a gamble worth taking. Suddenly, the long sword in Bai Yujing's hand radiated a dazzling red light. In the darkness of night, it stood out remarkably. Chapter 75. Half-Step Martial Sovereign, Killing Intent Crescent Moon. This sudden burst of red light was so brilliant that it overshadowed the red barrier enveloping the entire Feng family residence. Akin to a blazing sun of flame, at this moment, the figure clad in black, along with several martial lords and the approaching patrol team, as well as the hidden guards, were all rendered unable to open their eyes by the blinding radiance. Seizing this opportunity, Bai Yujing swiftly unsheathed his long sword, a terrifying aura of killing intent erupting from within him, and he unleashed a blood flame slash towards the crimson barrier suspended in the void. However, just as the sanguine sword energy was about to collide with the barrier enveloping the entire encampment, a ripple-like wave spread outward. The piercing blood sword energy seemed to vanish into it, dissipating into nothingness moments later. Witnessing this scene, Bai Yujing's expression shifted slightly. This was a heavenly grade barrier, the water-patterned celestial veil, capable of withstanding all attacks from martial practitioners below the martial profound realm for a limited time. Even the elderly could not breach it. "You are merely a lowly martial lord. There is no need for you to waste your efforts," an aged voice echoed from afar, followed by a flurry of rushing wind sounds in the air. Bai Yujing retracted his attack and turned to follow the source of the voice. There stood a slender-faced elder with a long white beard, clad in a white robe, exuding an elegant, ethereal demeanor. At this moment, the refined elder hovered in the air, stroking his beard and gazing at him with a smile. "The entire city of Ninghai is searching for you. Who would have thought you were right within our Feng family's encampment? Marvelous, truly marvelous." Just as the elder finished speaking, gasps erupted from the crowd rushing over. "What? He is the follower of the evil god, Bai Yujing. The one who has turned Ninghai into a chaotic mess this past month? The one who attacked Miss Feng Shuedong tonight is actually the follower of the evil god, Bai Yujing?" Ignoring the murmurs of the crowd, Bai Yujing maintained his composure, yet a faint sigh escaped his heart. The refined elder emitted no fluctuations of true essence, yet he could fly through the air. This was yet another martial sovereign, and his vitality seemed even stronger than that of the black-clad martial sovereign. Adding to that the previous black-clad martial sovereign, there were two in total here. Furthermore, the head of the Feng family had yet to make an appearance, and his strength had already reached the late stage of the martial profound realm. Casting a nearly imperceptible glance at the divine sword in his hand, its blade still radiated a fierce crimson glow. A scorching sensation continuously surged from the palm gripping the hilt. Others might not comprehend what such a state of the divine sword signified. But he understood that it was attempting to advance in the past. He had witnessed this miraculous transformation on the mountain. On that day, the divine sword had transformed from a plain, unremarkable black long sword into a deep crimson long sword. Enveloped in a swirling blood aura in the subsequent days, the divine sword imparted the wondrous blood rain-esque grace to him. Now, faced with the water-patterned celestial veil obstructing his path and two martial sovereigns lurking behind, he found himself in an absolute predicament. The divine sword possessed spirit. This sudden advancement must be a response to his peril, seeking to rescue him. Yet, the disparity in strength between him and his adversaries was too great. Even if the divine sword successfully advanced, it might not bridge the gap. Tonight, he was likely to perish here. But even in death, he intended to take Feng Xuedong, the harbinger of his family's ruin. With this thought, a glimmer of resolve flashed in Bai Yujing's eyes. His pupils gradually filled with a blood-red malevolence, his bloodshot gaze sweeping coldly over all below. A terrifying, frenzied sword intent erupted from within him. His body was suddenly engulfed by a torrent of violent blood-red true essence. This is bad. Everyone, scatter and keep your distance. Sensing this dreadful killing intent, the refined elder's expression shifted, and he promptly warned the crowd. Simultaneously, he vanished from his position, rushing toward the area with the most Feng family disciples. He recognized Bai Yujing's intentions. The black-clad martial sovereign's eyes gleamed with a sharp light, and a keen blade intent erupted from within him. The black blade exuded a pitch-black blade aura, transforming him into a fleeting shadow. However, Bai Yujing was faster still. His visible plume of searing breath escaped his lips in the early stage of the martial sovereign realm. The events that transpired were lengthy to recount. Yet, in truth, from the moment Bai Yujing was pursued, encircled, and swiftly dispatched the black-clad martial sovereign, it all occurred within mere breaths. For Bai Yujing, it was but a fleeting thought. By the time the cultured elder regained his wits, he had already felled half of the Wen family stationed there, including several martial lords, and almost instantaneously vanquished the black-clad martial sovereign. Furthermore, he had ascended from the mid-stage of the martial lord realm to become a peak martial sovereign in the early stage. He had miraculously transformed a dire stalemate into a vibrant contest. You. The cultured elder's eyes widened in shock at the sight of the rivers of blood. He had never anticipated such a dramatic turn of events after ensnaring Bai Yujing within the heavenly grade barrier. The water-pattern canopy. The earlier murderous crescent sword chi had been too vast. He could only strive to shield the direct descendants of the Wen family. Upon regaining his senses and witnessing the carnage before him, a blazing fury ignited within the cultured elder's eyes, extinguishing the smile that had graced his face. He no longer harbored thoughts of capturing the malevolent cultist Bai Yujing alive to present to the Martial Artist Association for the reward. This Bai Yujing was far too enigmatic. He had seemingly employed some sinister sorcery to achieve consecutive breakthroughs in such a short span, one minor realm and one major realm. Had anyone suggested such a possibility to him prior to this day, he would have scoffed in disbelief. You shall not continue your ascent. The cultured elder shed his flowing white robe, revealing a robust physique brimming with vitality beneath. He had embraced the path of physical cultivation. Honing his body to the peak of martial prowess, he practiced the Wen family's premier body refinement technique, the mid-tier heavenly grade Xuanwu true art. Xuanwu, resembling a tortoise snake, is one of the four divine beasts, endowed with innate strength and formidable defensive capabilities. Thus, the cultured elder, having mastered the Xuanwu true art, possessed considerable offensive and defensive might. Yet, as he gazed into Bai Yujing's blood-red eyes, a grave expression clouded his features. Despite his own strength having reached the late stage of the martial sovereign realm, while Bai Yujing had only just entered it, he dared not underestimate his opponent. Bai Yujing had absorbed an immense quantity of vitality. His mind was now entirely consumed by the aura of slaughter. He could hear no sound, see nothing. All that surrounded him was a sea of crimson. The figure of the cultured elder had become indistinct. At that moment, the cultured elder struck with a single step. He created a deep crater in the ground, his form flashing forward to appear before Bai Yujing in an instant, not through technique, but sheer physical speed. He raised his fist and struck Bai Yujing in the abdomen. The disparity of two minor realms, compounded by overwhelming force, sent Bai Yujing hurtling like a cannonball. With a thunderous crash, he shattered a wall, crashing into the ruins of a building that had been cleaved by the murderous crescent. Bai Yujing was buried beneath the debris, coughing up a mouthful of black blood. The impact of that blow had nearly shattered every Bai Yujing, having absorbed an overwhelming amount of impure energy in a short span. Was on the brink of descending into madness, now lay in tranquil slumber deep within his being. Yet, he required a measure of time to recuperate. However, this place was evidently not conducive to a peaceful recovery. He must first deal with the troublesome individuals before him. As a sword of demonic mastery, the death of its wielder would yield considerable benefits for him. Yet, who could blame Su Yin for admiring Bai Yujing? Over the past year, Su Yin's rapid ascension was largely due to Bai Yujing's influence. Furthermore, he was a demonic sword, free to act as he pleased. If the master was incapable, he could slay. If the master was capable, he could save. Here they come. The show is just beginning. With a swift descent into the physical realm, there was a moment of awkwardness due to his prolonged absence from corporeal form, causing him to wobble slightly while regaining control. Yet, in a fleeting instant, Su Yin adeptly mastered the body of Bai Yujing. He tilted his right hand slightly, positioning the demonic sword at his side. For a brief moment, a peculiar expression crossed his face. The sensation of holding his own being was rather extraordinary. Su Yin narrowed his eyes slightly, surveying the seemingly formidable scholar before him. He felt an odd sense of superiority. This man appeared feeble. After a moment's contemplation, a smirk crept upon his lips. "Shall we make a wager?" "A wager on what?" Upon hearing Bai Yujing's words, the scholarly elder visibly faltered. Chapter 78. I, above all, value integrity. Let us wager the lives of everyone present here. With a fierce gaze, the vertical pupils coldly swept across the gathered crowd, finally settling on the elder before him. "I shall grant you 20 seconds to open the water pattern heavenly barrier and allow my departure. For each second of delay, I shall take another life." As he narrowed his eyes slightly, a frenzied aura enveloped the onlookers like a tide. Just as the red barrier began to envelop the Feng family's residence, he seemed to recall the elder mentioning the water pattern heavenly barrier, a celestial-grade barrier capable of absorbing all attacks from warriors below the martial profound realm within a short time. Su Yin, utilizing Bai Yujing's body, naturally mirrored Bai Yujing's early-stage martial sovereign realm. He estimated that while a forced breakthrough was possible, it would consume considerable time. Even with a relatively ample reserve of demonic energy, Su Yin was reluctant to squander it. After all, demonic energy was a precious resource. Conserve it whenever possible. Once these words escaped his lips, the faces of those present at the Feng family residence turned ashen. The scholarly elder's expression shifted repeatedly. He felt belittled by Bai Yujing. Despite sensing a terrifying aura from Bai Yujing moments ago, he was confident he would not lose in a confrontation. Bai Yujing was merely at the early stage of martial sovereign, while he had spent years solidifying his position in the late stage of martial sovereign, recently gaining insights that hinted at the threshold of the martial profound realm. Given a few more years, he might very well become the fourth individual in Ninghai City to break into the martial profound realm. Bai Yujing's words only fortified the elder's belief that he was engaging in mere theatrics to trick him into lowering the barrier for his escape. If he truly possessed the capability to slay everyone present, why would he resort to such a wager? If he genuinely believed it, that would be the height of folly. A glimmer of wisdom shone in the elder's eyes as he felt he had discerned the truth. "Imph! You think you can kill so many from my Feng family tonight and simply walk away? That would be a gross underestimation of our clan." With a cold snort, the scholarly elder sprang into action. His form flashed as he launched a punch toward Bai Yujing. The speed and power of this punch were so great it produced a sonic boom. Demonic energy surged and shadows danced. Just as the elder believed his fist would connect, he perceived a faint smile tugging at the corners of Bai Yujing's mouth. In the next instant, his fist passed through Bai Yujing's form without making contact. An illusion? His expression shifted as he realized this punch had not struck true. It appeared negotiations had failed. Bai Yujing's regretful voice resonated from across the way. He looked up, astonished. When had he been so close? To the onlookers, it seemed that as soon as the elder approached, Bai Yujing had become ethereal, vanishing like a wraith. When he reappeared, he maintained the distance they had just shared. What was happening? The answer was simple. In Su Yin's vertical pupils, the flowing essence of the world, the minuscule particles of dust in the air, and the moving wind all appeared to be frozen in place. Thus, while the elder's movements, to the eyes of an ordinary person, were as swift as teleportation, to Su Yin, they resembled the sluggishness of a turtle. Demonic energy surged, and the shadowy blade struck. Utilizing the shadow step in conjunction with the phantom blade dance, Su Yin flickered and vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he stood before the scholarly elder, a myriad of sword shadows descending upon him. Su Yin's speed was astonishing, too rapid for the elder to react. All he felt was a searing pain in his chest as he was violently struck aside, his body uncontrollably curling as he crashed heavily to the ground. Boom! A figure slammed into the earth like a cannonball, producing a thunderous sound. The ground caved in by half, and cracks resembling a spider's web spread far and wide, as though an earthquake had just transpired. Lying on the ground, the scholarly elder clutched his chest as his internal energy surged chaotically. In the next moment, he expelled a mouthful of black blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs. It was over. It was truly over. The elder was unable to contend with Bai Yujing. Was this even a human? The elder was a late-stage martial sovereign. Would we all perish here tonight? Witnessing this scene, the faces of those present turned pale as ash. He hasn't perished yet. Landing lightly on the ground, Su Yin cast a sidelong glance at the still-breathing scholarly elder, somewhat surprised. He possessed a modicum of strength. It appeared he would need to take this more seriously. Suddenly, raging black flames erupted from the sword's tip, rapidly spreading along the crimson patterns etched upon the blade, igniting the demonic sword in a blaze. Su Yin raised the sword, now engulfed in black flames, before him. Upon witnessing this, the scholarly elder felt ensnared by an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. In that moment, the shadow of death loomed ominously over his heart. Wait, does your wager still stand? Su Yin feigned ignorance. I shall open the barrier now, and you may leave. The scholarly elder cried out in desperation. In light of the earlier confrontation, he realized his mistake. Bai Yujing indeed possessed the capability to kill him. Of course, it stands. Su Yin smiled at him, pausing his movements. The elder sighed in relief. He had heard of Bai Yujing's previous deeds and knew he could be trusted to keep his word. In a moment of desperation, he produced a jade talisman from seemingly nowhere. The elder expelled a mouthful of essence blood, which the talisman eagerly absorbed, causing the crimson barrier enveloping the Feng family's residence to gradually dissipate. The barrier is open. Can I be spared? Certainly. Upon finishing his words, a blade of swordlight, ablaze with sinister black flames, swept across the scholarly elder's neck. No. His severed head, still bearing the joy of having survived a calamity, soared high before. In an instant, the burning black flames consumed his entire being. Simultaneously, a torrent of energy surged into Bai Yujing's body, akin to a vast ocean. Withdrawing the sword, he had just recently broken into the early stage of martial sovereign and now advanced into the mid-stage. I, above all, value integrity. Su Yin glanced back, speaking nonchalantly. You went over by 1 second. As the scholarly elder perished, the battle came to a close. The Feng family residence lay in ruins, a testament to the ferocity of the conflict. Reminiscent of a calamity having befallen it, Su Yin flickered and vanished from sight. In the distance, the onlookers within the Feng family residence gazed in awe as Bai Yujing's silhouette dissolved into the night. For a moment, none dared to pursue. Chapter 79. The concealed truth. The following day, as someone ventured out onto the streets, they discovered that nearly all the shops and martial arts academies lining the street had hung up signs of sale or transfer. With only a few remaining open, even the Merchant Association had not opened its doors. This individual found a small private eatery still in operation, one they recalled had recently garnered attention due to food safety issues, leading to a significant decline in patrons. However, upon entering, they were met with a bustling crowd. After managing to order a few dishes and finally squeezing through the throngs to find a seat, they overheard two individuals conversing quietly behind them. Alas, so many shops have closed today. Finding a place to eat outside is quite a challenge. Not to mention, I've heard that even the Wanda Merchant Association and Wanbao Tower have relocated. Doing so overnight. They must have received news well in advance. It seems Ninghai City is no longer tenable. Upon hearing their exchange, the individual felt a surge of surprise. Though not a martial artist, they were somewhat familiar with the Wanda Merchant Association and Wanbao Tower, which specialized in the sale and purchase of cultivation resources for martial artists. The departure of such prominent businesses from Ninghai City, and under the cover of night, suggested that something significant had transpired the previous evening, something beyond their knowledge. Brothers, what occurred last night? The individual approached with a tray in hand, seated himself beside the two with a perplexed expression, and began to inquire. The other two, not inclined to conceal anything, readily engaged in conversation, sensing his curiosity. Haven't you heard? Last night, numerous lives were lost at the Fong family residence. Blood flowed onto the streets. The sanitation workers labored for over an hour to clean the blood stains from the ground and walls. One recounted. The Fong family? Which Fong family? Could it be the one I'm thinking of? He pondered, though he found it hard to believe. After all, there could hardly be another Fong family in Ninghai City. It was indeed one of the three great martial families. Impossible, he muttered. The head of the Fong family is a formidable warrior at the late stage of the martial profound realm, and there are several elders at the martial sect realm. Who would dare to massacre so many at the Fong residence? Who else could it be but that notorious follower of the evil god? Bai Yujing? Not only did he have the audacity to invade the Fong family, but he also managed to escape. One of them shrugged, nonchalantly. It is said that the head of the Fong family was away on business last night. Upon hearing the news, he rushed back, only to find a scene of carnage, bodies strewn everywhere and rivers of blood. His face turned ashen at the sight. Initially, Bai Yujing seemed to be targeting the head's daughter, Feng Shuedong, for assassination. After his attempt failed, he was about to flee, but was intercepted by a barrier, which forced him to unleash a bloody rampage. Why was there even a barrier to stop him? Speaking of which, wasn't he the last person identified as a follower of the evil god, that peculiar female monk also targeting Feng Shuedong? What is it about her that draws such attention from these followers? Who can say? Perhaps both of them are victims of misunderstanding. Alas, let us not dwell on this. With so many days passing and the Martial Supervision Bureau failing to apprehend anyone, it seems hopeless. I, too, plan to leave Ninghai City soon, seeking employment in Jianglan City. The waters here run too deep for my liking. I can scarcely navigate them. I envy you, my friend. Were it not for my family and friends residing here, I would also wish to depart this wretched place, living in constant fear of an untimely demise. The massacre at the Fong family's residence last night could not be concealed. Even the sanitation workers were aware of it. As word spread among the nearby residents, the news rapidly permeated all of Ninghai City. Even the venerable Fong family, boasting a lineage of 1,000 years, found themselves powerless against that follower of the evil god. Bai Yujing, ordinary citizens, lacking any means of self-defense, were even more vulnerable. The news of the slaughter at the Fong family was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Organizations like Wanda Chamber of Commerce and Wanbao Tower, known for their keen awareness of information, promptly evacuated Ninghai City upon receiving word in the early hours. Those who had previously placed their faith in the Martial Supervision Bureau, believing the situation would soon be resolved, now began to waver in their resolve. Even the mayor prepared to gather his belongings and leave, for in the face of political ambitions, one's life seemed far more precious. Only the shadowy enterprises like Shengshi Daxia Entertainment City, Jinlonghui, underground casinos, and the red light district persisted in their operations, thriving on the fear of others while indulging in their own greed. The Fong family's core residence. Greetings, master. Greetings, master. Along the way, servants, guards, and various members of the Fong family bowed respectfully to Feng Yuanjing. At the late stage of the martial profound realm, Feng Yuanjing was among the top 3 masters in Ninghai City. Approaching the age of 80, he retained a head of dark hair, and the passage of time left few traces on his visage. He appeared remarkably vigorous, hardly resembling an elderly man at all. Feng Yuanjing, much like the Grand Elder, practiced a mid-tier celestial martial art, the Xuanwu True Formula, having reached the 7th stage of perfection. Due to the unique nature of this martial art, his lifespan was considerably extended compared to that of an average individual. However, at that moment, Feng Yuanjing's countenance was far from amiable, dark and brooding as if it could rain. He remained silent as he walked, seemingly oblivious to the greetings from those around him. Moments later, he arrived before a door, pushing it open to enter. Inside, Feng Shuedong, donned in a Gothic Lolita dress with cascading silver hair, stood with her back to him, gazing out the window. Sensing his approach, she turned, her expression devoid of emotion as her blue-black eyes met Feng Yuanjing's. They exchanged glances, neither speaking. "Father, did you come to see your daughter for a specific reason today?" After a brief pause, Feng Shuedong spoke in a detached tone. Feng Yuanjing's face remained as stoic as water, his voice barely containing his fury. "Are you aware that last night, Bai Yujing invaded our residence, slaughtering nearly half of our family, including many of our kin?" "I know," Feng Shuedong replied calmly. "I heard he was initially targeting you." Feng Yuanjing's tone rose sharply. "Have you resorted to using that evil goddess power again? Did you not promise me last time that you would refrain from doing so?" He gazed at his daughter, his expression a mix of disappointment and complexity. Feng Yuanjing was acutely aware that the turmoil besetting Ninghai City over the past month, leaving its residents in a state of dread, was instigated by none other than the daughter standing before him, Feng Shuedong. Having been blessed with a daughter late in life after several sons from previous marriages, he had lavished her with affection, providing her with every material comfort. Thus, when rumors surfaced about a mysterious female monk, suspected of being a follower of the evil god, targeting his daughter, he had gone to great lengths to secretly employ a fragment of the Feng family's ancestral artifact, the Chart of Mountains and Seas. Though merely a fragment, this artifact still possessed extraordinary power, capable of tracing causes through their effects. Despite the limitation of being usable only once a year, Feng Yuanjing had activated it privately. However, upon capturing an individual possessed by evil, the image revealed by the chart left him in silence. The figure identified as the follower of the evil god was none other than his own daughter. Feng Shuedong. In that moment, he fell silent. When Feng Yuanjing confronted his daughter about the chart's revelation, faced with undeniable evidence and his formidable strength at the late stage of the martial profound realm, Feng Shuedong candidly acknowledged her identity as a follower of the evil god. Yet, gazing at the Gothic Lolita before him, so starkly different in attire, demeanor, and personality from the cheerful daughter he remembered in a white dress, Feng Yuanjing began to question whether his neglect had led to her being ensnared by the evil god. With this troubling thought, he found himself unable to hand his daughter over to the Martial Supervision Bureau for execution. Thus, after Feng Shuedong promised never to use the evil goddess power again and to protect their kin, Feng Yuanjing made a decision that weighed heavily on his conscience: to conceal the truth. Yet, aware that the truth could not remain hidden indefinitely, he sought out his close friend, the distinguished investigator of the Martial Supervision Bureau, Wu Yonk, to discuss finding a scapegoat. Though Wu Yonk regarded him strangely upon hearing this, he ultimately agreed to assist. The plan unfolded smoothly. Feng Shuedong employed some unknown means to locate the elusive female monk, and Wu Yonk cooperatively executed her in public. Feng Yuanjing also fabricated the findings of the Chart of Mountains and seized to lend greater credibility to the situation. This matter should have concluded, but last night, upon seeking out Wu Yonk to inquire about the newly emerged follower of the evil god, he learned of Bai Yujing's brutal assault on the Feng residence. Returning home, he was met with a scene of carnage. Faced with his daughter's silence, Feng Yuanjing noted her reaction, the first hint of doubt creeping into his mind regarding his actions. Bai Yujing had evidently advanced to the martial sect realm, and at that, the mid-stage. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Shuedong spoke softly, her eyes momentarily flickering. "But last night, he was only at the mid-stage of the martial monarch realm." "What did you say? That Bai Yujing advanced an entire stage in a single night?" Feng Yuanjing questioned, incredulous. "He managed to escape?" "Yes," Feng Shuedong replied, lowering her gaze as she gently touched the long ears of her rabbit doll. Hearing this news, Feng Yuanjing's mind raced with uncertainty to that moment. He could no longer afford to scrutinize his daughter's breach of their agreement regarding the use of the evil goddess power. A martial sect realm warrior was not inherently terrifying. What was truly alarming was a warrior who could advance from the mid-stage of the martial monarch realm to the mid-stage of the martial sect realm in a single night. As a peak expert at the late stage of the martial profound realm, Feng Yuanjing naturally had no fear of Bai Yujing. Even with Bai Yujing having now reached the martial sect realm, he remains no significant threat to Feng Yuanjing. However, It is crucial to recognize that the Feng family is not solely Feng Yuanjings. It encompasses a vast network of both direct and collateral relatives. Despite the considerable casualties sustained last night, the remaining members still number in the thousands. Even with the Grand Elder slain by Bai Yujing, the others would undoubtedly prove no match for him. Should Bai Yujing find a place to hide for a while, once he breaks through to the martial profound realm, it is entirely possible that even Feng Yuanjing himself might not stand a chance against him. Just how did you manage to provoke such a person? Feng Yuanjing cast a complex gaze at Feng Shuedong. Noticing his daughter's silence, he let out a silent sigh. Since a mistake had already been made, he resolved to see it through to the end. He had not anticipated that a decision made in defiance of his conscience would lead to such immense trouble. I will find a way to resolve this matter, he said solemnly, casting one last glance at Feng Shuedong before turning and exiting the room. You have stirred up such a significant mess. It would be best for you to remain in this room for the time being. Feng Yuanjing's voice echoed from a distance. The room fell once again into tranquility. Bai Yujing unexpectedly saved Anna, which truly took me by surprise, Feng Shuedong mused softly after a moment. She turned the rabbit doll she held in her arms to face her. And you? Why is it that your fortunes are so favorable? It truly incites my envy. Awakening on a familiar bed, Bai Yujing suddenly opened his eyes. Above him was a brown ceiling adorned with a chandelier. A sense of fatigue coursed through his body. He reached up to touch his still painful forehead, struggling to recall what had transpired. Where am I? Why am I lying in bed? As Bai Yujing surveyed his surroundings, he was momentarily taken aback. For this was his home, his quaint suburban courtyard. Indeed, it was Su Yin who had brought him here. Ironically, after being searched countless times, his home had become deserted. Your Highness, you have finally awakened. Anna's voice resonated in his mind. She had been speaking incessantly the previous day, but it seemed the prince could not hear her. Anna? Bai Yujing was slightly taken aback at her words. What happened last night? He could only recall that he had been on the brink of losing consciousness. Chapter 81. The uninvited guest of Ninghai City. Subsequently, at Bai Yujing's request, Anna recounted the events from the opening of the heavenly barrier water pattern canopy to how he had left the Feng family's residence and awakened in his own bed. This took a little time. Throughout this recounting, Bai Yujing sat quietly at the edge of the bed, recalling the events of the previous night, a contemplative expression crossing his face, when he heard how he had been struck into the ruins by that martial sect elder, only to emerge as if transformed and effortlessly slay the elegant elder with overwhelming strength. He was momentarily stunned, for he had no recollection of these events, and truth, his memory only extended to the moment he was struck by the black-clad martial sect master. After a brief period of reflection yielded no results, Bai Yujing lowered his head, casting his gaze upon the divine sword that he still clutched tightly, even in slumber. Compared to the exuberant blood energy that had flowed previously, the divine sword now bore a different appearance. The intricate crimson patterns adorning the blade seemed much more subdued, yet he could sense that it was stronger than before. His expression shifted slightly. Realizing that he had awakened from boundless killing intent and had successfully escaped the Feng family residence under such circumstances, this transformation must be closely tied to the sword's recent advancement. With this thought, Bai Yujing gently placed his left hand upon the sword's hilt and softly uttered, "Thank you, Dade." Anna tilted her head, scratching at her hair. Appearing somewhat puzzled, Su Yin understood that Bai Yujing's gratitude was directed toward him. In truth, Su Yin had originally intended to help Bai Yujing take revenge before leaving. However, he swiftly abandoned that thought upon sensing a powerful presence rapidly approaching the Feng family residence. Su Yin surmised that it must be Feng Yuanjing returning. Though he felt immensely powerful in the state of demonic energy, he knew that if he were entangled, it would not bode well. After all, the demonic energy burned at a rapid rate, akin to a superhero who could only last a few minutes in their transformed state. Additionally, Su Yin believed that Bai Yujing likely desired to exact revenge himself. Therefore, weighing his options, he decided on a tactical retreat. After several large-scale shadow slips, Su Yin arrived at Bai Yujing's former home, the quaint suburban courtyard. Sensing no other presences, he dispelled the state of demonic energy that consumed his power. On the bed, Bai Yujing sat cross-legged, beginning to regulate his breathing. The diverse energies of the heavens and earth seemed to bend to his will, with the blood energy within him flowing robustly, midway through the martial sect realm. This was a level he had once only dreamed of. Clenching his fists, he felt the vast power within him, reminiscent of rivers and seas, and momentarily found himself overwhelmed with emotion. Were it not for the divine sword, he might have silently perished in this turmoil, never to possess such strength to approach and uncover the truth. Throughout, the divine sword had been his ally. Yet in this lifetime, he may never have the opportunity to repay this kindness. Nevertheless, he wished to do something for the divine sword in the end. With this thought, Bai Yujing's gaze flickered momentarily. As Bai Yujing sat alone in the suburban courtyard, regulating his breath, a meeting was quietly taking place in a conference room in Ninghai City. Although the mayor occupied the main seat, his presence was evidently overshadowed by the 4 other individuals in the room. May I ask why the mayor has summoned this esteemed special investigator from the Martial Supervision Bureau, along with us 3 old fellows? One elderly man with gray hair and a youthful demeanor inquired with a smile. May I request that Master Ling wait a moment? There is still one person yet to arrive, the mayor replied with a courteous smile. Pouring tea for the elderly man. Master Ling, please enjoy your tea while we await his arrival. Your politeness is appreciated, Mayor. Ling Yishan nodded slightly. Taking a sip from his cup, I heard that the Feng family was thoroughly ravaged by Yujing last night. And he left in a rather carefree manner, remarked an older man with a hawk-like nose, casting a teasing glance at Feng Yuanjing, who had remained silent since entering. Is there any truth to this, Master Feng? Or is it merely hearsay from Yun? The Ninghai Yun family had previously been at odds with the Feng family over the mining rights to a new source of elemental stone. And now that an opportunity had presented itself, Yun Tianqing had become quite provocative. You should mind your own Yun family affairs, old ghost Yun. Feng Yuanjing shot a cold glance at Yun Tianqing seated across from him. After conversing with his daughter, Feng Shuedong, and leaving the room, he had intended to consult with Wu Yonk first. However, he had received the mayor's invitation for a discussion. Despite the mayor's imminent departure due to his inability to apprehend the mastermind, he still warranted respect. Yet upon entering, he was met with the presence of an individual he detested, which naturally soured his mood. Our Yun family is not like your Feng family, so easily stirred up by a mere martial sovereign-level character. Yun Tianqing said with a smirk, lifting his teacup and blowing on it. A small character? That Bai Yujing is no mere small character. Feng Yuanjing nearly laughed at Yun Tianqing's words. A person who could break through from mid-martial sovereign to mid-martial sect in a single night. Such an individual could hardly be considered insignificant. However, he had no intention of engaging further with this old fool. Is a martial sovereign, not a small character? Yun Tianqing guffawed. I believe you should simply rename your Feng family Xuanwu True Art to Turtle True Art. With a loud bang, Feng Yuanjing slammed his teacup down, barely concealing his fury. Gentlemen, let us temper our tempers. Ling Yishan interjected with a jovial demeanor. Wu Yonk, clad in a black trench coat, sat alone at the side, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding events. His face obscured by a black magician's hat, his expression remained unreadable. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, the mayor was about to speak when a figure clad in black military attire silently appeared at the entrance. Chapter 82. The storm approaches. Upon discovering the peculiarities surrounding Wu Yonk, all eyes instinctively turned towards the entrance. There stood a man clad in a black military uniform adorned with a skirt like him. His long, smooth hair cascading down his back, at his waist hung a slender, golden long sword. The man's pupils were a commanding dark gold, and though he remained silent, his mere presence exuded an aura of authority that demanded respect. Beside him crouched a small, fierce creature with the head of a wolf and the ears of a fox, adorned with horns upon its brow, its body a deep black while its 4 paws were as white as snow. This adorable beast gazed curiously at the individuals within the room. The sudden appearance of the man in black military attire at the door left the 3 family heads feeling a shared sense of astonishment. Despite the man's stillness, they sensed no presence emanating from the entrance. He was imperceptible, visible only to the naked eye. It was worth noting that the 3 of them were all at the late stage of the martial Xian realm. In Ninghai City, and even in major cities like Beijing and Demon City, where top-tier martial artists such as martial saints and extreme martial saints roamed, they could be considered formidable individuals. Yet, they had failed to detect the exact moment this imposing figure in black had arrived. When had such a level of martial prowess emerged in Ninghai City? The city mayor wiped the sweat from his brow. Before he could utter a word, he noticed Wu Yonk and the 3 family heads gazing in unison towards the doorway. Only then did the mayor belatedly turn his attention to the entrance, whereupon he donned a cheerful smile and briskly approached the man in military garb. "Allow me to introduce everyone. This gentleman comes from Shanha Province." Shanha Province is a higher administrative division encompassing Jianglan City and Ninghai City, comprising 26 cities. Just as the mayor was about to reach the door, the two chairs beside the conference table magically slid apart, revealing the silhouette of the man in black military attire seated there. Next to him, the small, fierce creature also took a seat. "Are you not going to welcome me, Wu Yunk?" The man in black military attire spoke in a calm tone. His authoritative dark gold eyes fixed upon Wu Yunk, who sat opposite him, his brow slightly furrowed. It seemed they were acquainted. "What brings you here?" Wu Yunk met the man's gaze without flinching. Though his expression bore a hint of complexity, the mayor, completely ignored by the man in black, chuckled awkwardly, unperturbed, and continued with his introductions. "This is the officer sent from Shanha Province, a Marshal Venerable from the military department." Yip yip, the small beast beside him tapped its snowy paw against the table leg. Noticing the sound, the mayor quickly added, "Oh, and this here is Yip. This is the March Beast, a 5th-tier fierce beast. The physical prowess of fierce beasts often surpasses that of humans, and thus their tier classification does not account for the Qi and Blood realm, as martial artists in that realm cannot compete with fierce beasts. Consequently, a 1st-tier fierce beast corresponds to a human martial artist at the martial apprentice level, while a 5th-tier fierce beast aligns with the martial venerable realm. This seemingly unremarkable creature was, in fact, a 5th-tier fierce beast. Following the mayor's introduction, the three family heads exchanged glances, slightly taken aback. As if sensing their gaze, the March Beast stood upright on its chair, puffing out its fluffy chest with an air of pride. "Little March, be quiet." The man in black military attire turned his head to glance at the March Beast. His brow furrowing slightly, woo-woo after being reprimanded, the March Beast lowered its head, emitting a whimpering sound. Once the creature was silenced, the man in black turned his attention back to Wu Yunk, his dark gold pupils, hidden beneath his bangs, flickering momentarily before returning to their former state. "You've been in Ninghai City for a month, and have yet to apprehend that heretical follower, though you require assistance?" "No need," Wu Yunk reclined with his hands behind his head, dismissively refusing. After a moment of silent scrutiny, the man in black suddenly smiled. "You remain unchanged, however, regarding the recent heretical incidents in Ninghai City. The matter is of significant concern. Even Shanha Province is aware of it. I am here to address this issue. Now, tell me, what do you know about that heretical follower?" With arms crossed and eyes narrowed slightly, the man's dark gold gaze swept over the group. "His name is Bai Yujing. He is merely a mid-stage martial lord. Just yesterday, he wreaked havoc at the residence of the Feng family head." Yun Tianqing remarked with a grin. "What do you know? That Bai Yujing is already at mid-stage martial venerable." Feng Yuanjing glared at Yun Tianqing. Originally, Feng Yuanjing had not intended to reveal this information, but upon the arrival of the man in black military attire, he had a change of heart. Although he knew that Bai Yujing was not a heretical follower, admitting the truth would not only jeopardize his daughter's safety, but also expose his previous attempts to conceal the truth. If that were to happen, the other two families would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to pressure the Feng family, tarnishing their reputation. In that case, they would struggle to secure a place even in Ninghai City, let alone elsewhere. "Impossible. Are you joking?" Feng Luyun broke through to mid-stage martial venerable years ago. How could he be killed by Bai Yujing? Yun Tianqing was incredulous at Feng Yuanjing's claim. As a long-standing rival of the Feng family, he was somewhat familiar with Feng Luyun's abilities. May I say something?" The mayor timidly raised his hand. "Bai Yujing was previously an executor at the Martial Supervision Bureau. I had someone investigate his records, and it appears he was only at the first layer of the Qi and Blood realm when he entered the Bureau a year ago." What? This revelation shocked not only Yun Tianqing but also Ling Yishan. They now grasped the gravity of the situation. If Bai Yujing had the capability to annihilate the Feng family yesterday, he might very well turn his sights on the Yun and Ling families tomorrow. Let us proceed as planned. Regardless of whether Bai Yujing is truly what he seems, I will take the March Beast to verify," the man in black military attire declared, and before his words had fully settled, he was already at the doorway, his back turned to the gathering. Seeing that he was being left behind, the March Beast leaped from its chair and dashed toward the exit. Just as the man in black was about to step through the door, He seemed to recall something. By the way, recently in Shanha province, there have been reports of individuals possessed by an unknown force known as the possessed Wu Yonk. You should be vigilant. I hope you haven't been possessed yourself? Turning around, the man in black fixed his icy dark gold gaze upon Wu Yonk. Chapter 83. A fleeting flaw. After the man in black military attire casually mentioned this seemingly trivial thought, the mayor, who had been standing silently to the side, felt the temperature in the room drop several degrees. The cold weather that had persisted in Ninghai City for nearly a month, attributed to the recent heavy snowfall, now made the conference room feel akin to a frigid ice chamber, prompting him to tighten his clothing. The three family heads also directed their attention towards Wu Yonk, who was similarly clad in black. Though they were unaware of the specifics, the hints dropped by the man in black had instinctively raised their concerns. Being an ordinary person, the mayor merely felt a sudden chill, but the three family heads sensed a faint yet palpable pressure bearing down upon Wu Yonk at that moment. The behavior of the man in black could almost be construed as a blatant provocation. Yet, even so, Wu Yonk showed no inclination to draw his weapon, the Tian Nu Jing Ting Chong, in retaliation. Instead, a slight smile, tinged with resignation, graced his lips. If you suspect me, it seems the situation over there is indeed dire. Enough with these pointless tests. Sitting slightly upright, he lifted his right hand to adjust his black hat. Wu Yonk's gaze met the man in black's fiery dark gold eyes. You should be aware that upon reaching the martial venerable realm, a barrier is established over one's spirit. At our level, it is not so easy for any random entity to possess us. Regarding the unknown force you mentioned, known as the possessed, I will keep an eye on it within Ninghai City. As Wu Yonk spoke, the oppressive aura that had previously surrounded him dissipated, as if the earlier tension had merely been an illusion. What is the nature of your aura? Why has it diminished from the martial venerable realm? The man in black narrowed his eyes, focusing on Wu Yonk's right hand, which had just raised his hat. Also, I recall you being left-handed. Last month, I sustained severe injuries while battling the ghost-level star beast. The Snow Dragon King, which invaded from a rift randomly opened in Ninghai City. I have yet to fully recover. With a serene expression adorning his face, he slowly rolled up the sleeve of his left arm, revealing a ring of icy blue markings concealed beneath. Wu Yonk remarked, "It is nothing short of a miracle that I have survived this time. For individuals like us, one cannot predict the day when death may come knocking." Gazing at the chilling marks still emanating an eerie aura from Wu Yonk's wrist, even Feng Yuanjing, Yun Tiancheng, and Ling Yishan, the three esteemed patriarchs, displayed a hint of reverence. Wu Yonk's words bore no flaws. The man in the black military uniform, having briefly utilized the Eye of Broken Delusion, found nothing amiss, and his initial intent was merely to test the waters. Observing the situation, he refrained from further inquiry. Moreover, the individuals previously possessed in Shanha province were identified by the March Beast, whose innate sensitivity to mismatched soul auras is well known. Given that the March Beast was now in close proximity to Wu Yonk and exhibited no reaction, it suggested that all was well. The higher-ups in the military had instructed him to bring the March Beast to Ninghai City not only to assist in addressing the recent widespread possession incident, but also to subtly probe Wu Yonk's intentions. Since no irregularities were detected, there was no need for him to linger further. Without uttering another word, the man in the black military uniform, along with the March Beast, vanished from the conference room in unison. It seemed he had not uncovered anything. Wu Yonk's gaze flickered momentarily towards the spot where the man had stood before leaving. He was acutely aware of the effect of the man's dark golden eyes. However, this was not an illusion. It was a genuine instance of possession. Yet, the little creature known as the March Beast was indeed quite perceptive. Had it not been for its significantly lower rank compared to its kindred, it might have exposed the truth this time. Unexpectedly, the creature turned out to be left-handed. Fortunately, the injuries it sustained on its left hand during its fierce battle with the ghostly-level star beast, Snow Dragon King, had yet to fully heal. Even with complete possession of this body and an absolute inheritance of the original owner's memories, one must not grow complacent. This was his only flaw. And now that flaw had vanished, in the future, none would remain. For as the saying goes, a flaw is fleeting. Has he truly departed? The mayor, momentarily taken aback by the silent exit of the man in the black military uniform, seemed momentarily lost, clearly struggling to comprehend the situation. He had initially awaited the man's arrival, who was supposed to be a formidable ally sent by the military to assist in capturing the evil god's disciple, Bai Yujing. But now, before any discussion had begun, the man had simply walked away. The mayor's expression soured instantly. The purpose of gathering everyone today was to seek the assistance of the three esteemed patriarchs and Lord Wu Yonk to capture the evil god's disciple. Bai Yujing, he hesitated, glancing at the others. Noticing their indifference to his words, the mayor steeled himself and gritted his teeth, proposing, "How about the mining rights to 3 veins of elemental stone for a year as remuneration?" As soon as his words fell, he noticed a flicker of interest in the expressions of those present. Elemental stones are one of the vital resources for martial artists. The profits generated from a year's mining rights to a single vein are substantial. Initially, he had not intended to offer so much, but considering the consequences of being left with nothing after this meeting, he made the decision to invest heavily. Those crafty old foxes, the mayor inwardly cursed. Last night, the evil god's disciple, Bai Yujing, invaded the Feng family's stronghold and ruthlessly slaughtered our kin. This time, the Feng family is willing to lend a hand to eradicate the evil god's disciple. Bai Yujing, Feng Yuanzheng, was the first to voice his agreement. The Feng family had long-standing enmity with Bai Yujing, so the mayor's proposal was a perfect match for his intentions, and he would naturally not refuse. The Yun family, Ling family, is also willing to assist, restoring peace to Ninghai City. After exchanging glances, Yun Tiancheng and Ling Yishan also expressed their willingness to join forces. This was indeed the best outcome. The mayor felt a surge of confidence, believing his position was secure. Chapter 84. Hunting, Waiting for the Rabbit. Initially, Yun Tiancheng, the head of the Yun family, and Ling Yishan, the head of the Ling family, were reluctant to get involved. However, the mayor's tempting offer was simply too enticing. A year's worth of elemental stone production could cultivate numerous talents for their families, making the potential gains sufficient to compel their involvement. Moreover, the presence of Bai Yujing undeniably posed a threat that they could not ignore. The mayor turned his gaze towards Wu Yonk, who seemed to be deep in thought. "If we locate that individual, I shall eliminate him." Wu Yonk narrowed his eyes slightly. The authorities in Shanha province had already begun to suspect him, and it was likely they would send someone to probe further. He needed to take action to prove his innocence. The emergence of Bai Yujing at this moment was fortuitous, drawing everyone's attention away. The entity possessing Feng Shuetong was inadvertently aiding him significantly. Upon hearing Wu Yonk's response, the mayor felt a surge of elation. This was it. They were secure now. With 3 late-stage martial Xian realm masters and 2 super-strong 7th-tier martial venerable realm practitioners. Combined with the influence of the 3 major martial arts families in Ninghai City and the Martial Supervision Bureau's power, even if Bai Yujing possessed extraordinary abilities and was adept at concealment, as long as he remained in Ninghai City, he would never escape this time. However, Bai Yujing was indeed incredibly elusive. After the initial excitement, the mayor expressed his concerns. Previously, aside from issuing a wanted order for the Martial Supervision Bureau and the police to hunt him down together, I also placed a regional reward with the Martial Association. Despite the entire city searching for several days, we have yet to locate him. That can be easily resolved. Let the head of the Feng family use the Worldly Mountains and Seas map once more. Yun Tiancheng suggested with a smile, glancing at Feng Yuanjing. I suddenly recalled that it was used last time, and it pointed to the wrong location. The Worldly Mountains and Seas map can only be used once within a year, and it is no longer available. You need not be so sarcastic, old ghost Yun. Since you believe it is ineffective, why not try using your family's celestial artifact? Feng Yuanjing proposed, feigning contemplation. Of course, he was aware that the Yun family had no celestial artifacts in their lineage. His remarks were merely intended to provoke. As anticipated, Yun Tiancheng's expression shifted through shades of green and white upon hearing this. Then we shall have to see if the military officer from Shanha province possesses any good ideas. Ling Yishan pondered before speaking. If he lacks a solution, we will have to resort to our previous method, dispersing our family's personnel to search. Yet this approach was inefficient. In fact, we have another option. Ling Yishan paused momentarily before continuing. I have a hypothesis. Would you care to hear it? What hypothesis? The others, excluding Wu Yonk, cast puzzled glances in his direction. Have you ever considered why Bai Yujing transformed from an inconspicuous Martial Supervision Bureau officer of the first layer in the Blood Qi realm to a mid-tier Martial Zone realm practitioner in just over a year? Ling Yishan stroked his white beard, narrowing his eyes slightly. Is it not due to the power of the evil god? The mayor inquired, perplexed. Even if it were the evil god, he could not bestow power upon his followers without reason. Unless he undertook some action that warranted the evil god's blessing. For instance, Ling Yishan's eyes glimmered with certainty as he said, "Murder." Bai Yujing's rise to the position of an execution officer within the Martial Supervision Bureau and the ensuing possession incident in Ninghai City were likely orchestrated for the purpose of killing. He may have been committing murder as a sacrifice to rapidly advance his martial arts realm. That makes sense. Listening to Ling Yishan's analysis, the others began to entertain the likelihood of this scenario. Except for Feng Yuanzheng. Makes sense, my foot. Had I not known that the true identity of that evil god's disciple is my own daughter, Feng Shuetong, I might have been swayed by Ling Yishan's words. Yet despite harboring such thoughts, he revealed none of his inner turmoil. I suspect that if he wishes to continue advancing, he may resort to further killings. Ling Yishan continued to analyze. By now, many people have already left Ninghai City, and the remaining population is dwindling. I propose that instead of aimlessly searching for Bai Yujing, we assign each person to monitor a specific area, waiting for him to appear. As soon as Bai Yujing shows himself, given his martial zone realm strength, he will undoubtedly be unable to escape from our grasp. A glimmer of wisdom shone in Ling Yishan's eyes. Indeed, your reasoning is compelling, he conceded. Ling Yishan's analysis was well-founded, and his proposed method was indeed feasible. Stealing a glance at Yun Tiancheng, who was nodding in agreement, even Feng Yuanjing began to waver. Could it be that Bai Yujing truly was the evil god's disciple? Excellent! Let us proceed as the head of the Ling family suggests. The mayor, who had initially harbored concerns, was now filled with excitement as he slapped his thigh. Meanwhile, in a secluded courtyard, Bai Yujing remained oblivious, unaware that a vast net was silently being cast around him on the other side. Within the Feng family's main stronghold, a figure clad in black military attire and possessing long black hair appeared silently within the premises. Despite the numerous individuals coming and going, strangely, not a single person paid him any heed, even as they passed by him. Upon closer examination, everything surrounding the man clad in black military attire possesses an ethereal quality. He appears to be enveloped by a unique aura, a manifestation of the realm he comprehended after advancing to the martial sovereign stage, the realm of illusion and reality. Within this domain, he remains untouched by those existing in the tangible world. Akin to layers on the same canvas, unless he chooses otherwise. In summary, this is an immensely powerful domain. The military department of Shanha province has dispatched him, rather than anyone else, with this consideration in mind. At the residence of the Feng family, a charming little creature resembling a wolf with fox ears, adorned in a dark coat and snow-white paws, is scurrying about with its head lowered, sniffing the air. Xiao Sanyue, have you made any discoveries? After a brief moment, the man in black military attire cast a fleeting glance at the creature, which was searching for something. Apart from its sensitivity to souls, the Sanyue beast is also highly attuned to sense. Having heard of the carnage wrought by Yujing at the Feng residence the previous night, he brought the Sanyue beast along to ascertain if any residual essence remained. With a soft whimper, the Sanyue beast lifted its head to meet the gaze of the man in black, then shook its head at it seemed they would need to search elsewhere. The man's gaze flickered momentarily. Just then, the Sanyue beast, continuing its search, noticed a ruin within the residence. Chapter 85. The World of Reverse Sources. This was the ruin created last night when Su Yin employed the demonic sword technique. Demonic energy rampant, causing the collapsing structure to be blown apart. The Feng residents had seen an overwhelming number of casualties under Bai Yujing's murderous crescent. Thus, the servants had only managed to remove the bodies from the premises and cleanse the bloodstains this morning, leaving the destroyed buildings unattended. Returning to the matter at hand, the Sanyue beast halted a short distance from the ruin. Heaven does not forsake creatures, initially disheartened due to a lack of findings. The Sanyue beast suddenly detected two unusual auras simultaneously. One was within the ruin before it, while the other resided in the distant remains of a small building. Naturally, adhering to the principle of proximity, the Sanyue beast opted to explore the nearer ruin first. Its four paws emitted a faint, silvery luminescence as it leaped gracefully into the debris. The Sanyue beast lowered its head to sniff the residual essence within. It abruptly raised its head, its entire body freezing in place in that instant. Noticing the Sanyue beast's peculiar behavior, the man in black military attire stepped forward, and in the next moment, his figure appeared beside the creature. What is it, Xiao Sanyue? Why have you become so still? Yet, even after his approach, the Sanueb beast remained dazed and unmoving. The man's expression darkened as he crouched down and reached out to touch the Sanueb beast. To his surprise, the creature toppled over at the slightest contact, its body stiffly collapsing to the ground. Is it dead? His face clouded momentarily. He placed his hand on the Sanueb beast's body to assess its condition. Not dead. Its abdomen still rises and falls, still breathing. But what could be the matter? Gazing at the unconscious Sanueb beast, its forelegs rigidly sprawled on the ground, the man's expression revealed a hint of complexity. The sky above was shrouded in oppressive clouds. An endless darkness enveloped this world, devoid of any signs of life. Only an interminable silence and desolation prevailed. It was eerily quiet. Amidst the vast emptiness stood a city, solitary against the desolate landscape, mirroring the stillness of the world. The city was riddled with ruins, collapsed skyscrapers, and the cracked earth was devoid of any vegetation, a world long deceased. The Sanueb beast lay curled within the shadows between two relatively intact structures at the city's heart. Motionless against the ground, in its glossy black eyes, a human-like fear flickered. Suddenly, from the dim skies above, a slender limb, hundreds of meters long, reminiscent of an arthropod's appendage, descended through the clouds into the shattered city. Following it came a second, then a third. Dozens of elongated limbs from this unknown creature passed before the Sanueb beast, with its jointed appendages and fine hairs distinctly visible. Remarkably, as these limbs made contact with the city's structures, they caused no destruction, instead passing through them as though they were mere illusions, carefully circumventing the area where the Sanueb beast lay, gradually vanishing into the distance. This was the 13th colossal unknown creature's apparition to pass before the Sanueb beast. These beings appeared to lack physical form, possibly existing in another dimension. Yet this did not prevent the Sanueb beast from experiencing an uncontrollable surge of fear. Its prostration was compelled by another reason. At the center of the city, a fractured sword, towering several dozen meters high, was embedded into the cracked earth. The reason it appeared indistinct was that most of the sword's body was obscured in chaos, revealing only faint patterns along the blade. The sword emanated an aura that made the Sanueb beast tremble uncontrollably. Despite being a fifth-tier ferocious beast, it felt diminutive in comparison to the sword. The Sanueb beast was oblivious to what transpired. Upon utilizing its innate ability to connect with a dark essence, it found itself in this bizarre location upon opening its eyes. Initially, it had intended to steer clear of the sword, which instilled dread within it, however. Noticing that these unknown colossal creatures seemed to intentionally avoid the central area as they passed through, the Sanueb beast remained in place. After several minutes, as it sensed no further monstrous entities approaching, it cautiously lifted its head, curiosity compelling it to glimpse the sword in its entirety. Just as the Sanueb beast's gaze ascended, a blinding light erupted from the hilt, illuminating the heavens and earth. An overwhelming horror surged within. In the next instant, the Sanueb beast's form vanished from this world. Within a room, the Sanueb beast awoke from a soft bed. "You are awake?" The man in black military attire, seated at a table polishing a slender golden sword, inquired. The Sanueb beast lay on the bed, burying its head in its fluffy paws, trembling uncontrollably. What could it have witnessed to instill such fear? Observing this scene, a flicker of concern crossed the man's dark golden eyes. He had never seen the Sanueb beast so profoundly terrified, although it had encountered cultists of the malevolent deity before. This reaction was unprecedented. It appeared that this little creature would not be of much help this time in a small courtyard on the outskirts. The previous night, after regulating his internal energy through breathing techniques and temporarily suppressing the turbulent killing intent, Bai Yujing sat cross-legged on his bed, meditating for an entire day and night. Although engaged in cultivation, he remained partially alert, directing a fraction of his consciousness and essence to guard against the surroundings. Even after escaping peril, Bai Yujing did not allow himself to relax. After advancing to the mid-stage of the martial sovereign realm, his perception had significantly heightened, and the incidents of nearly being ambushed by the shadowy martial lord would not recur. After exhaling deeply, Bai Yujing gradually opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. His condition had nearly returned to normal. Following a night of recuperation, he had mostly acclimatized to the power of the martial sovereign realm. Chapter 86. The method of achieving 3 benefits in one move upon breaking through to the martial sovereign realm. The killing sword intent he had previously comprehended had reached a level of mastery through numerous life and death encounters. Moreover, whether due to the divine sword's recent advancement, Bai Yujing sensed a subtle restoration of his rationality as the raging killing intent subsided considerably. However, a point of regret lingered. Although he had slain the black-clad martial sovereign wielding dual blades, he had failed to bring down Feng Xuedong under his sword. Following this setback, Feng Xuedong would likely be surrounded by heightened protection, making any attempt on her life increasingly arduous. Nevertheless, he had now reached the mid-stage of the martial sovereign realm. Bolstered by the divine sword's power, even against the refined elder he faced last night, he felt confident that he could contend evenly or safely retreat using shadow escape. Yet, these concerns paled in comparison to his true apprehension. The head of the Feng family, a formidable warrior who had attained the late stage of the martial profound realm. Unlike others, the Feng family head had gained renown over many years and reached the late stage of the martial profound realm long ago, a genuinely dangerous individual. From a young age, Bai Yujing had heard numerous tales of his exploits and had once fantasized about becoming such a powerful figure. The term martial profound realm, 3 simple words, represents a pinnacle that countless martial artists strive for throughout their lives. Akin to a towering mountain that one gazes up at in awe, while his true target was not Feng Xuedong herself, but rather the lingering resentment that had attached to her, taken by the puppet princess as her kin. Yet Bai Yujing was acutely aware that Feng Yuanzheng, a formidable figure in the late stage of the martial void realm, would never grant an explanation to someone as insignificant as himself. It was inconceivable that Feng Yuanjing would believe his words. Moreover, he had only just slain a considerable number of individuals from the Feng family the previous night, despite the severe taint upon their souls. However, he possessed no evidence to substantiate any of this. Thus, when he next sought to eliminate Feng Xuedong, he might very well confront Feng Yuanjing directly. Bai Yujing understood that the chasm between himself and Feng Yuanjing remained vast. The martial sovereign realm was still insufficient. Contemplating this, he narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression turning solemn for a moment. As for the 2 heads of the prominent martial families, also late-stage warriors of the martial void realm, Bai Yujing believed the likelihood of crossing paths with them to be minimal. In truth, he held no grievances against these 2 families. If he were to continue his rapid ascension in power, he would inevitably need to rely on the blood rain and sweet dew of the divine sword. Upon reaching the martial sovereign realm, the benefits derived from slaying ordinary people would be negligible. Only by vanquishing martial artists, particularly those with abundant vitality and high martial prowess, could he achieve swift advancement. Bai Yujing dismissed the notion of slaughtering innocents to ascend to a higher realm after a fleeting moment of contemplation. After all, if he were to indiscriminately massacre ordinary folk, how would he differ from the shadowy figure, the martial monarch, who had ruthlessly exterminated his entire family? The vengeance he had steadfastly pursued would lose all meaning. Bai Yujing firmly believed that his sister and mother would not wish to see him transform into a heartless demon of slaughter in his quest for retribution. Turning his gaze to the window, he beheld the moon hanging high in the night sky. A gentle breeze wafted through, causing his long hair to dance gracefully in his grasp. The blade of the demonic sword bore red patterns that appeared even more bewitching under the pure silver glow of the moonlight. Was it already night again? As he observed the moonlit landscape outside, Bai Yujing fell into deep contemplation. Suddenly, his expression brightened with a stroke of inspiration as he conceived a brilliant idea that would yield 3-fold benefits. Just past midnight, Bai Yujing, seated cross-legged on his bed in meditation, opened his eyes. He grasped the demonic sword and exited the small courtyard. Cloaked in the cover of night, he activated the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow technique. After breaking through to the martial sovereign realm, the range of this shadowy teleportation had significantly expanded, allowing him to traverse hundreds of meters in an instant. And of course, Su Yin, empowered by the pervasive demonic energy, could teleport over 1,000 meters with a single use of the technique. Though he had often observed Bai Yujing employing this method, Su Yin could not help but marvel at its potency. The Wind Spirit Moon Shadow not only facilitated stealth but also concealed one's aura, covering a vast area. He pondered where Liao Hong had acquired such an extraordinary technique, as it seemed to defy classification even among mid-tier techniques. This enigma lingered in his mind. Utilizing the extensive shadowy teleportation, Bai Yujing swiftly infiltrated the city of Ninghai. Along the way, he encountered scarcely anyone. The shops and martial arts halls lay shrouded in darkness. However, he did not linger even for a moment, for he was not there for such trivialities. Under the cloak of night, Bai Yujing stealthily approached a brightly lit courtyard. Within this courtyard, a lively atmosphere enveloped him, punctuated by the sound of clinking glasses and raucous laughter from men within the building. This estate belonged to a nefarious organization known as the Hunters. The leader, Feng Kuang, a late-stage martial monarch, was rumored to be a side branch of the Feng family and specialized in hunting those who emerged from the Ninghai Mountains, returning from their deadly encounters with ferocious beasts. Killing beasts was far swifter and simpler than slaughtering humans. Once outside the city of Ninghai, the Great Xia had no explicit prohibition against martial artists engaging in private duels. Thus, the authorities had little recourse against such unethical yet legal conduct. Bai Yujing had learned of this from an elderly gentleman who frequently purchased charcoal from him during his days selling on the streets. The man's son had joined an 8-member team hunting beasts in the Ninghai Mountains, only to encounter an organization like the Hunters upon returning, never to see his newborn son again. Afterward, the old man never returned to buy charcoal, and it was rumored that he had met a similar fate at that time. Bai Yujing could only lament the treachery of the world, having been merely in the first layer of the vitality realm, slightly stronger than an ordinary person. Though he felt indignant at such injustices, there was little he could do. However, as he contemplated how to swiftly elevate his power that night, the memory resurfaced. Slaying such martial artists would not only bolster his strength, but also serve as a form of retribution for the divine sword. Moreover, it could be considered an act of righteous vengeance, a trifecta of benefits. Organizations like this were not uncommon in Ninghai City. The Hunters were merely one of the larger factions. To hunt ferocious beasts, one would generally need to start as a martial disciple, and those hunting these creatures often possessed considerable martial prowess. Such individuals could not possibly have clean hands. With this thought, Bai Yujing's gaze flickered momentarily as he gripped the demonic sword and moved toward the area where the most potent auras congregated, where the greatest number of individuals could be sensed. Chapter 87. Tonight, a sacrifice for the sword. Though the name Hunters had become notorious in Ninghai City, it was said that good men do not live long, while evildoers leave a legacy of suffering. As a bona fide criminal organization, the Hunters could be regarded as a collective of villains. They understood the law and refrained from misconduct within the city. However, once outside the safety zone, they were merciless. Furthermore, their leader, Feng Kuang, was a martial monarch of formidable skill, bolstered by the Feng family's influence. Consequently, few dared provoke them, even when acquaintances fell victim to their raids. The average person could only swallow their grievances, silently accepting their fate. This world is peculiar. If one is a good person who neglects martial training, even those unknown to them may trample upon them. Yet, if one is a deeply malevolent martial artist, surrounding witnesses would laugh nervously, fearing for their own safety. Ultimately, the essence of any world is survival of the fittest, yet in a realm steeped in martial prowess. This principle is magnified. Even in the relatively orderly Great Xia, numerous abhorrent martial artists who disregarded the law would occasionally surface. Few could maintain their integrity like Bai Yujing, wielding immense power while remaining true to himself. Putting aside idle chatter, returning to the matter at hand, the Hunters were, after all, a minor faction compared to the grand martial families like the Fengs. The guards patrolling this courtyard were evidently inferior in both quality and quantity compared to those stationed at the Feng family stronghold. Many appeared drowsy and lethargic, lacking the discipline exhibited by the Feng family's elite. This was to be expected, as most of these individuals, prior to joining the Hunters, had been nothing more than societal dregs with little merit beyond martial prowess. Inside, the room was aglow with light and lively chatter as cups clinked together. Outside, several martial artists clad in tight clothing, their waists adorned with standard long swords and fierce expressions, gathered in conversation. These individuals were all martial master realm warriors, their blades gleaming menacingly, each a formidable artifact of considerable quality. One of them glanced at the room filled with raucous laughter and muttered with dissatisfaction. If you ask me, the boss is overly cautious. Who in Ninghai City would dare provoke us Hunters at this hour? Damn it, here we are, standing like wooden posts, and it's infuriating. What can we do? It has been a tumultuous time lately. It's better to be cautious. Just hold on a little longer. By the way, after the shift change, should we head over to the Golden Dragon Society for some fun? Ive heard they've recently acquired a new batch of fine goods. A knowing smile crept across one face. I see you're quite hungry. I doubt you could handle that sort of merchandise. Another scoffed, casting a disdainful glance. Honestly, I'd still prefer that delicate girl we captured from that academy team returning from the Ninghai Mountains. Such a fragile thing. She was gone before we even had our fun. You have the audacity to say that? If it weren't for your heavy-handedness, she wouldn't have met her end so swiftly. The group exchanged banter, but soon found the topic dull, shifting to the recent rumor of Bai Yujing vanishing after escaping from the Feng family. Do you think we'll be so unfortunate as to run into him? Not likely. Ninghai City is vast, and besides, we hunters have no grievances with Bai Yujing. Why would he seek us out? True enough, but I can't shake this uneasy feeling tonight. Stop scaring yourself. That Bai Yujing is merely in the mid-stage of the martial monarch realm, while our boss is in the late stage. If he dares to come, the boss will handle him. After some time, someone finally sensed something amiss at TS late. Why hasn't the shift change occurred? And is it just me, or is it unusually quiet outside? Something's wrong. I smell blood. Intruders. You all stay alert. I'm fast. I'll find the boss. The individual's expression shifted as he sprinted toward the brightly lit room. The others, upon noticing, instinctively reached for their swords, preparing for action. Just then, from the darkness around a nearby corner, a figure clad in white emerged, wielding a sword with a single hand. Blood dripped from the tip of the long sword, forming a serpentine trail of crimson behind him. Yet, astonishingly, his form remained immaculate, untouched by a single drop of blood. In that very instant, when the figure clad in white appeared, those closest to Bai Yujing drew their blades in unison and charged at him. Their reactions were swift, but ultimately futile, for they faced Bai Yujing. Before they could reach him, a fierce and chilling gale swept through, sending them hurtling backward. Their martial prowess was woefully inadequate. They could not withstand even the winds summoned by Bai Yujing. With a mere flick of his wrist, he wielded his sword, not employing any intricate swordplay. The essence of the world coalesced around that single strike, and a blade of wind severed the air, swiftly decapitating the line of attackers. The vitality and blood essence transformed into a nourishing rain, flowing into Bai Yujing through the enchanted sword. As he advanced, most of the hunters he encountered were but martial apprentices or masters. Utterly trivial in the presence of Bai Yujing, who stood at the pinnacle of the martial realm. However, the meager vitality he had harvested was but a drop in the ocean for him. Thus, he had deliberately allowed one minion to escape, seeking to summon stronger foes. He required the blood of the skilled to perform his sacrificial rite for the divine sword. Just as Bai Yujing anticipated. He did not have to wait long. The door of a brightly lit chamber was suddenly kicked open from within. A one-eyed giant, bare-chested and muscular, emerged, flanked by his subordinates. The boss, the outsiders have all been slain. Someone reported. The courtyard was strewn with corpses, heads rolling about. A figure in white, masked and holding a sword, stood not far away. Feng Kuang extended a hand, commanding his subordinate beside him, "Bring me my halberd." He squinted, directing his gaze toward the white-clad figure, his voice rough and low. "Who are you?" Due to Bai Yujing's mask and the transformed appearance of the demonic sword, Feng Kuang failed to recognize him. Bai Yujing remained silent. Tonight was the night of his sacrificial rite. Late-stage martial lord, quite impressive. Bai Yujing discerned Feng Kuang's level at a glance. Not receiving a reply, Feng Kuang's expression darkened suddenly. No words? Just capture him, and he will speak. With a swift motion, Feng Kuang took the initiative, raising his halberd imbued with the weight of the earth, striking toward Bai Yujing's right shoulder. Yet, he did not unleash his full power. It was more of a probing strike. This white-clad individual was an enigma to him, and he sought to gauge the opponent's strength. After all, he had not perceived the other's realm, knowing he was a late-stage martial lord. If he could not see through his opponent, could it be that the other was above the martial sovereign realm? However, martial sovereigns were rare in Ninghai City, with most belonging to the three prominent martial families. Recognized as formidable figures, Feng Kuang reasoned that he had not provoked any martial sovereign sword masters in his dealings with hunters. Thus, he believed it more likely that his opponent had cultivated a method to conceal his aura. Although this was merely a tentative strike, To the eyes of those present, it was as if a mountain bore down upon them, the momentum akin to a tempestuous storm. The thick, earthy essence enveloped the halberd. Advancing with an irresistible force, with a thunderous rush of wind, the halberd quickly closed in on the white-clad figure. Yet, he did not flinch nor evade. Just as all believed, the white-clad man had been petrified by the ferocity of the attack. The blade in his right hand glowed with bright crimson runes, illuminating the night like flames. Unlike Feng Kuang's restrained attempt to seize Bai Yujing drew his sword with the intent to kill. Had Feng Kuang known that the figure before him was Bai Yujing, and that he was of a higher realm, he would never have been so audacious. Alas, there are no what-ifs in this world. As the sword was drawn, a resonant ringing echoed, akin to the cry of a dragon, and in that instant, a blood-red sword aura erupted. This was the blood flame slash, an extension of the will of slaughter. Yet, having ascended to the martial sovereign realm, Bai Yujing's mastery over the will of slaughter had reached its zenith, thereby enhancing the blood flame slash, in that fleeting moment, as the sword was unleashed. The terrifying essence of the heavens and earth coalesced around the blood-red sword aura, solidifying into a formidable force. "Watch out, boss," someone urgently warned. The essence of the world, a martial sovereign? Upon realizing this, Feng Kuang's countenance paled, and thoughts of retreat began to stir within him. He hastily altered his offensive stance to a defensive one, positioning the halberd before him. "Wait, I am of the Feng family, an associate of the Grand Elder," he shouted in panic. "If you kill me, won't you fear the Feng family?" Feng Kuang frantically channeled the thick earth essence within him, erecting a barrier of earthy hue before his body, while fear overtook him. However, with a crisp crack, the blood-red sword aura shattered Feng Kuang's barrier without hindrance, obliterating his spirit weapon halberd. The emerald light flickered twice across Feng Kuang's chest, as his protective spirit artifacts, one shaped like a necklace and the other like a jade pendant, were ground to dust. How is this possible? Why is he so powerful? The might of that strike surpassed his wildest imagination, leaving Feng Kuang in a state of disbelief. The blood-red sword aura, imbued with an unstoppable momentum, cleaved through him, bisecting his body with ease. One half of his form slid down, lifeless. "You wait, the Grand Elder will avenge me." Feng Kuang's defiance lingered as he felt the life force ebbing swiftly from him. His gaze filled with hatred directed at Bai Yujing. After Bai Yujing dispatched Feng Kuang with a single strike, an oppressive silence enveloped the scene. "He actually killed the boss, brothers, charged together. He is but one man. Let us avenge the boss. Kill him, that terrifying sword aura. He cannot possibly wield it again." Following a brief silence, the remaining members of the hunters erupted in furious shouts. "Charge!" Many drew their weapons, launching a united assault toward Bai Yujing. Yet, a small fraction glanced around, realizing no one noticed their retreat, and quietly withdrew. It was evident to the astute that this white-clad figure had dispatched the boss with alarming ease, the strongest among them. The late-stage martial lord Feng Kuang had been vanquished with such simplicity. How could they, with their highest realm being mere martial masters, withstand him? Unfortunately, not everyone possessed such insight. Often, sheer numbers do not equate to efficacy. While it is true that a swarm of ants can bring down an elephant, these hunters were not ants, and Bai Yujing was no elephant. He was the master of the demonic sword. The last thing he feared was a multitude of foes. As the warriors surged toward him, heedless of their impending doom, Bai Yujing narrowed his eyes slightly. Drawing forth the demonic sword, the blood-red light slashed through the night. In the stillness of the evening, a formidable presence emerged within the courtyard, ready to obliterate a horde of mere insects. How long would it take to annihilate them? Ling Yishan, was this your brilliant idea? In the same conference room, Feng Yuanjing glared at a tall, thin elder with a youthful visage, his white hair contrasting sharply with his appearance. "Though you realize that just last night, 3 small factions were slaughtered by that Bai Yujing? Not a single soul escaped." Feng Yuanjing slammed his palm against the table, causing it to cave in under the force of his frustration. This was a restrained reaction, yet it was clear that his fury was barely contained. After the massacre of 3 factions, Bai Yujing's prowess may have ascended yet again. The next time they encountered him, he might very well be a martial profound. "Master Feng, please remain calm. Let us maintain our composure." "Everything is under control," Ling Yishan said with an air of detachment, stroking his white beard. appearing to have everything well in hand. At the very least, we now know his objective, do we not? How can you expect me to remain calm? Feng Yuanjing replied, his voice grave, that Bai Yujing, having just broken through to the martial sovereign realm, could slay the late-stage martial sovereign, Feng Luyun, with a single strike. If he breaks through to the martial profound realm in the coming days, we may not stand a chance against him. At that moment, a burst of laughter erupted behind Feng Yuanjing. It was Union City's voice. Ha ha ha, Feng Yuanjing, you are being overly dramatic. I never realized you were so cowardly. What do you know? If Bai Yujing truly ascends to the martial profound realm, perhaps only Wu Yonk or that man from the Shanhe province military can contend with him, Feng Yuanzheng retorted coldly. Gentlemen, let us not be hasty at this juncture. Ling Yishan squinted toward the window, declaring, Bai Yujing cannot break through to the martial profound realm. Feng Yuanjing quickly composed himself, aware that venting his anger would not resolve the issue at hand. It would only serve to provide amusement for Yun Tianqing beside him. Once he regained his calm, he cast a thoughtful gaze towards the man seated opposite him, Ling Yishan, who stroked his beard and wore a perpetually cheerful expression. For a moment, Feng Yuanjing found it difficult to fathom his true intentions. Why are you so certain that Bai Yujing cannot break through to the martial Xian realm? After a moment of contemplation, unable to discern any hidden meanings, Feng Yuanjing decided to ask directly, Isn't it obvious? Ling Yishan did not immediately address the question. Instead, he lifted the teacup he had just salvaged from the table, blew on the steam, and took a leisurely sip. Speak plainly. Do not leave us in suspense, Feng Yuanjing remarked, slightly furrowing his brow. Last night, did Bai Yujing not massacre 3 small gangs and leave the scene before the Martial Supervision Bureau or our people arrived? Indeed, and what of it? Feng Yuanjing was perplexed by Ling Yishan's intent. After the slaughter of those 3 gangs, Bai Yujing might have reached the late stage of the Martial Zone realm, but he certainly had not yet attained the Martial Xian realm. Ling Yishan narrowed his eyes slightly, a glimmer of wisdom flashing within them. He was evidently anxious. What do you mean? Upon witnessing Ling Yishan's wise demeanor, Feng Yuanjing, the surge of vital energy flowed into his internal organs, cleansing every inch of his meridians. At a certain moment, the shackles within Bai Yujing were shattered, and the surrounding celestial essence seemed to be irresistibly drawn to his side, coalescing into small vortices of energy. His long black hair and the white robe he wore fluttered gently in the currents of the energy spirals. Slowly, he opened his eyes and extended his palm, where a vortex of energy hovered weightlessly above it, allowing him to feel his current state. This was the late stage of the martial sovereign realm. In truth, this breakthrough was largely attributed to Feng Luyun, the grand elder of the Feng clan, as a formidable warrior who had brushed against the threshold of the martial profound realm. Bai Yujing was almost on the verge of breaking through to the late stage of the martial sovereign realm after Su Yin had refined his blood essence with demonic energy, leaving him just one step away. Thus, after refining the vital energy he had acquired the previous night, Bai Yujing was able to ascend directly into the late stage of the martial sovereign realm. In just 2 nights, he had leaped from the mid-stage of the martial lord realm to the late stage of the martial sovereign realm, a pace that could almost be described as miraculous. However, all of this came at the cost of exhausting his physical potential. Bai Yujing had a faint premonition that perhaps the martial profound realm would be the limit of his lifetime. This did not imply that he could only cultivate to the martial profound realm, but rather that with each refinement of blood essence, the accumulated malevolent energy within him had drained his potential. Yet, he felt no regret. If given the chance to start anew, he would still make the same choices as he did today, just as he had vowed on the 7th day after the deaths of his mother and sister. Before their graves, amidst the biting wind and snow in this life, even if he were to face eternal damnation, he would ensure that all those who had harmed them would pay the price they deserved. Even if he could only break through to the early stage of the martial profound realm, it should suffice to bypass Feng Yuanjing's encirclement and directly deal with Feng Shuedong. With this thought in mind, Bai Yujing's gaze flickered slightly. The previous night, after annihilating the 3rd Black Force, he had initially intended to continue to the next target. However, it seemed that a passerby had discovered the bloodbath left behind by the hunters and reported it. To avoid causing too much commotion that might attract the attention of Wu Yonk or the heads of the 3 major clans, Bai Yujing had no choice but to abandon his plan to continue the blood sacrifice of the divine sword. But tonight, he was prepared to change targets. For to swiftly ascend from the late stage of the martial sovereign realm to the martial profound realm, the only path lay in the blood rain. Just like the previous night, as the clock on the wall struck midnight, Bai Yujing, seated cross-legged on his bed, opened his eyes. Before stepping out, he meticulously arranged his hair, tied it back, and covered it with a piece of white cloth. He then donned a pristine white robe, a habit he had developed since assuming the role of an executive officer at the Martial Supervision Bureau. For once clad in this robe, he would step onto the execution ground, delivering death to those who deserved it. Though he was no longer an executive officer, he believed that what he was doing now bore no difference from his past role. Beneath the night sky, aided by the ethereal winds and moonlight, Bai Yujing swiftly infiltrated a dim alley behind a grand domed building. This was the territory of the Golden Dragon Society, which operated a series of illicit enterprises including massage parlors, bathhouses, foot therapy, red light districts, casinos, underground death matches, and slave trading. As one of the vital gray industries controlled by the Ling family in Ninghai, the Golden Dragon Society brought immense wealth to the family, yet the evils hidden within were unfathomable to the average person. Bai Yujing chose this place because a powerful martial sovereign realm warrior was stationed here in service of the Ling family. However, just as he emerged from the shadows, ready to leap to the second floor of the Golden Dragon Society, a terrifying blade aura sliced towards him with uncanny precision. Bai Yujing, an elderly man with white hair and a youthful face, wielding a straight blade, stepped out from the shadows with a smile. Having waited for you for quite some time. Chapter 91. The value of all attributes up. It was evident that this elderly man, grinning while holding a black straight blade, had come prepared. This unscrupulous attacker was none other than Ling Yishan, who had been lying in wait at the Golden Dragon Society for a considerable time. Ling Yishan had not anticipated that his luck would be so fortuitous that night. During the day, he had predicted several locations where Bai Yujing was most likely to appear based on the targets Bai Yujing had attacked the night before. The Golden Dragon Society controlled by the Ling family, the Ninghai branch of the prosperous World Entertainment supported by the Feng family, and another gray industry backed by the Yun family. They had agreed that whoever first spotted Bai Yujing at one of these locations would immediately inform the other two family heads and Wu Yonk to prevent Bai Yujing from escaping. As the Golden Dragon Society was part of the Ling family's enterprises, Ling Yishan himself was responsible for this area, and he had sent away the martial sovereign who was originally stationed there. According to their previous agreement, upon discovering Bai Yujing, he was supposed to notify the others first before taking action. However, upon witnessing Bai Yujing's elusive and ghostly movements, Ling Yishan abruptly changed his mind. The promise made to the mayor to kill Bai Yujing and gain a year's mining rights to the Ling family's or vein was tempting, yet he was far more curious about the secret behind Bai Yujing's rapid breakthroughs. Unlike the other two family heads, who practiced superior-grade Earth-level techniques, Ling Yishan was the oldest among them and nearing his limit. If he failed to break through to the martial venerable realm soon, he might soon face death himself. The thought filled him with dread, and one is unafraid of death, not even Ling Yishan, who had reached the late stage of the martial profound realm. Contrary to the amiable old man he portrayed on the surface, Ling Yishan was, in reality, a remarkably duplicitous character. He suspected that Bai Yujing might be advancing his realm through murder, but what of it? It was known that, in this world, there was no shortage of humans. While two-legged beasts might be harder to find, two-legged people were abundant everywhere. With a swift and ruthless strike, he unleashed the blade aura almost at the moment Bai Yujing revealed himself from the shadows. However, the target of the strike was not Bai Yujing's neck, but rather his legs. Ling Yishan, with malice in his heart, decided to cripple Bai Yujing's legs upon realizing that he had mastered a shadowy, elusive movement technique. His intention was to force Bai Yujing to reveal the secret behind his astonishing speed of breakthrough before ultimately killing him. As for whether Bai Yujing could evade this strike, Ling Yishan had already sensed Bai Yujing's presence when he revealed himself. His assessment was accurate. After annihilating 3 small gangs the previous night, Bai Yujing had not yet reached the martial profound realm, merely advancing to the late stage of the martial sovereign realm. Ling Yishan stood at the late stage of the martial profound realm, a full realm higher than Bai Yujing. Furthermore, his cultivated techniques, martial skills, battle experience, and awareness far surpassed those of this young man who had been merely at the first stage of the blood essence realm just a year prior. Moreover, this strike was a surprise attack. Considering all these factors, He believed Bai Yujing had no chance of evading it. The ominous and terrifying blade aura sliced through the air, carrying with it the scent of death, cleaving through the night, even splitting the dew in the air along its path, as if to sever the space between the two. The black straight blade in Ling Yishan's hand was a mid-grade profound weapon. Named Murakumo, if struck directly, the wound would become tainted with a curse that was beyond remedy. Hence, Ling Yishan opted to wield the blade aura instead. Was Bai Yujing truly doomed? The timing of the blade aura's arrival was sudden and fierce. Coming at an angle, though Su Yin had detected it from a god's eye perspective, he was unable to warn Bai Yujing. The exquisite technique of the demonic sword required the swordmaster to possess a resolute will to die, which was different from other skills in the demonic sword inheritance. This delay left Bai Yujing mere moments away from a collision with the terrifying blade aura. Having preemptively predicted Bai Yujing's trajectory, it appeared as if Bai Yujing was charging headlong into the attack. Even Su Yin believed that this time Bai Yujing might truly meet his end. After the demonic sword's advancement, the enhancement aura had strengthened to level 2, granting him 2 to rationality, which temporarily suppressed Bai Yujing's malevolent energy. However, it also prevented Su Yin from using the demonic energy to counteract. Thus, he could only watch helplessly. Yet, inexplicably, as Bai Yujing was about to leap to the second floor of the Golden Dragon Society, he suddenly shifted in mid-air, rapidly descending towards the ground in the opposite direction of Ling Yishan. The blade aura plunged into the second floor of the Golden Dragon Society, slicing through everything in its path. Accompanied by screams from the crowd within the hall, before shooting out from the other side of the building and into the night sky, he had evaded it. Was it due to the enhancement aura granting him 2 in perception? Or was this all attributes up demonic sword technique truly so formidable? The value of the enhancement aura continued to rise, witnessing Bai Yujing evade this preemptive strike from the attacker with an astonishing maneuver. Su Yin felt a surge of surprise. This revelation underscored the strength of this seemingly inconspicuous and low-profile passive demonic sword technique. Indeed, the products of the system were bound to be exceptional. Among the demonic sword techniques he possessed, none were without merit. With one hand resting on the demonic sword, Bai Yujing gazed gravely at the elderly man with white hair stepping out from the shadows. The elder's right hand grasped a pitch-black straight blade, the hilt elongated to occupy nearly 1/3 of the entire weapon. The terrifying aura of the blade just moments ago must have been unleashed by the old man before him. Were it not for the elevation of his realm to the late stage of the martial sovereign, coupled with the divine sword's advancements from his previous endeavor, Bai Yujing realized that his perception of murderous intent and reaction speed had ascended to a new level. He would never have been able to evade that ghostly blade aura otherwise. Bai Yujing's narrowed eyes fixed upon the elder before him. The vitality and blood energy emanating from this man imparted a sense of unfathomable depth. Merely standing there, he exuded an aura of extreme danger. Bai Yujing felt an unsettling familiarity in the man's features, though he could not recall from where he recognized him. Ling Yishan seemed somewhat taken aback. He clearly had not anticipated Bai Yujing's reaction. Yet, he soon chuckled. You truly possess considerable skill. It is no wonder that so many, including the Martial Supervision Bureau of Ninghai City, the Martial Artists Association, and our 3 prominent families, have been unable to capture you. Chapter 92. Drawing Boundaries, Why Should I Flee? You 3 prominent families? Bai Yujing keenly seized upon the key phrase in the elder's words, his expression darkening immediately. Among the 3 prominent martial families in Ninghai City, only the 3 family heads could instill such a sense of oppression. He recognized Feng Yuanjing. He had caught a distant glimpse of him the day the false evil god's followers were executed in Wuyun, Quebec. The elder before him could only belong to either the Ling or Yun family head. If that were the case, today would surely be perilous for him. However, Bai Yujing did not recall having offended them. Are you Ling Yishan or Yun Tianqing? Bai Yujing inquired in a deep voice. I do not recall having wronged either of you. As he spoke to distract his opponent, he sought an opportunity to escape. Bai Yujing did not wish to confront a formidable adversary at the late stage of the martial profound realm just yet. Ling Yishan, the head of the Ling family, stroked his beard and smiled slightly. Bai Yujing, you. Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed Bai Yujing's figure slowly vanishing from sight. His smile abruptly froze on his face. Ling Yishan, after a brief moment of silence, flickered and disappeared into the night. 100 meters away from the Golden Dragon Club, In a bustling street filled with bright lights, Bai Yujing had passed through here earlier and observed the throngs of people. Strangely, only a short amount of time had elapsed. When he stepped out from the shadows, the street lay deserted, with only empty storefronts remaining. Moreover, while he had previously been able to traverse hundreds of meters instantly, he found himself halted by an invisible barrier after merely covering 100 meters. What kind of barrier is this? Bai Yujing raised his hand, unleashing a blood-colored sword aura that sliced through the air seamlessly, as if encountering no obstruction. However, upon taking a step forward, he was again blocked. Witnessing this scene, Bai Yujing's gaze shifted, revealing a hint of subtle nuance. He understood that escaping today was highly unlikely. This is the divine ability I comprehended upon breaking through to the martial profound realm, drawing boundaries. At that moment, an aged voice resonated from behind him. Within the 100-meter radius I have delineated, there are only you and me. Unless a victor emerges, there is no way for you to leave this place. Ling Yishan, clad in black, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding the calm demeanor of an old artist. Due to the nature of his divine ability, he felt no fear of Bai Yujing's escape. Bai Yujing, surrender willingly. It is merely unfortunate for you to encounter me today. Had it been the other two, the outcome might have been different. Before he could finish, Bai Yujing's figure vanished once more. Seeing this, Ling Yishan's eyelids twitched slightly, and he nearly lost his grip on the hilt. How many times must this continue? A sense of unease crept into Ling Yishan's heart if Bai Yujing persisted in evading him. He genuinely had no immediate solution. The fluctuations of divine abilities are distinct from true energy, as evident as fireflies in the night. In a short while, Feng Yuanjing and Yun Tiancheng, those two old men, would certainly take notice, and perhaps even the forces from the mountain and river provinces' military would become aware of his presence. At that point, Bai Yujing's secret would no longer be his alone to control. Moreover, he realized a troubling issue. Despite rapidly advancing from the mid-stage of the martial monarch realm to the late stage of the martial sovereign realm, Bai Yujing's intellect appeared largely unaffected. This deviated from the expected outcomes of the evil god's blessings. Could it be that his swift breakthrough was due to some treasured artifact? An item capable of propelling a person through such numerous layers of realms in such a short time? A celestial weapon, a fateful extreme martial artifact, or something entirely different? If even characters of little renown, like Bai Yujing, could ascend rapidly from the blood chi realm to the late stage of the martial sovereign realm, what heights could Ling Yishan reach with such an artifact? Martial sovereign. No, martial saint. Or perhaps, breaking through to the legendary extreme martial saint, gaining a place among the 10 glories of Daxia. Would the Daxia Martial Divine Hall welcome him? At that moment, not only would Ninghai City become insignificant, but might he also venture beyond Daxia, beyond the Blue Star, to experience the myriad races of the starry skies. Contemplating this, Ling Yishan's breath grew heavier. In comparison, a mere vein of elemental stone appeared utterly trivial. His gaze sparkled with determination. He must ascertain Bai Yujing's secret before others arrived. As the initiator of the boundary drawing ability, he could sense his opponent's location. Ling Yishan no longer hesitated. He stored away his weapon, Village Rain, in his spatial ring and retrieved a mid-tier spiritual weapon. A straight blade he had previously wielded, kept within his storage ring. With his late-stage martial profound realm strength, a spiritual weapon was more than sufficient. Subsequently, Ling Yishan transformed into a fleeting shadow, rapidly pursuing Bai Yujing's direction. As night deepened. After being intercepted once more by an invisible barrier, Bai Yujing understood that Ling Yishan had not deceived him. He was indeed ensnared by the divine ability of drawing boundaries. Although he could continuously evade using shadow movement to buy time, it served little purpose. If he sought revenge, he could not remain here indefinitely. And Ling Yishan had certainly alerted others to escape. He would need to eliminate Ling Yishan, a formidable opponent at the late stage of the martial profound realm. But was that even possible? Watching Ling Yishan approach from a distance, Bai Yujing's gaze flickered momentarily. Bai Yujing, you have nowhere to flee, Ling Yishan remarked. Observing Bai Yujing, I know that your swift ascendance to the late stage of the martial sovereign realm must harbor a secret. I have changed my mind. Share that secret with me, and I, Ling Yishan, swear to allow you to leave. Upon hearing Ling Yishan's words, Bai Yujing glanced up in surprise. A secret? His rapid breakthrough relied on the blood rain blessing of the divine sword. Yet would revealing this to Ling Yishan truly ensure his release? Bai Yujing deemed it unlikely. Moreover, he could not part with the divine sword. His vendetta remained unavenged. Thus, he thought, since that is the case, there is no way out. Slowly lifting his head, he gazed calmly at Ling Yishan, one hand resting upon the demonic sword. Yet, the words that escaped his lips were like thunder on a clear day. Why should I flee? In an instant, a small crimson vial appeared in his left hand, which he promptly crushed. Following that, he swallowed 2 blood explosion pills in one swift motion. In that moment, an aura as ferocious as an ancient beast erupted from his being. His vitality surged dramatically, and a crimson mist enveloped his body. Are you mad? You consumed 2 blood explosion pills? What is Bai Yujing attempting to accomplish? Is he truly preparing to fight me? Ling Yishan's eyelids twitched violently. Chapter 93. First, eliminate a correct answer. A man of great renown is never without substance. Indeed, Ling Yishan acknowledged that this Bai Yujing, the follower of the evil god, was not without merit. He possessed remarkable skill. Not only had he audaciously infiltrated the Feng family's stronghold days prior, slaying Feng Luyun after his breakthrough to the mid-stage and departing with ease, but he had also massacred 3 small gangs the previous night, further elevating his realm to the late stage of the martial sovereign. Moreover, just moments ago, he had evaded Ling Yishan's anticipated blade aura, which should have been inescapable for someone at the martial sovereign realm, leaving Ling Yishan somewhat impressed. Yet, what did it matter? No matter how astonishing Bai Yujing's speed of advancement, he remained merely a martial sovereign. Even at the late stage, a martial sovereign was still just that, without the comprehension of divine abilities. What grounds did Bai Yujing have to challenge him, a martial profound realm expert? Ling Yishan had already shown leniency. As long as Bai Yujing was willing to share that secret, he would allow him to leave. Did this secret hold more value than life itself? Although he had indeed played a word game, only stating he would let Bai Yujing leave without clarifying that he would spare him afterward. His intention was clear, first to obtain the secret, then deal with Bai Yujing. Yet, who could have anticipated that this madman would not even attempt to negotiate, but rather, upended the table by consuming 2 blood explosion pills? Observing the transformation of Bai Yujing across the way, his eyes suddenly shrouded in crimson, exuding a ferocious aura, enveloped in a dense mist of blood energy. Ling Yishan's lips involuntarily twitched. As the head of the Ling family, well-versed in various matters, he was certainly no stranger to blood explosion pills. These pills were concocted using the essence of a beast known as the blood-colored rampaging beast. While it is indeed possible to significantly enhance a warrior's vitality over a short period, the malevolent energy contained within the elixir can profoundly affect the warrior's mental state. Thus, one can only consume a single pill at a time. This substance caused quite a stir when it was first introduced by Wanbao Tower in Ninghai City. However, following numerous incidents where warriors succumbed to madness after experiencing explosive blood bursts due to the malevolent energy, it quickly fell out of favor, used only by a handful of reckless individuals from the Blood Lotus sect. Consuming 2 explosive blood pills simultaneously, even if one does not perish from the overwhelming surge of vitality, would still lead to significant mental impairment. Does this fellow possess no common sense at all? Is the mindset of the followers of the evil god truly so inscrutable? Ling Yishan inwardly cursed several times, his countenance darkening considerably. If Bai Yujing were to truly descend into madness, this secret would vanish forever. This sequence of thoughts transpired in mere moments. Just as Ling Yishan pondered, a figure engulfed in blood flames suddenly surged towards him with a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Simultaneously, a fiery red long sword, bearing a terrifying blood-colored blade, slashed towards him. Empowered by the enhancement from the demonic sword's aura and the explosive force from the blood pill, Bai Yujing's strength and speed surged to a horrifying level. If a warrior of the martial sovereign realm were present, this strike could potentially inflict severe injury. Nevertheless, Ling Yishan was a formidable expert in the late stages of the martial mystique realm. He raised his gaze to meet the descending blade, revealing a barely detectable hint of disdain in his eyes. Such an attack was nothing more than a basic slash relying solely on brute physical prowess. Devoid of any sword technique, indeed, his mental state had been affected in the blink of an eye. Confronted with Bai Yujing's fierce strike, Ling Yishan boldly retaliated with his straight blade, matching Bai Yujing's long sword with astonishing speed. Clang! The pitch-black blade clashed with the blood-red sword, the sound resonating like a clear chime of metal striking metal. A tremendous force emanated from the straight blade, causing Ling Yishan to take a slight step back, while Bai Yujing was sent flying by the impact. During the skirmish, Ling Yishan took the opportunity to observe the weapon wielded by Bai Yujing. He noted that it was a long sword adorned with a pattern resembling the elongated eyes of a fearsome beast on the hilt. With intricate crimson runes etched along the blade, a flash of insight crossed his mind. The killing sword that breaks through. Could this fiery red sword be the secret behind Bai Yujing's rapid advancement? However, such thoughts were quickly suppressed. There was absolutely no possibility of that. This long sword was nothing more than a mundane spirit weapon, incapable of severing even the straight blade he wielded, which was merely an intermediate spirit tool. For it to possess such extraordinary effects, it would have to be at least a celestial artifact, not merely a common spirit tool. Ling Yishan ruled out this plausible explanation. What was that old fellow contemplating just now? Su Yin caught the fleeting glances Ling Yishan had directed toward him, along with the slight motion of his gaze shifting away moments later. Why did he feel as though he was being looked down upon by this old man? Unbeknownst to him, just moments ago, Ling Yishan had assessed him as an unremarkable ordinary spirit tool. Perhaps it was for the best that he remained unaware of this. Otherwise, he would have surely confronted Bai Yujing and demanded that the old man open his eyes. However, judging by Bai Yujing's current predicament, it seemed, perhaps, that he was not faring too well. Su Yin found himself puzzled. His lack of concern stemmed from a sense of intrigue. He observed the familiar figure flying backward. Its body battered by immense force, eyes blood-red and emanating a malevolent aura, wielding only basic sword techniques, seemingly completely under the influence of the explosive blood pill. He muttered quietly to himself, "Is the side effect of this explosive blood pill truly this potent?" It was worth noting that Bai Yujing's willpower was remarkably resilient, and despite the enhancement aura, it could not be suppressed even with the added pressure of the Ice Heart bracelet. This combination had previously subdued the overwhelming and chaotic vitality, along with the malevolent energy that affected the mind. Could it be an act? Just as Su Yin contemplated this, he witnessed Bai Yujing's figure crash violently against the invisible boundary of the confinement, sending waves of energy rippling outward. Ouch, that looked painful. Had Bai Yujing been in a lucid state, he would have at least summoned blood essence or the natural energies of the world to create a barrier for cushioning. Yet he did not do so, instead bracing himself for the impact. This time, even Su Yin began to doubt whether Bai Yujing was merely pretending. Just then, a drop of water suddenly fell from the sky, striking the ground. Su Yin looked up, noticing a thick layer of dark clouds had gathered overhead, seemingly heralding a downpour. Chapter 94. The sorrowful evening rain. The ashen dreams as the first drop of evening rain fell from the sky. It wasn't long before the oppressive clouds released a steady drizzle. The rain intensified swiftly, transforming into a torrential downpour that turned the parched earth into a muddy quagmire. The wind picked up. Observing the sudden change in weather, Ling Yishan frowned slightly. He conjured a protective barrier of true essence before him, shielding himself from the rain. His divine ability, drawing the boundary, could only confine one person within the void realm. Thus, the invisible barrier had resulted in pedestrians on the street vanishing from sight. Only after the victor was determined, or if he voluntarily dispelled the boundary, would the void realm cease to exist. This technique was not particularly powerful and could even be considered somewhat weak. When the opponent's realm surpassed his own, drawing the boundary was no different from ensnaring oneself. Yet when the opponent's realm was lower, it became a source of despair for them. However, the environment within the void realm mirrored that of the real world. Was it raining outside as well? Ling Yishan was averse to such unexpected occurrences, as they instilled a sense of losing control over the situation. As a sage, he preferred everything to be firmly within his grasp. Well then, can we discuss matters now? Ling Yishan gazed calmly at Bai Yujing, who was struggling to rise from the muddy ground. Raindrops trickled down Bai Yujing's cheeks, yet he did not respond to the inquiry. Utilizing the cover of the rain and the enhancement of the fierce winds, Bai Yujing's body suddenly vanished from sight. Disappeared? Ling Yishan regarded the spot where Bai Yujing had just been, a look of mild astonishment crossing his face. That moment, Bai Yujing's figure materialized like a specter behind Ling Yishan. The demonic sword blazed with blood flames, unleashing a tide of murderous intent as it surged towards Ling Yishan's back. The intent to kill the sword, the blood flame slash. It seems you may not possess a proper understanding of the martial mystique realm. He suddenly turned around, grinning at Bai Yujing, whose eyes burned with a crimson hue. Below the martial mystique, all are but ants. A chilling flash of blade light coursed through the air, clashing with Bai Yujing's sword and igniting a shower of dazzling sparks. The unexpected blow was deftly deflected in a heartbeat. Ling Yishan teleported behind Bai Yujing, launching a kick imbued with black true essence that sent Bai Yujing flying like a sandbag. The white figure streaked through the rain, crashing heavily into the muddy ground, sending up a spray of water. Bai Yujing coughed up blood onto the blade of the sword, nearly losing his grip on it. This time, he did not spring back up as swiftly as before. Just as Ling Yishan had stated, the disparity between them was insurmountably vast, so much so that even without utilizing any martial techniques in pursuit of the secret, he could still incapacitate Bai Yujing effortlessly. If it were not for your secret, you would have perished long ago. With his straight blade in hand, Ling Yishan approached Bai Yujing with an expression devoid of emotion. Tell me, and perhaps I may spare your life. Ling Yishan narrowed his eyes slightly, patiently awaiting Bai Yujing's response. He did not believe that this state of Bai Yujing would yield any surprises. Waiting a moment longer was inconsequential. Could the intent to kill even be ineffective against this old man? Is the martial mystique realm truly this formidable? If the martial mystique realm is thus, then what of the higher tiers, the martial sovereign, or the martial saint? Observing Bai Yujing, who despite being unable to rise, still clutched the demonic sword tightly, Su Yin's expression grew complex. All this time, although Bai Yujing had faced numerous adversities, he had navigated encounters with ease, often achieving victories against foes beyond his level. This had led Su Yin to develop a sense of nonchalance regarding the high-tier combatants in this martial world. Bai Yujing had always been a creator of miracles, much like the protagonist from the anime Demon Slayer, which Su Yin had adored prior to his transmigration. Both had faced profound upheaval at home. Yet under such duress, he did not succumb to the demonic sword's influence, retaining a sense of righteousness. Bai Yujing's victims could hardly be deemed innocent. Was this truly the end? Should Bai Yujing perish, Su Yin, as the demonic sword, would likely become a trophy for Ling Yishan. Once a life was taken, Ling Yishan would undoubtedly uncover the secret of the demonic sword. At that point, he might prove to be even more unhinged than Bai Yujing. Tio Ling Yishan, Su Yin, as the embodiment of the demonic sword, could perhaps hold even greater value. Yet, Su Yin felt a profound aversion towards this seemingly virtuous old man. It was merely a feeling, akin to his disdain for Yu Qinghong. Even though the crimson hue was more beneficial for the advancement of the demon sword, Su Yin still unhesitatingly used his ill fortune to end her life. The demon sword is unlike the evil sword. Though named demon, it is governed by whims. Even if Bai Yujing is destined to perish, Su Yin hopes it will be after avenging his great grievance, departing without regrets, rather than dying here in vain. He intends to utilize the surging demonic energy to counteract the Master's control, testing whether the enhanced by Luo Huangquan, powered by the demonic energy, can shatter the old man's confinement and allow him to escape this place. However, the system alerts him that the consciousness of the Sword Master remains alert. Has he not lost consciousness? How could this be? Observing the figure sprawled in the muddy ground, seemingly devoid of sensation, Su Yin carefully assessed Bai Yujing's current state. Wasn't it Bai Yujing's consciousness that controlled the body just moments ago? What then was it? An instinct dominated by murderous intent? This situation had emerged once before, back in the underground beast-fighting arena of the flourishing city. At that time, after Bai Yujing had slain numerous gamblers, her white garments stained with blood became a crimson shroud in the face of Edward's onslaught of tendrils. She comprehended the intent of the slaughtering sword, and with a single strike, she shattered the martial sovereign. But what could have triggered this now? Su Yin recalled that Bai Yujing had entered this instinctual combat state after consuming the 2 explosive blood pills seized from the Blood Lotus Society's leader. Could it be that the malevolent aura affecting consciousness from the explosive blood pill, combined with the chaotic blood essence from the Rain of Blood, had produced some wondrous reaction, plunging Bai Yujing's consciousness into a deeper subconscious? This was the first time Su Yin had witnessed such a phenomenon. Yet, where had Bai Yujing's consciousness gone? The sky was adorned with light snow in July, when the flames of summer in the south had just subsided. Snow began to fall. This was a small courtyard situated on the outskirts of Ninghai City. Delicate snowflakes landed on the face of a figure standing in the courtyard, melting into droplets of water. As if sensing the chill, Bai Yujing abruptly opened his eyes, reflexively clenching his right hand, only to find the divine sword absent from his side. "Is this my home?" But I distinctly remember just as Bai Yujing was engulfed in confusion. A familiar yet strange playful voice echoed from behind him. "Brother, what are you doing standing here all alone?" Chapter 95. Shattering obsessions, free of thought in the night sky, a hazy full moon hung above the darkness. A girl clad in winter attire was about to turn and investigate what her brother, who had been standing in the courtyard in a daze, was up to when she saw him pivot towards her. In the next moment, she found her head resting against a warm chest. A rough hand touched her cheek. Despite the cold weather, her small face flushed instantly. After unsuccessfully trying to wriggle free from Bai Yujing's embrace, Bai Yuling pouted slightly. "Long time no see. How have you been?" In a murmured self-reflection, Bai Yujing reached out, somewhat entranced, to caress his sister's cheek. It felt dreamlike. Since that fateful night, his dreams had been haunted solely by the solitary grave in the courtyard and the overwhelming hatred. Yet, even so, the visage of its owner lingered in his mind, as if from last night's dream. "Am I dreaming?" He gently rubbed his thumb across Bai Yuling's cheek, his eyes filled with tender affection. "But why did you seem so real before me?" Seemingly affected by his emotions, Bai Yuling ceased her struggles and lifted her head, gazing worriedly into his eyes. "Brother, did you just have a nightmare?" "A nightmare?" Bai Yujing shook his head, loosening his embrace around his sister's delicate frame. His gaze drifted into the distance, as if speaking to himself, but perhaps it truly was a nightmare. After pondering for a moment, Bai Yuling extended a hand towards Bai Yujing, her fingers spread wide. A gentle breeze flowed through her fingertips as she earnestly advised, "Let it drift away with the wind, don't think about it anymore." With an optimistic smile, she pointed to the round moon above. "Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival and I, your sister, have prepared a rare reunion meal." With that, Bai Yuling walked towards the house, but halfway there, she suddenly turned back, her expression serious. "You better not say it tastes bad later." Warm yellow light illuminated a modest room. Despite the cold winds and snow outside, the sounds of clinking glasses and laughter filled the air as the two shared a meal. Bai Yuling, still too young to drink, enjoyed fruit wine with Bai Yujing, yet after a few rounds, she began to feel a slight intoxication. Her face glowing with a rosy hue, the warmth of the drink took effect. Her words flowed more freely. "Brother, the advanced technique you taught me has brought me to the second realm, wind, spirit, rai soul. The wind eye and thunder I feel so miraculous. The thunder eye and my heart beats quickly during practice. Like a second heartbeat. Brother, do you think if I lose my heart due to some mishap, the thunder I could replace it?" "Haha, just kidding, brother. Our martial arts instructor says I have great talent. If I practice diligently, I should achieve good results in the martial arts examination. Maybe I could attend Qingbei University in the capital. I'm so excited. I heard there's a wondrous 9 Revolutions extraordinary tower there. If I get into Qingbei, I will definitely go see it." That's not what I meant. What I really want to say is, I hope you can accompany me to see it. Brother, after the Mid-Autumn Festival, the new year should be approaching, right? This year, let us buy some fireworks to celebrate in the courtyard. I want the big heart-shaped ones. We can celebrate together. Hee hee. After all, our lives are getting better and better. I believe they will continue to improve. Fireworks are fleeting, but human connections last forever. When the time comes for you to set off the fireworks, I'll be in charge of capturing the moment with photos, so when I grow old, these pictures will be cherished memories. You don't want to take photos? That's not acceptable. It's a promise. I'll take pictures of you. Brother, as Bai Yuling continued to speak, her voice gradually faded. She had fallen asleep, her head resting on the table. Bai Yujing stood up, gently carrying her to her own room, tucking her under the covers, before sitting down on a nearby chair. The moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating Bai Yuling's peaceful sleeping face. As he gazed at his sister's serene visage, Bai Yujing couldn't help but reach out to stroke her head. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. "Brother, you're home early today?" Bai Yuling, dressed in martial attire, entered the house and was surprised to see her brother in the living room. "There wasn't much going on today, so I came back early." Wiping the bloodied sword in his hand, Bai Yujing smiled. "I'll head to my room then, Danamim." "Go ahead," she replied casually, as if nothing was amiss. Yet, as the door clicked shut, Bai Yujing's expression turned icy. Moments later, a faint sound of footsteps echoed outside the door. Suddenly, a shadow appeared at the entrance. Just as the shadow was about to push the door open, a long hand shot out from behind, seizing its head and forcefully slamming it into the ground. Shadow Martial Sovereign? Then, a chilling sensation enveloped its neck, plunging it into utter darkness. After kicking the headless corpse aside, Bai Yujing stepped into the room. Hearing the footsteps, Bai Yuling poked her head out. What happened? Nothing much, just dealt with a fly. Although puzzled as to why there were flies in such cold weather, Bai Yuling nodded. Subsequently, she bashfully rubbed her stomach. Brother, I'm hungry. I want to eat 3 bowls of rice tonight. Tonight, I'll prepare a feast for you. But no alcohol, not even fruit wine. Without fruit wine. Bai Yuling's small face instantly fell. In the dead of night, after the girl had fallen asleep, Bai Yujing, clad in white robes, took one last glance at the doorway. Securing the demon's sword at his waist, he resolutely turned and walked into the snowstorm. In a location indistinguishable from the surrounding snowy landscape, he came to a halt, closing his eyes as his palm slowly gripped the hilt of the demon's sword. Over the past 3 days, Bai Yujing had relished a rare sense of peace, joy, and happiness. He had wished for such blissful days to continue indefinitely. However, dreams inevitably awaken, like clouds dissipating. At that moment, an aura, distinctly different from the previous intent of slaughter, erupted from Bai Yujing, tinting the heavens and earth a dusky yellow. Chapter 96. Enlightenment in a Single Evening, Martial Xian Realm. Within the realm created by the head of the Ling family, a powerful martial artist at the late stage of the Martial Xian realm, known as drawing the ground to enclose, a realm of confinement had formed. The sudden downpour, which was already quite substantial, seemed to be increasing in intensity. The rain cascaded relentlessly, gradually forming a puddle beside Bai Yujing. Having suffered repeated blows from Ling Yishan, Bai Yujing found himself sprawled on the muddy ground, his once pristine white robe now stained with filth. Yet, under the onslaught of this intensifying deluge, which could only be described as a torrential rain, the muddy stains on his robe were washed away, restoring it to its original whiteness. However, the chilling rainwater soaked his long hair and splashed against his cheeks. Despite this, Bai Yujing appeared to show no signs of awakening. Ling Yishan, across from him, displayed visible impatience. Although he could wait for a while, he could not remain here indefinitely. With his formidable perception at the late stage of the martial profound realm, he faintly sensed 2 nearby fluctuations of energy and another, more distant one, approaching this way. The 2 nearer presences were likely Feng Yuanjing and Yun Tianqing, while the more distant one was probably Wu Yunk.as for the man in the black military attire who had descended from the heavens. Ling Yishan had not sensed him, but the aura of a divine ability could not be concealed. The man in black was likely on his way here as well. Ling Yishan's strength and cultivation methods were the weakest among them. Once they arrived, the situation would no longer be under his control. Time was of the essence. With this thought, Ling Yishan slightly narrowed his eyes, a glint of ruthlessness flashing within. Gripping his straight blade, he advanced toward Bai Yujing. If necessary, he would have to sever Bai Yujing's limbs first, taking him back for slow interrogation, thus eliminating any possibility of escape. Noticing the shift in Ling Yishan's gaze, Su Yin silently felt a sense of foreboding. This old fellow was certainly plotting something malicious again. He turned his attention back to Bai Yujing, who remained motionless in the puddle. It was puzzling. Nearly 10 seconds had passed without any sign of movement. Perhaps it was just his imagination, but Su Yin thought he had seen Bai Yujing's finger twitch. No, it was indeed a movement. Bai Yujing slowly opened his eyes, using the magic sword to support himself as he stood up, subsequently sheathing the blade. The crimson hue in his eyes had faded, seemingly returning to normalcy. Splendid, Bai Yujing had awakened, and his consciousness appeared restored. We are saved. Wait, why did I say we? Su Yin paused momentarily, lost in thought. Upon noticing Bai Yujing's eyes returning to normal and his weapon being sheathed, Ling Yishan also halted his advance. He slowly spoke, nodding in satisfaction. It seems you possess some awareness of the situation. Ling Yishan felt emboldened, seemingly confident in his control over Bai Yujing. Indeed, he had the means to do so. Although Bai Yujing had slain many, Ling Yishan was unafraid, bolstered by his cultivation in the martial profound realm. However, Bai Yujing did not respond. Instead, He closed his eyes again, his right hand gradually resting upon the hilt of his sword before tightening its grip. His left hand grasped the sword sheath. Leaning slightly forward, he adopted a stance reminiscent of drawing a sword, standing still as if merging with the surrounding world. There was no killing intent. Was this not the essence of the slaughter sword intent? Suyin felt puzzled, for he sensed no malice emanating from Bai Yujing. Was he employing the Wind Thunder sword style instead? The initial stance bore a resemblance to the Wind Thunder sword style's Rending Gale. Yet, Suyin felt it was somewhat dissimilar, as the Wind Thunder sword style was merely a profound-level sword technique, whereas Bai Yujing now emanated a sense of decay reminiscent of the slaughter sword intent during the ethereal moments of Bai Luo Huangquan. Could it be that Bai Yujing had comprehended another powerful sword technique? Despite Bai Yujing's own belief in his lack of aptitude, Suyin held an entirely different view. After all, the only two sword techniques within his magic sword skill, absolute, were contributions from Bai Yujing. Bai Yujing was undoubtedly the most formidable swordsmanship prodigy Suyin had ever encountered. Stubborn and unyielding. It seems you have no intention of speaking, Ling Yishan remarked, his final vestiges of patience evaporating upon observing Bai Yujing's silence and his resolute grip on the sword. A glint of severity appeared in his gaze. Bai Yujing repeatedly tested his limits. Did he truly consider him an easy target? Although he could not kill Bai Yujing for the sake of secrecy, he could certainly sever his limbs, extinguishing any will to resist. With a sudden movement, a terrifying blade intent erupted from him. Though both wielded blade intent, Ling Yishan's was fundamentally different from the dual-blade black-clad martial sovereigns. His blade intent was not sharp. Rather, it was imbued with an aura of silence, as though a single strike would cleave its target asunder. Yet, the figure holding the straight blade remained stationary, hesitating to act. Suddenly, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Ling Yishan did not refrain from acting. He simply found himself unable to die in that fleeting moment. Bai Yujing's hand moved. His right hand gradually withdrew the magic sword from its sheath, raising it to chest level. His movements were slow, yet as the sword was drawn, the sheath appeared to weather the passage of time, gradually disintegrating before vanishing entirely. Like a single droplet of water falling into a lake, ripples of water spread outward from Bai Yujing, radiating in a large circle. Subsequently, blood-red waves surged forth from beneath his feet, rapidly expanding into the distance, enveloping the entire expanse of the wasteland until it transformed into a void of darkness. Wah! What is happening? Ling Yishan's pupils dilated in shock as he witnessed this scene. He felt a trace of the Tao's aura, but this was beyond the realm accessible to mere martial saints. Was it not? Bai Yujing was but a minor martial sovereign, not even at the martial profound realm. How could he possibly comprehend the Tao? This was impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ling Yishan's mind screamed in chaos. As the unfolding events shattered his worldview, he attempted to struggle, yet his body felt as if it were frozen in place, leaving him to silently observe the unfolding spectacle. Bai Yujing fully withdrew the sword. The sheath vanished completely. The sword's blade glowed a deep crimson, appearing as if it might drip blood, with blood-red lightning flickering along its length. In that moment, his aura surged, ascending from the late stage of the martial sovereign realm. Surpassing a certain threshold, a profound aura erupted from him. Bai Yujing had directly entered the martial profound realm. In that instant of breakthrough, a sudden clarity dawned upon Bai Yujing. After severing the obsessions within his heart, he transcended into a realm of no thoughts, no desires. At that moment, the name of this divine ability surfaced in his mind. Moment of the Remaining Dream. Chapter 97. Moment of the Remaining Dream. Sword intent of the Yellow Springs. Why does life fall into slumber? Because of the fear of the pain of reality, of death, and of regrets. Because life has yet to prepare itself to face its inevitable conclusion. Because life fears the journey towards its end. Yet, whether a nightmare or a beautiful dream, dreams will ultimately awaken. All that remains of a fleeting dream will eventually return to dust. The essence of life cannot be fully comprehended. It touches upon the realm of the Tao. However, if one can catch a glimpse, even if merely a fleeting insight, it is enough to elevate them among the ranks of top martial artists. Within the dreamscape shaped by his obsessions, Bai Yujing severed the heart demon that had plagued him. Simultaneously, he attained enlightenment beyond the realm of slaughter, the Yellow Springs, and a new sword technique. Shattered Flower Dream Shadow. Moment of the remaining dream leads all to dust. Killing is but a process. Life, in the end, must draw to a close. Ling Yishan, at the late stage of the martial profound realm, was the most formidable adversary Bai Yujing had encountered thus far. Within the domain of the divine ability, moment of the remaining dream, all other individuals' intents and abilities would be temporarily suspended, and their own time would stagnate. The higher the realm, the shorter the duration of this stasis. At the same time, Bai Yujing would enter the state of dream shadow. In this state, his own time remained unaffected, yet his attacks would not take immediate effect. They would only be resolved once the dream dissipated. Bai Yujing understood well that, given Ling Yishan's martial arts realm, the moment of the remaining dream could not confine him for long. He would have at most the time to execute a single sword technique. If that technique did not suffice to slay him, he would have to make an escape while the confinement was still in effect. Thus, Bai Yujing resolved to employ the sword technique he had comprehended within the dream. In truth, even Bai Yujing himself was uncertain of the true power of this strike. Yet, he had but one opportunity. This time, Ling Yishan had underestimated him and had held back for the secret of the divine sword. But next time, Ling Yishan would not show mercy. Moreover, with Ling Yishan, who had never been an enemy, now involved, it was possible that the three great martial families had forged some detrimental agreement against him without his knowledge. Thus, unlike Ling Yishan, Bai Yujing held no contempt for this strike. Equally, he would show no mercy. From the moment he acted, it would be with all his might. At this moment, the sky transformed dramatically. Indeed, this was not mere figurative language. The very winds and clouds shifted in response. According to Buddhist doctrine, a single thought spans an instant, 20 thoughts equal a moment, and 20 moments constitute a snap of the fingers. The moment Bai Yujing opened his eyes. Time seemed to leap forward a millennium in a single thought, an enigmatic aura of all things fading into silence, of life returning to dust, erupted from him. In that instant, the sky above the wasteland darkened. The black night sky and clouds alike transformed into a dusky yellow reminiscent of twilight. The torrential downpour that had once cascaded from above now inexplicably hung suspended in midair. Witnessing this bizarre spectacle and sensing the profound sword intent radiating from Bai Yujing, Ling Yishan's pupils constricted in alarm, a flicker of dread surfacing within him as Bai Yujing wielded his sword. It was as if an invisible hand swept away the dusky clouds, transforming the atmosphere above Ling Yishan into a realm of clarity. With the ominous yellow clouds dissipating swiftly, revealing a blood-red moon suspended ominously in the sky, akin to the yellow springs before the river of forgetfulness. How could this be so powerful? Ling Yishan roared frantically within his heart. Before being ensnared within Bai Yujing's domain, he had merely regarded Bai Yujing as a martial sovereign. While it was true that Bai Yujing had previously slain many at the Feng family stronghold and annihilated 3 small factions single-handedly, Ling Yishan had never truly considered him a threat. Despite his prowess, he was, at the end of the day, just a formidable martial sovereign. Ling Yishan believed he could achieve the same, if not faster. This was precisely why he had refrained from severing Bai Yujing's limbs at the outset. He thought it would be a mere matter of thought to eliminate Bai Yujing. Even when Bai Yujing had just breached the early stage of the martial Xin realm, Ling Yishan felt only astonishment, convinced he was invulnerable. Yet, at this moment, true panic began to set in. The flicker of dread that had briefly emerged was now unmistakable, etched in the visible fear reflected in his eyes. For he had detected the scent of death emanating from a single stroke of Bai Yujing's sword. No, he absolutely could not accept this strike. He must evade. Ling Yishan fervently urged his blade intent. Striving to break free from the bindings that constrained him, he screamed internally, "Move! For heaven's sake, move!" But despite his inner turmoil and impotent rage, his body remained frozen in the posture of holding his sword, helplessly watching Bai Yujing's impending actions. Where were Feng Yuanjing and the others, along with that figure clad in black military attire? Time seemed to stretch interminably in that moment. Ironically, just moments ago, he had wished they would not discover his presence too quickly. Yet now he longed for them to soar over and rescue him. The shift in his mindset occurred in the blink of an eye. That moment, Bai Yujing made his move. His left hand gripped the hilt of the demonic sword, transforming it into a two-handed grip, and from above his right shoulder, he executed a diagonal strike downwards. The blood-red lightning coalesced into a narrow, crimson fissure of sword energy, crashing down heavily before Ling Yishan. The sword energy struck, yet did not dissipate immediately, leaving behind flickering arcs of scarlet lightning upon Ling Yishan's form. I'm unscathed. Ling Yishan was momentarily taken aback, unable to believe he had emerged unscathed. Could it be a mere paper tiger? However, before he could comprehend the situation, Bai Yujing's figure vanished before his eyes, transformed into a streak of blood-red lightning that swiftly approached. After delivering 3 successive strikes around Ling Yishan's form, Bai Yujing soared high into the air. The next instant, the blood-red lightning figure descended from the heavens, the demonic sword entwined with blood lightning, slashing diagonally across Ling Yishan's body. It landed behind him. Bai Yujing shifted to wield the sword with his right hand, extending his arm holding the demonic sword, and with a sudden surge of force from his wrist, he executed a blood-colored flourish. A vast arc of blood-red horizontal sword energy, level with the horizon, swept across Ling Yishan's form once more. What on earth is he attempting? Ling Yishan was utterly bewildered. Bai Yujing's sword technique was magnificently imposing and indeed struck him. Yet he suffered no injuries. Despite his body being unharmed, Ling Yishan's unease only intensified, growing ever more potent. However, he would soon come to understand. Bai Yujing angled the demonic sword beside him, his long black hair swaying without wind. With a calm exhalation of a single word, the time momentarily frozen by the remnants of dreams began to flow once more. Chapter 98. Those who block me shall be severed within the realm of the void. It felt as though a colossal hand had pressed the reset button. The stillness transformed back into motion, restoring everything to its original state. The skies unleashed an unending torrential downpour once more. Simultaneously, with Bai Yujing's calm utterance, Ling Yishan's unease reached its zenith. He regained control of his body, but before he could react, he suddenly beheld the most resplendent scene of his life, a sword shadow, as vast as the horizon, flickered with blood-red lightning, wielding an overwhelming force as if it could shatter the very fabric of space. Like a swimming dragon descending from the heavens, it obliterated all in its path. Nothing could impede such a strike. The sword light cleaved through Ling Yishan's body, pierced the torrential rain, sliced through the dust suspended in the air, and met the boundaries of the realm he had created. In the next moment, a gaping maw was torn through the previously untouchable edges of the void. Then, with a resounding explosion, Ling Yishan had no time to react as his body was cleaved apart. Excruciating pain radiating from every corner of his being. He could not suppress a groan of agony. It was only then that he realized his body had been shattered into pieces. He attempted to reach out to gather his disintegrating form. Yet he could not control his hands, only able to widen his eyes in horror, feeling moreover, due to Ling Yishan's formidable sword, Village Rain. A mere strike would be enough to inflict a curse upon its victim. Even he could not guarantee victory against Ling Yishan in a one-on-one confrontation. Yet, the present Bai Yujing had somehow managed to slay Ling Yishan. In response to Yun Tiancheng's inquiry, Bai Yujing refrained from answering. The overwhelming force of his blood and energy had been too immense, and the wind-thunder stream had not yet been entirely refined and absorbed, leaving a significant amount still coursing through his body. Under such circumstances, he could not utilize Wind Spirit Moon Shadow to enter the shadow escape and depart silently. However, times had changed. Having slain Ling Yishan, he had now reached the mid-stage of the martial profound realm. At his current level, should he seek vengeance against Feng Xuedong, Feng Yuanjing could no longer impede him. If he wished to leave, none could stop him. Those who obstruct me shall be slain. Gazing at the obstructive Yun Tiancheng, Bai Yujing's eyes narrowed slightly. Sensing the unabashed killing intent in his voice, Yun Tiancheng could not help but take a step back. Chapter 99. The old fox weighing pros and cons. Yun Tiancheng directed his gaze towards the audacious figure in white not far away, his brow slightly furrowing. Upon realizing that he had indeed retreated a small step, a flicker of shame and anger arose within him. How had he regressed to such a state that he would be taken aback by a single utterance from his opponent? Fortunately, Feng Yuanjing was not present. Had he known, he would undoubtedly have mocked him mercilessly. With that thought in mind, Yun Tiancheng coldly chuckled, wearing an expression of having seen through everything. Do not feign bravado. Do you think I cannot perceive the turmoil of energy within you? Your ability to slay Ling Yishan was surely augmented by the power of that evil deity. Has it not backfired on you now? Upon hearing this, Bai Yujing remained non-committal after a brief silence. If I were to claim that I was framed, that I am not the heretical acolyte you seek, but that the true acolyte is Feng Shuedong, would you believe me? You are not? Yun Tiancheng was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Surely you do not intend to suggest that your rapid ascension from the martial monarch realm to the martial profound realm was solely the result of your own efforts and talent? Last night, were you not the one who slaughtered the hunters and the Blood Lotus Society? Yun Tiancheng had no faith in Bai Yujing's words. Quite the opposite. He believed that Bai Yujing's time spent here engaging in idle chatter only indicated that he was at the end of his rope. However, Yun Tiancheng dared not act impulsively, for the stakes were too high to gamble with. Should he wager incorrectly and Bai Yujing, capable of killing Ling Yishan, were to turn his blade upon him, the consequences would be dire. Yet, retreating without a fight left him unsatisfied. Opposite him, Bai Yujing remained steadfast, poised with his sword, his garments billowing in the rain. Though he had yet to strike, an oppressive aura emanated from him. Upon hearing Yun Tiancheng's words, Bai Yujing's gaze flickered momentarily. Indeed, aside from himself, no one would believe his claims. He had no evidence to substantiate them. At this juncture, it was solely reliant on himself. In truth, Bai Yujing's current condition aligned closely with Yun Tiancheng's assessment, though not physically, rather mentally. After slaying Ling Yishan, his physical injuries and stamina had nearly recovered. However, the fatigue of his spirit lingered. The moment of dreaming remnants was a temporal divine ability that placed a significant strain on the mind. This meant Bai Yujing could not continuously employ the dreaming remnant skill in quick succession. Yet, Yun Tiancheng was unaware of this. Thus, Bai Yujing was taking a gamble, hoping that Yun Tiancheng would withdraw out of fear. Should he lose this bet, confrontation would be unavoidable. Having previously fought against the odds, Bai Yujing dared to draw his sword. How much more so now? Without directly revealing his thoughts, Bai Yujing deliberately exuded a hint of the Yellow Springs profundity. His gaze towards Yun Tiancheng growing ever colder. Let it be known, my grievances lie solely with the Feng clan. I harbor no enmity with the Ling clan or the Yun clan, and I had no desire to be at odds with you. I am unaware of the benefits Feng Yuanjing has promised you, but should you insist on obstructing me, you may very well find out with that. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Bai Yujing's eyes. His presence suddenly erupting with a skyward sword intent, imbued with the essence of life returning to dust, the inevitability of all things fading into silence, striking a jolt in Yun Tiancheng's eyelids. What is this aura? Is this how Ling Yishan met his demise? He understood that martial artists could comprehend a profound essence starting from the martial sect realm, yet there were varying degrees of profundity. Although Yun Tiancheng could not discern the exact essence Bai Yujing had grasped, the aura of the Yellow Springs instinctively caused him to feel unease. Wait, as he sensed the imminent threat of an attack. Yun Tiancheng hastily interjected. His gaze shifted, revealing a flicker of indescribable emotion. Bai Yujing's demeanor left Yun Tiancheng perplexed about his current state. However, Bai Yujing's earlier words had left him momentarily speechless. What benefits had been promised to him? In truth, he held no grudge against Bai Yujing. Their agreement to pursue him stemmed from the mayor of Ninghai City promising the Yun clan a year's mining rights to a vein of elemental stones upon success. Yet, all of this had been contingent upon Bai Yujing being merely a martial sect realm warrior, with minimal risk involved in pursuing him. Now, however, Bai Yujing had slain a powerful adversary like Ling Yishan. To risk his life against such a dangerous individual over such paltry benefits? The ratio of reward to risk was utterly disproportionate. No, it was completely incomparable. Until now, he had not realized it, but upon Bai Yujing's revelation, Yun Tiancheng instantly felt he had made a grievous error in this transaction. The Ninghai Yun clan was fundamentally different from the other two families rooted in Ninghai City. The Ninghai Yun clan was, in fact, a collateral branch of the prestigious Yanjing Yun clan, one of the super martial families in the Daxia realm. The direct descendants of the Yanjing Yun clan could be considered the dragon among martial artists. Although many years had passed and the bloodline had somewhat diluted, they were still of the same lineage, and the Ninghai Yun clan could still claim some connection. To speak frankly, even if Bai Yujing stirred chaos in Ninghai City, resulting in numerous deaths, it would have minimal impact on Yun Tiancheng himself. At most, it would slightly affect the Yun clan's business. If the situation became unbearable, he could always swallow his pride and return to Jing City. Leveraging the wealth accumulated over the years in Ninghai City, along with the support of the Yin Jing Yun clan, to thrive once again in Jing City. In light of this, he realized he had no need to risk his life against Bai Yujing here. The value of life differs between individuals. In the event of mutual destruction, should Bai Yujing perish, his life would be of little consequence. However, Yun Tiancheng's life was invaluable. With that thought in mind, he took several steps back. The meaning was unmistakable. However, at that moment, a powerful voice emanated from behind Yun Tiancheng. Yun Tiancheng, do not be swayed by his words. As a distinguished warrior of the late martial profound realm, if you allow Bai Yujing to escape this night without consequence, how will you face the world? The voice grew closer, soon accompanied by the sound of rushing air as a man with short black hair, resembling a middle-aged figure, landed beside Yun Tiancheng, another late-stage martial profound realm powerhouse. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Bai Yujing's expression darkened slightly. Feng Yuanjing? Yun Tiancheng was momentarily taken aback. Even with Feng Yuanjing's presence, they had two late-stage martial profound realm warriors against a mid-stage martial profound realm Bai Yujing.